In the realm of transcendent cultivation, Lin Yuan, endowed with limited aptitude, found himself relegated to the position of a menial disciple within the sect. Little did he know that a fortuitous event would awaken a divine-level side effect system within him. From that moment forth, he possessed the remarkable ability to designate others to endure the adverse effects of elixirs and martial techniques he consumed. The life-burning elixir, which granted power by sacrificing one's lifespan, was a perilous choice that few would dare to make unless absolutely necessary. Yet Lin Yuan, undeterred, indulged in it as if it were mere candy. The newly appointed elder of the sect, having undergone a sudden transformation, was left with a shock of white hair overnight, succumbing to the catastrophic effects of the celestial 5 declines. The 100 refinements golden body technique, which required the ingestion of metals to enhance one's physique, posed the risk of gruesome internal destruction. Lin Yuan, however, was eager to sample 100 pounds of gold bars. In the midst of crafting a magical artifact, a practitioner of the dark arts suddenly coughed up blood, witnessing decades of plans come undone. With techniques such as celestial demon disintegration, blood escape, and the 9 deaths evil skill all laden with side effects, Lin Yuan sought them all. Decades later, as Lin Yuan attracted the heavenly tribulations, preparing for ascension, various powerful factions converged to thwart him. Yet, in an astonishing turn of events, every bolt of lightning struck them instead, leading to the downfall of countless formidable beings. How could this be? It is you who is transcending, yet we are the ones who are being struck by lightning. At the immortal sect's menial disciples' quarters, the previously dreary courtyard finally exuded a semblance of life. The steward reclined in a bamboo rocking chair, distributing cultivation resources to the numerous menial disciples. Form an orderly line, one at a time. Normally, you work with such lackluster diligence, yet at the mere mention of resource distribution, you rush in like hares. Lowly menial disciple, here is the elixir you are to receive this month. Gazing at the dark, unsightly mass before him, reminiscent of excrement, Lin Yuan felt a surge of indignation. How absurd! In my previous life, receiving shopping vouchers instead of wages was one thing. But to be transported to a realm of cultivation only to be given worthless pills in place of genuine resources is unconscionable. You are fortunate, however. If I recall correctly, you are merely at the 2nd layer of Qi refinement. In 2 months, the assessment for menial disciples will take place, and should you fail to reach the 4th layer, you are destined to be expelled from the sect. With this 3rd-tier Qi Xiao pill, perhaps you may break through your cultivation constraints and smoothly ascend to the 4th layer. Listening to the steward's incessant prattle, Lin Yuan could no longer contain his dissent, exclaiming, "I do not want the 3rd-tier elixir, I demand my Qingling pill." The Qingling pill, being unranked, significantly accelerated the absorption of spiritual energy and was one of the few benefits bestowed upon the menial disciples. To his dismay, the avaricious steward had even pilfered this modest boon. Foolish child, this is the 3rd-tier Qi Xiao pill. The higher the grade, the more potent the effects. Normally, you wouldn't even lay eyes upon it. I am merely acting in your best interest. At these words, Lin Yuan's fury intensified, akin to a blazing torch. In that moment, he noticed a shimmering light screen materializing before him. Observing that the others seemed oblivious to its presence, Lin Yuan's heart brimmed with elation. After a month of being transmigrated as a menial disciple, could it be that his golden finger had finally awakened? Name: Lin Yuan Realm. 2nd layer of Qi refinement designated target. 0-1 current side effects. None. The information displayed on the light screen was remarkably succinct, and Lin Yuan immediately grasped its significance. One may designate others to bear the various side effects associated with the consumption of pills and the practice of martial techniques. Upon contemplating this, he promptly selected the steward before him, designated recipient of side effects. Lai Ren, steward of the miscellaneous division of the immortal sect with the target selected. It was time to experiment with the effects. Lin Yuan tucked away the useless pill and chuckled. Steward Lai is indeed correct. This is a 3rd-grade pill, and its efficacy is undoubtedly superior to that of the inferior quality Qingling pill. The Qi Xiao pill could similarly expedite the absorption of spiritual energy. Even in its defective state, it surpassed that of the inferior grade Qingling pill. The reluctance to consume the defective pill stemmed primarily from its excessive impurities, as recklessly ingesting it could yield unforeseen consequences. However, with Steward Lai bearing the side effects, what was there to fear? Seeing Lin Yuan so astutely navigate the situation, Steward Lai's face beamed with delight, akin to a blooming chrysanthemum. You are indeed clever, young lad. Devote yourself to diligent cultivation upon your return. Perhaps you may remain in the sect and continue your pursuit of the immortal path. Though he spoke thusly, his heart was filled with disdain for Lin Yuan. As expected, not only was his aptitude lackluster, but his intellect was also somewhat deficient. What a pity for such a handsome visage. Others regarded Lin Yuan with expressions akin to that of observing a fool. If the defective pills were truly so exceptional, would they have fallen into the hands of these miscellaneous servants? Since junior brother Lin Yuan is so fond of them, you may take this one from me, but let it be known that it is not without cost in the future. Junior brother must exchange one Qingling pill for it. A portly fellow with a jovial demeanor insisted on thrusting his defective pill into Lin Yuan's hands. Witnessing this, others followed suit, eagerly offering their own defective pills. It was common knowledge that defective pills were utterly useless. Rather than discard them, it was better to barter for some benefit from this naive soul. Lin Yuan, pleasantly surprised by this unexpected windfall, accepted all the defective pills with open arms, cheerfully assuring them, "Rest assured, brothers, when the Qingling pills are distributed next month, I will surely return the favor." "That is agreed upon." Laughter erupted among the crowd, with Steward lying nearly in tears from mirth. Upon returning to his chamber, Lin Yuan tore off a small piece of the defective pill and placed it in his mouth. As soon as the pill entered, the contained spiritual energy burst forth. In an instant, a torrent of spiritual energy surged through his limbs, bestowing an unparalleled sense of comfort. Although it was a defective pill, the materials used in its creation were genuine spiritual herbs, making the abundance of spiritual energy unsurprising. If even a defective pill can yield such astonishing effects, how formidable would a complete third-grade pill be? With a substantial portion of the defective pill remaining, Lin Yuan decided to consume it all. Boom! The ferocious and potent spiritual energy surged like a tidal wave, repeatedly battering against a certain barrier. Accompanied by a barely perceptible sound of shattering, Lin Yuan's realm broke through, ascending to the third level of qi refinement. Just as he sought to catch his breath, an immensely pure wave of spiritual energy surged forth from his dantian. Could it be that he could ascend further? He hastily formed hand seals, employing the most fundamental breathing technique to guide the internal spiritual energy against the barrier of his realm. The barrier of the qi training realm is not particularly robust. With sufficient accumulation of spiritual energy, one can easily breach it with a slight guidance. Lin Yuan remained at the second level of qi training for 5 years, primarily due to his slow accumulation of spiritual energy. In the next moment, a torrent of spiritual energy surged forth, shattering the barrier with unmatched force. Qi training level 4. To break through 2 realms in a single day was a speed Lin Yuan had never dared to imagine before. Truly worthy of the third-grade elixir, the kind only the Golden Core elders of the sect are qualified to consume. Even in its waste form, its efficacy is astonishing. One can only wonder about its side effects. As this thought crossed his mind, 2 lines of small characters appeared before his eyes. Consumed third-grade Qishao pill waste, acquired side effect, bone deep itch. This side effect has been transferred to Lai Ren. This side effect isn't too severe, Lin Yuan muttered to himself, suddenly recalling something. Reaching the 3rd level of Qi training qualifies one to receive a martial skill from the martial arts pavilion. Tomorrow is a rest day, so I could take the opportunity to have a look. Meanwhile, Lai Run, who was distributing cultivation resources to the miscellaneous disciples, suddenly felt an unbearable itch all over his body, particularly below his navel. Seizing a moment of distraction, he slipped his hand beneath his robe to scratch a couple of times. However, rather than alleviating the sensation, those 2 scratches exacerbated his discomfort. This was not merely a superficial itch, but rather a deep-seated sensation that scratching could not remedy. Before long, Lai Ren had clawed his skin to the point of drawing blood, leaving him looking quite gruesome. His subordinates, witnessing the scene, gasped in shock. "Manager Lai, what has happened to you? It itches terribly." Lyran paid them no heed, his hands frantically roaming over his body. In a shocking turn, he forcefully tore a piece of flesh from himself. The other disciples were completely horrified and hurriedly summoned the overseer from another courtyard. By the time the overseer arrived, Lyran had transformed into a bloodied figure. "Someone has poisoned me." With that utterance, Lyran fainted. The following day, a revitalized Lin Yuan made his way to the martial arts pavilion. On his journey, he heard of Lyran's unfortunate plight and, upon activating the light screen, discovered that Lyran's health bar had plummeted by more than half. A foundation establishment cultivator reduced to such a state, this waste pill should indeed not be taken lightly. With a brief moment of reflection, he strode confidently into the martial arts pavilion. Chapter 2. Are there side effects to martial arts techniques? Fortunately, one does not bear the burden alone. Having met with Steward Song, Lin Yuan, a disciple from the servants' courtyard, had ascended to the third level of Qi refinement and came to acquire a martial arts technique. Upon entering the martial arts pavilion, Lin Yuan observed a middle-aged man hunched over a low writing desk, engrossed in his composition, and promptly approached to pay his respects. Steward Song paused his writing and raised his gaze, appraising Lin Yuan with a slight nod. "You are at the fourth level of Qi refinement, a commendable achievement. Step inside and select a martial technique. But remember, you have but 15 minutes. Once you have made your choice, return to me for transcription." "Yes. Thank you for your guidance, Steward Song." Lin Yuan bowed once more, then ascended the staircase to the second floor of the pavilion. This level was filled exclusively with martial techniques of the Qi refinement realm, with an estimated 100 tomes displayed upon the shelves. Titles such as Thunderclap Fist, Flowing Cloud Sword, Fire Cloud Technique, and Flying Mist Blade were accompanied by basic descriptions for selection. As Lin Yuan perused the volumes, his eyes nearly glazed over from the abundance of options. "Junior brother, it appears this is your first visit to the martial arts pavilion. Although the techniques seem plentiful, the actual choices are rather limited," remarked a handsome young man in a blue robe who had approached Lin Yuan with a grin. "Do you have any advice, senior brother?" Lin Yuan inquired, inclining his hands in a respectful gesture. The Qi refinement realm has scarce internal spiritual energy, thus techniques like the Fire Cloud technique are unsuitable. While potent, they demand substantial energy, and should one exhaust their reserves, they risk becoming an easy target. Furthermore, consider the rank of the techniques. There are 9 ranks, each divided into upper, middle, and lower tiers. The higher the rank, the greater the power. The most formidable technique on this floor is the middle tier first rank Flowing Cloud Sword, which many disciples choose as their first technique. Moreover, one must select techniques that suit their own circumstances rather than blindly pursuing power. For instance, the 7 Kills Demon Blade is indeed formidable, even eclipsing the Flowing Cloud Sword in might. However, the agony during cultivation is unbearable, and one is often plagued by nightmares at night. Any sensible individual would avoid such a path. The young man spoke eloquently, oblivious to the growing brightness in Lin Yuan's eyes. The 7 Kills Demon Blade, side effects, and immense power? Is this not precisely what I seek? Pray tell, senior brother. Where might I find the 7 Kills Demon Blade? It is located over there, he replied, somewhat taken aback. You wish to cultivate the 7 Kills Demon Blade? The young man was momentarily stunned. Surely, no one would actually desire to practice such a demonic technique? In the past, he had found its power astonishing and had attempted to cultivate it himself. Within less than half a month, he was tormented by excruciating pain and intermittent nightmares, nearly descending into madness. Since then, the 7 Kills Demon Blade had remained untouched, as no one dared to pursue its practice. Consider carefully, this technique is difficult for most to cultivate. Once chosen, you cannot switch to another. I am certain, Lin Yuan replied, his gaze resolute, devoid of any hesitation. Following the young man's guidance, he swiftly located the long-forgotten tome of the 7 Kills Demon Blade. The 7 Kills Demon Blade, a technique of the demonic path, draws upon the formidable power of the 7 stellar killings, severing the 3 souls and obliterating the 7 emotions. Its blade emerges as if the river Styx were in reverse, leaving a sea of blood in its wake. Upon reading the introduction to the 7 Kills Demon Blade, Lin Yuan felt a surge of excitement. With such a formidable description, mastering this technique would undoubtedly render him powerful. Grateful for the guidance from his senior, he decided to transcribe the technique. Bidding farewell to the young man, he returned to the first floor in high spirits. Observing Lin Yuan's retreating figure, the young man wore a strange expression and murmured, I only persevered for half a month before giving up. I wonder how long you can last. Upon reaching the first floor of the martial arts pavilion, Lin Yuan approached Steward Song and presented the 7 Kills Demon Blade. Would you kindly register this for me? Initially indifferent, Steward Song's demeanor changed upon seeing the 4 characters of the 7 Kills Demon Blade, his brow furrowing immediately. This martial art is exceedingly sinister. Perhaps you should choose another. I can grant you another 15 minutes. Thank you, Steward Song, but my mind is made up. Please proceed with the registration. The last disciple who attempted to master the 7 Kills Demon Blade was Izimo from the Inner Sect, who has since risen to prominence as a true disciple. He failed. Do you believe you can succeed? How can one know without trying? Seeing Lin Yuan's resolute expression, Steward Song ceased his further persuasion and registered the 7 Kills Demon Blade. The entire text comprised just over 2,000 characters, and in a short while, Lin Yuan had transcribed it completely. After returning the original to the shelf, he glanced at the light screen. The health bar of Manager Lai Ren had recovered to 80%, indicating a positive condition. As long as he recovers, it makes my cultivation of martial arts far more convenient. Lin Yuan felt a sense of benevolence. After all, not many shared his desire for their enemies to fare better. Most protagonists in other novels were decisive in their killings, leaving no foe alive to see the dawn. After acquiring the 7 Kills Demon Blade, he spent 20 taels of silver to purchase an ordinary iron blade. Though the Celestial Sect was a realm of immortal cultivation, lower-ranking disciples occasionally utilized worldly gold and silver as a form of exchange. After all, some individuals, should they choose not to cultivate or be expelled from the sect, could become wealthy in the secular world with the savings they accumulated. With preparations complete, Lin Yuan proceeded directly to the back mountain of the Celestial Sect, where countless cultivation caves remained, left behind by previous disciples. Some caves were still in use, while others had long since fallen into disrepair. Finding an unoccupied cave, he gathered the weeds into a pile and set them ablaze. This not only eliminated any lingering seeds but also ensured that no further weeds would sprout. Simultaneously, it drove out any venomous creatures hidden within the stone crevices. After spending half an hour tidying up the cave, Lin Yuan sat cross-legged and opened the 7 Kills Demon Blade. True to its name, the 7 Kills Demon Blade contains 7 techniques beyond its general principles: Shadow Pursuit, Soul Sever, Wave Overlap, Abyssal Trap, Heart Incineration, Instant Silence, and 7 Kills. With my current reservoir of spiritual power, I can only master the first 3 techniques. But that shall suffice. He committed the entirety of the swordsmanship principles to memory, silently channeling his spiritual energy. Before long, the originally gentle and warm energy acquired a sharp and menacing aura. Chasing shadows, Lin Yuan suddenly sprang to his feet, dashing forward with fervor, his iron knife moving in tandem like a shadow, leaving behind streaks of light akin to venomous serpents tearing at the stone wall before him. In the blink of an eye, 3 shallow gashes appeared on the once smooth and flat surface of the wall. The speed was sufficient, yet the power was lacking. Further practice was imperative. A fleeting glimpse of 2 lines of small text flashed before his eyes. Upon inspection, it was precisely the adverse effects that Lai Ren would have to endure. Practicing the 7 Kills Demon Blade, acquiring side effects, muscle strain, plagued by nightmares. This side effect has been transmitted to Lai Ren. It seems that the senior brother's words were indeed true. Nightmares would manifest post-cultivation. Let Lai, the steward, experience it thoroughly. Lin Yuan refocused his mind and continued to practice the first move, chasing shadows. Meanwhile, Lai Ren felt a slight movement in his eyes. Realizing he had seemingly arrived outside the sect, facing a peculiar figure cloaked entirely in black robes. Who are you to dare obstruct my path? Do you know I am a steward of the Celestial Immortal Sect? He proclaimed arrogantly. The Celestial Immortal Sect was indeed one of the largest sects within a 1,000-mile radius. And as a steward at the Foundation establishment stage, he possessed the audacity to be so brazen. So it is the Celestial Immortal Sect. Although your Yuan Yang has leaked, it remains relatively pure. Once I absorb you, I'll refine you into the 100 Souls banner. A gentle breeze swept through, lifting the black robe to reveal an exceedingly corpulent figure, an unsightly woman with protruding nasal hair. Chapter 3. The Hidden Demonic Cult Disciple. I am cold. No. Don't come any closer. I have already lost everything, truly lost. The following day, a chilling wail echoed from the small courtyard where Lai Ren resided. Passers-by disciples halted, peering in with curiosity. Soon after, they beheld Lai Ren, disheveled and in disarray, sprinting from his room and plunging headfirst into the pond of the courtyard. What has become of Steward Lai? I don't know. Perhaps he was possessed during practice yesterday and has lost his sanity for a moment? What does he mean by lost everything? Who knows? Perhaps it concerns his spiritual energy. It's likely divine retribution. This fellow often cuts corners with our elixirs. Be cautious with your words. His uncle is a steward of the inner sect, and we cannot afford to provoke him. A group of miscellaneous disciples exchanged a few words before dispersing, wary of Lai Rin's seeking retribution. At the same time, Lin Yuan, far away in the cave on the back mountain, finally ceased his movements. He then concentrated all his spiritual energy onto the iron knife, propelling himself forward once more, striking the stone wall with renewed vigor. Once again, 3 marks were left, but unlike before, these 3 were deeply embedded within the stone, showcasing incredible power. After a night of practice, the first move of chasing shadows had reached minor perfection, facilitated by the fatigue of his body. Otherwise, the results would not have been so remarkable. He casually opened the interface, only to discover that Lai Rin's health bar had plummeted by more than half. And above his avatar, the words "Broken Dao Heart" floated ominously. Is it possible that a practitioner of the foundational realm could squander an entire day in such a manner? It has been said that Lai Rin's cultivation level is merely a result of reliance on medicinal pills, and it appears that the rumors hold a semblance of truth. A reassignment of binding partners is imperative. Additionally, I must explore the possibility of binding more individuals. Solely bearing the side effects alone will soon lead to ruin. If the burden is shared among several, the outcome should be significantly improved. Stepping out of the cave abode, Lin Yuan made his way directly to the northern dense forest. As an errand disciple, once the rest day concluded, he was obliged to labor, particularly in the arduous task of felling spirit wood. The construction of dwellings requires spirit wood, as does forging and alchemy. There is scarcely a moment of respite outside the rest days. With the errand disciple assessment looming in 2 months, I must secure a place among the top 3 to become an outer sect disciple. Otherwise, I shall find little time for cultivation. Resolutely determined, Lin Yuan arrived at the usual site for felling spirit wood, only to discover 3 individuals awaiting him. Like himself, they too were errand disciples. However, these 3 were tasked with the cleaning of the ice cave, a matter quite unrelated to him. A curiosity arose. Why were they here? Junior brother, we have a splendid opportunity for you, the burly leader declared straightforwardly. An opportunity? Lin Yuan's mind stirred, and he quickly grasped the intentions of the trio. The ice cave's interior was unbearably frigid, a condition that ordinary Qi practitioners found difficult to endure. A single cleaning session could lead to severe illness or even damage to one's cultivation. Errand disciples were known to dread the cave. It was evident that these 3 sought to persuade him to undertake the cleaning task. Junior brother, you are familiar with the ice cave. To clean there for a day would yield rewards equivalent to 3 days of your labor. And it would aid in your cultivation. It is indeed a sacred place of our celestial sect, the burly man proclaimed, his head nodding vigorously. Upon hearing this, Lin Yuan chuckled inwardly. Were it not for the biting cold, it would indeed be a sanctuary for cultivation. But wait. The ice cave would serve as the perfect opportunity to transfer the frigid energy to these 3 before him. Senior brother, that may not be appropriate. I have spirit wood to fell this month and truly cannot afford to visit the ice cave. Lin Yuan feigned reluctance. Upon hearing his words, smiles spread across the faces of the 3. In comparison to the ice cave, felling spirit wood seemed a trivial matter. What harm is there in this? You may transfer your errand task to us, and we shall assist you. The burly man eagerly produced his identity token, brimming with excitement. Errand disciples possessed an identity token, which they used to accept or submit tasks. Should one wish to avoid labor, they could transfer the task to another, contingent upon the recipient's acceptance. The responsibility for a task resided with the token holder, a rule as firm as iron. Then I thank you, senior brother. Lin Yuan feigned a disinclined demeanor as he transferred the task of felling spirit wood to the trio, simultaneously receiving the task of cleaning the ice cave. Observing the triumphant smiles of the 3, he couldn't help but let out a silent chuckle. The next unfortunate soul is you. Designated subject for side effects. He Ping, a servant disciple of the Xiuxian sect, outer disciple of the blood demon sect. Upon witnessing the words that materialized before him, Lin Yuan's pupils trembled. Silently, he revoked the selection of He Ping and replaced him with 2 others. Remarkably, all 3 possessed dual identities, each being an outer disciple of the blood demon sect. The blood demon sect held power on par with the Xiuxian sect, serving as the largest demonic sect in the vicinity. To his astonishment, their disciples had infiltrated the Xiuxian sect. These 3 were merely servants. It remained uncertain whether there were any undercover agents among the outer disciples. Furthermore, upon deeper reflection, there was a possibility that spies lurked even within the inner sect. Maintaining an impassive expression, he offered a slight bow to the trio before departing. Exposing their identities? Impossible. Not only was Lin Yuan's attachment to the Xiuxian sect rather tenuous, but even if he were to reveal their true natures, what would it matter? Who could ascertain the number of infiltrators within the Xiuxian sect? Should he unveil these three? He feared he might meet an untimely demise in the very next moment. Upon exiting the dense forest, Lin Yuan made his way directly to the ice cave. After presenting his identity token, he successfully entered the depths of the cave. The spiritual energy outside was exceptionally gentle, inducing a languorous sensation upon entering his body. However, the energy within the cave bore a chilling essence, akin to inhaling a breath of winter's cold wind. Entering the ice cave, acquiring side effect, frigid chill. This side effect has been transferred to He Ping. Unperturbed by the cold, Lin Yuan proceeded with astonishing speed in his cleaning efforts. In less than half an hour, the cave was thoroughly tidied. Finding a secluded spot, he settled into a meditative position, commencing the absorption of the cave's spiritual energy. The external energy was sparse and feeble. Despite his diligent efforts, only a meager amount entered his body. Yet, the ice cave was an entirely different realm. The spiritual energy within was so abundant, it was almost beyond belief. The moment Lin Yuan activated his cultivation technique, he felt the energy rush towards him, clamoring to penetrate his being. At this rate, he would likely achieve another breakthrough within an hour, ascending to the 5th layer of qi refinement. The ice cave truly was a sanctuary for cultivation. Dismissing any further thoughts, he focused his mind and devoted himself to the absorption. Meanwhile, on the other side, He Peng, trembling, discarded the axe in his hand. Wrapping his clothing tighter around himself, he sought a sunlit spot and crouched down. His two companions looked on in bewilderment. They exchanged glances, realizing that both were disheveled, drenched in sweat. This was the state one should be in after chopping wood. "Are you all right?" Noticing He Peng's lips turning blue and his face paling, they finally recognized something was amiss and inquired. "I'm fine, just a bit cold." He Peng's teeth chattered, his speech faltering. The two raised their heads to glance at the sun, their expressions perplexed. "In such sweltering weather, you dare claim to be cold? Could it be that you are in the ice cave? Perhaps you're unwell? Quickly, let us find a physician." One individual grasped He Peng, attempting to depart, but was halted by another. "Fool, we cannot seek a physician. What if we are exposed? Then what shall we do now? It is simple. Is he not cold? Let us ignite the spirit wood. I refuse to believe he will remain cold." Chapter 4. The Third-Grade Blood-Burning Technique. Seeking disciples to serve as alchemical servants, promoted to the 5th layer of qi cultivation, maximum designated targets increased, current limit 15. Upon witnessing the words materialize before his eyes, Lin Yuan felt a surge of exhilaration. One cannot shear a sheep without first capturing it. The upper limit has directly increased by 4, allowing for more fulfilling practice in the future. Yet, sensing the tumultuous spiritual energy within him, his brow furrowed. He had anticipated completing the breakthrough in merely 1 hour. To his dismay, it took a full 3 hours. His foundational aptitude was abysmal. Regrettably, the pills capable of enhancing one's qualifications were beyond his current reach. Otherwise, even inferior pills, I would consume a few to see their effects. As the light within the cave began to dim, Lin Yuan ceased his delay and rose to depart. Although the ice cave was splendid, it was not suitable for overnight stays, and the cleaning duties were on a rotation basis. It was utterly impossible to remain here for continuous cultivation. Only cultivators at the foundation establishment stage and above were free from such constraints. One must possess strength. Had I reached the foundation establishment stage, I would not face so many limitations. The sect leader of the Celestial Gate was at the late Golden Core stage, thus making the foundation establishment stage a vital force within the sect. Their status was significantly superior to that of the miscellaneous disciples. Observing Lin Yuan gradually recede, his figure vanished into the enveloping darkness of the night. The disciple stationed at the cave's entrance rubbed his eyes in disbelief. He nudged his companion's arm, murmuring, "Did I not recall this lad arriving at noon? Has he been here until now?" His companion yawned, leaning against the stone wall in boredom. "How could that be? I, at the 8th layer of qi, would not dare linger inside for more than a quarter of an hour. He is no more than at the 3rd or 4th layer. You must be mistaken." At this, the guarding disciple scratched his head, muttering under his breath, "Could it be that I truly misremembered? Indeed, Disciples at the Qi layer cannot possibly stay in the ice cave. If he has remained from noon until now, then that is beyond reason. He shook his head, dismissing the thought. Meanwhile, in the dense forest of the back mountain, Hipeng, with frostbite marring his face and pale lips, finally began to feel a semblance of warmth. It is gradually returning. His complexion improved, yet the expressions of the other two turned decidedly grim. On one hand, all the spirit wood they had collected throughout the day was now being burned to warm Hipeng, rendering their efforts futile. On the other hand, they contemplated a deeper concern. Hipeng, do you think the blood-burning technique bestowed upon us by the sect might harbor future repercussions? Indeed, this technique is an unparalleled method reserved for the Golden Core elders. Would the sect truly be so benevolent as to grant it to us? The two leaned closer to Hipeng, whispering their inquiries. Had it not been for the allure of certain benefits, the three individuals would never have departed from the Blood Demon sect to infiltrate the Upper Immortal sect as spies. This enticing reward was none other than a third-tier low-grade cultivation method known as the blood-burning technique. The blood-burning technique is a quintessential demonic cultivation art that allows practitioners to achieve an extraordinary speed of cultivation at the cost of burning their own life essence. It is said that the Blood Demon sect once produced an unparalleled genius who, within a month, attained the Qi refinement stage, established a foundation within 6 months, and then formed a golden core in 5 years, eventually becoming an elder of the sect. This prodigy relied solely on the prowess of the blood-burning technique. Surely, we would not be deceived in such a manner. After all, we are serving the sect, and the elders would not resort to trickery against us. Pondered Hipeng after a moment of contemplation. There are quite a number of infiltrators within the Upper Immortal sect, although each individual has sworn an oath of secrecy. Should this sect lie about this matter, there are ways for others to divulge information to the Upper Immortal sect. Once the higher-ups of the Upper Immortal sect are informed, regardless of the Blood Demon sect's plans, they would find themselves in a passive position. Thus, the authenticity of the cultivation method must be unquestionable. If there were no issues, why would you behave so peculiarly today? The two continued to inquire. I cannot explain it either. My entire being feels as if it has entered a frozen abyss. The last time I entered such a cave, I required a full half-month to recuperate, and that sensation was indeed profoundly unforgettable. The memory of that experience still lingers with Hipeng, instilling a sense of trepidation within him. Could it be that today's incident was orchestrated by that young man? One of the Blood Demon sect disciples named Lu Songda suddenly recalled Lin Yuan. A mere servant disciple could not possibly be unaware of the horrors of the frozen cave. His swift agreement might well conceal ulterior motives. As for that Lin Yuan, I am aware of him. He has been in the sect for 3 years yet has only reached the second layer of Qi refinement, truly a waste of talent. If he could secretly scheme against me without a sound, then I would have lived in vain. Hipeng immediately countered. Regardless, we must conduct an investigation. Caution is paramount. Lu Songda insisted on his viewpoint. You may go alone, Hipeng, and I still have to cut spirit wood. If we fail to complete our task, we will face punishment. Another individual chimed in. I will go by myself. Lu Songda, now irritated, resolved to thoroughly investigate Lin Yuan. His instincts told him that Lin Yuan harbored a significant secret. Meanwhile, Lin Yuan, having exited the frozen cave, prepared to return to the servant quarters to gather some provisions for the cave on the back mountain. He and the others receiving the task of cutting spirit would inadvertently save themselves a month's worth of time. Thereafter, he could devote himself to cultivation without the distraction of assigned menial tasks. The frozen cave was quite distant from the servant quarters, and by the time he returned, it was already late at night. As he passed by the courtyard where Lyran resided, Lin Yuan paused, curious to glance inside. He had heard that this morning, for some inexplicable reason, Lyran had gone mad and plunged headfirst into the courtyard pond. I practiced the 7-kill devil blade yesterday, and one of its side effects is being haunted by nightmares. Perhaps that is the cause. Uncertain of what nightmares plagued him, he pondered the matter. Suddenly, a faint sound interrupted his thoughts. It was none other than Lyran. Were they seeking assistance from the Danxiang Pavilion? Did not the menial servants frequently clean there? To become a Dan slave? That was a perilous endeavor. I shall contemplate this further. The Danxiang Pavilion, Dan slaves? Lin Yuan's heart jolted, and he discreetly departed. Upon returning to his chamber, he found himself engulfed in deep contemplation. The Immortal sect comprised 7 peaks and 8 courtyards, with the 8 courtyards divided into 4 upper and 4 lower. The Danxiang Pavilion was indeed one of the upper 4. Beyond the regular crafting of elixirs, the alchemists at the Danxiang Pavilion also engaged in the independent development of formulas. Yet, the formulation of elixirs was no simple task. Besides the skill in alchemy, the most formidable challenge lay in the testing of the concoctions. It was precisely for this reason that Dan's slaves came into existence. Even the most lowly of servant disciples enjoyed the privilege of freedom. Should they wish to leave the immortal sect, they could do so at will. Dan's slaves, however, were bound by a single word, slave, dictating the entirety of their existence. Countless Dan slaves perished each year due to the rigors of drug testing. Presently, it seemed that the Danxiang Pavilion was in dire need of Dan slaves, perhaps intending to recruit menial servants to fill the void. If they were indeed to seek menial servants to serve as Dan slaves, how many would survive? Yet, this presented an opportunity. Dan slaves were spared from menial tasks and were provided with ample sustenance. If not for the constant drug trials, their lives would be more comfortable than those of external disciples. Should he choose to become a Dan slave, it would be a fortuitous turn of events. Though Lin Yuan felt exhilarated, he refrained from impulsively approaching Lai Ran to express his desire to become a Dan slave. Should he display too much eagerness, discerning eyes would surely take note. If his secret were to be uncovered, it would be a regrettable loss. Grabbing a few dry cakes, Lin Yuan made his way directly to the mountain cave. Shortly after his departure, a shadow stealthily entered his room. No one here? Where has this fellow gone? Chapter 5. Murder and Treasure, the blood-burning technique acquired. Time stood still within the cave, the chill unbeknownst to the passing years. A month later, Lin Yuan rose slowly, his expression reflecting a sense of resignation. At this moment, he finally understood why, despite years of cultivation, he remained merely at the second level of qi refinement. With poor aptitude coupled with inferior techniques, it was no wonder he struggled to advance. He casually activated the attribute interface. Name: Lin Yuan. Realm: Qi refinement 5th layer. Designated targets: Lai Ren, Ping, Lu Songda, Wang Lai. Current side effects: 7 kills, demon blade, muscle strain. Haunted by nightmares. Once designated, the identity information panel would retain records unless the individual perished. Through the panel, designations could be made directly, devoid of any other restrictions. With the limit previously set at 1, Lin Yuan had to deliberate on whom to designate. Now that the limit had increased to 5, he decided to designate all of them, allowing several individuals to share the burden of his side effects. With my current cultivation and the first style of the 7-kill demon blade, I should qualify to undertake some beast hunting missions at the task hall. The contribution points gained from slaying beasts are considerable, and in addition to those I have accumulated during my time as a labor disciple, I could afford another opportunity to enter the martial arts pavilion. How splendid it would be if I could select a technique that accelerates my cultivation speed. Gazing at the data projected on the luminous screen, Lin Yuan mused quietly. The labor disciples practice only the rudimentary breathing methods, which are woefully inefficient. If I could exchange for a higher grade technique, my training speed would undoubtedly see a remarkable enhancement. Suddenly, he noticed a faint sound of footsteps at the entrance of the cave. Someone was approaching. Lin Yuan felt a surge of vigilance, but did not dwell on it excessively. Other disciples typically set up a silent alert formation at the entrance while training. Although I lack the spirit stones to purchase such a formation, I have marked the entrance. Anyone outside would naturally choose to leave upon seeing the mark. Just then, Lin Yuan unexpectedly found a new side effect appearing on his panel. Inhaled soul-corroding smoke. Side effect: dispersed spiritual energy, weak limbs. Good heavens, is someone attempting to poison me? Without a moment's hesitation, he transmitted this information to Lai Ren. At the same time, not far from the labor disciples' courtyard, on Cloud Water Peak, Lai Ren had just maneuvered his flying sword into the air when he suddenly experienced a wave of numbness in his limbs, his spiritual energy faltering. In the blink of an eye, he plummeted, crashing down and creating a sizable crater in the ground. Ouch! Which scoundrel dares to plot against me? It took him considerable effort to crawl out of the pit, cursing at the sky. After a while of venting his frustrations, he was met with silence. Not even the chirping of birds. Rubbing his sore waist, he continued to mutter curses but could only resign himself to his misfortune. With his internal spiritual energy still unsettled and his flying sword unusable, he had no choice but to run toward the labor disciples' courtyard. In the back mountain cave, Lin Yuan dispelled the side effect and leaned against the stone wall, secretly gripping the hilt of his blade. The celestial sect forbids disciples from harming each other. Yet private duels are permissible. As long as no one dies, all else is negotiable. If there are connections within the enforcement hall, even killing would pose no issue. The intruder outside seemed quite confident in his poisonous smoke, waiting for a dozen breaths before swaggering in. Lu Songda? How could it be him? Although the newcomer wore black clothing, revealing only his eyes, Lin Yuan still identified him through the panel. He refrained from resisting, curious to see what Lu Songda intended to do. Once inside the cave, Lu Songda set up a defensive formation at the entrance before fixing his gaze upon Lin Yuan. TSK, at the 5th layer of Qi refinement, it seems that he Ping and Wang Lai have both underestimated you. Without this soul-corroding smoke, I might not even be your match. Now, your life is in my hands. Speak. In the span of 3 years, you have only attained the 2nd level of Qi cultivation. How is it that your strength has surged so remarkably, elevating 3 levels in just a month? What secrets do you possess? Upon hearing Lu Songda's words, Lin Yuan felt a jolt of alarm within, tinged with trepidation. Indeed, his rapid ascension in power had drawn the attention of those with ulterior motives. Fortunately, it was Lu Songda who had come this time. Had it been Lai Run, despite the latter's reliance on medicinal pills for his cultivation, Lin Yuan would have stood no chance against him. Clearing his throat, he spoke in a hoarse whisper. Lu Songda, unsuspecting, leaned in closer to listen intently. With a flash of brilliance, Lin Yuan executed the 7-kill shadow. In an instant, he moved with unparalleled swiftness. A dazzling arc of blade light sliced through the air, and Lu Songda's eyes revealed a trace of crimson as the line of blood thickened, ultimately resulting in a gruesome thud as his severed head fell to the ground. Gazing at Lu Songda's lifeless form, Lin Yuan silently reminded himself of the perils within the world of cultivation. Vigilance must never wane, for complacency could lead to one's downfall. Today's Lu Songda could very well become tomorrow's Lin Yuan. Once he regained his composure, Lin Yuan began to search Lu Songda's body. It wasn't long before he unearthed a meticulously crafted ring from the pocket of his robe. Could this be a storage ring? He channeled his spiritual energy to dispel the enchantment, probing within. The ring contained a space roughly cubic in size, capable of holding a considerable number of items. Aside from various vials of elixirs, there lay a slender booklet and 10 lower-grade spirit stones. Lin Yuan momentarily set aside the spirit stones and withdrew the booklet. Upon closer inspection, his breath quickened. The blood ignition technique accelerates cultivation speed by igniting one's vital essence. Was this not precisely what he sought? After carefully placing the booklet back, he dripped a drop of blood onto the ring to thoroughly refine it. Subsequently, emulating Lu Songda's actions, he tucked the storage ring into his robe. With time still on his side, he used his long knife to excavate a large pit in the ground and buried Lu Songda's corpse within it. Given that the back mountain had no shortage of caves, it would be some time before anyone discovered the body. As for the future, he might very well ascend to the status of an outer disciple, and surely no one would trouble him over a mere servant. Before departing, Lin Yuan casually picked up the alert formation at the entrance. The formation was inscribed on a disc and could be activated with a surge of spiritual energy, simple and convenient. The ancient wisdom rings true, gold belts for murder and arson. With the technique in hand, spirit stones acquired, and even an alert formation secured, this retreat had proven immensely worthwhile. Though he possessed the technique, a trip to the martial arts pavilion was still necessary to obscure the blood ignition technique. With a plan forming in his mind, Lin Yuan returned to the servant's quarters. The servant-disciple competition was still a month away, which meant he would have to complete another month of menial tasks. On his way back, he noticed that many gazes directed at him were particularly peculiar, both sympathetic and tinged with a hint of schadenfreude. The young boy in a gray robe rushed over, panting heavily. Lin Yuan, where have you been? A few days ago, Lai Bapi summoned all the servant disciples and, finding you absent, assigned you a perilous task. Oh. A flicker of joy ignited within Lin Yuan as he recalled a conversation he had eavesdropped on that fateful night. Could it be that I am to become a pill servant? Chapter 6. The Task Hall. Senior Disciple Izimo. The boy in the gray robe was named Zhang Han. Hailing from a modest background, he and Lin Yuan were part of the same group of servants. Zhang Han's innate talent surpassed Lin Yuan's previous abilities, and he had now reached the 4th level of Qi refinement. Should he advance further to the 5th level, he stood a good chance of becoming an outer sect disciple. You still have the leisure to laugh? Do you even comprehend the nature of this task? Zhang Han lowered his voice, concern etched on his face. I heard it involves you serving as a pill servant at the Danxiang Pavilion. Do you understand what that means? Every year, several pill servants meet their demise. Lin Yuan immediately stifled his laughter, feigning concern. What shall I do then? I do not wish to die. I have 5 spirit stones. Take them and plead with Lai Bapi. Zhang Han produced 5 spirit stones, each the size of a pigeon's egg, and thrust them into Lin Yuan's hands. Gazing at the spirit stones, Lin Yuan chuckled once more. He pushed the stones back. You need spirit stones for your own cultivation. I have my own methods. I cannot accept these stones. If Lyran learns of this, he might refuse to send me to the Danxiang Pavilion. Though he appreciated Zheng Han's goodwill, Lin Yuan knew he had to go to the Danxiang Pavilion himself. As anticipated, before Lin Yuan could return to his small courtyard, a new servant task appeared on his identity token: test medicines at the Danxiang Pavilion. It seemed that the authorities were aware of the deadly nature of the task, as they had generously granted a half-month leave. This was the perfect opportunity to accept another task at the task hall during this period. Upon returning to his room, Lin Yuan packed 2 sets of clothing and discreetly stowed them in his storage ring while the coast was clear. Without a backward glance, he departed. The Danxiang Pavilion belonged to one of the upper 4 courtyards. Once he set foot there, he would no longer be a mere servant. This place would hold little significance for him. He hurriedly made his way to Mingyu Peak, where the grandiose task hall loomed before him. The hall bustled with disciples, each exuding an extraordinary aura. It was no surprise, as those present were at least outer sect disciples with a 5th level of qi refinement. Servants like Lin Yuan were a rare sight. Upon entering the task hall, he quickly identified a suitable task: eliminate the blue wolf demon of the 6th level of qi refinement or higher, and obtain wolf fur and fangs. Requirements: none. Deposit: 3 spirit stones. To accept the task, one must pay a deposit, and there was a time limit attached. Should a task be accepted and subsequently delayed, it would not only inconvenience the employer but also hinder other disciples from accepting new tasks. Greetings, I would like to accept this task. Lin Yuan approached the disciple responsible for registration, greeting him politely. The disciple cast a cursory glance at Lin Yuan's attire, his tone indifferent. It is commendable to seek out tasks, yet your cultivation level is insufficient. It would be wise to return and practice further. I noticed that the task lacks specific cultivation requirements. Why can't it be accepted? Although the blue wolf demon appears to be merely at the 6th level of qi refinement, its strength is not to be underestimated, and they often appear in swarms. Even as a mere servant, I would advise caution, let alone for an outer sect disciple. While the registration disciple's tone was brusque, he elucidated the potential dangers to Lin Yuan. Upon grasping the reality of the situation, Lin Yuan still desired to attempt the task. Other missions were either too time-consuming or had strict cultivation prerequisites. This particular task was indeed a rare opportunity. I must say, you seem rather eager to court danger. Wouldn't it be better to remain as a servant? The registration disciple, now incensed, rebuked him. Just as Lin Yuan sought to persist, a familiar voice resonated from behind. Let him register. Turning around, he was surprised to see the senior brother he had encountered at the martial arts pavilion. Greetings, senior brother. He clasped his hands in respect. To his astonishment, the registration disciple reacted even more dramatically. Rising abruptly from his seated position, he exclaimed, Greetings, Brother E. Brother E waved his hand lightly. Smiling as he said, I observe this junior brother possesses considerable confidence. Please assist him with his registration. Should any issues arise, I shall take responsibility. Very well. With Brother E's endorsement, I shall register him immediately. The registration disciple hastily took Lin Yuan's identity token and swiftly processed the task of hunting the blue wolf demon. While the disciple busied himself, Brother E regarded Lin Yuan with an appraising gaze. After a moment's contemplation, he finally spoke. How has your sleep been of late? Junior brother Lin Yuan? Lin Yuan's spirit stirred, and he chuckled softly. I tend to sleep soundly at night. I rest quite well each day. Have you experienced any nightmares? Indeed, I have had my share of nightmares, yet I forget them by the next day. Upon hearing this response, Brother E felt a tinge of envy. He could endure the physical pains of his body, but the torment of nightmares was truly unbearable. In his dreams, he was either dismembered or sold into a brothel as a plaything. Such vivid nightmares left a lingering impact, rendering him despondent even upon waking. He had developed a reflexive aversion to men, and had it not been for 6 months of recuperation in the back mountains, he might have lost his sanity entirely. Now, hearing that Lin Yuan was unaffected by such nightmares, it was impossible for him not to feel envious. Very well. I look forward to witnessing your progress on the day you achieve mastery, Brother E remarked with a hint of reluctance. Lin Yuan, intrigued, pondered why such emphasis was placed on a mere cultivation technique. Suddenly, a thought struck him. The registration disciple's profound respect, coupled with the fact that Steward Song had mentioned that the last person to practice the 7 kills demon blade was the inner sect disciple Izimo, began to form connections in his mind. Could it be that this individual, sharing the same surname of E, is none other than the former inner disciple and the current true inheritor of the celestial sect, Izimo? The celestial sect comprises 7 peaks, each presided over by a true disciple. Consequently, when one considers the entirety of the sect, there are merely 7 true disciples, a fact that speaks volumes about their prestige. Lin Yuan had once overheard the miscellaneous disciples remark that the lowest cultivation level among true disciples is at the pinnacle of the foundation establishment stage. Were it not for the need to refine their foundations and enhance their Dan formation prowess, they would likely have already ascended to the golden core stage. Even true disciples are unable to master the 7 killings demon blade. Fortunately, I can mitigate the side effects, he thought with inner delight. After successfully accepting the task, Lin Yuan bid farewell and promptly made his way to the rear mountain. This area is connected to a range of mountains, devoid of any demonic beasts near the sect's vicinity. However, venturing a short distance outward reveals a plethora of demonic creatures, primarily minor beasts of the Qi refinement stage, which could serve as practice to bolster practical combat experience. Not far beyond the designated boundaries of the sect, a gigantic rabbit, towering over a human in height and with eyes aglow in crimson, suddenly leapt forth from the thicket. The red-eyed, giant-toothed rabbit, possessing little more than its fur and teeth of value. Since his transmigration, it was Lin Yuan's first encounter with a demonic beast, stirring a sense of exhilaration within him. It was said that the Spirit Beast Institute, located on Lingyan Peak where the miscellaneous disciples reside, is filled with tamed demonic beasts. Regrettably, the institute is quite lucrative, and to gain employment there, one must first bribe Lyran. Lin Yuan had mostly only heard tales of demonic beasts. While he was engrossed in thoughts, the red-eyed giant-toothed rabbit harbored no such contemplations. With 2 powerful hind legs, it propelled itself forward like an arrow released from its bow, swiftly closing the distance. At that moment, Lin Yuan finally took action. The long blade in his hand split into myriad phantoms, akin to 1,000 blades unleashed in unison, enveloping the red-eyed, giant-toothed rabbit within their grasp. What is the essence of pursuing shadows? It is to follow as a shadow, unrelenting until the end. And therein lies the profundity of the pursuing shadows technique. Should one comprehend the intent of the blade, the might of this technique would be exponentially more formidable. Chapter 7. Qi Refinement 6th Layer. Has Lai Bapi fallen into the pond again? The blade shadows danced. The red-eyed giant-toothed rabbit fell to the ground with a thud, its vibrant crimson blood gushing forth instantaneously. Lin Yuan advanced to extract 2 massive fangs from the rabbit, stowing them within his storage ring. These fangs are precious treasures. With a bit of refinement, they could be fashioned into a commendable weapon. After a brief tidying up, he continued on his journey, perhaps due to the sect's frequent purges. He encountered no further discoveries apart from the red-eyed giant-toothed rabbit. Night swiftly approached. Lin Yuan kindled a campfire, utilizing the residual heat to soften the hard flatbread in his possession. The sect indeed sells spirit-resolving pills. A vial contains 10 pills, each capable of sustaining one for 3 days without hunger, valued at 1 spirit stone. The hard flatbreads are a benefit of the sect, available in unlimited quantities, essentially free of charge. Consuming one can suffice to satiate one's hunger. Consequently, ordinary disciples engaged in menial tasks would never consider purchasing the fasting elixir. After consuming a hard biscuit, Lin Yuan sat cross-legged, preparing to cultivate the blood ignition technique. Cultivating the blood ignition technique incurs side effects, burning vital energy, shortening lifespan. Such adverse effects cannot be hoarded by a single individual. They must be shared equitably. He selected Lai Ren, He Peng, and Wang Lai, and then calmed his mind to commence his practice. As soon as he began, Lin Yuan immediately sensed the surrounding spiritual energy rushing towards him with fervor. In his previous endeavors, the spiritual energy had shown him little regard, requiring coaxing to enter his body. But now, all the spiritual energy seemed to behave as eager devotees, clamoring to be absorbed by him. Is this the sensation of a prodigy? With a shift in focus, Lin Yuan intensified the burning of his vital energy. In an instant, the surrounding spiritual energy surged even more violently, coalescing into wispy, white mist around him. Nourished by this energy, the spiritual power within Lin Yuan began to swell exponentially. Merely an hour had passed when he felt the barrier of the 6th level of cultivation break for me. He summoned all his spiritual power and struck the barrier fiercely. Unsurprisingly, the barrier shattered with a resounding crash. He had achieved the 6th level of Qi cultivation. In the past, reaching the 5th level, combined with a martial technique, could lead to becoming an outer disciple. Now, with the 6th level of Qi cultivation and the 7-kill demon blade at his side, Entering the outer sect was no longer a challenge. However, becoming an outer disciple was merely the first step. There lay the inner sect, and even true inheritance beyond that. Coupled with the ever-watchful blood demon sect, this level of power was still inadequate. Foundation establishment, at the very least. Reaching the Foundation establishment realm would provide me with the security to sustain my existence. Lost in contemplation, Lin Yuan suddenly cast a serious glance towards a towering tree not far away. Behind the tree stood a two-tailed pig, its eyes glistening with hunger as it fixated on him. More precisely, it was drawn to the swirling spiritual energy surrounding him. In the next moment, the two-tailed pig charged forward. Just in time, I shall test the might of the 6th level of Qi cultivation on you. Following his elevation in cultivation, wielding the first form of the 7-kill demon blade became even more effortless. Lin Yuan swiftly advanced and swung his blade. Under the augmentation of spiritual energy, the ordinary iron blade's sharpness rivaled that of divine weaponry, cleaving the two-tailed pig in two. Gazing at the carcass of the two-tailed pig, a faint smile graced his face. Growing weary of hard biscuits, it was fortuitous that he could roast some pork. The two-tailed pig, cultivated through spiritual energy, possessed tender and firm meat, entirely devoid of the gamey flavor typical of wild boars, a rare delicacy. He sliced several pieces of meat, skewering them on branches, and positioned them over the fire. Soon, a tantalizing aroma wafted through the air. Excellent. The exterior was crispy, while the interior remained soft and juicy. The flavor was truly delightful. Lin Yuan tore off a generous piece of roasted pork, reveling in the feast. Before long, all the roasted meat had vanished. He deftly sliced off several pieces and placed them over the fire, preparing to indulge in them the following day. While the meat sizzled, Lin Yuan commenced practicing his sword techniques nearby. Having mastered the first form of the soul-chasing style, he was now focusing on the second form of the 7 Killer's demon blade, known as the soul severing. This technique allowed him to transform his inner spiritual energy into a chilling aura. Even before the blade made contact, the icy essence could infiltrate the enemy's body, gradually diminishing their senses. This maneuver was immensely powerful, but it came with considerable side effects. In addition to muscle tears and nightmares, the cold energy generated during practice would also invade his own body. With prolonged accumulation, this would manifest as cold poison within, tormenting him day and night. As per usual, he conveyed the side effects to the 3 individuals, yet Lin Yuan practiced without any hindrance. Meanwhile, at Lai Ren's residence, after a month of recuperation and the elixirs sent from the Danxiang Pavilion, his strength had not only remained intact, but had unexpectedly advanced further. Little did he know that one day he would reach the mid-stage of Foundation establishment, thanks to the Danxiang Pavilion. In the years to come, if they sent a few more servants over with the supply of elixirs from that side, he believed he might still have the hope of condensing a golden core, extending his lifespan to 500 years. Lai Ren chuckled to himself while sipping a small drink, feeling the surge of his physical and spiritual energy. Only powerful cultivators could experience such a vigorous flow of energy. As a mid-stage Foundation establishment practitioner, he was indeed a formidable presence even within the inner sect. However, his expression soon turned into one of concern. Something felt amiss. Why was his spiritual energy accelerating so rapidly? Heat, an unbearable heat. Lai Ren's face turned beet red. Wisps of white steam rising from his head, resembling a freshly cooked lobster. He hastily discarded his wine jug and rushed outside. Bang! Without even a moment to open the door, Lai Ren crashed through it, tumbling headlong into the pond in the courtyard. Burbling sounds erupted as bubbles danced across the water's surface. The servant disciples tidying up the courtyard gaped in astonishment at this scene. Isn't that Lai Ren throwing himself into the pond again? This night, Lai Ren was not the only one suffering. Elsewhere, the heat generated by the surging blood and energy abruptly roused He Peng from his slumber. He dashed outside, dousing himself with icy well water. Wang Lai, who shared the same quarters, was also awakened by this commotion. Seeing He Peng in a frenzy, he asked in confusion, "What on earth is happening?" "I don't know. I just feel an overwhelming heat. It's unbearable," He Peng replied while splashing water over himself. Wang Lai, feeling somewhat exasperated, thought, first he complained of cold, now he speaks of heat. Were it not for the fact that He Peng was visibly burning up, he might have suspected the other was mocking him. However, he soon sensed something was off. A searing sensation spread from his limbs, clouding his mind in a haze. He promptly bolted from his room, mimicking He Peng's actions and drenching himself in cold well water. The 2 individuals, each carrying a bucket, toiled for an hour before finally pausing. Weakened, They chose not to return indoors but leaned against the well to recuperate. Suddenly, Wang Lai pointed in horror at something not far away. What on earth is that? He Piong looked up, only to witness a chilling wave that instantly froze everything before them. It was soon followed by a biting cold wind that struck them mercilessly. The remnants of moisture on their bodies promptly turned to ice. They exchanged a frightened glance and screamed in terror. Chapter 8. The Bewildering Illusion Array. A calamity diverted east the following morning. Dew dripped and birds chirped. Lin Yuan, feeling refreshed, stretched languidly, despite having only slept for 2 hours the previous night. There was no trace of fatigue upon his face. If he ventured another 60 miles, he should encounter the blue wolf demon. The blue wolf demon is a common beast, typically found in packs of 6 to 10. To successfully slay one and obtain its fur and fangs, one must possess at least the 7th level of qi cultivation. Initially, Lin Yuan had approached this endeavor with a mere spirit of experimentation. However, to his astonishment, he had broken through to the 6th level of qi cultivation overnight, which significantly bolstered his confidence. After briefly orienting himself, he set forth once more. The further he strayed from the sect's territory, the more demonic beasts he encountered. Fortunately, these beasts were only at the 3rd or 4th levels of qi cultivation, making them relatively easy to deal with. As he walked, a line of text suddenly flashed before his eyes. Entering the bewildering illusion array, side effect, sensory confusion. The bewildering illusion array? Had he inadvertently stumbled into a formation? He wore a look of skepticism. He had heard no mention of such a formation in the vicinity. Although he was far from the sect, those at the Foundation establishment stage could traverse the air with ease. For them, reaching this place would take merely a few hours. If it were a Golden Core Elder, their speed would likely be even greater. How could they not indicate the presence of such a grand array here? After contemplating for a moment, Lin Yuan resolved to withdraw. The sensory confusion could be transferred to others, which was not a concern. However, should he encounter a killing array or a trapping array, he would be left with no escape. The danger level of this place was evident, especially since even the Golden Core Elders had failed to perceive its intricacies. Perhaps it was not that they had neglected to inform, but rather that they too had fallen prey to the sensory illusions of the bewildering illusion array. Unaware of its existence, the bewildering illusion array seemed vaguely familiar. Once he completed his task, he would visit the martial arts pavilion to investigate further. The 2nd floor of the pavilion housed techniques and martial arts, while the 1st floor contained a variety of miscellaneous texts. A single spirit stone allowed one to read for an entire day and even take books home. Lin Yuan planned to thoroughly research the bewildering illusion array upon his return. Having exited the range of the bewildering illusion array, he altered his course and continued towards the gathering place of the blue wolf demons. 2 hours later, a hidden valley emerged before him, the very domain of the blue wolf demon. Yet, unexpectedly, instead of encountering the blue wolf demon, he found himself face to face with another troublesome beast. Gazing at the glistening pool of viscous slime on the ground, Lin Yuan was suddenly seized by a shiver. A creature of modest cultivation, typically residing around the 6th or 7th level of qi refinement, possessed a venom that was truly fearsome. Even a practitioner at the 10th level of qi refinement would find themselves in dire straits should they succumb to its poison without an antidote. Just as he prepared to vacate the area, a rustling sound emanated from behind him. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Yuan leaped away from his original position. In that instant, a sharp limb, reminiscent of dark jade, plunged into the earth where he had stood. Thank goodness I reacted swiftly, otherwise I might have met an untimely fate, he thought, a chill racing down his spine. Looking up, he beheld a gigantic spider, approximately 3 meters in length, snarling menacingly at him. Its crimson eyes flashed with a savage intensity. Strangely, it did not employ fangs to deliver its venom. Instead, it utilized several slender limbs, which were semi-transparent, allowing a glimpse of the poisonous fluid coursing within. Those were the very toxins of the thud, thud, thud. The cunning advanced with lightning speed, offering Lin Yuan no time to prepare. With a swift motion of his wrist, his long blade materialized. Soul Pursuit, he cried, his figure transforming into a streak of light, matching the ferocity of the. In mere moments, the two collided, mere meters apart. Lin Yuan had no intention of delivering a swift death. Instead, he exploited his agility to strike first, severing one of the spider's limbs. A sickening squelch echoed as the foul venom sprayed forth, splattering in all directions. Fortunately, this toxin only became effective upon entering a body, thus sparing him from any immediate threat. The, now enraged from the loss of a limb, flailed its remaining legs in a frantic attempt to create distance. Yet, Lin Yuan would not grant it such a reprieve. He he swung his blade once more. Broken soul. A chilling wave of frost surged forth, penetrating the body of it. Its speed diminished considerably, and a thin layer of white frost began to form upon its surface. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Yuan unleashed a flurry of 3 strikes, severing 3 more limbs. With 4 legs incapacitated, the could no longer sustain itself and collapsed to the ground with a thunderous crash. Climbing atop its body, Lin Yuan delivered a final blow, ensuring its demise. Rumor had it that the venom sac of the, when processed, could enhance one's physical strength, though the truth of such claims remained uncertain. After leaping down from the corpse, he swiftly located the venom sac, which was modest in size, roughly the dimensions of a fist and a deep emerald hue. It fit perfectly into his storage ring. Turning to wipe the residual blood from his blade, Lin Yuan let out a deep sigh. Though ordinary iron weapons were economical, they lacked durability. In less than 2 days, the blade was riddled with nicks, resembling something gnawed by a dog, while the body was marred with cracks, threatening to shatter at any moment. Upon returning, I must find a way to procure a magical artifact, a tool for refining qi, a spirit tool for foundation establishment, and a treasure for the golden core stage. Each tier is further divided into 4 levels: inferior, medium, superior, and exceptional. Of course, this is merely an ideal scenario. In reality, many impoverished cultivators still utilize magical artifacts during their foundation establishment. Continuing onward, Lin Yuan soon detected the presence of an injured blue wolf demon. Typically, blue wolf demons live in packs and seldom find themselves alone. An encounter with a solitary injured wolf indicates 2 possibilities. Either it has failed in its bid for the position of Wolf King, or its title has been usurped. Whichever the case, it implies that this lone wolf is not to be trifled with. As Lin Yuan contemplated whether to engage, a sudden whiff of blood filled his nostrils. Turning to look, he saw a bloody beast leg slicing through the air towards him. The blue wolf demon is highly sensitive to the scent of blood. Could someone be attempting to lead it into a trap? He quickly scanned his surroundings but found no signs of another presence. Howl. In the distance, the blue wolf demon, having caught wind of the blood, detected Lin Yuan concealed in the shadows. With a mighty howl to the heavens, it surged forward despite its injuries. Even in its weakened state, it was not a creature to be underestimated. The blue wolf demon's speed was remarkable, covering the distance of several dozen meters in an instant. By the time Lin Yuan turned, it was nearly upon him. Reacting instinctively, he raised his blade in defense. Clang! A sharp sound echoed as the long knife, burdened beyond its limits, shattered into fragments. Lin Yuan's body was violently thrown back. Yet, he sprang back to his feet, charging towards the blue wolf demon. After sustaining a severe impact, a side effect manifests: qi and blood surging, muscle contusions, targeted individuals, Lai Ren, He Peng. Wang Lai, Chapter 9, The Blood Intensifying Technique in Full Operation, 7th Layer of Qi Refinement. I was correct. The injuries are indeed one of the side effects and can be transferred, as long as it does not exceed my threshold of endurance, or that of the person to whom the injury is transferred. I can endlessly shift the wounds. Realizing this, Lin Yuan felt no fear. Although this blue wolf demon was formidable, it could not kill him instantaneously. Furthermore, he had a foundation establishment cultivator behind him, along with 2 qi refinement disciples from the demonic sect to help absorb the damage. With a burst of energy, he propelled himself towards the blue wolf demon. With a head of bronze and a tail of iron, he delivered a powerful kick to the demon's abdomen. The force was tremendous and swift. The blue wolf demon, already injured and having just launched a fierce attack, found itself in a moment of weakness, with old strength dissipating and new strength yet to arise. Despite its attempts to evade, it took the full brunt of Lin Yuan's strike, its massive body crashing against the trees behind it like a ruptured sack. The trees, thick as a water bucket, were abruptly severed, revealing fresh stumps. At that moment, Lin Yuan caught a glimpse of a shadow from the corner of his eye. Instantly, a chill ran down his spine, prompting him to evade sideways. With a swift sound, a flash of sword energy grazed his left arm, spilling forth a warm cascade of blood. Retreating several paces, Lin Yuan finally focused his gaze on the shadowy figure, clad in the distinctive azure robe of an outer sect disciple. The man appeared to be around 30 years of age and exuded an aura of mastery at least at the 7th level of qi training. I did not anticipate such talent among the menial disciples. Unfortunately for you, you are unarmed, and your spiritual energy is nearly depleted. I am the butcher, and you are the fish upon the chopping block. The man flicked his sword with a flourish, gazing at Lin Yuan with keen interest. A sense of unease settled in Lin Yuan's heart. If he had a long blade in hand, He might have been able to wield the 7-kill demon blade and fight for his life. However, with his weapons destroyed, the situation looked dire. He attempted to transfer the injury from his arm, but found that healing the wound was temporarily impossible. He could only redirect the bleeding. This only intensified his predicament. Suddenly, a thought ignited in Lin Yuan's mind. What if I transfer all the adverse effects to this man before me? Without hesitation, he focused on the man in front of him. Designated recipient of adverse effects, Sun Feng, outer sect disciple of the Immortal Gate. Then, he retrieved the poison pouch he had acquired earlier. The pouch could enhance physical resilience but required special processing to eliminate its toxicity before consumption. Ironically, the very toxicity he needed was right there. Lin Yuan opened his mouth and swallowed the entire pouch whole. Devoured the poison pouch of the MOU poison spider. Acquired adverse effect, intestinal rupture, designated target, Sun Feng, not far away. Sun Feng watched this scene in bewilderment. But in the next instant, his face turned pale. And he clutched his abdomen, collapsing in agony. Ah, it hurts. I'm dying. Within moments, Sun Feng's complexion had drained of color, beads of sweat cascading down in torrents. Noticing he still had some strength left, Lin Yuan sat cross-legged, fully activating the blood-burning technique. Previously, to avoid alerting the others, he had refrained from pushing He Peng and the others too hard during his training. Now, with a perfect specimen before him, he was eager to discover the limits of the blood-burning technique. In an instant, Lin Yuan ignited his vital energy to its utmost. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth was drawn to him, swirling in a frenzy. Perhaps even the creator of the blood-burning technique had never imagined that someone would unleash this art to its peak. After all, despite its association with the demonic path, it harbored a profound reverence for life. Or rather, those practitioners were among the most fearful of death. Under the influence of the blood-burning technique, Sun Feng's visage withered, his hair rapidly turning a stark gray. Feeling the life force within him ebbing away, he widened his eyes, gazing at Lin Yuan in disbelief. What sorcery have you employed? As the words fell, Sun Feng could no longer muster the strength to open his eyes, succumbing entirely to a lifeless husk. In stark contrast, Lin Yuan radiated vitality, his aura brimming with spiritual power. 7th layer of Qi training, shatter for me, he exclaimed, unleashing a torrent of energy towards the barrier of realms. In the blink of an eye, the barrier ascended another tier. Yet, devoid of Sun Feng as a source of replenishment, his cultivation pace decelerated significantly. Verging on a tortoise's crawl, Lin Yuan remained unfazed, rising to retrieve the longsword that Sun Feng had dropped, thoroughly rummaging through his belongings. Expecting little, he was pleasantly surprised to uncover 5 spiritual stones, 3 bottles of spirit-cleansing pills, and a tome entitled Breath Restraint Technique. Though the spirit-cleansing pills were of an inferior grade, they were still preferable to having nothing at all. As for the Breath Restraint Technique, it was classified as mid-tier. First grade, capable of suppressing one's own aura while concealing their true cultivation level. Such a treasure. It was surely this technique that enabled Sun Feng to launch a surprise attack against me. He stowed everything into his storage ring and then approached the Azure Wolf Demon. With a single stroke, he vanquished it and proceeded to strip away its hide and fangs. The scent of blood would surely attract other beasts. So Lin Yuan did not linger and departed swiftly. Upon returning to the Immortal Sect, he did not rush to submit his mission. Instead, he ventured once more to the back mountain, casually selecting a cave to reside in. Rapidly increasing one's strength is not without its drawbacks. Seizing the opportunity, he resolved to cultivate the breath restraint technique first. After 7 days, Lin Yuan emerged from his seclusion. The cultivation of the breath restraint technique required no particular aptitude, merely proficiency. He had managed to suppress his aura to the 5th layer of Qi training. To an observer at the Qi training realm, it would be imperceptible. And even those at the foundation establishment level would need to scrutinize closely to discern his true cultivation tier. First, he would submit his mission and subsequently visit the martial arts pavilion. Lin Yuan jogged swiftly to the mission hall at Mingyu Peak. Upon producing the wolf hide and fangs, the registering disciple was so astonished that he stood up in disbelief. You truly accomplished it. This exclamation captured the attention of others around. Upon seeing the wolf hide laid out on the table, expressions varied among the onlookers. If I am not mistaken, that must be the Azure Wolf Demon, right? Indeed. The Azure Wolf Demon, at the 6th layer of Qi training. Who could have imagined that a mere servant disciple could slay such a beast? Look closely. The wolf's fur is lustrous and deep azure, indicating that this Azure Wolf Demon was at least a 7th layer beast. Some outer sect disciples struggle to hunt such formidable creatures. How could a servant possibly manage? The numerous claw and bite wounds on the hide suggested that it had likely been ousted from its pack after a failed power struggle, thus falling prey to that servant. Even so, to have claimed such a prize was remarkable, with the grand competition for servant disciples on the horizon. It appeared he would soon shed his servant status and ascend to the outer sect. Amidst the murmurs and discussions, the registering disciple completed the task settlement. Due to the exceptional quality of the wolf hide and fangs, Lin Yuan received not only contribution points but also an additional 2 spiritual stones. Having gathered his previous acquisitions, he now possessed a total of 15 spirit stones. Even the most inferior low-grade magical artifact required over 50 spirit stones. Indeed, I remain woefully impoverished. After a moment of reflection, he promptly made his way to the Martial Arts Pavilion. Chapter 10. Inheritance of the Nascent Soul. Elixir Fragrance Pavilion at Baichao Peak. The Martial Arts Pavilion is situated on the Muxiao Peak, where, at dusk, a tapestry of vibrant clouds ascends from the summit. From a distance, the entire peak appears as a celestial realm, resplendent and ineffable. Upon entering the pavilion, Lin Yuan could not help but smile. The pavilion's steward rotates every half-month, and to his surprise, it was once again Steward Song. "Ah, it is good to see you, Steward Song," he greeted respectfully, clasping his hands together. "What brings you back? Have you reconsidered?" Steward Song replied curtly upon seeing Lin Yuan. "I have not wavered, merely wishing to select another cultivation technique." Lin Yuan responded earnestly. "Only by becoming an outer sect disciple can one qualify to choose a new technique. I understand. And thus I intend to exchange contribution points for this purpose," Lin Yuan added as he presented his identity token. After a brief examination, Steward Song pondered for a moment before saying, "This is indeed sufficient, but I would recommend that you acquire some medicinal pills to bolster your strength. Should you advance to the inner sect during the next outer sect competition, you will save on this expenditure." His words rang true. Most disciples relied heavily on basic breathing techniques. It was only after entering the outer sect that they would change their cultivation methods. "However, my decision is resolute." "I hope for your understanding, Steward Song," Lin Yuan insisted. Very well, very well. I have always known you to be rather obstinate." Steward Song conceded as he deducted the contribution points. Suddenly, he inquired, "Have you advanced to the 5th level of qi refining?" "It was merely a fortunate breakthrough," Lin Yuan replied modestly. "To achieve such a breakthrough within such a short span is no mere luck. It indicates a measure of talent." Steward Song mused before adding quietly as he handed back the identity token. On the 2nd floor, the bookshelf to the west contains a volume titled Greenwood Qi Refining Technique. You may wish to study it closely. Upon hearing this, Lin Yuan immediately comprehended that Steward Song was offering him a subtle hint. He ascended to the 2nd floor and proceeded directly to the western bookshelf. After a thorough search, he indeed found the Greenwood Qi Refining Technique. This technique draws inspiration from the growth of green wood, capable of cultivation up to the late stages of foundation establishment. Although its speed is slow, it solidifies the foundation, forging a robust base and honing the barriers of realms. For those lacking in talent and resources, such a technique is most suitable. Regrettably, Lin Yuan set down the Greenwood Qi Refining Technique and continued his search. Before long, a dusty volume caught his eye. 9-ene Condensation Technique, a superior first-tier technique, could be cultivated up to the peak of foundation establishment. He picked it up, gently brushing away the dust, and upon opening it, the first page cautioned of significant side effects. Exercise caution in cultivation. If there were no side effects, I would not even consider it. Lin Yuan disregarded the distractions and continued to peruse the text. After a brief interval, he grasped the essence of the 9-ene Condensation Technique. The term 9-ene is essentially a numeral, signifying the necessity to locate entities imbued with ene energy. For instance, one might cultivate during the night, absorbing the moon's ene aura, or venture into certain frigid caverns. Alternatively, one could directly assimilate the toxins produced by venomous creatures such as spiders and centipedes. All of these can be employed to condense malevolent energy. The amalgamation of malevolent energy with spiritual power not only accelerates the cultivation process, but also amplifies its potency. This is the path. With the 9-ene Condensation Technique in hand, Lin Yuan returned to the 1st floor. "Is this technique satisfactory?" he inquired. The steward, Song, accepted the tome with a smile, only for his expression to abruptly shift. "The 9-ene Condensation Technique? Nonsense. How did you come across this? What is amiss with it?" Lin Yuan questioned. "Amiss? It is far more than that. This technique will draw in energy into your body, and over time, You will become neither human nor ghost, a mere specter. It was intended solely to enrich the library, not for you to practice. Lin Yuan chuckled softly. And how rapid is the cultivation process? Remarkably swift, Song conceded, not contesting the fact that many disciples had once chosen to practice this technique. However, none succeeded. Instead, many fell into madness and perished. The 7 killing demon blades still had some who dared to attempt it, yet the 9 condensation technique has become a taboo, with no one daring to try it. Please register me for it, Lin Yuan said, offering a slight bow. Madness. Truly madness. One might not suffice. And now you wish to cultivate the 9 condensation technique as well? Do you believe there is an easy path? Song lamented, shaking his head in pity for Lin Yuan as he proceeded with the registration. Lin Yuan accepted the registration with a smile and then moved aside to commence transcribing. Upon completion, he began to sift through the miscellaneous texts on the first floor. He vaguely recalled hearing the term soul-confounding illusion array at some point in the past. But the details had long since escaped him, leaving him to search here for any clues. After half a day, Lin Yuan indeed discovered a thread of insight. He opened the sect's records, where a brief statement caught his eye. In the 581st year, ancestor Yuan Lingqing passed away, leaving behind the Xiuxian soul-confounding illusion array, containing a legacy to test future generations. Ancestor Yuan Lingqing? Ah, I remember that he was a nascent soul master. Could this be the repository of his legacy? Lin Yuan mused as he continued to read. In the 521st year, one Jiazi after the ancestor's passing, the 9 evil sect invaded, and all cultivators of the Xiuxian sect confronted them. This battle spanned an entire Jiazi. Subsequently, the 9 evil sect was annihilated, but the Xiuxian sect suffered heavy losses. From that point forward, the nascent soul legacy vanished, and future generations found it difficult to trace. Upon concluding his reading of the sect records, Lin Yuan could not help but feel a surge of excitement. Previously, he had heard tales of the Xiuxian sect once being protected by a nascent soul master, and he had been skeptical of its decline. Now, it appeared that the tales were indeed grounded in truth. The reason the Yuan infant inheritance remains undiscovered may well be due to the enigmatic Xiuxian illusion array. If I could acquire the Yuan infant legacy, would I not ascend to greatness instantly? With this coveted answer in hand, Lin Yuan departed with a sense of fulfillment, observing his retreating figure. Steward Song could not help but lament the missed opportunity. If only Lin Yuan would heed his advice and diligently cultivate, he could undoubtedly rise to the position of steward in the future. With further advancement, attaining the rank of Golden Core Elder might even be within reach. Alas, he has squandered his prospects entirely. Departing from the Muxiao Peak, Lin Yuan made his way to the Baichao Peak, the abode of the Danxiang Pavilion and the Lingji Academy. The Danxiang Pavilion specializes in alchemy, while the Lingji Academy focuses on cultivating various spiritual herbs and grains. Stop. Who goes there? What brings you here? Before he could ascend the peak, Lin Yuan was halted by a guard. My name is Lin Yuan. Here is my identity token. Upon seeing the token that identified him as a Dan slave, the guard's tone softened significantly. Proceed, and take care. Each year, countless Dan slaves perish in the Danxiang Pavilion. Some are deemed unworthy of pity. Yet, Lin Yuan is a bona fide disciple of the esteemed sect, having faced mortal peril in his ascent, which undoubtedly accounts for their accommodating demeanor. As he ventured further up the mountain, the abundant spiritual energy became increasingly palpable, prompting Lin Yuan to marvel at the surroundings. It was no wonder that some would go to great lengths, even bribing Lai Ren with substantial sums, to secure employment here. The spiritual energy alone on Baichao Peak far surpasses that of other peaks several times over. While he was engrossed in his exploration, a young girl appeared before him, her hair styled in twin buns and clad in a pale yellow robe. You must be a new Dan slave. Come, try this powerful pill. As she spoke, the girl flicked her finger, and a dark, glossy pill soared into Lin Yuan's mouth. The pill dissolved instantly upon contact, and by the time he registered what had occurred, it was beyond his grasp to retrieve it. Consuming inferior version of power pill, side effect acquired. Chain reaction flatulence. Chapter 11. Dan slave. The new recipient of side effects seeing the message flash before his eyes, Lin Yuan's resolve hardened. He would not pass this on to others. Chain reaction flatulence was a mere trifle. He could endure it. He then began to sense the changes occurring within his body. The power pill indeed bore some efficacy. After ingestion, his vital energy surged, resulting in a temporary increase in strength. However, this effect was fleeting. Soon, the potency waned, and the augmented strength plummeted once more. A series of resounding flatulence echoed, causing Lin Yuan's garments to billow behind him. Ah, yet another failure. The young girl noticed Lin Yuan's predicament and pouted in frustration. If it had been successfully refined, such an occurrence would not have happened. In response, Lin Yuan could not help but interject. Your power pill did indeed augment my strength, but now it has dissipated. Really? Indeed. Haha, my strength pill is effective, Grandpa. This young girl claims my strength pill has produced results. In a swift motion, the girl vanished from sight. Lin Yuan was momentarily taken aback. Such terrifying speed surely indicated a superior cultivation level, and she must have mastered some form of agile martial arts. He shook his head, dismissing further thoughts, and proceeded to the Danxiang Pavilion. The newly appointed alchemist, Lin Yuan? I am Qian, the steward of Danxiang Pavilion. From now on, you shall heed my instructions, understood? The steward, a portly man with a rather indifferent demeanor, spoke in a matter-of-fact tone. Without waiting for Lin Yuan's response, he continued, the rules here are few. If you are called to test the medicines, you shall comply. If no one seeks your assistance, you may remain undisturbed. Do you comprehend? Lin Yuan clasped his hands in acknowledgement, affirming his understanding. The alchemist's role was merely a temporary measure. Once the disciple competition for the auxiliary members commenced in half a month, he would shed his current identity and become an outer disciple. At that point, he could participate in alchemical trials without identity constraints and earn substantial contribution points, a dual benefit indeed. With a sudden release of gas, the side effects of the strength pill lingered. He sheepishly explained, I encountered a young girl who insisted on giving me a strength pill, and after consuming it, I ended up like this. The steward raised an eyebrow. A young girl? That would be Elder Sang Mu's granddaughter, named Sang Xiaoya. You must show her utmost respect whenever you encounter her. Elder Sang Mu ranks second among the 3 golden core elders of the Alchemy Pavilion, and his granddaughter is undoubtedly of great value. Lin Yuan realized, no wonder that young girl possesses such exceptional skills at a tender age. She has a golden core elder as her grandfather. He kept this in mind, bowing once more in respect. Disciple? The steward chuckled softly and waved his sleeve as he departed. Although Lin Yuan found the situation somewhat perplexing, he did not dwell on it. Behind the Danxiang Pavilion lay a dense bamboo forest, home to rows of bamboo cottages where the alchemists resided. He selected a cottage at random without reservation. The passing alchemists merely cast a glance his way before returning to their own concerns, preoccupied with their own challenges, just as he finished organizing his new abode. The door of the bamboo cottage was suddenly pushed open, revealing a bright-eyed young girl, the very one who had previously given him the strength pill. Following her was a kind-faced elder clad in white. Grandpa, he said it himself, the strength pill I concocted is effective. Sang Xiaoya exclaimed. The elder, none other than Elder Sang Mu, approached. Lin Yuan hurriedly stepped forward to pay his respects, greeting Elder Sang Mu. Ah, new alchemist? Since you have consumed the elixir crafted by Xiaoya, you shall henceforth serve as her test subject for the medicines. Elder Sang Mu remarked casually. To him, Lin Yuan was merely a plaything to amuse his granddaughter, nothing more. The meaning of Elder Sang Mu is clear, and the disciple shall naturally comply. Lin Yuan harbored no objections regarding this arrangement, nor did he possess the standing to contest it. After the two departed, the bamboo hut fell into a profound silence. Occasionally, the distant cries of other alchemy servants echoed, but tranquility soon returned. The side effects of certain medicinal pills do not manifest immediately. Rather, they incessantly torment the bodies of those who test them. This is precisely why few venture here. Should a medicinal servant be required for testing, notifications would solely be dispatched through their identity tokens. The absence of distractions is preferable. Now, let the cultivation commence. Lin Yuan retrieved his meticulously transcribed 9-yin condensation formula and began to absorb the yin energy present in the air, adhering to the prescribed methods. Although it was daytime, the bamboo grove was inherently dense, allowing the yin energy to flourish. Furthermore, many alchemy servants bore ailments, and the miasma generated from these maladies also constituted a form of yin energy, which could be refined into malevolent energy. In Lin Yuan's understanding, this malevolent energy resembled a band of robbers, forcibly binding the wandering spiritual essence to themselves for consumption. This approach indeed expedited the process, but the accompanying side effects soon became apparent, an excruciating agony akin to sharp needles piercing his bones. Lin Yuan did not seek to alleviate the pain. Merely after circulating half a cycle of energy, he found it unbearable and had to pause. It was no wonder that few engaged in cultivation, with such torment. Achieving any significant progress seemed improbable. Just as he grimaced in pain, the wooden door was abruptly kicked open, and 5 burly men strode in. Clad in the garb of the miscellaneous servants' academy, they were evidently fellow disciples of the same rank. Unlike the pallid and emaciated ordinary servants, these men appeared robust, their faces flushed, and they seemed to lead a comfortable existence. "Ah, so you too are from the miscellaneous servants' academy. How have you fallen to such a plight?" The leader of the group approached Lin Yuan, sizing him up. "Brother, you know how it is for the alchemy servants. Life and death are predestined, and wealth is determined by fate. One never knows when death might come. We, as your brothers, cannot bear to leave your remains to the wilderness. So we exert ourselves to collect your corpses. However, this collection cannot be done for free. Coffins and paper offerings require funds, understand?" Lin Yuan could not help but sneer inwardly. They demanded protection fees from the living, while these men brazenly sought payment for the deceased. Indeed, where there are numbers, there exists a hierarchy. Such words ring true. He had not anticipated that even alchemy servants would suffer exploitation. With an impassive expression, he replied, "I have no money. If I had wealth to offer, I would not have become an alchemy servant." The burly leader paused, stroking his chin, nodding thoughtfully. "There is some merit to your words." He then commanded 2 of his companions to investigate. However, unwilling to let go of the opportunity for profit, he gestured for the others to rummage through Lin Yuan's belongings. Lin Yuan stood by, silently observing as they untied the knots of his package and began to search haphazardly. All valuable items were secured within his storage ring. The package contained only a change of clothes, leaving him unperturbed. The 2 men shook their heads at the burly figure, expressing their disappointment. "Bah, we thought we had stumbled upon a plump sheep, only to find a miser instead. What a stroke of bad luck. Let us depart and indulge in some drinks." With that, the burly man signaled for his companions to leave. As their silhouettes gradually faded from view, Lin Yuan smirked and closed the door. Selected subjects for side effects: Ding Yaozu, Ma Ming, Zhao Daba, Zheng Kai, Wang Wei. Chapter 12. The Unfortunate Quintet, Royal Jelly Power Pill with the targets identified. Lin Yuan ingested 2 clear spirit pills and began to fully channel the 9-yin condensation technique. This time, the pain dissipated, allowing him to complete an entire great cycle unscathed. Although the speed was slightly slower than the blood ignition technique, it sufficed for his purposes of concealment. After infusing a trace of malevolence into his spiritual energy, Lin Yuan turned to practice the 7-kill demon blade. With the shadow chase technique mastered, he only needed to refine the remaining soul-severing and wave-overlapping techniques. Meanwhile, Ding Yaozu and the others encountered Elder Yin Kuan on their way back. Elder Yin Kuan was also one of the 3 esteemed elders of the Pill Fragrance Pavilion, his prowess comparable to that of the other 2. However, his path in alchemy was somewhat unconventional, resulting in a slightly lower rank. "You are in luck, for I have recently developed a new elixir. The toxicity has been eliminated, though I cannot ascertain its efficacy. Who among you would like to volunteer for a trial?" Upon hearing such promising news, the 5 eagerly vied for the chance to partake. "Very well, since you all are willing, let us proceed together." Elder Yin Kuan tossed a vial of pills, and the group felt as if they had discovered a treasure, each receiving one. To their astonishment, this elixir could directly enhance their spiritual energy, a true marvel. With just 1 pill, I felt a surge of spiritual energy within, as if a breakthrough were imminent. Elder Yin indeed possesses remarkable alchemical skills. After savoring the effects of the pill, Ding Yaozu promptly lavished praise upon Elder Yin. "Truly impressive. This elixir seems to be a celestial gift, a rarity in the mortal realm. I wonder what grade it is. In my estimation, it must be at least a 2nd-grade superior pill." "Indeed, this is a 2nd-grade superior elixir," Elder Yin confirmed. The other 4 joined in the accolades. Elixirs are categorized by grade, with each grade further divided into inferior, medium, superior, and ultimately, supreme. The Golden Pill Elder is capable of refining pills up to the 3rd grade, though the success rate remains uncertain. 2nd-grade superior elixirs are rarer than 3rd-grade ones. Their compliments undoubtedly struck a chord with Elder Yin Kuan. Overstated. This elixir is merely a 1st-grade superior one," Elder Yin chuckled, stroking his goatee with a smug expression. Suddenly, Ding Yaozu's complexion changed, and he abruptly knelt on one knee, beads of cold sweat appearing on his forehead. The other 4 fared no better, collapsing to the ground and rolling in agony. Elder Yin Kuan was taken aback, hastily grasping one of them and scanning their body with his consciousness. To his astonishment, he discovered that the individual's bones were being eroded by an inexplicable force. In but a fleeting moment, the most resilient of bones was ground down to a layer. This should not be the case. I have tested it and found no toxicity, he murmured, once more inspecting a pill with meticulous attention. After thorough examination, his countenance darkened. This pill, at most, could only be ineffective. It could not possibly induce such dire consequences. If you few have not encountered a misstep in your cultivation, then your constitution must inherently be incompatible with this elixir. You all speak beautifully, yet it is a pity for my bottle of pills. Given your peculiar constitutions, you shall serve as alchemical slaves, thus contributing to the Danxiang Pavilion. With that, Elder Yan Kuan, infuriated, swept away his sleeves and departed. Upon hearing that they were to become alchemical slaves, Ding Yaozu and the others appeared as though bereaved of their parents. A quarter of an hour later, the portly and affable steward Qian arrived. Elder Yan Kuan has decreed that you shall be penalized to serve as alchemical slaves for a duration of 3 months. Should you survive this term, you may return to your status as miscellaneous disciples. If not, the sect will provide 1,000 taels of silver to your hometown to be delivered to your families. Upon hearing this, Ding Yaozu and his companions were further plunged into despair. This was tantamount to a sentence of death. After announcing the punishment, Steward Qian led the 5 back to the bamboo grove. Along the way, he summoned 6 others, also miscellaneous disciples, who, like Lin Yuan, possessed neither strength nor background. Having been acquired from the miscellaneous courtyard, the commotion created by the group of over 10 was considerable. Inside the bamboo cottage, Lin Yuan, who was practicing the 7 kills demon blade, was disturbed. Upon opening the door, he was astonished to find several familiar faces. Those whom Steward Qian had brought were all alchemical slaves, and unexpectedly, Ding Yaozu and his 4 companions had also arrived. Indeed, it seemed heaven was watching. At that moment, a neighboring resident remarked. Although Lin Yuan was unclear about the specifics, he surmised it was related to him, prompting a chuckle. Initially, he had intended for them to bear the side effects, but he had not anticipated their own misadventure. How amusing, truly amusing, with so many arriving at once. The bamboo cottage felt somewhat cramped. By sheer coincidence, Ding Yaozu and another were lodged directly opposite Lin Yuan. Noticing Lin Yuan emerge to join the fray, the 2 raised their fists, their eyes gleaming with menace. Lin Yuan said nothing further and turned back into his room. Brother Ding, this lad looks like a soft persimmon. He was scared off right away, Zhao Debao quipped, finding humor in their plight. If only he hadn't fled so quickly. I would have surely given him a good thrashing, Ding Yaozu retorted, his eyes wide as he kicked open the door in a fit of anger. What a day of sheer misfortune. Not only has the fat sheep turned into a pauper, but I have also been demoted from miscellaneous disciple to alchemical slave. Who would dare believe such a reversal? Now, he could only silently pray to endure the 3 months. Otherwise, his fate would be sealed. Meanwhile, within the other bamboo cottage, Lin Yuan resumed his practice of the blade techniques. His movements were swift and powerful, showing no concern for injuring his own body. Ding Yaozu dismissed the provocation, resolute in his intent to bestow a grand gift upon his adversary this very night. As the clock struck midnight, a chilling cry pierced the tranquil darkness. Echoing through the bamboo grove, the newly arrived Dan servants quaked in fear, instinctively turning their gazes toward the source of the sound. In stark contrast, the veteran Dan servants remained remarkably composed. Let us rest. Perhaps a coward is merely haunted by nightmares. What a jest. We Dan servants are bound to this fate. If there are pills, we must endure the trials. There is no escape, none whatsoever. No sooner had the words left their lips than another series of heart-wrenching screams resounded. A lament that could bring tears to the eyes of the onlookers. That night, many struggled to find rest, save for Lin Yuan, who slumbered soundly after a day filled with rigorous sword practice. The following day, the identity token resting by his bedside suddenly trembled. Upon inspection, Lin Yuan discovered it was a summons from Xiuxian, requesting his presence for a trial of the elixir. He swiftly arose, freshened himself, and made his way to the main hall of Danxiang Pavilion. You've arrived. Come, try the enhanced strength pill I have refined. Xiuxian cheerfully offered him a large pill. Her enthusiasm evident. It appeared she had a vested interest in this particular concoction. Wait, this might be a bit bitter. I'll add some royal jelly for you. As she spoke, she retrieved a small porcelain vial, pouring its contents over the pill. Within the main hall, other Dan servants listened attentively, their eyes ablaze with envy at the mention of royal jelly. Many elixirs were notoriously bitter and difficult to consume, often requiring a coating of honey to mask the taste. Only a select few rare elixirs merited the indulgence of royal jelly. Naturally, as a test subject, the Dan servants were not afforded such luxuries, typically receiving the unadulterated versions. Yet Lin Yuan was fortunate, not only receiving honey but the finest royal jelly available. This substance, when taken alone, could enhance one's spiritual energy. Ignoring the envious glares of his peers, Lin Yuan consumed the pill with poise. Chapter 13. The Initial Insights of Alchemy. The disciples' competition commences upon consuming a slightly enhanced strength pill. Side effect: satiation. Satiation? Lin Yuan pondered the peculiar nature of this side effect. Could this truly be classified as a drawback? He took a moment to reflect. Despite having consumed nothing that morning, he felt no hunger, instead experiencing a sense of fullness that left him reluctant to move. How was the effect this time? Xiuxian asked, her large eyes sparkling with curiosity. This time, there was a slight effect, but it was minimal, Lin Yuan replied, punctuating his statement with a long burp. The sound echoed loudly, drawing the attention of the others. Ah, how infuriating. Another failure. Xiuxian stormed off in frustration, seemingly intent on returning to her studies. As he watched her figure recede into the distance, an unexpected thought flickered through Lin Yuan's mind. Even renowned alchemists like Elder Sang require the assistance of alchemical servants to validate the properties of their elixirs. With my own panel of side effects at my disposal, I can entirely bypass this step. No matter the concoction I produce in the future, I shall experience its effects firsthand and be able to transfer any adverse consequences. Should I become an alchemist, it would undoubtedly greatly benefit my future cultivation. Moreover, every alchemist is a rare talent. With such a skill in hand, I would never have to worry about sustenance. I must learn the art of alchemy. With this thought in mind, Lin Yuan extracted 10 spirit stones and sought out the steward, Xian. The latter looked on in astonishment, although he did not comprehend Lin Yuan's motives. He accepted the spirit stones and handed over a small booklet. The booklet, titled An Introduction to Alchemy, outlined the fundamental requirements of alchemy and some of the most basic techniques. Upon receiving the introduction to alchemy, Lin Yuan returned to his bamboo cottage and diligently studied its contents. There was little information, and he quickly skimmed through it. First, one must practice the dispersal technique, followed by the formation of pills, ultimately leading to the crafting of elixirs. The art of alchemy is indeed profound. Lin Yuan couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Take, for example, the unrefined clear spirit pill. The initial step is mastering the creation of clear spirit powder, a mere pile of powder. Subsequently, one must manage to coalesce this powder into a rough form, resulting in the clear spirit pill. Only when the pill is perfectly round and flawless can it be regarded as a true clear spirit pill, without a modicum of insight. The journey from powder to pill would require at least a decade of arduous labor. While I have acquired the techniques of alchemy, I still lack the raw materials. This is a matter to be addressed in due course. Referring to the introduction to alchemy, I commenced practicing the alchemical techniques, similar to the breath control technique. Proficiency in alchemy requires merely practice and is not heavily reliant on innate talent. In the following days, Lin Yuan devoted himself to mastering the alchemical methods while also assisting Xiuxian in testing medicines, leading to a comfortable existence. At long last, the competition for miscellaneous disciples arrived. This competition required participants to be at least at the 4th level of Qi refinement to enter. There were nearly 3,000 miscellaneous disciples in the immortal sect, and even with this condition, the final number of participants exceeded 500. Naturally, Lin Yuan registered early and received a number plate. Securing 3 number plates would allow for advancement, a requirement that was not particularly challenging. The sole difficulty lay in the fact that once a participant lost, they could not compete again, thus ensuring that the number of those who advanced would be limited. After exchanging greetings with Xiuxian, he departed from Baichao Peak in search of other miscellaneous disciples to challenge. With a cultivation level at the 7th layer of Qi refinement, even without employing the 7 kills demon blade, he could easily defeat the vast majority of opponents, victorious in 3 matches without a hint of difficulty. The competition continued for 2 consecutive days. While the event appeared grand, it garnered little attention. The other disciples were far more concerned with the inter-sect selection taking place 3 months hence, at the end of the year, which would be the true battleground of dragons and tigers. 2 days later, a total of 104 individuals advanced to the next round. These participants were divided into 4 groups of 26, each paired to battle against one another. The victors would progress, while the defeated would be eliminated. In the case of an odd number, one individual would automatically receive a bye. The simplicity of the rules belies the ferocity of the battles. Within just half a day, 3 individuals succumbed to their injuries, while another 10 were left with lifelong disabilities. For them, the prospect of cultivation was but a distant dream. Even remaining in the sect was an unattainable luxury. They could only gather their meager savings from the years and return to the mundane world as ordinary people. In the final match, Lin Yuan encountered a formidable adversary named Jiang Hongji, who had entered the sect 2 years prior. During the last servant competition, Jiang Hongji had the opportunity to become an outer disciple, but fate intervened when a servant unexpectedly seized his chance, displacing him. After a year of running in the shadows, Jiang Hongji had grown even more fearsome. It was evident that, barring any unforeseen circumstances, his ascension to the outer sect was all but assured. On the arena, Lin Yuan stood resolute with his sword, facing Jiang Hongji, who wielded his own blade. This year, I shall surely enter the outer sect. You, however, shall have to wait another year, Jiang Hongji declared, launching the first strike with a sweeping motion of his sword, a first-tier inferior martial technique, the flying cloud blade. The path of the blade evoked visions of rising clouds and mist, thus earning its name. Yet, beneath the dazzling display lay an inexorable threat of death. Jiang Hongji channeled a year's worth of pent-up fury into his technique, amplifying its deadly force. Such a lethal opening move. It seems Jiang Hongji has endured quite the hardship this past year. One onlooker remarked. Isn't that obvious? Had he not been supplanted, he would have long since shed his status as a servant disciple. Why suffer another year of torment? Jiang Hongji possessed genuine strength. But it appeared his opponent was no weakling either. Observers noted that Lin Yuan had won several matches with remarkable ease. I know him. He was merely at the 2nd level of Qi refinement before, but recently he struck fortune, using a few 3rd-tier waste pills to elevate himself to the 5th level. One said, waste pills. How dare he consume such things? I'm not envious at all. The servant disciples murmured among themselves. At that moment, someone interjected with a conspiratorial tone. Hey, you are all aware of only one side of the story. Curiosity piqued, others pressed for details. What insights do you possess? We are eager to hear, they urged. Adopting expressions of intrigue, the informant did not hold back, whispering, I have heard that senior brother Izimo seems to have high hopes for Lin Yuan. A sharp intake of breath echoed among the crowd upon hearing that name, one of the 7 true disciples. As long as he did not meet an untimely demise, a future as a golden core cultivator was assured. With such a prominent figure backing him, it was no wonder Lin Yuan had surged forth. Moreover, I have also heard that Lin Yuan practices a rather peculiar sword technique known as the 7-killing demon blade, reputed to be of 2nd-tier inferior quality. Surrounding spectators paused, then quickly questioned, how can a Qi refinement disciple access the 2nd level of the martial pavilion? How could a 2nd-tier martial art possibly exist at that level? This is where your understanding falters, another individual chimed in. The 7-killing demon blade is notoriously difficult to master, which is why it is placed in the 1st level. The last practitioner of this technique was none other than senior brother E. The crowd exchanged glances, posing the most crucial question. Had Lin Yuan mastered the 7-kill demon blade? I am convinced that this young man has indeed achieved it. Not far from the arena, in a secluded pavilion, a man and a woman sat opposite each other at a tea table. Izimo drained his cup and gazed toward the arena, his eyes glimmering with anticipation. The woman smiled faintly, also directing her attention to the contest. Chapter 14. A shocking bet and identity issues. The long sword in Jiang Hongji's hand was a magical artifact. Even the most rudimentary magical item could not be matched by ordinary iron. Thus, Lin Yuan was destined to attack rather than defend. 7-kill shadow. The blue stone arena erupted with a thunderous roar as Lin Yuan's figure transformed into a fleeting shadow, melding into the web of blade light. Countless crimson blade rays tore through the mist, the sound of metal clashing resonating like a torrential downpour. It was no secret that he had practiced the 7-kill demon blade, revealing a modicum of strength would yield greater benefits than drawbacks. The two forces collided violently, spirit energy surging and raising a cloud of dust. Who would emerge victorious? The onlookers craned their necks, awaiting the final outcome. In the distant pavilion, the woman's eyes widened in disbelief. The first move of the 7-kill demon blade, Shadow Chase, split the blade light into afterimages, as if 1,000 blades were unleashed simultaneously. If the enemy retreated, the shadow advanced, and if the enemy was swift, the blades became swifter still. He had truly mastered the first move. How formidable indeed! Izimo's expression was complex, a mixture of shock, envy, and a tinge of jealousy. After all, even he had not perfected this technique. Witnessing Lin Yuan wield it with such might was a source of undeniable envy. With Jiang Hongji's defeat, the match concluded. Although Lin Yuan's swordsmanship was formidable, his cultivation was still inadequate. It was said that he barely reached the 5th layer of Qi training by relying on several third-grade waste pills. If one lacked innate talent on the path of cultivation, mastering all techniques would only allow entry into the outer sect at best. The woman spoke again. Lu Yi, how about we make a wager? Izimo smiled slightly, his gaze intense. What shall we wager? Let us bet that Lin Yuan will certainly enter the inner sect. Just based on him? Without opportunity. It would be nearly impossible for him to achieve that. If you wish to wager, then I shall accept. Very well, since it is a bet. We ought to add some stakes. I hear you recently acquired a young golden eagle. Shall we wager that? Izimo's eyes sparkled as he thought of a worthy prize. You certainly know how to pick. A fully grown golden eagle possesses the strength of an initial golden core stage, and there are few in the entire sect. Lu Yi smiled. I am indeed willing to part with it, but you must stake your autumn water sword. Are you willing? It is merely a top-grade spiritual weapon. What I have to lose? Moreover, I firmly believe that victory will ultimately be mine. Then let us await the outcome. The exchange in the pavilion did not disturb the atmosphere of the arena. However, if others were to learn that 2 true disciples were wagering over one individual, the stakes were so immense that it surely left one astounded. As the smoke gradually dissipated, Lin Yuan was left gripping only the hilt of his once formidable blade. Jiang Hongji emerged victorious. This outcome was indeed devoid of any surprises. Just as the thought flickered in the minds of the onlookers, they beheld Jiang Hongji, kneeling, blood still flowing from his chest. No, it cannot be. Jiang Hongji actually lost. The victor is Lin Yuan. The referee announced the final result with authority. Thus, Lin Yuan's entry into the outer sect was a foregone conclusion. However, just as he was poised to embrace his semifinals, an unfamiliar servant disciple abruptly approached the referee and whispered a few words. The referee then made a beeline for Lin Yuan. Was there an unforeseen turn of events? A sense of foreboding gripped Lin Yuan's heart. Becoming a Dan slave of the Danxiang Pavilion automatically revokes the identity of a servant disciple due to the status. All your achievements are rendered void. What? Upon hearing this news, Lin Yuan was struck with shock. Strange, did manager Lyran not inform you? The referee inquired, perplexed by Lin Yuan's astonished demeanor. In stark contrast, Jiang Hongji reacted with fervor, springing to his feet. If all his achievements are voided, does that mean I won this match? The referee cast him a sidelong glance and coldly stated, the path of cultivation is determined not solely by strength, but also by fortune. A loss is a loss. You shall wait another year. With a sudden spurt of blood, the already injured Jiang Hongji could hardly bear this blow. Collapsing to the ground, their exchange echoed clearly through the loft. Lu Yi chuckled softly, it seems your Xiuxian sword will belong to me now. Izimo's eyes widened in disbelief. When did Lin Yuan become a Dan slave? Regaining his composure, he said solemnly. What does it matter if he is a Dan slave? Inner sect disciples do not regard status. He can still join the inner sect. That is simply unfair. If he remains outside the inner sect, can you not prolong this indefinitely? Lu Yi frowned in discontent. Then let us set a date. At next year's inner sect battle, if he has not entered the inner sect, I shall concede defeat. How does that sound? That is acceptable. But we must add a condition. You must not assist him in elevating his cultivation, nor may you seek help for him. Simple enough. I agree to your terms. Then I shall await your Xiuxian sword. Lu Yi smiled lightly and gracefully departed. After she left, Izimo also rose to make his way to the arena. If Lin Yuan were to falter because of this, would it not guarantee his own defeat? He must go and inspire him. The loft was not far from the arena. With swift movements, he arrived at the stage in mere moments. Greetings, Master Yi. The others were instantly taken aback, hastily bowing in respect. Greetings, Senior Brother Yi. Lin Yuan reciprocated with a respectful gesture. Who is so short-sighted as to allow you to become a Dan slave? Truly blind. Izimo scolded vehemently. Meanwhile, at the distant servant quarters, Lyran, fishing by the pond, suddenly felt an itch at the tip of his nose. A sense of foreboding gradually brewed within him. Could it be? Was misfortune about to befall him once more? He hastily dropped his fishing rod and began to circulate his energy to assess his condition. Upon discovering that there was nothing amiss, he finally let out a sigh of relief. Having endured a streak of bad luck for so long, it was high time for a turn of fortune, wasn't he it? Lyran picked up his fishing rod and resumed his leisurely angling. At the arena, Lin Yuan remained silent in response to Izimo's inquiry. He was not overly concerned about Lyran, rather, The complication lay in the fact that he had a powerful uncle backing him. Fortunately, Izimo did not press further. He possessed the ability to reinstate Lin Yuan as a servant disciple or even facilitate his entry into the outer sect directly. For a true disciple, such actions were merely a matter of convenience. However, adherence to rules was paramount. If everyone disregarded the established norms, chaos would ensue, especially given Lin Yuan's entanglement in a wager with Lu Yi. Should he employ any underhanded tactics, she would undoubtedly protest. Do not be disheartened. If you cannot enter the outer sect, then simply proceed to the inner sect, Izimo suggested. Lin Yuan, momentarily dazed, was taken aback by the notion. Indeed, there were no restrictions on identity for inner sect disciples. If the outer sect would not accept him, then bypassing it entirely for the inner sect was a splendid alternative. After a brief pause, Izimo continued, "You need not worry about other matters. Shortly, I will visit the Danxiang Pavilion to plead on your behalf, requesting the elders to refrain from assigning you to trial medicines. Remember, I have placed a significant bet on you. You have but a year to enter the inner sect. Should you fail, I will incur a loss." Lin Yuan stepped back 2 paces, clasping his hands in gratitude. "Thank you, Brother Yi, for your kind intentions. I have my own plans regarding the trial medicines, and as for the inner sect, I must gain entry." A year was too lengthy, he could scarcely wait. In 3 months, the selection for inner sect disciples would take place, and time was of the essence. Chapter 15, Xiuxian. The waters of the Celestial Gate grow increasingly murky. It was unexpected that the identity of a pill's servant bore such significant drawbacks. Lai Ren, initially intending merely to torment him for a while, now seemed utterly indispensable. Lin Yuan murmured to himself, turning his thoughts to the matter of entering the inner sect. Outer sect disciples typically range from the 5th to the 9th level of qi refinement, while inner sect disciples progressed from the 9th level of qi refinement to the foundation establishment stage. True disciples were, in essence, the 7 strongest inner sect disciples. Outer sect disciples, unlike mere servants, possessed profound foundations and remarkable combat prowess. To stand out, it was not enough to merely meet the required cultivation levels. Enhancements in other areas were equally crucial. I must swiftly master the 2nd form of the 7-kill demon blade, known as the soul severing, as well as the 3rd form, the overlapping waves. Additionally, I need to practice a technique of movement. Otherwise, I will find myself at a severe disadvantage in future confrontations. My physical strength must also be elevated. The overlapping waves demand exceptional physical conditioning. The stronger the body, the greater the cumulative power. Upon careful reflection, Lin Yuan realized he still had much to learn. In truth, waiting a year might be the best option. With the side effect transfer system in place, he would undoubtedly gain entry to the inner sect by next year. However, the blood demon sect had been lurking, posing a constant threat of explosion. He could not afford to wait any longer. Slowly exhaling, Lin Yuan returned to Baichao Peak. No sooner had he stepped into the bamboo cottage than Sang Xiaoya followed closely behind. "Did you win? Did you leave your opponent utterly defeated?" She waved her delicate little fists, appearing even more excited than Lin Yuan. "I won, yet I did not win. What does it mean to win yet not win?" Sang Xiaoya paused, her expression one of confusion. "I triumphed over my opponent, but since I am a Dan Nu, I cannot enter the outer sect." "I see. Then I shall seek out my grandfather to restore your original identity." Sang Xiaoya immediately made to leave. "No need. I can handle it myself." Lin Yuan felt a warmth in his heart and stopped her. When they first met, he had assumed Sang Xiaoya was the spoiled, headstrong daughter of a wealthy family. However, he soon discovered that she was solely devoted to alchemy and was not particularly adept at social interactions. Her nature was not malicious. "By the way, have you succeeded in refining the power pill today?" He promptly shifted the topic. "Here you go, infused with royal jelly." Sang Xiaoya handed him a pitch-black pill. Fortunately, the pill was coated with a layer of royal jelly. Otherwise, Lin Yuan might have mistaken it for sheep dung. The power pill melted in his mouth. Its flavor reminiscent of hawthorn with a hint of mint, tart yet sweet, quite pleasant. As the medicinal effects began to take hold, Lin Yuan suddenly gasped. He could feel a surge of energy coursing through his limbs, genuinely augmenting his strength. The power pill's effects were straightforward. After consumption, it could temporarily enhance one's strength. In the past, the pills refined by Sang Xiaoya had only managed to provide a slight boost, far less pronounced than today's offering. More importantly, today's power pill had no side effects whatsoever. Stepping outside, Lin Yuan's gaze fell upon a massive piece of blue stone half buried in the earth. Approaching the stone, he wrapped his arms around it. "Lift for me." he shouted. To his astonishment, the several thousand pounds of blue stone was forcibly uprooted. Thud! In the next instant, Lin Yuan released his grip, and the colossal stone crashed back into the ground. Have I succeeded in my refinement? Sang Xiaoya's eyes widened, filled with anticipation. It seems not yet. Lin Yuan chuckled, bemused. Even without exerting himself, he could still feel the lingering effects of the medicine if he were to push himself. It would last only a fleeting moment. A fleeting moment lasts merely 3 to 5 seconds, hardly longer than the time taken to consume the pill. In a sense, today's power pill was a failure. Yet the effect was undeniably achieved. Now, he merely needed to contemplate how to extend its duration. Upon hearing this, Sang Xiaya appeared slightly disappointed. However, she soon regained her composure and prepared to return to her studies. Elder Sangmu possesses numerous alchemical formulas. Why do you insist on concocting the mighty pill? Even if you must, why not seek Elder Sangmu's guidance? Lin Yuan inquired further. There is no doubt regarding Elder Sangmu's alchemical prowess. The mere mighty pill should pose no challenge for him. Yet, it seems that Sang Xiaya has never approached him. That's a secret, she exclaimed, turning to flee, only to unexpectedly collide with another person. Haha, my old bones nearly shattered from your impact. A gentle voice resonated. Upon recognizing the individual, Sang Xiaya stuck out her tongue and quickly stood to pay her respects. Hello, Grandfather Shen. Ah, no need for such formality with me. The elder replied, affectionately ruffling Sang Xiaya's hair with a warm smile. At that moment, Lin Yuan also recalled the identity of the newcomer and stepped forward to bow. Greetings. Elder Shen. Elder Shen, originally named Xiuxian, was a mid-stage golden core cultivator and a renowned master alchemist acknowledged by the sect. The Danqiang Pavilion had 3 elders, with Xiuxian at the helm, followed by Sangmu in second place and Yin Kuan in third. It was rumored that Elder Shen devoted himself entirely to alchemy, shunning worldly affairs, and had not appeared in public for several years. To his surprise, Lin Yuan found himself fortunate to encounter this legendary figure today. I know you. It seems the affairs of the disciple hall are quite unsavory. Allowing a disciple of your caliber to serve as a mere alchemical servant is truly outrageous, Xiuxian remarked. A hint of displeasure crossing his face, seemingly disapproving of the disciple hall's actions. This elicited a sense of fondness within Lin Yuan. It was said that Elder Shun was gentle and spoke out for justice, having benefited many disciples. Now, it appeared those claims were indeed true. Rest assured, the sect will not forsake any promising disciple. You have my permission to participate in next year's grand competition. Previously, while refining elixirs, I happened to produce an extra spirit-connecting pill. Consider it yours. Elder Shen raised his hand, revealing a jade vial in his palm. Thank you, Elder Shen. For bestowing this elixir upon me, Lin Yuan replied, accepting it with both hands, his heart brimming with joy. The spirit-connecting pill was merely crafted from the residual materials left over from refining the spirit-connecting pill, underscoring the rarity and value of the latter. Though small, its worth could rival that of a low-grade magical artifact, amounting to dozens of spirit stones. This could indeed be deemed a fortuitous surprise. Upon seeing Lin Yuan accept the elixir, a smile of delight spread across Xiuxian's face. He then departed with Sang Xiaoya. After watching the pair leave, Lin Yuan suddenly felt a cold sweat trickle down his forehead. His eyes widened in disbelief as he involuntarily glanced at the flashing text prompt before him. Designated subject for side effects. Xiuxian, elder of the Danqiang Pavilion, elder of the Blood Demon sect. The beloved Elder Shen was, in fact, an elder of the demon sect? Such news would surely be met with skepticism if disclosed. The fruits of the celestial sect are indeed muddied and unappealing. I must hasten to strengthen myself, for the time allotted for my growth is alarmingly brief. Should a conflict arise between the celestial sect and the blood demon sect, it would not only be a small chi refinement disciple like me who perishes. Even the elders of the golden core stage could fall. If I do not seize this moment to enhance my abilities, I may soon find myself devoid of even the means to protect myself. Lin Yuan gazed towards the rear mountain. The ancestor, Yuan Lingqing, had left behind an illusory array to test the disciples. The dangers there should not be insurmountable. If I could acquire a portion of the nascent soul inheritance, I would no longer feel so constrained. In the path of cultivation, while innate talent and fortune are undoubtedly significant, one cannot overlook the necessity of techniques and resources for cultivation. Chapter 16, Blood Puppet Pill. Chi Refinement Puppet. Though I have devised my next steps, Lin Yuan did not rush to set forth. Since this is a test, it stands to reason that the stronger one is, the greater the rewards bestowed at the end. He retrieved the Qingling pill he had previously scavenged. along with the spirit communication pill gifted by Xiuxian. Then, he settled into a lotus position and activated the blood refinement technique. In mere moments, all the Qingling pills were consumed. For him, this inferior-grade elixir had little effect at present. Given that Xiuxian is an elder of the demon sect, there must be some underlying issues with this spirit communication pill. Otherwise, he would not have been so generous. With this thought in mind, Lin Yuan swallowed the pill without hesitation. After all, the worst that could happen would be some side effects, which could easily be transferred to another. Consumption of the spirit communication pill, blood puppet pill, yields side effect. Mind control, blood puppet pill? Is he attempting to manipulate me with this elixir? Upon seeing the name of the side effect, Lin Yuan understood, and then another thought struck him. There is nothing about me that would pique Xiuxian's interest. If there were, it would be Xiuxian. It seems he intends to control me to kidnap Xiuxian, or to achieve some unspeakable secret. For now, the blood demon sect's movements remain concealed. This means that even if he ingests the blood puppet pill now, he will be safe for the foreseeable future. As for the control effect, I could easily transfer it to another person or find a beast to divert it to. Having discerned the intricacies of the matter, Lin Yuan began to absorb the medicinal potency with all his might. The spiritual energy contained within the blood puppet pill far surpassed that of the spirit communication pill. Discounting the side effects, this is an exceptional elixir for rapidly enhancing spiritual power. Even Xiuxian would not anticipate that someone would utilize the blood puppet pill to elevate their cultivation. Half an hour later, the spiritual energy around Lin Yuan surged. The barrier of the 8th layer of qi refinement before him resembled nothing more than a thin sheet of paper. With a gentle nudge, it shattered effortlessly. 8th layer of qi refinement. Perhaps it is time to investigate what this so-called inheritance entails. After leaving a letter of farewell, Lin Yuan set off towards the Xiuxian bewildering illusion array. He was unaware of how long he had been walking when suddenly a familiar prompt appeared before him. Entering the bewildering illusion array, gaining side effect, sensory confusion. Without a second thought, Lin Yuan casually transferred it to Lyran. Since the referee annulled his own record, he has become the primary recipient of the ensuing repercussions. Whenever he encounters difficulties, they are swiftly redirected to him. With the influence of the Xiuxian illusory array now dissipated, everything before him has become remarkably clear. Approximately several dozen miles away stands a 5-story wooden edifice. If his conjecture holds true, that may well be the site of the nascent soul inheritance. Lin Yuan steadied his mind and set forth toward the wooden building. Meanwhile, within the auxiliary courtyard, Lyran groggily rose from a wooden chair. Observing this, the middle-aged man seated opposite him was momentarily taken aback. Lyran, what are you doing? Lyran raised his wine cup and ambled toward the exit. As he walked, he cheerfully declared, Uncle, I mean no harm. I simply wish to toast you with a drink. Please, indulge yourself. I spent 200 spirit stones to procure this wine. The middle-aged man's gaze was peculiar as he watched Lyran step by step leave the hall and approach the pond in the courtyard. With a splash, Lyran tumbled headfirst into the water. The middle-aged man was utterly astonished and hurried to fish him out. The other auxiliary disciples, however, were quite accustomed to such antics. In recent times, Lyran had leaped into the pond several times, and they had grown used to it. Unaware of the unfolding situation, Lyran continued to raise his wine cup and gulp down the contents. The exquisite wine had long since mingled with the pond water. What he consumed was merely a mouthful of pond water. The middle-aged man finally sensed something amiss and swiftly conjured a piece of bright yellow talisman paper. Be still. Infusing it with spiritual energy, the talisman promptly floated above Lyran's head. He had hoped this would quiet him, but to his surprise, after the talisman adhered to him, Lyran began to spin in place like a headless fly. In exasperation, the middle-aged man resorted to knocking Lyran unconscious with a single strike. He then infused spiritual energy into him to assess his condition. After a thorough examination, the middle-aged man could not help but furrow his brow. The spiritual energy was unstable, and his lifespan appeared diminished. This lad couldn't possibly be cultivating demonic arts, could he? The thought sent a shiver through him, and his expression darkened. If Lyran were indeed practicing demonic techniques, he too would be implicated. He resolved to interrogate him thoroughly once he regained consciousness. The middle-aged man exhaled slowly, his gaze icy. At the same time, Lin Yuan had arrived before the wooden building. At the entrance stood an imposing figure, seemingly crafted of wood yet reminiscent of iron. A robot? No, it would be more accurate to call it a puppet. Sensing the presence of an intruder, the puppet gradually rose, perhaps due to the passage of time. It emitted creaking sounds throughout, akin to a dilapidated door that had long been neglected. As the puppet fully stood, two prominent characters emerged on its form. Qi training. After centuries, this colossal figure surprisingly remains animated, proving to be a treasure indeed. Lin Yuan's gaze swept the surroundings and soon discovered a fist-sized, deep purple stone embedded in the automaton's chest. That was an exquisite spirit stone. His heart raced. Spirit stones are classified into inferior, medium, superior, and finally, the exquisite great. A single superior spirit stone is equivalent to 10,000 inferior ones. As for the exquisite spirit stone, it is a rarity beyond price. With such a stone providing energy, it is no wonder that the mechanism can sustain itself for a century. Evidently, the first trial is to vanquish this behemoth. Drawing a deep breath, Lin Yuan activated the 9-yin condensation technique. In an instant, a fierce and chilling aura coalesced around him. 7 killings severing soul. A wave of astonishing cold spread along the blade, ultimately surging toward the automaton. The severing soul technique relies on invoking frigid energy to control the foe, ensnaring them in a frozen abyss, gradually dulling their senses. The produced by the 9-yin condensation technique perfectly amplifies the power of this strike. A realization Lin Yuan had just made. The blade, enveloped in this extreme cold, struck fiercely against the training automaton. While it did not inflict significant damage, it left a layer of white frost upon its surface. Seeing this, Lin Yuan felt a surge of joy. Thankfully, being devoid of any intellect, the automaton could be overwhelmed by persistent attacks, allowing him to continually infuse it with chilling energy until its body was entirely immobilized. 1 strike, 2 strikes, 3 strikes soon. A flurry of knife shadows enveloped the training automaton. As the frost accumulated, its movements grew increasingly sluggish. Finally, after another strike, it stood utterly frozen, unable to move. Lin Yuan swiftly approached and deftly extracted the exquisite spirit stone from its chest. Deprived of its energy source, the training automaton no longer posed a threat. He stepped past the automaton and entered through the door. Defeated the training automaton, rewarded any mid to low grade magical artifact, any first-tier superior martial technique. As he crossed the threshold, a voice resonated in his ears. Chapter 17, The Ghostly Light Blade, the 100 Refinements Golden Body Technique. Magical artifacts, martial techniques. Lin Yuan's eyes sparkled with excitement. Such generosity from the nascent soul ancestor, a reward for overcoming the first challenge. Within the wooden structure, there were light spheres of various sizes and colors. Each sphere represented a type of reward. The surfaces of these spheres were imbued with prohibitions. Even after attempting several strikes, they remained unmoved. Given that these were left behind by a nascent soul ancestor, it was likely that only a golden core practitioner could breach these prohibitions. He pondered privately. Although magical artifacts and first-tier superior martial techniques are indeed precious, they are not particularly significant to a golden core cultivator. Unable to resort to trickery, he decided to select diligently. Lin Yuan first directed his attention to the magical artifact sphere. His long blade, having been engaged in battle with the training automaton, was now riddled with cracks. He was in dire need of a reliable weapon. Blades and swords are commonly utilized weapons, hence there were numerous light spheres to choose from. As he ventured forth, he soon halted before a weapon known as the Wyoming blade. This mid-grade artifact measures 3 feet in length and is adorned in a deep, dark hue. Its broad spine features minute perforations, allowing the wind to flow through and produce an ethereal sound that reverberates within the soul. However, the blade is forged entirely from Wyoming iron, compelling its wielder to endure the chilling influence of its power day and night. Were it not for this adverse effect, the Wyoming blade would undoubtedly qualify as a superior or even an exceptional artifact. Lin Yuan's heart swelled with joy, and without hesitation, he chose the Wyoming blade. In an instant, the luminous sphere dissipated, and the stout, weighty blade fell into his grasp. As he attempted a few swings, the anticipated ethereal sound emanated from the blade, echoing throughout the wooden structure. It is a remarkable weapon, with the Wyoming blade in hand. My strength has at least doubled. Grateful for such an exquisite weapon, Lin Yuan brimmed with excitement for the martial techniques that lay ahead. Though fewer in number than those at the martial arts pavilion, each technique here is a paragon of excellence, all classified as first-tier superior. Furthermore, the luminous sphere displayed essential information regarding the techniques available, alleviating any concerns about making an unsuitable selection. If the sect members were to discover the existence of such treasures here, they would surely be driven to madness with excitement. Before long, Lin Yuan discovered a suitable martial technique, the 100 Forgings Golden Body Technique. The name itself suggests that this is a body refinement technique. Such techniques are not particularly esteemed within the upper immortal sect due to their excessive resource demands, gradual results, and the extreme agony endured during cultivation. Any one of these factors could cast body refinement techniques into obscurity. Consequently, Lin Yuan had never encountered such techniques at the martial arts pavilion. If the average body refinement technique is challenging, the 100 Forgings Golden Body technique is of hellish difficulty, as it requires the practitioner to consume metal for cultivation. For instance, to achieve the first layer, the copper skin realm, one must ingest over 100 pounds of common iron to reach fruition. While common iron is not difficult to procure, the act of swallowing it raises questions of courage, and the pain that follows would be unbearable. Historically, there have been accounts of individuals consuming gold to commit suicide, stemming from the primitive smelting techniques of the time, which often resulted in poisonous substances like lead and mercury contaminating the gold. Consuming such materials could lead to death. Additionally, the hardness of gold could injure the esophagus and digestive organs, causing internal bleeding. Regardless of the reasoning, it is evident that metal should not be recklessly ingested. For Lin Yuan, however, this posed no challenge, given that the wave stacking technique demands exceptional physical prowess. Acquiring this body refinement technique would enable him to stack a few more strikes, unleashing greater power. He decisively selected the 100 Forgings Golden Body technique. As the luminous sphere faded, the technique materialized in his hands. He opened it and briefly perused its contents. The body refinement technique consists of 5 levels: copper skin, iron bones, mercury blood, stellar essence, and spiritual body. Upon reaching the pinnacle of mastery, one can withstand the peak attacks of the foundation establishment stage. Even against Golden Core practitioners, as long as it is not a fatal strike, one can endure a blow. With his magical artifacts and martial skills in hand, Lin Yuan was ready to explore the second level. Arriving at the entrance of the staircase, he encountered a semi-transparent light barrier blocking his path. Just as he was about to step through, his body was unexpectedly repelled upon contact with the barrier. At that moment, a voice echoed in his ears: "Only those who have reached the foundation establishment stage may enter the second level." It seemed that obtaining the nascent soul inheritance was an unattainable goal for the time being. However, acquiring a suitable weapon and a first-tier high-quality martial technique was not without merit. After straightening his attire, Lin Yuan exited the wooden building. Just as he was about to leave, a thought struck him. The body refinement technique required the consumption of metal. Wasn't this puppet composed of metal as well? With this notion, Lin Yuan climbed onto the chi training puppet and severed one of its arms with a single strike. If not for the limited space of his storage ring, he would have even considered stowing the entire puppet inside. Subsequently, he retraced his steps out of the Zhou Tian illusory array. Upon returning to Baichao Peak, Lin Yuan purchased 100 pounds of common iron. This material was inexpensive, available in any desired quantity. The only costly aspect was his request for the iron to be molded into spheres the size of a fingernail. Fortunately, that proved to be an uncomplicated task. The molten iron, poured through a strainer, resulted in spheres that, while not perfectly round, were still swallowable. Once all the iron spheres were delivered, Lin Yuan held one in his palm. After much contemplation, he ultimately swallowed it whole. The cold iron sphere slid down his throat, evoking memories of accidentally consuming a glass bead in his childhood. Shaking his head to clear his thoughts, Lin Yuan assumed a specific posture and began to circulate the body refinement technique. Meanwhile, on the back mountain, He Peng and Wang Lai, who were felling spiritual wood, suddenly felt a tightening sensation. In unison, they clutched their stomachs, beads of sweat rolling down their foreheads. It was happening again. That eerie feeling had returned. He Peng, I can't shake the feeling that this immortal sect is somewhat sinister. Perhaps we should make a hasty retreat. Wang Lai expressed with great frustration, tears mingling with cold sweat streaming down his face. The recent weather had oscillated between extreme cold and heat, and at night, they were relentlessly tormented by nightmares. It was truly maddening. Back in the Blood Demon sect, even surrounded by ruthless peers who would not hesitate to bring them to ruin, life had never been as unbearable as it was now. Yet, fortune favors the bold. The more enigmatic the immortal sect, the greater the hidden opportunities within. He Peng, suppressing his pain, allowed a gleam of determination to ignite in his eyes. Neither of us possesses innate talent nor a privileged background, yet if we aspire to achieve greatness, we must take bold risks. You may choose to leave, but I, He Peng, shall resolutely remain here. What does it matter if it hurts? As long as we live, that is sufficient. It seems that He Peng's fervent words ignited a fire within Wang Lai, who then spoke with equal fervor. Well said, let us persevere together. With that exclamation, both men collapsed beside the tree. Shortly thereafter, other disciples arrived and were taken aback by the sight of the two, disheveled and drenched in sweat, nestled against one another, involuntarily shivering. Truly, the moral fabric of society is deteriorating. They could have kept their escapades private, yet they chose to indulge in such public displays. Chapter 18. The Seventh Killing Wave. A task issued by Xiuxian as the weather turned cooler, the once vibrant bamboo leaves began to wither and fall. The already eerie bamboo forest now exuded an even deeper sense of desolation. The female disciples, lacking adequate means to keep warm, huddled within their quarters, refusing to venture outside. Only Lin Yuan remained bare-chested, practicing his sword techniques deep within the bamboo growth. The third stance of the 7 kills, the stacking waves. With an unremarkable slash, he sent a thin bamboo stalk swaying slightly. However, he followed up with another strike, the force of which was marginally greater than the first. The bamboo bent further under the increasing pressure. Swish, swish, swish. The momentum did not cease. One strike followed another, cascading like ocean waves, each layer building upon the last. As the number of slashes increased, the speed of his movements slowed. Yet, paradoxically, although the tempo of his strikes was now perceptible, the weight of his sword's momentum grew ever more formidable, as though cleaving through the very heavy clouds above. The 13th strike. Lin Yuan's face flushed, his energy surging as he concentrated all his spirit into delivering the final blow. With a whoosh, a blade of light surged forth, breaking through the withered bamboo with overwhelming force. Not far away, Ding Yuzu and 4 others huddled tightly together, gazing in astonishment at the scene before them. They had been fortunate, still lively despite the circumstances. Yet witnessing Lin Yuan's might, they felt as though they had been struck by frost, their earlier bravado evaporating. Surely he isn't seeking trouble with us? Zhao Daba cried. All you do is cry. What good will tears do? Ding Yuzu retorted, though the fear in his eyes lingered. He mused inwardly, having witnessed the prowess of an external disciple at the 10th level of Qi training. Even that individual could not unleash such devastation. What then? Is Lin Yuan's true cultivation level? As Lin Yuan approached the bamboo hut, the 5 exchanged glances, hurriedly retreating inside, too frightened to even steal a glance. Observing their synchronized retreat, Lin Mu found it amusing. As for causing them trouble, that was entirely out of the question. He hoped to rely on them to help mitigate some side effects. As he walked, Lin Yuan's bronze-hued skin gradually returned to its normal tone. I have now attained the first layer of the 100 refinements golden body technique, the copper skin realm. The second layer of iron bones requires the consumption of mysterious iron, which is 1,000 times more valuable than ordinary iron. Given my current financial situation, I find it utterly impossible to procure it. Moreover, I need a martial skill related to agility. It seems that I must undertake some tasks to earn contribution points. After a month of relentless training, Lin Yuan felt it was indeed necessary to accept a few tasks to ease both body and mind. Not long after returning to the bamboo hut, a visibly displeased Xiuxian arrived. What's wrong? Who has angered our esteemed alchemist of the Danxiang Pavilion? Lin Yuan teased with a smile. Having been at the Danxiang Pavilion for over 2 months, his relationship with Xiuxian had evolved from mere acquaintance to a bond far deeper than before. Ugh, it's infuriating, but I want to say a word, Xiuxian replied, crossing her arms in annoyance. If you want to speak, then I shall. I wish to request a few days off to venture out and complete some tasks. Were anyone else to hear that the alchemist desired to venture out, they would surely find it laughable. However, Xiuxian was well aware of Lin Yuan's true capabilities, so it came as no surprise to her. Suddenly, a spark lit in her eyes as if a thought had struck her. Could I possibly assign you a task? What task? Pray enlighten me. Lin Yuan urged, intrigued. Leaning on her chin, Xiuxian mused. I am missing a specific herb for the strength pill I am concocting. According to Manager Qian, this herb is not available at our sect, as it is supplied by the He family, located 700 miles to the east. Normally, they would deliver monthly, but they are overdue by several days. Could you assist me in checking on it? The He family, a cultivation clan? Certainly, leave this matter to me. Lin Yuan readily agreed. The journey of 700 miles was not overly daunting. He could return in approximately 4 to 5 days. Wonderful. What reward shall I offer you? Observing Xiuxian's serious demeanor, Lin Yuan couldn't help but chuckle. Do consider my reward carefully. I want to accept anything less. Hold your horses, let me search. Xiuxian exclaimed, rummaging through her storage ring. Soon, a plethora of items lay scattered on the ground. A top-grade magical artifact? Second-tier elixirs? And second-tier defensive talismans? Lin Yuan gazed enviously at the treasure she produced. Truly, it was advantageous to have a foundation in the golden core stage at such a young age. She was already extraordinarily affluent. Found it. How about this? Sang Xiaoya presented a piece of beast hide. Lin Yuan accepted it, his astonishment deepening upon inspection. The hide contained records of a martial skill related to footwork, titled Instant Step, though its exact grade remained unknown. A brief glance revealed a troubling detail. Was this a fragment? Sensing his confusion, Sang Xiaoya puffed her cheeks and asserted, "Do not underestimate this fragment. It is indeed formidable. My grandfather once mentioned that if it were complete, this martial skill would be at least of upper third-tier quality, possibly even fourth-tier." Fourth-tier martial skill. Lin Yuan's pupils widened in shock. Sang Mu would not deceive his granddaughter. This instant step undoubtedly possessed unique merits. A smile crept across his face. Individuals typically complete their tasks before receiving rewards. It is unusual to offer rewards in advance as you have done. The skills learned in agility and martial arts are intended to enhance your swiftness. It is surprising that you would contemplate such an approach. The influence of the Xian sect extends over a vast area, encompassing several thousand miles. Although the He family resides at a considerable distance, they remain under its dominion. 2 days later, Lin Yuan arrived in the territory of the He family. This area is a grand valley, characterized by its humid climate, which is conducive to the growth of spiritual herbs. Thanks to their cultivation of these herbs, the He family's overall strength is not to be underestimated. It is said that their clan leader has attained the late foundation establishment stage. In the Xian sect, such an individual would undoubtedly hold a position of responsibility. Esteemed guest, we apologize for not extending a proper welcome. He Jiaya, the third-ranking member of the He family, awaited Lin Yuan along with a group of younger members. They were unaware that Lin Yuan was merely a lowly alchemical servant within the Xian sect, only knowing that he possessed a token from the Danxiang Pavilion. This alone warranted their utmost respect. How has the harvesting of the Biluoa progressed? Lin Yuan inquired directly. The Biluoa grows atop crumbling cliffs, renowned for its exceptional medicinal properties, and is one of the ingredients needed by Sang Xiaoya for alchemy. He Jiaya's expression faltered, revealing a hint of embarrassment. Esteemed guest, you may not be aware, but our region has suffered a calamity this year, and we have not been able to harvest any Biluoa. However, rest assured, we still have other spiritual herbs available. As he spoke, he discreetly handed Lin Yuan a brocade box. A waft of fragrant medicinal aroma enveloped Lin Yuan, causing his nose to twitch slightly. Although his alchemical skills had not improved during his time at the Danxiang Pavilion, his ability to discern medicinal herbs had certainly sharpened. The fragrance indicated that this was at least a second-grade elixir. The He family was surprisingly generous. Given your long journey, please allow us to converse inside. He Jiaya said with a smile as Lin Yuan accepted the brocade box. He then gestured to those behind him, instructing them to expedite preparations for a warm welcome for their esteemed guest. Lin Yuan observed this scene quietly, a strange feeling stirring within him. There was something amiss with the He family. Chapter 19. The He family in the Rancho Pill. The expansive reception hall was brilliantly illuminated. 36 graceful dancers were skillfully manipulating their veils, their forms swaying in rhythm. Lin Yuan watched in rapt attention. He had only witnessed such spectacles through video in his previous life. Experiencing it firsthand was entirely novel. It was no wonder that people in ancient times were enamored with such displays. They were indeed captivating. He Jiaya, noticing Lin Yuan's fascination, leaned in and whispered, "Fear not. Esteemed guest, I shall personally select a few exceptional performers to send to your chamber shortly. That will not be necessary. I am not inclined towards such indulgence." Lin Yuan nearly acquiesced, but quickly rejected the notion. This was not a time for pleasure. With a serious demeanor, he asked, "Is it true that there are no Biluoa left?" He Jiaya, wearing a troubled expression, nodded in response, revealing his dismay. Unbeknownst to the adults, the weather this year has been unusually turbulent, with fierce winds sweeping through. Our skills are limited to minor spells for rain and pest control, leaving us utterly powerless against such gales. His expression was impeccably managed, and Lin Yuan detected no signs of anomaly. Since there were none, so be it. I shall linger for one night and depart on the morrow, Lin Yuan remarked casually. Indeed, upon hearing of his imminent departure, a fleeting glimmer of joy crossed He Jiaya's face, only to vanish almost instantaneously. Clearly, there was an underlying issue with the He family, though its nature remained elusive. It would be prudent for me to visit the place where the Biluoa grows tomorrow. This way, I could at least provide a satisfactory account upon my return. Wouldn't you agree? Lin Yuan shifted his focus, scrutinizing Xiuxian intently. Xiuxian appeared unperturbed, yet internally, he was cursing vehemently. How convenient it would have been to leave without a glance, yet here he was, compelled to indulge this curiosity, despite his inner turmoil. He dared not reveal his true feelings and managed a strained smile. If it pleases you, my lord, then we shall indeed visit it tomorrow. Observing the subtle changes in his demeanor, Lin Yuan resolved to fortify his own safety. Should the Yi family truly harbor ill intentions, the consequences could be dire. You may not be aware, but I too am reluctant to proceed in this manner. However, this matter is under the direct orders of Elder Sangmo. Compelling me to take it seriously, Lin Yuan declared, his brow furrowed in concern. The command of Elder Sangmo? Xiuxian's heart skipped a beat. What he had assumed to be a routine inquiry suddenly revealed the weight of a golden core elder behind it. This revelation left him somewhat flustered. Yet, he quickly discerned a flaw in this scenario and tentatively inquired, is the Biluowa truly of such low grade that it warrants Elder Sangmu's attention? Lin Yuan cast him a sidelong glance, fully aware of the implications behind his question. Elder Sangmu would not typically place such value on it, however. His granddaughter has recently developed an obsession with alchemy, and one can understand the sentiment that follows. Understanding dawned on Xiuxian. He knew of Elder Sangmu's granddaughter and her cherished status. If this were indeed the case, it would not be surprising. Noticing that Xiuxian had ceased discussing the matter, Lin Yuan released the binding on him and promptly designated him as the subject of his inquiry. Selected subject for side effect, Xiuxian, member of a He family. Qi refining level 8, the ability to display cultivation levels still? Lin Yuan was momentarily taken aback. This was indeed a remarkable feature. With this capability, he could potentially evade numerous dangers in the future. However, he soon fell into contemplation. Previously, he had speculated that the He family had severed ties with the celestial sect and sought another patron, thus delaying the supply of spiritual herbs. Yet, the current circumstances appeared to diverge from his initial assumptions. Before long, the dancers withdrew, and the banquet commenced. He had anticipated that the He family might poison the food amidst the revelry, yet surprisingly, the dishes and wines exhibited no signs of foul play. This left Lin Yuan somewhat perplexed. The night deepened. Lin Yuan returned to his chamber and promptly retrieved the alarm formation he had acquired from Lu Songda, placing it strategically within the room. Although the formation's coverage was not extensive, it was sufficient to envelop the entire space. Once he confirmed its efficacy, he took out the brocade box sent by Xiuxian. Upon opening it, he discovered a second-grade elixir, round and a pale yellow in hue. A gentle inhalation stirred something within him, the scent of the Biluo flower. This flower was also present in the powerful pills crafted by Xiuxian, making him somewhat familiar with its fragrance. To his surprise, he found it within this elixir as well, which was unexpected, though he was unaware of its specific effects. The abundant spiritual energy it contained hinted at its potential to enhance cultivation. After careful contemplation, Lin Yuan swallowed the elixir and began to circulate the burning blood technique. Consumption of the longevity pill results in side effect, lifespan reduction. Upon seeing the words that floated before his eyes, combined with what he had observed today, Lin Yuan finally grasped the source of the peculiar feeling that had plagued him. The He family was merely a cultivation clan, with its patriarch barely at the foundation establishment stage. In retrospect, the He family seemed to have overstepped their bounds. Numerous individuals were at the Qi refinement levels 5 and 6, and even Xiuxian possessed a cultivation level of 8 in Qi refinement. This was quite remarkable. Even among outer disciples, the principle of sacrificing lifespan for power was akin to the burning blood technique. It appeared that the He family had not allied with other forces, but rather sought to swiftly augment their clan's strength through the longevity pill. Since the elixir bore the scent of the Biluo flower, they must have completely harvested it. The so-called natural disasters were merely an excuse. The potency of the longevity pill was astonishing. Shortly after consumption, a torrent of spiritual energy surged through his limbs, inducing a languorous desire to sleep. With an abundance of spiritual energy within him and the external energy continuing to flood in, Lin Yuan swiftly refined it into spiritual power using the burning blood technique. In the blink of an eye, his internal spiritual power approached saturation. Since they seemed unwilling to preserve their lives, he would lend them a hand. Yet, he remained unsatisfied, fervently absorbing more. With excess spiritual power having nowhere to go, it began to assail the barrier of his cultivation realm. The Qi refinement stage was fundamentally a process of accumulating spiritual energy. The faster the accumulation, the swifter the enhancement of strength. Given sufficient talent and elixirs, Surpassing multiple realms in a single day was not an issue. A month had elapsed since Lin Yuan had entered the 8th level of Qi refinement. He was on the verge of a breakthrough, with only a thin line separating him from advancement. Thus, the longevity pill had arrived at the perfect moment. After several waves of spiritual power assaults, the barrier shattered effortlessly. In an instant, Lin Yuan felt his meridians expand significantly. These widened meridians could now store abundant spiritual power. Spiritual power is fundamental to a cultivator, akin to a blue bar in a game. The greater the spiritual power, the more formidable the martial techniques. The higher the limit, the more powerful techniques and spells one could unleash. Reaching the 9th layer of Qi cultivation, this state could easily place one among the elites, even within the outer sect. Lin Yuan retracted his focus, calming the spiritual energy within him. Subsequently, he produced a handful of iron balls and consumed them one by one, akin to savoring beans. The Iron Bone realm requires the ingestion of mysterious iron to manifest significant results. Lacking such resources, he had to make do with ordinary metals. Progress was slow, yet it was nonetheless advancing. A night passed. At dawn, the melodious chirping of birds echoed in the air. Lin Yuan emerged from his chamber, having completed his ablutions under the attentive service of 4 exquisite maidens. Such a decadent lifestyle starkly contrasted with that of the celestial sections. Though life was delightful, it was akin to a fleeting mirage, impossible to sustain. Despite the formidable strength of the He family, the arrival of even a moderately powerful foundation establishment steward from the celestial sect could spell disaster for the entire clan. Not to mention the chaos that would ensue should a Golden Core elder intervene. Thus, although Lin Yuan harbored envy, he remained uninfatuated. The location of the Bailuo flower was still a half-day's journey away, necessitating an early departure. The one guiding him there was still Xiuxian. Chapter 20. Secrets and the Art of Instant Movement in a Single Day's Absence. Lin Yuan found his hair peppered with white strands. Xiuxian remained blissfully unaware. Or rather, even if he were aware, he would merely attribute it to the side effects of the longevity pill, never connecting it to Lin Yuan. By the way, why haven't I seen the family head? Lin Yuan inquired as they walked. The family head was injured a few days ago and has since been in seclusion for recuperation, hence his absence. I see. Lin Yuan ceased further inquiries and accompanied Xiuxian to the location where the Bailuo flower grew. Indeed, the stone wall was in disarray. There was not even a trace of the Bailuo flower, let alone weeds. As he approached to inspect, Lin Yuan suddenly sensed something amiss. The breakpoints of these plants were remarkably fresh. Xiuxian's pupils constricted in surprise, stammering, how can this be? Sensing a subtle threat in the air, Lin Yuan chuckled and provided an excuse. Perhaps a fierce wind blew yesterday and caused the damage? That is indeed a possibility. The winds have been quite strong lately. The stronger the winds, the more valuable the fish. While Xiuxian's statement initially seemed nonsensical, the more one contemplated it, the more profound its essence became. Xiuxian promptly offered his flattery. Merely a casual remark, but that pill from yesterday was quite good. Lin Yuan paused, contemplating. The longevity pill had shown promising effects. If he didn't take the opportunity to secure more, it would be a loss. As for the affairs of the He family, he couldn't care less. Even if the family had achieved a breakthrough, it would merely elevate him to the Golden Core realm, easily suppressed by the celestial sect without causing any significant upheaval. Xiuxian instantly grasped his meaning and chuckled. If the esteemed one desires, I can prepare more. Though the efficacy may be slightly inferior, I hope for your understanding. The flowers of Bailu have met with calamity. I shall inform Elder Sangmu of this matter, rest assured. With Lin Yuan's assurance, Xiuxian's murderous intent receded, and he instantly wore a cheerful expression. How foolish of you to think that is a good thing. When your lifespan dwindles, you will come to regret it. After Lin Yuan departed, Xiuxian's smile waned as he made his way behind a rock formation. There, he gestured with his fingers, weaving an intricate incantation. With a thunderous rumble, the rock formation opened to reveal an entrance below. Once Xiuxian stepped inside, the formation seamlessly returned to its original position. The entrance began narrow, but as he progressed, it expanded into a vast expanse. Soon, Xiuxian arrived at an exceptionally spacious underground chamber. Indeed, it could be deemed a crypt. In stark contrast to the dim surroundings, the walls were adorned with bright oil lamps, illuminating a multitude of figures. Upon closer inspection, there were well over 100 individuals, each exuding a formidable presence, even surpassing his own strength. Should someone familiar with the He clan be present, they would be horrified to recognize these as the deceased members of the He family. Strangely, they were not only alive but had also achieved considerable cultivation. Above the throng of clan members stood a cerulean stone platform, upon which sat an elderly man. Judging solely by his appearance, one would never believe this white-haired figure to be He Qingfeng, the head of the He clan. After all, He Qingfeng was barely 40, in the prime of his life. Has he departed? A deep, raspy voice broke the silence as He Qingfeng slowly opened his eyes. He has left. I even bestowed upon him 10 modified lifespan elixirs more potent, yet more depleting of one's life force. 10 is rather greedy. He has sensed anything amiss, has he? He likely has, but he seems disinclined to report it. Xiuxian replied candidly. Indeed, it is a vexation. Only the dead can keep secrets. I shall seek an opportunity to summon him. He Qingfeng's voice resonated once more. Understood. I shall handle this matter discreetly. After a brief exchange, Xiuxian turned to depart. Once he was gone, He Qingfeng gazed at the gathered clan members upon the stone platform and murmured, in a year's time, I shall condense my golden core. At that point, I will lead you to join the Blood Demon sect. The immortal sect has exploited us for decades. It is time they relinquish their grip. In a hurry upon arrival, Lin Yuan slowed his pace on the way back. He had made significant strides in both cultivation and martial skills, yet he still lacked practical combat experience. With a journey of 700 miles ahead, he could seize the opportunity to hone his skills along the way. As he searched, a formidable tiger with massive fangs emerged before him. The giant-toothed tiger. Recognizing the beast, Lin Yuan felt a surge of delight rather than fear. The mightiest of giant-toothed tigers would not exceed the foundation establishment stage, making it an ideal sparring partner. With a roar, the colossal saber-toothed tiger had yet to comprehend the terror that Lin Yuan embodied. With a fierce roar, it lunged forward. Breaking soul. Lin Yuan brandished the ghostly bright blade and dashed forth with equal fervor. Clang. The blade struck one of the tiger's massive fangs. The once invincible tooth shattered instantly, flying off into the distance. Seeing this, Lin Yuan's eyes gleamed with excitement. The ghostly bright blade was indeed a mid-grade magical weapon, had it been an ordinary iron tool. It would have been impossible to sever such a tooth, let alone leave a mark. With a howl, the saber-toothed tiger, now frightened, turned to flee. Despite its enormous size, it exhibited remarkable speed. Lin Yuan pursued closely behind, nearly catching up. At last, as they reached a small valley, he delivered a decisive blow, severing the tiger's head. Breathless from the chase, Lin Yuan rested against a nearby stone wall, hands on his hips. Just then, as he raised his gaze, he noticed a cluster of small yellow flowers resembling trumpets growing on a massive rock across from him. Could it be the Bailuo flower? Fearing he might be mistaken, he hurried over for a closer inspection. It was indeed the Bailuo flower that Sang Xiaya had tasked him to find. Unexpectedly, he discovered it here. As the saying goes, where there is a will, there is a way. He hastily plucked the flower, wrapping its roots in soil before placing it into his spatial ring. Still weary from the exertion, he decided to sit atop the boulder and began to peruse the Shunbu technique. The name Shunbu is simple, and its effects are just as straightforward. It is a martial technique for short-distance bursts of speed. Being an incomplete manuscript, it only detailed the first 3 levels: Cicada's Shedding, Thunder's Fold, and Thousand Leaf Barrier. Cicada's Shedding expends a significant amount of spiritual energy, allowing the user to retreat several zhang in an instant. If perfected, it could even leave behind a shadowy afterimage to confuse foes. Thunder's Fold offers several variations compared to the straightforward Cicada's Shedding, enabling the body to move in unpredictable directions, achieving surprising results. Thousand Leaf Barrier, at its inception, could condense 3 afterimages. With increased proficiency, the number of afterimages would multiply, allowing for seamless switching among them, showcasing immense power. Merely the first 3 levels are so formidable, one can only wonder how powerful the complete version of Shunbu must be. The 3rd-tier upper grade is likely just its starting point. Lin Yuan murmured softly, lowering his gaze to examine the text. After some time, he sighed deeply. No wonder so few practice this technique. While Shunbu is indeed potent, it demands an equally high level of physical strength. Without body-refining martial arts, one cannot even complete the first level, Cicada's Shedding. Fortunately, I possess body-refining techniques. Lin Yuan smiled faintly and attempted to cultivate. Chapter 21. The early stage of foundation establishment. The demon cultivator's frenzied pill consumption as time passed. It was soon deep into the night. Lin Yuan stood tall, a sheen of cold sweat forming on his forehead. The initiation into the technique of the surprising Cicada's Shedding is not inherently difficult. Rather, It is the mastery of it that proves challenging. Taking a deep breath, he concentrated the majority of his spiritual energy in his legs, and then unleashed it with fervor. In a flash, his figure shot backward like an arrow released from a bow, retreating 3 zhang in an instant. The entire sequence of movements resembled the cicada shedding its shell, only accelerated by 100-fold, even 1,000-fold. At last, he had grasped the fundamentals of the surprising cicada's shedding, yet he could only move in reverse for the time being. Lin Yuan steadied his mind, his gaze filled with peculiar contemplation. This technique was indeed formidable, but without thorough mastery, he could only retreat. To advance, he must turn his body to initiate the movement. Regardless, this was a form of martial agility. Possessing it was better than lacking it altogether. Brushing off the dirt clinging to him, Lin Yuan sought out a towering tree and descended its branches, preparing to meditate and cultivate through the night. Sleep was not an option, should drowsiness strike. He would promptly transfer the burden to another. In this manner, he could gain an additional day for cultivation. As the ancients have said, without accumulating small steps, one cannot traverse 1,000 miles. Without gathering tiny streams, one cannot form rivers and seas. While immediate results may be elusive, over time, the disparity would become formidable. Seated upon the sturdy branch of the great tree, he produced a vigilance array and arranged it before him. This array not only provided early warning, but also concealed his presence, proving to be immensely useful. As the blood-burning technique gradually commenced, Lin Yuan's aura began to stabilize. Time slipped away unmeasured, and when the first light of dawn graced the horizon, Lin Yuan was abruptly awakened, not by the break of day, but by the detection of a sinister and overwhelming presence. With little time to ponder, he immediately activated the convergence technique, striving to suppress his aura as much as possible. Soon, a figure with graying hair, clad in a green robe, sped toward him. Lin Yuan's breath caught in his throat. Not only did he sense the formidable strength of this individual, but he also detected a pungent scent of blood. My goodness, how many creatures must have been slain to accumulate such a dense aroma? Instinctively, he focused on the individual before him. Designated target for side effects. Xiuxian, disciple of the blood demon sect, early stage of foundation establishment, as the text manifested in his vision. A flicker of disbelief crossed Lin Yuan's eyes. The audacity of the blood demon sect was astonishing. How dared they encroach upon the territory governed by the immortal sect? Suddenly, an ominous feeling arose within him. It seemed that in the direction from which this blood demon disciple approached, there lay a village of over 200 inhabitants. Connecting the dots with the blood scent emanating from Xiuxian, Lin Yuan's heart began to sink. I sincerely hope my fears are unfounded. Xiuxian, preoccupied with his journey, appeared oblivious to Lin Yuan perched above. Once the figure had fully departed, Lin Yuan leapt from the tree and hastened toward the village. The distance of several dozen li vanished in an instant. Just as he neared the village, a wave of blood-stained air assailed him, reminiscent of the odor wafting from a heap of rusty pipes. Lin Yuan's expression shifted dramatically as he dashed into the village. Suddenly, he found himself retreating at an alarming pace, his eyes wide with profound shock. The bodies of over 200 villagers lay in a grotesque heap, their forms marred by countless wounds. Their blood flowed into a single coffin through a trench, saturating its vast interior. The coffin, now drenched, began to seep blood, which dripped rhythmically onto the ground. It was evident that the vessel could hardly contain the blood of so many. It had yet to be filled for a singular reason. Someone had already siphoned off their life force. A chill crept over Lin Yuan's heart. It was no wonder that the blood demon sect was reviled and hunted. Their actions were inhuman, truly akin to that of demons. Xiuxian, I shall remember you. As this thought flitted through his mind, a cold, sinister presence surged from behind. Lin Yuan could not afford to hesitate. He swiftly pivoted, employing the technique of startling cicada's molt. In an instant, he retreated rapidly. Only then did he perceive that he was being assailed by a dark red orb of energy. The orb missed its target, crashing to the ground and leaving a 2-meter-wide crater, from the edges of which emanated a faint black mist. It was obvious that this mist was no ordinary substance. Such remarkable agility! I never expected you to evade my casual strike, the assailant exclaimed in astonishment, fixing his gaze upon Lin Yuan. Upon recognizing the intruder, Lin Yuan narrowed his eyes. It was Xiuxian, a disciple of the blood demon sect. A mere chi refining realm cultivator managing to dodge my attack is quite an achievement. Too bad I must be on my way, otherwise I would enjoy toying with you for a while longer. Xiuxian raised his hand, summoning another dark red energy orb that expanded ominously. Did you slay the inhabitants of this village? Lin Yuan inquired, refusing to flee in haste. And if I did? They are but mortals, their blood holds little value. Regrettably, I have yet to master the art of soul extraction, otherwise, draining their souls would have been exquisite. As he spoke, Qinchi licked his lips and unleashed the energy orb. Without a thought of confronting Qinchi, Lin Yuan activated startling cicada's molt once more, retreating swiftly. In mere moments, he had distanced himself by several dozen meters. Marvelous. Surrender your cultivation method, and I may spare your life, Qinchi declared, his eyes ablaze with desire, unabashedly revealing his covetous nature. It was understandable that one misfire could be excused, but to let Lin Yuan escape a second time signified his extraordinary agility. If he could possess such a technique, he would no longer fear fleeing from village massacres in the future. Spare my life? I believe it is you who should meet your demise. Lin Yuan retorted sharply, producing an iron ball and swallowing it whole in a single motion. Qinchi assumed he was merely consuming a medicinal pill, harboring no suspicions. Suddenly, a sharp pain gripped his abdomen, as though something were plummeting within his very intestines. After circulating his spiritual energy, Qinchi found no irregularities and dismissed the sensation, continuing his pursuit. Meanwhile, Lin Yuan did not expect that a few iron balls would be sufficient to vanquish Qinchi, as he noticed that his pursuer was still on his trail. He retrieved the life-extending pills he had previously acquired from the He family. Without regard for the quantity, he swallowed them all. The potency of these pills was formidable. As he consumed them, a surge of spiritual energy enveloped him, coalescing into wisps of white mist around his form. Taking a deep breath, he drew in the surrounding spiritual energy, which swiftly transformed into spiritual power within him. What kind of technique is this? It is astonishingly powerful. Even more so than the legendary blood-burning technique. Qinchi's eyes widened in disbelief. He had witnessed cultivation before, but never in such a manner. However, before he could ponder further, he felt his limbs suddenly grow weak, struggling to raise his hand. He noticed that his once smooth and supple skin was now riddled with wrinkles, resembling the cracked bark of a tree, adorned with numerous grayish-brown spots. Qinchi recognized these as age spots, which only appear when one's lifespan is nearing its end. But how could this be? My lifespan is gone, he murmured softly. The lifespan at the peak of the Qi refinement stage is typically 2 cycles of 60 years. Upon entering the foundation establishment stage, this duration is slightly extended. Generally speaking, one could expect to live approximately 200 years in the foundation establishment stage, even with the practice of some demonic arts. His lifespan should have afforded him at least another 100 years. Yet, within mere moments, Qinchi felt as if his lifespan were a flood released from a dam, dissipating entirely in mere breaths. Meanwhile, Lin Yuan, having consumed the life-extending pills, did not pause in his actions. With a swift motion, he summoned several jade vials. Having spent considerable time in the pill fragrance pavilion, he had accumulated a significant number of worthless pills. These useless pills, apart from being discarded as fertilizer in the spirit herb garden, held no value. With the connection to Xiuxian, obtaining these discarded pills was a trivial matter for him. Consuming such a multitude of worthless pills, there was no doubt they would incapacitate him. Lin Yuan devoured the contents of the vials as though they were mere candies. Chapter 22. The Strong Kill the Foundation Establishment. The inner sect selection begins. Consuming worthless pills results in side effect: dislocated bones. Consuming worthless pills results in side effect: incessant laughter. Consuming worthless pills results in side effect: uncontrollable weeping. Consuming worthless pills results in side effect: severe bleeding. Swallowing a dozen worthless pills at once. The side effects surpassed Lin Yuan's wildest imagination. He witnessed Qinchi, still wailing in agony, suddenly contort his body. His left hand reached behind his head to touch his right ear, while his right hand flipped over to cover his inner thigh. His legs transformed into those of a duck, with his feet flaring outward uncontrollably. Ha ha, why am I ha ha? Whoa, what have you done? Qinchi alternated between fits of laughter and tears, his head tilted as he fixed an intense gaze upon Lin Yuan. Amidst his laughter and weeping, a trickle of blood flowed from the hem of his robe, pooling rapidly on the ground below. Unbeknownst to many, your blood flows red as well, alas. The world is rife with beasts clad in human guise, an insurmountable scourge. Lin Yuan ceased his retreat, his expression devoid of emotion as he spoke. With such a multitude of side effects unleashed simultaneously, even if Qinchi survives, he shall undoubtedly forfeit half of his life. Spare me. Ha ha ha. I realize my mistakes. Woe is me. I acknowledge my transgressions. Qinchi's lamentations resonated through the air. In response, Lin Yuan shook his head and drew forth the spectral blade. You are not aware of your mistakes. You merely comprehend the imminent threat to your life. Shadow pursuit. In a swift surge, he closed the distance to Qinshi, his wrist weaving with lethal grace. The shadow pursuit blade struck with remarkable speed, each slash etching a wound upon Qinshi's flesh. Despite Qinshi's anguished cries, they failed to sway the fury that ignited within Lin Yuan. 1 slice, 2 slices, 3 slices, 231, 232. After more than 200 strikes, the essence of Qinshi's life finally dissipated. These blades are a mere bargain for you. With a final blow, Lin Yuan severed Qinshi's head to ensure his demise was not feigned. He then concealed the lifeless body within a hidden cave. The slaughter of an entire village was a matter that could not be concealed. He could report to the upper immortal sect, but could not divulge that he had slain Qinshi. After all, as a mere cultivator in the Qi refinement stage, it was rather astonishing to have vanquished one at the foundation establishment stage. Should this information escape, it would be detrimental rather than advantageous. Once the Biluowo was procured and such a significant event transpired, Lin Yuan wasted no time and returned to the upper immortal sect. Indeed, upon reporting the incident, the sect erupted with fury, issuing a series of missions targeting the Blood Demon sect. Due to his discovery, Lin Yuan garnered a substantial amount of contribution points. He exchanged all these points for Shen Iron. Although it did not elevate his 100 refinement golden body technique to the pinnacle of iron bone, it had nonetheless undergone considerable tempering. The path ahead required only gradual refinement, consuming other metals. He was certain that by year's end, he would complete the forging of iron bones and ascend to the next level. Meanwhile, Xiuxian, having acquired the Biluowo, became deeply engrossed in alchemy, neglecting any mention of the trial elixirs. As time swiftly passed, the weather gradually turned cold. The upper immortal sect not only avoided stagnation, but rather thrived with fervor. Whether for the new year or the selection of inner disciples, every heartbeat was intertwined with anticipation. At last, after the 3rd snowfall, the selection of inner disciples was imminent. The selection imposed no requirements of cultivation level, only age. Any individual under the age of 30 was eligible to participate. Even the alchemical servants, should they desire to compete, must obtain qualification for selection. In the bamboo grove behind the Danxiang Pavilion, a thick blanket of snow concealed all beneath its weight. Lin Yuan pushed open the door, slowly exhaling a plume of white vapor. With iron bones perfected, my physical strength rivals that of inferior magical artifacts. The wave of blades has now reached 15 layers. Should I unleash it, even a foundation establishment cultivator could be slain in an instant. The art of instantaneous movement posed a bit of a conundrum for him. While the technique of the cicadas molting allowed for retreat, it precluded any advance. Reflecting on this, he felt a trace of frustration. Over the course of more than a month, he had practiced thousands of times. Although his speed and explosiveness had indeed improved, he still found himself habitually retreating, unable to move forward. However, retreating might not be entirely in vain. It could potentially yield unexpected advantages in critical moments, akin to the effectiveness of a counterattack. Rubbing his hands together, Lin Yuan made his way directly to the task hall. Before he even reached the summit, he was taken aback by the throngs of people. The selection for inner disciples occurred every 3 years, and when he had first arrived at the immortal sect, that particular selection had just concluded. Thus, he had not anticipated the grandeur of this event. Hey, don't shove. I need to sign up. A disciple shouted as he struggled to push through the crowd. Naturally, everyone was there to register. Who did he think he was? If you want to get ahead, use the special passageway beside us. It's less crowded. Observing the disciple's struggle, others chimed in, suggesting he might as well stay put. Curious about the special passageway, Lin Yuan looked up and indeed spotted a long corridor, constructed of white jade, stretching 100 feet. However, 4 inner disciples clad in white guarded the entrance, making it clear that breaching this barrier would not be an easy feat. As he approached, prepared to inquire, the inner disciples merely pointed to a notice board before them. Pass through within 10 breaths to ascend via this route. Upon seeing this, Lin Yuan turned away. The 4 guards exchanged glances, their expressions tinged with disdain. While the special passageway was indeed a shortcut, it was not so easily navigable. At that moment, an astonishing scene unfolded before their eyes. The individual before them swiftly retreated, covering 5 or 6 paces in an instant. What technique is that? One of the inner disciples asked, astonished. I don't know. I've never seen it before, came the reply. Though the posture appears ungraceful, the speed is undeniably impressive. But why is he moving backward? Perhaps it was a peculiar quirk, reminiscent of that manager who enjoyed tossing stones into ponds. With the cicada's molting technique repeatedly activated, Lin Yuan successfully reached the opposite end within 10 breaths. There, he was met by 2 waiting disciples. "Please ascend from here," they instructed, intrigued by the novelty of his technique and consequently more amiable. "Thank you, brothers," Lin Yuan replied with a slight bow, stepping onto the stairs leading to the summit. He was not alone on this path. Others accompanied him. As they caught sight of Lin Yuan's unfamiliar face, all were taken aback. Lin Yuan, not well acquainted with the crowd, offered a polite smile before setting off towards the peak, quickly leaving them behind. It was peculiar. One would expect only the inconspicuous to traverse the special passageway, yet he had never encountered this individual before. Xiuxian turned to glance behind him, then lifted his gaze towards the mountainside, filled with curiosity. "What is this? Have you, the 8th of the outer disciples, begun to feel the pressure?" A nearby woman laughed heartily. Though her appearance was unremarkable, a long whip dangled from her waist. Despite her laughter, an unsettling chill emanated from her presence. Xiuxian cast her a sidelong glance and replied nonchalantly, "Every selection of inner disciples brings forth mysterious masters. I am not afraid. I wonder, how does you, Xiuxian, fare? After all, your position as the 10th of the outer disciples is hardly commendable. And what if it's not commendable? The victor is king. Do you not grasp this principle?" Xiuxian continued to smile, yet the sense of impending threat seemed to intensify. Chapter 23, Jiang Hongji loses his mind. Points competition, the inner sect selects only 10 disciples every 3 years, leading to fierce competition among the outer disciples for the top 10 positions. Xiuxian had secured her rank through dubious means, which Xiuxian held in disdain. Yet, these matters are secondary and shall not be dwelled upon. The mountain path was sparsely populated, and soon, Lin Yuan reached the summit. The peak was bustling with individuals clamoring to register. Even those who knew they would not gain entry to the inner sect sought to secure a spot in the competition. On one hand, it was an opportunity to showcase their abilities, hoping to catch the eye of an elder or steward. On the other hand, the rewards behind the competition were enticing. Unlike the meager prizes of the miscellaneous disciples contest, this selection offered exceedingly generous rewards. Notably, simply entering the top 100 would secure a low-grade magical artifact, an incentive that drove many to madness. Fortunately, Lin Yuan, having arrived via a special passage, was met by dedicated personnel and did not have to jostle among the throngs. Lin Yuan? Suddenly, he heard someone calling his name from behind. Turning around, he found it was Jiang Hongji, someone he had met before. Upon recognizing Lin Yuan, Jiang Hongji was momentarily taken aback. Could it be that Lin Yuan was here to participate in the selection for inner disciples? Did he possess such strength? A flicker of doubt crossed his mind, prompting him to exclaim, "Do not let him register. He is merely a dance servant, and his registration would be futile." A dance servant? The disciple in charge of reception paused, glancing at Lin Yuan and noting that he was indeed not wearing the attire of an outer disciple. "Indeed. I am a dance servant of the Danxiang Pavilion. Am I not allowed to register?" Lin Yuan replied with composure. "Of course you can." But although the reception disciple did not voice a rebuttal, the question in his eyes was unmistakable. The special passage merely tested speed. If Lin Yuan had trained in a particular agility technique, passing the test would not be surprising. Noticing the peculiar gaze of the reception disciple, Lin Yuan chose not to elaborate, instead slightly releasing his aura. The presence of someone at the 9th level of Qi refinement was unmistakable, prompting an immediate smile from the reception disciple. Regardless of Lin Yuan's true combat prowess, his cultivation at the 9th level of Qi refinement was undeniable. He turned to Jiang Hongji and said, "Do not create disturbances here, or I shall have you expelled." A buzzing sensation surged through Jiang Hongji's head, and his face flushed crimson. How could a mere dance servant participate in the selection of inner disciples? I see now. Perhaps he has used some connections. I heard he is associated with Senior Brother E. Did Senior Brother E facilitate his entry into the inner sect? Ah, you all have your backgrounds and connections, while I am left to suffer without any. Woe is me. Jiang Hongji suddenly coughed up blood and fell backward. Lin Yuan raised an eyebrow. Was this fellow truly so petty? Yet, it was somewhat understandable. Having spent 2 years without entering the outer sect, still forced to perform menial tasks, anyone might react similarly. He would trouble this senior brother to find someone to escort him down the mountain. This unfortunate soul was indeed having a rough time. The welcoming disciple nodded in response. If it were anyone else, he would have disregarded such a request. However, Upon hearing that this Lin Yuan had connections with senior brother Yi, he deemed it worthy of attention. Moreover, for a Dan servant to possess a cultivation level of the 9th layer of qi refinement, what did that signify? It indicated that Lin Yuan was quite esteemed within the Danxiang pavilion. Otherwise, he would have perished long ago during alchemical trials. A true disciple, coupled with the prestige of the Danxiang pavilion, was enough to validate Lin Yuan's exceptional status. After registering Lin Yuan's information, he was presented with a token. As he examined the token, he discovered it possessed 3 functions. First, to display his own points. Second, to view the points leaderboard. And third, to reveal the nearby participating disciples and their respective points. Noticing it was his first encounter with such a device, the welcoming disciple's voice resonated gently. Allow me to introduce the selection process to you, junior brother. Each disciple begins with an initial score of 10 points. For every match won, one automatically gains 5 points from the opponent, and one may seize all their points. After 7 days, the top 300 on the leaderboard will emerge victorious. Lin Yuan's side, it is quite similar to the competition among the labor disciples. Naturally, that was merely a simplified version, rather tedious in nature. Given his remark, Lin Yuan refrained from mentioning his previous experience in a grand competition and instead inquired, "So, in order to secure their rankings, do you mean everyone will be fighting daily?" The welcoming disciple shook his head. "That is a fallacy, junior brother. No one would deny their own points. Some have scores exceeding 100, while others may end up with none. With only the initial points, one could still reach the end. There have been such instances in the past. Very well. One could merely endure until the conclusion." Lin Yuan acknowledged his understanding. He recalled a time in a battle royale game when all his teammates perished. Yet he managed to survive until 2nd place. And this was not a solitary occurrence. On the 2nd day, the selection tournament officially commenced. Lin Yuan tightened his grip on the token, observing 3 red dots converging together. Let the games begin. Without the slightest hesitation, he rose and made his way towards the 3 crimson dots. On the other side, 3 disciples, each wielding a token, congregated together. If we join forces, we can not only safeguard our own points, but also seize those of others. Wouldn't that be splendid? Chuckled one disciple with a receding hairline. The other 2 nodded in agreement. The selection method for inner sect disciples had remained largely unchanged over the years, giving rise to countless strategies. Collaborating in unity was merely one approach among many. Some wielded wealth to their advantage, utilizing spirit stones to purchase points from others while hiring fellow disciples for protection. Others, skilled in thievery, opted to directly steal tokens and transfer points to themselves. There were also those who chose to distance themselves from the immortal sect, waiting until the 7th day to return and see if they could advance to the next round. It was said that in 1 year, the top 10 outer sect disciples had banded together to eliminate all others and achieve promotion in one fell swoop. The strategies were truly innumerable. "Ah, it seems someone has come to trouble us. Are they not merely delivering points to us?" remarked the balding disciple, dismissing the situation with a wave of his hand, exuding an air of arrogance. "In the beginning, we each have 10 points. I shall concede a little this time." "In that case, we thank you, Brother Yanming." The 2 replied with a chuckle, offering a slight bow to Yanming. The 3 of them were already formidable in their own right, and united. They could contend even with the top 100 disciples of the outer sect. They truly did not regard the newcomer with any seriousness. Moments later, a figure lunged towards them. "Is that the kid? I don't even remember him. He must be someone oblivious to his own insignificance. You go ahead. I shall refrain from intervening." Yanming spoke casually, but suddenly his eyes widened in shock. In the blink of an eye, both of his companions had collapsed to the ground. Who was this newcomer, possessing such formidable prowess? With a flash, a blade gleamed, and a searing pain surged through Yanming's abdomen, forcing him to kneel. It seemed that the outer sect disciples were not as weak as he had presumed. A voice echoed in his ears, and he soon realized that someone had taken his token. Yanming's heart sank with a bitter smile. It was not that the outer sect disciples were weak, but rather that this individual was extraordinarily strong. Such power could surely place one within the top 30 of the outer sect, if not higher. Chapter 24. Setting up the arena, outer sect 32nd Lin Yuan discovered that all points could be transferred to his own token, leaving none for the trio. Consequently, his points surged to 40. Gazing at his 40 points, he felt a sudden stir in his heart. What significance did the outer sect disciples hold if they ultimately faced defeat? What I truly require is not merely entry into the inner sect or outer sect, but rather resources for cultivation. The sect's cultivation resources are reserved for those disciples who exhibit potential. The clear spirit pill may be a rare treasure for the miscellaneous workers, But for the inner sect disciples, it is merely a means to replenish spiritual energy. Exhibiting one's talents appropriately and receiving supportive resources is undoubtedly advantageous. He slowly exhaled, resolved to adopt a different approach. Within the celestial sect, there exist hundreds of arenas, each serving significant purposes. Firstly, they provide a venue for disciples to settle personal grievances. Secondly, they allow the disciples to enhance their prowess through combat. Lin Yuan discovered an idol arena, constructed entirely of resilient azure steel, capable of withstanding the assaults of early-stage foundation establishment cultivators, making it perfectly suited for disciples in the Qi refinement stage. Beside the arena lay a patch of bare earth, upon which he inscribed 42 characters. Lin Yuan, what brings you here? Just as he completed his writing and returned to the arena, a voice filled with joy rang out. Upon looking up, he found it was none other than an old acquaintance, Zheng Han. Noticing the specially crafted azure robe that Zheng Han wore, he smiled slightly, saying, "Congratulations on entering the outer sect." Zheng Han, somewhat bashful, scratched his head and replied, "I was merely fortunate. The one with true strength is you. It's a pity." He refrained from continuing. Had it not been for his identity as a pill servant, Lin Yuan would also have been an outer sect disciple by now. Yet, fate can be capricious. Once two mere servant disciples, one had now ascended to the outer sect, while the other had become a pill servant. Lost to the uncertainties of life. You should have accepted those few spirit stones back then. Perhaps the outcome would have been vastly different, Zheng Han sighed. Lin Yuan, however, did not feel regret. Had he not gone to the pill fragrance pavilion, he could have indeed entered the outer sect by now. But his current strength might not have surpassed that of his present self. It can only be said that both paths possess their advantages and disadvantages. Life cannot be rewound. Choosing this current existence is also commendable. By the way, weren't you at the pill fragrance pavilion? What brings you here? And what do those two characters signify? Zheng Han inquired, looking perplexed. You will soon find out. Lin Yuan offered no further explanation. Just as the two conversed, a woman bearing a long sword approached. Upon seeing Lin Yuan in the arena and the large characters beside him, she unsheathed her sword and gently spoke. Outer sect, Zheng Changfeng. Pill servant of the pill fragrance pavilion, Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan responded with a slight bow. Zheng Han, observing the seemingly enigmatic interaction, suddenly contemplated a certain possibility. His expression shifting instantly. Without uttering another word, he turned and exited the arena, clearing space for the two. With a clang, the sound of a sword echoed at the moment of his departure. Zheng Han was taken aback and turned to look. He saw the woman named Zheng Changfeng thrust her sword forward, and in the blink of an eye, she traversed a distance of 10 meters to stand before Lin Yuan. Be careful, he barely began to warn when he witnessed Lin Yuan deflect the long sword with a punch, while his other hand transformed into a knife strike, landing on Zheng Changfeng's shoulder. Subsequently, her body flew backward as if it were a sack of rice, crashing against the protective ropes at the edge of the arena. One move, and she was defeated. Zheng Han's astonishment intensified. He could never have anticipated that he would be able to withstand that strike. Yet Lin Yuan not only deflected it, but also vanquished his opponent with a single move. This scene seemed almost dreamlike. I have lost, Zheng Changfeng said decisively, transferring all his points to Lin Yuan before staggering away with his sword sheath. Lin Yuan descended from the arena, adjusting his score from 40 to 50. When did you become so formidable? Zheng Han felt a chill surge within him, as if encountering Lin Yuan for the very first time. I have merely made some recent gains. It is nothing significant. What is your current cultivation level? The 6th layer of Qi refining? Approximately. Lin Yuan offered no further explanation, patiently awaiting his next adversary. Zheng Han refrained from asking more questions, likewise standing by at the foot of the arena. As an outer disciple, he was no longer obligated to perform menial tasks and could devote himself entirely to cultivation. He felt at ease, even finding it inconsequential to wait a day. However, compared to the monotonous grind of training, he was far more intrigued by the changes in Lin Yuan. Just months prior, Lin Yuan was merely at the 2nd layer of Qi refining, on the brink of expulsion from the sect. Who would have thought that, in such a short span, he had become capable of easily defeating outer disciples? This transformation was more remarkable than his own. In the ensuing time, several others challenged Lin Yuan, yet each was defeated in a single strike. Gradually, Lin Yuan's reputation began to spread among the outer disciples. Many sought to emulate his approach, setting up arenas to earn points. However, despite the multitude of imitators, very few persevered. Some accumulated over 100 points, only to lose everything in an instant. By noon the following day, under the blazing sun, Lin Yuan's score had soared to 160. Such a remarkable tally stirred the ambitions of many. Look, that is the 32nd outer disciple, the Dominator Blade, Lei Yonghui. It is said that he once slayed a beast of the 9th layer of qi refining. He is formidable indeed. Beneath the arena where Lin Yuan stood, numerous disciples gathered, eager to witness the spectacle. Upon seeing the next challenger, gasps of astonishment erupted. Among the thousands of outer disciples, each who made it into the top 100 was extraordinary. Moreover, with Lei Yonghui's high ranking positioned at 32nd, he was undoubtedly a fierce rival. Lin Yuan had been rather ostentatious. This time, he was likely to face defeat. Lei Yonghui's domineering presence was unmatched. And while Lin Yuan was strong, he might not necessarily be his equal. That argument is not entirely accurate. Although Lei Yonghui is powerful, Lin Yuan has achieved victory in previous battles with a single strike. Perhaps he possesses the strength to contend. Regardless, I support Lin Yuan. Consider this. As a pill servant, how difficult has it been for him to reach this point? Go, Lin Yuan. Opinions were divided, with some skeptical and others optimistic. Amidst the murmurs, Lei Yonghui finally ascended the stage. He stood 7 feet tall, his body adorned with a profusion of hair and beard. In his hand was a massive short blade, resembling a door plank. At the hilt, a chain securely enveloped the entire palm. Sensing the opponent's aura, Lin Yuan discerned that he was likely at the same cultivation level of the 9th layer of qi refinement. Faced with such a formidable adversary, Lin Yuan did not act recklessly. Instead, he drew the Shadow Light Blade. What is the name of that exquisite weapon? Lei Yonghui inquired without launching an attack. This blade is known as Shadow Light. Lin Yuan held the blade in both hands, sweeping it through the air. An eerie sound resonated, causing those around him to become dizzy. What a strange blade. The onlookers gazed at Lin Yuan with an increased sense of caution. Lei Yonghui, in particular, felt a surge of fear welling up within him, as if he were being scrutinized by some ferocious beast. Let me witness your Shadow Light Blade and your 7-kill sword technique. He dared not hesitate and initiated the first strike. Chapter 25. One move. The Serpent of Curvature. With a swift motion, Lin Yuan slashed downwards. The air whistled through the blade's openings, producing a series of haunting sounds. This noise was akin to nails scraping across a chalkboard, yet it resonated with a deeper, more ominous tone. Disrupted by the sound, Lei Yonghui faltered for a moment. Now, with a burst of speed, Lin Yuan activated the Pursuit Shadow technique, instantly appearing before his opponent. Realizing the peril, Lei Yonghui attempted to raise his blade to block, only to discover that the Shadow Light Blade had somehow been positioned at his throat. Any slight movement could lead to dire consequences. Had Lei Yonghui been defeated? And in a single move? The surrounding disciples gasped in astonishment, followed by an uproar of discussion. The fact that even Lei Yonghui had fallen in one blow suggested that Lin Yuan might indeed be qualified to vie for a position among the top 10. Could he truly ascend from an outer disciple to an inner disciple? What kind of sword technique does he practice to be so overwhelmingly powerful that Lei Yonghui could not even make a single move? This blade is known as the 7-kill demon blade. Its training process is extraordinarily grueling. It is said that even senior brother Izimo could not endure it. Such unwavering tenacity is truly commendable. Indeed, if I possessed even half of Lin Yuan's resilience, I would be close to entering the intersect by now. Yet, even if the 7-kill demon blade is formidable, how can one explain his elevated cultivation level? A disciple voiced another query. Cultivation and sword techniques are not the same. Sword techniques can be perfected through diligent practice, while cultivation requires innate talent and resources. Do you not understand? Let me enlighten you. Lin Yuan previously worked in the Servant Academy and acquired 5 useless elixirs. If those were refined, they would yield 3rd-grade pills. And even as discarded elixirs, they still contained spiritual essence. It is easier said than done. Who would dare consume such things? At best, one would fall gravely ill. At worst, one might perish. Moreover, it is rumored that Lin Yuan has also cultivated the 9-in condensation technique. Why have I never seen this manual in the martial arts pavilion? Neither have I. I have indeed heard of this particular technique. The training process is exceedingly arduous, and it is nearly impossible for an ordinary person to endure it. However, if Lin Yuan can persist, so too can we. The 7-killing demon blade and the 9-in condensation technique, is it? I shall head to the martial arts pavilion to exchange for them shortly. I shall join as well. Very well, let us all go together. The crowd was filled with fervor, already envisioning themselves mastering these two extraordinary skills and dominating the arena. Lin Yuan, standing on the stage, wore an unusual expression. Were it not for the absence of adverse effects from the transfer system, he would never opt for these two techniques. Yet, they seem content to invite their own suffering. By my calculations, the current steward at the martial arts pavilion should still be Steward Song. The thought of many rushing to transcribe these two techniques from the pavilion made Lin Yuan chuckle. I hope Steward Song does not become too agitated after defeating Lei Yongwei with a single strike. Even the most foolish would recognize that Lin Yuan is not to be trifled with. In the days that followed, no one dared to trouble him again. The only exception was Steward Song, who stormed out from the martial arts pavilion in a fit of rage, reprimanding him for corrupting the other disciples. As each day more individuals flocked to transcribe the 7-killing demon blade and the 9 condensation technique. These once obscure techniques had now become highly sought after. All thanks to Lin Yuan. While some were filled with concern, others rejoiced. In just a few days, the healing elixirs from the Danxiang pavilion had sold in large quantities. The steward even arranged for several vials to be sent to Lin Yuan as a token of gratitude for resolving a significant dilemma for the pavilion. A week swiftly passed, and the names of the top 300 in the rankings were confirmed, with Lin Yuan unsurprisingly advancing to the next round. The second round of competition saw the 300 participants divided into 30 groups of 10. Each individual was required to battle the other 9 in their group. For every victory, 1 point was awarded. The top 3 scorers in each group would emerge victorious. Lin Yuan was fortunate. His group lacked formidable opponents, allowing him to secure first place effortlessly. Thus, only 90 individuals remained eligible for the selection of inner disciples. The third round of competition was equally straightforward. Over the course of 3 days, all group winners would ascend to a platform, challenging others in combat. If one could endure on the platform for 12 hours, they would automatically advance. If defeated, they could challenge other platforms anew. Notably, if the platform's champion had already advanced, that platform would become void, necessitating the pursuit of others. Not only must one subdue their opponents, but they must also be mindful of time management. Truly, entering the inner sanctum is no easy feat. Lin Yuan could not help but reflect. It is no wonder that the benefits for inner disciples are so generous. Not only do they possess their own exclusive courtyard, but they also receive a second-grade elixir each month and a complimentary opportunity to enter the martial arts pavilion once a year. Without a modicum of strength, one cannot gain entry. As the champion, Lin Yuan naturally stood guard on the arena, awaiting the arrival of challengers. Soon, the first contender ascended the stage. Have we met before? Lin Yuan inquired, observing the woman before him, who wielded a long whip. You passed by me that day on the mountain. How could you forget? Allow me to introduce myself. I am Xiuxian. Xiuxian, the 10th ranked among the outer sect? Lin Yuan felt a flicker of interest. He had not idled away the past few days. Although he had not engaged in much combat, he had garnered a general understanding of the top 10 of the outer sect. Among the top 10, 3 were women, and Xiuxian was one of them. Adept in the use of the long whip. Despite its unremarkable appearance, this whip concealed formidable secrets. It was said to be embedded with tiny blades, coated with a paralyzing poison. Xiuxian had secured her current rank by besting the previous 10th with this very weapon, regardless of the ethical implications of her tactics. Her poisonous whip was a source of considerable distress for many. Unfortunately for her, today she faced Lin Yuan. I am here to challenge you. I wonder if you will welcome me? Xiuxian smiled, though her lips curved up while her brows remained sharp as blades, emanating an air of coldness. This woman was a smiling tiger. Lin Yuan chuckled and replied, Of course, you are most welcome. With that, he designated Xiuxian. She is a subject for the repercussions of her actions. One must harbor no malicious intent, yet remain vigilant against the schemes of others. He was curious to see what intentions Xiuxian harbored in her challenge. As the referee's command echoed through the arena, Xiuxian brandished her whip. A palpable aura of menace surrounding her. The slender whip in her grasp truly resembled a serpent emerging from its lair, instilling fear in all who beheld it. My martial skill is of the first tier, middle grade, spirit serpent whip technique. You should be cautious. Swish, swish, swish. 3 shadows of the whip lunged at him. Lin Yuan's heart trembled slightly upon witnessing this. Among the 3 shadows, only one was real. Xiuxian's mastery of this whip technique surpassed his expectations. His own foundation was still too shallow, and time was insufficient. Lin Yuan believed that, given enough time, he could also cultivate the 7 kills demon blade to remarkable heights. However, for now, he would have to make do. 7 kills break the soul. The 9-in condensation technique commenced its operation. A layer of frost gradually enveloping the ghostly bright blade. The surrounding disciples shivered in unison, their eyes widening as they gazed at the arena. Chapter 26. Side Effects. Numbness in limbs, an easy victory in the distance. Two elders stood side by side. Their presence did not exude overwhelming power. Yet a glance at them would inspire awe. They were among the Golden Core elders of the Immortal Sect. Hihi. The 7 kills Demon Blade and the 9-in condensation technique. This disciple is quite impressive. Gu Tingchun stroked his beard, expressing admiration. However, the other elders shook his head. If one possesses exceptional talent, why resort to such techniques for cultivation? Not everyone has your gift, Wei Hua. In my time, I nearly failed to even enter the outer sect. The path of cultivating immortality is inherently arduous. Innate talent is significant, yet one's disposition is even more crucial. The disciples of the celestial sect have enjoyed a prolonged period of peace, resulting in a loss of ambition. I find that this disciple named Lin Yuan possesses a commendable character, remarked Gu Tingchun dismissively. Wei Hua narrowed his eyes slightly, offering no rebuttal. The two hailed from different backgrounds. Wei Hua had exceptional talent from a young age and lacked for nothing in terms of elixirs. So it was only natural that he had now risen to the position of Golden Core Elder. In contrast, Gu Tingchun's origins were humble, as a menial disciple. He had fought tooth and nail to become an outer sect disciple and subsequently experienced fortuitous encounters, soaring to great heights. The fortunes of individuals vary greatly, and thus, their perspectives on matters diverge as well. Is there any progress in investigating the massacre of Shaoli village? He shifted the conversation to another topic. At the mention of this, a glint of ferocity flashed in Gu Tingchun's eyes. The blood-sucking demon technique rapidly enhances one's cultivation through the consumption of blood. Such a technique is among the most nefarious within the blood demon sect. Regrettably, we have uncovered no clues. Wei Hua had anticipated this outcome. The practitioners of the blood demon sect are cautious in their actions, and given the distance from Shaoli village to the celestial sect, the lack of leads is quite understandable. Might Lin Yuan's rapid advancement in power be connected to the blood demon sect? He inquired further. Upon hearing this, Gu Tingchun raised an eyebrow, visibly displeased. Shaoli village is protected by a disciple at the Qi refinement stage. If Lin Yuan had acted, how could they have possibly escaped? Moreover, Lin Yuan emanates only a sinister aura, devoid of any bloody scent. Can you not discern this? Wei Huan nodded slightly. I am well aware of this, yet further investigation is necessary, as the members of the blood demon sect are not known for their restraint. Investigation is one matter, but should someone employ underhanded tactics within, do not blame me for being ungracious. Gu Tingchun's expression darkened completely. He glanced at Wei Hua before turning his gaze towards the distant peaks. Rather than probing into a disciple here, it would be more prudent to examine other stewards and elders. They are the true parasites of the celestial sect. With that, he flicked his sleeve and departed. Wei Hua, feeling somewhat exasperated, rubbed his forehead. With such a volatile temperament, how could he bear the name of Tingchun? This is not spring, but rather a tempestuous summer thunder. On the arena, Chu Ling, she sensed the chill within the Duanpa technique, and her expression shifted. She dared not approach, striking with her whip to create distance from Lin Yuan. The knife, being the foremost of the 9 short weapons, was no match in reach for her long whip. As Chu Ling Shi's whip danced through the air, Lin Yuan found it challenging to close the gap. This was indeed the 10th outer sect disciple. Their combat experience should not be underestimated. Since direct assault was futile, he opted for a different strategy. The 9-in condensation technique circulated continuously, complemented by the 100 refinements golden body skill. In terms of endurance, few could rival him. Chu Ling Shi soon recognized this and began to wield her long whip offensively. Beneath the onslaught of whip shadows, despite Lin Yuan's timely evasions, he was struck several times, leaving his back torn and tattered. Through the tattered strips of cloth, it was evident that he had sustained little injury. How could this be possible? Chu Ling Snake was taken aback, nearly losing her grip on the long whip. Her whip could sever even the toughest steel, yet this Lin Yuan could withstand it. Gritting her teeth, she infused her spiritual energy once more. In an instant, shadows of the whip danced through the air, each strike producing a sound like the breaking of the void. At last, she managed to draw a line of blood. But that was the extent of her success. He had undoubtedly trained in body refinement techniques. However, while he could resist my whip, he could not evade the venom concealed within it. What a poisoning! As long as I emerge victorious, that suffices. Struck by the poison whip, suffering side effects, limbs numbness. Noticing the words drifting before his eyes, Lin Yuan chuckled softly. Indeed, the whip was poisoned. Xiuxian Snake had effectively shot herself in the foot. Seizing the moment to evade, he took the opportunity to contemplate his own abilities. The 100 Refinements Golden Body technique was indeed formidable in its normal state. It could already withstand her whip attacks. If I were to exert my full strength, I could even endure her strikes unscathed. Realizing that Xiuxian Snake was far from his match, Lin Yuan pushed off the ground with force, transforming into a fleeting shadow rushing towards her. Shadow pursuit. A glimmer of blade light flashed. Xiuxian Snake was alarmed. Just as she prepared to dodge, she suddenly felt her limbs grow weak and unresponsive. In the next instant, the blade light was upon her. I concede, Xiuxian Snake shouted. The referee, witnessing this, immediately moved to stand before her. Clang. The spectral blade clashed with the longsword in the referee's hand, causing the latter to stagger back 2 steps. What a powerful strike! Though the referee was pushed back, he was not angered, instead expressing admiration. To serve as a referee, one must possess at least foundational cultivation. Being able to repel a foundational cultivator with merely chi training indicated that Lin Yuan's true combat prowess was certainly formidable. It would be advantageous for him to cultivate a good relationship with such a disciple. Although the Immortal Sect is a place for cultivation, it also values interpersonal relationships in the secular world. Thank you for the compliment. Lin Yuan offered a kind smile, no longer focusing on the defeated Xiuxian Snake, but turning his attention to the other arenas. Those vying for the top spot in their groups were no weaklings, except for Xiuxian Snake. The other top 10 contenders were firmly holding their positions. The reason Xiuxian Snake did not become the champion was purely a matter of chance. Had she not faced the second-ranked contestant, Ma Suan, during the group matches, she might well have been defending her title now. Coincidentally, Ma Suan was right beside Lin Yuan. Ma Suan was a strikingly beautiful young woman. Even through Lin Yuan's discerning eyes, she was undeniably a great beauty. Beyond her looks, her strength was not to be underestimated. It was said that Ma Suan possessed a wood spirit body, granting her exceptional aptitude in wood-based spells. She also exhibited a strong resistance to various toxins. Xiuxian Snake's defeat to her was not unjust. The reason for challenging oneself likely stems not only from recognizing one's own weaknesses but also from a desire to rival Ma Suan. The outcome of this battle took everyone by surprise. The other disciples, who had eagerly anticipated the opportunity to challenge Lin Yuan, lost their courage upon witnessing Xiuxian's crushing defeat. Regardless, Xiuxian's ranking as the 10th in the outer sect was undeniably legitimate. Lin Yuan's ability to defeat her head-on clearly positioned him among the top 10. To challenge him would be akin to the old tortoise consuming arsenic, an invitation to demise. After sitting steadily for 12 consecutive hours, Lin Yuan successfully advanced. 3 days later, 22 individuals had secured their places in the final competition. All participants were to engage in head-to-head battles. The victors would advance while the defeated would be eliminated, with odd numbers receiving a bye. Alas, my first opponent is Lin Yuan. A short-haired youth grimaced upon glancing at his number. Reaching this stage was no small feat, and he had hoped to win at least one match before conceding. However, facing Lin Yuan, an entity within the top 10 of the outer sect, was daunting. How could he possibly prevail? Song Lin, Song Lin, Song Lin. Hearing the referee call his name from the arena, Song Lin slowly made his way to the stage. Greetings, senior brother. My name is Song Lin. In the Celestial Sect, power and strength dictate respect. Thus, despite Lin Yuan's inferior status, he still addressed him as senior brother. After both parties introduced themselves, Song Lin took a deep breath and slightly rose on his toes. Having ascended the stage, he resolved to engage in combat. Surrendering before the fight commenced would undoubtedly diminish his standing in the eyes of others. Even if entering the inner sect seemed implausible, he felt compelled to give it a try. Bone-shattering kick, he exclaimed, his body leaping nimbly like a live cat. He extended his right leg, executing a flying kick. The vibrant energy coursing through his leg emanated a sharp intent, demanding respect. Leg techniques? Lin Yuan's interest was piqued. The martial arts pavilion encompassed a myriad of low-tier martial skills, including leg techniques. This bone-shattering kick demonstrated considerable finesse, indicating Song Lin had devoted significant effort to mastering it. The inner sect officials observing from a distance were momentarily captivated by this strike. The same martial skill can evoke vastly different sensations when practiced by two individuals, and their discerning eyes recognized Song Lin's innate talent in this technique. Precisely what he aspired to showcase. As Lin Yuan sidestepped to evade, Song Lin swiftly elevated his right leg, executing a sharp pivot. What began as an assault with his right foot transformed into a strike with his left. Bang! Lin Yuan raised his arms to block just in time, however. The forceful kick sent him staggering several steps back. Ouch, that was powerful. Song Lin's expression shifted as he felt as though his left foot had collided with an iron block, wincing in pain. As Lin Yuan prepared to charge forward, he hastily declared his surrender. Before the next match began, Song Lin could not contain his curiosity and inquired whether Lin Yuan had also cultivated body refinement techniques. Indeed, Lin Yuan did not conceal the truth and responded candidly. The 100 refinements golden body technique was too significant to hide. He intended to offer it to the sect in exchange for a considerable contribution value. This way, he would be able to gather a substantial amount of precious metals and spiritual herbs necessary for elevating his mercury blood level. Lin Yuan emerged victorious. The referee promptly announced the result of the match. Lin Yuan surveyed the surrounding arenas and noticed that his bout concluded the quickest. After a considerable wait, the other arenas finally determined their winners. Out of 22 contenders, 11 triumphed, one of whom was fortunate enough to have a bye, while the remaining participants would continue to engage in fierce combat. Upon seeing his next opponent, Lin Yuan felt a curious twist of fate. On the other side, Xiuxian, upon seeing Lin Yuan's name appear on the token, could not help but smirk. What of body refinement techniques? I have commissioned a master craftsman to forge a whip-like magical artifact specifically for this encounter. No matter how formidable your physique, you shall be struck down this time. After a brief period of recuperation, the second match commenced. On the arena, Lin Yuan and Xiuxian stood facing each other. What a coincidence. I never expected to see you again. Lin Yuan chuckled, not in a rush to strike. Indeed, but do be careful this time. You must not lose. Xiuxian unsheathed the long whip coiled at her waist and gave it a gentle shake. The supple surface of the whip revealed sharp blades. Observant disciples below the stage gasped in astonishment, recognizing it as a mid-grade magical artifact. The crafting of whip-type weapons is inherently more challenging than that of swords and sabers, and this mid-grade artifact could very well surpass the value of a top-grade one. In the previous match, Lin Yuan managed to withstand Xiuxian's assault, but this time he might face defeat. The might of a mid-grade magical artifact, how could mere flesh resist it? Unless unforeseen circumstances arise, Lin Yuan would likely falter here. If only I possessed Lin Yuan's extraordinary physique and swordsmanship. Who wouldn't he desire such power? I too yearn for it. A group of fools. What does it matter if they fail? Even a mere dance servant like him can wield such strength. Have you squandered your training? You young brats? Aren't you all merely at the 8th level of chi refinement? What face do you have to criticize us? What of your words? Day after day, you neglect your cultivation, dreaming in daylight. How absurd. It infuriates me. If you have the ability, let us compete in the arena. Come, I'm not afraid. The crowd erupted into chaos, with numerous disciples trading barbs, reveling in the heated debate. Although each had their grievances, all believed Lin Yuan would inevitably lose this match. In the distance, Elder Wei Hua sat alone at a table, sipping tea while observing the arena where Lin Yuan stood. The 7-kill blade technique was indeed formidable. Yet he had not practiced it for long and could at most unleash 70% of its potential. In contrast, Xiuxian had long perfected her spirit serpent whip technique, amplifying its power, further enhanced by the weapon's might. This young man is truly destined for defeat. Not only he, but even the distant Gu Tianchen was paying attention to this match. Like the others, he did not believe Lin Yuan would triumph in this battle. Reaching this stage was commendable enough. One could only wonder if he possessed any other strategies. Should he emerge victorious in this fight, I would gladly accept him as my disciple and dedicate myself to his training. A fierce glimmer flashed in his eyes. Naturally, a Golden Dan elder could take apprentices. While the treatment may not compare to that of the sect's true disciples, it would certainly surpass that of ordinary inner disciples. If Lin Yuan were to win this round, he would do everything in his power to take him under his wing. On the arena, Xiuxian suddenly flicked her long whip. The originally soft and pliable whip abruptly stood erect, resembling a king snake with its eyes darting. In an instant, the king snake lunged forward, its mouth agape. Lin Yuan shifted his feet and retreated. As the whip missed its mark, Xiuxian remained unfazed, advancing closer while continuing to use her whip to constrict Lin Yuan's movement space. I wish to see if your body refining skills can withstand the might of this whip. Xiuxian called out, and in that moment, countless snake shadows manifested in the air. The vast arena was filled with these serpentine apparitions. Xiuxian was not mistaken. During the competition for the top 10 spots among the outer disciples, she indeed employed certain tactics. However, there was one thing Xiuxian did not realize. Even without employing such tactics, she could still secure a position among the top 10. This technique was originally intended for the preceding few opponents, yet using it against you shall not be deemed a loss. A low, resonant voice echoed. Xiuxian's eyes radiated a chilling aura. After mastering the snake whip technique, her pupils had transformed into the slitted eyes characteristic of serpents. Such a display of power left numerous disciples frozen in fear, their expressions appalled. How could one possibly defend against this? Chapter 28. Astonishing Strength. The next opponent is. All eyes turned toward Lin Yuan in unison. They had anticipated that he would be utterly vanquished by the multitude of whip shadows, yet to their astonishment, a layer of bronze-colored radiance began to emanate from him. No, it was not merely a glow. Lin Yuan's skin had transformed into a bronze hue. Indeed. In response to such an assault, he had finally commenced the full activation of the 100 Refinements Golden Body technique. This bronze skin stood as the most conspicuous emblem of his mastery. Clang, clang, clang. Countless whip shadows descended upon him, striking his body and producing a resonant metallic sound. How could this be possible? Xiuxian was taken aback, to the point where her movements faltered momentarily. Lin Yuan, however, remained unfazed. Even before arriving at the He family, he had already cultivated his 100 Refinements Golden Body to the bronze skin level. Subsequently, to combat the demonic sect disciple Qianqi, he had ingested a considerable amount of elixirs. The potency of those elixirs had not been entirely absorbed, dispersing throughout his body. After more than a month of cultivation, the remaining efficacy took effect, merging seamlessly into his skin. He then devoured dark iron and utilized the remaining time to refine his iron bones to perfection. The fusion of copper and iron simultaneously propelled his formidable physique to unimaginable heights. Are you finished? Now it's my turn. Lin Yuan stepped forward, braving the lash of the whip, and then swung his blade. This strike appeared utterly mundane, devoid of any remarkable flair. Xiuxian's snake anticipated a grand technique, yet was met with such ordinariness. Clang! A whip intercepted the blade's momentum, and before she could regain her breath, another strike came forth. This was the third form of the 7 kills demon blade, stacking waves. Xiuxian's snake's pupils constricted in sudden realization. Many had been practicing the 7 kills demon blade alongside the wind in recent days. While none had achieved anything noteworthy, the techniques had become widely recognized. The essence of stacking waves lay in its relentless surge. The more one struck, the fiercer the onslaught became. The accumulated force only intensified with each successive cut. No. She could not allow him to continue stacking his attacks. She understood that if she could sever the blade's momentum prematurely, she could dismantle Lin Yuan's technique. With this thought in mind, she summoned her spiritual energy once more, preparing to unleash her most potent strike. However, Lin Yuan, emboldened by his resolve, left her no room for counterattack. Before Xiuxian's snake could react, another blade struck forth. Helpless, she resorted to wielding her whip in defense. 1 strike, 2 strikes, 3 strikes. Within moments, Lin Yuan had reached the 9th strike. At this point, Xiuxian's snake could no longer endure. She violently expelled a mouthful of blood and leaped off the stage. She sensed that should this blade descend, it would either claim her life or leave her gravely wounded. With her departure from the platform, Lin Yuan found himself without an opponent and vented his murderous intent upon the azure steel stones that formed the stage. Boom! A dark red blade aura cleaved through the air, carving a fissure into the stage. The onlooking disciples were left in shock. The platform was designed to withstand the strikes of foundation-building cultivators, meaning Lin Yuan's blow was potent enough to inflict harm upon them. Fearsome, terrifying. Lin Yuan wins. After a prolonged pause, the judge finally reacted, announcing with clarity. He won? Truly won? Countless disciples erupted into frenzy. They surged onto the stage, encircling Lin Yuan. Some showcased their backing to entice him, others offered elixirs and martial techniques to forge connections. Even several female disciples openly expressed their affection. The once orderly platform was instantly thrown into chaos. The cacophony of voices resembled a pipa's melody, with pearls of varying sizes cascading onto a jade plate. With this victory, Lin Yuan had secured a position among the top 6 in the outer sect, with prospects for the inner sect. From a previously inconspicuous individual to this point, such potential and strength warranted their fervor. In the distance, Wei Hua stood astonished, seemingly taken aback by his misjudgment. He had not anticipated Lin Yuan's mastery of body refinement techniques to reach such heights. After a long while, he snorted coldly, deeming it foolish for such talent to stray from the righteous path, instead pursuing outdated body refinement techniques. In contrast to his aloof demeanor, Xiuxian was radiating joy on the other side. Well, 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 my dear lad, you truly triumphed in this match. I am now rather curious to see how far you can advance. He himself had risen from the ranks of a mere servant disciple, gradually evolving into the present Golden Dan elder. He understood the hardships of this journey better than anyone else. If Lin Yuan indeed possessed potential and temperament, he must be nurtured diligently. The next opponent had yet to be announced, and Lin Yuan was in no rush to return. While he engaged with the enthusiasm of the crowd, he awaited the revelation of his next adversary. Suddenly, a jolt coursed through him. It was her. The next opponent indicated on his token was none other than the second-ranked disciple of the outer sect, Xiuxian. Though with spirit body, how intriguing it would be to witness. Although the opponent was confirmed, the next match was scheduled for the following day. Lin Yuan squeezed through the throng and made his way back to the bamboo house behind the Danxiang Pavilion. Despite numerous offers for accommodations, he graciously declined them all. The threat from the Blood Demon sect had yet to dissipate. Now was not the time for indulgence. Moreover, once he became an inner sect disciple, the sect would automatically provide him with a dedicated courtyard, alleviating any concerns about lodging. Sang Xiaoya was still ensconced in the alchemy chamber, having retreated for over a month. Lin Yuan wondered how such a young girl could endure such a rigorous regimen. After meditating cross-legged throughout the night, the following morning, as the birds began to sing, Lin Yuan set off towards Mingyu Peak. It was quite a coincidence that, on his way, he passed by the servant quarters and encountered a dejected Lyran. "Stop your prattling. Am I to provide you with the elixirs? What the sect has distributed are these. Do you expect me to concoct more for you? I tell you, take solace in this. It's far superior to waste pills." Lai Rin's feeble voice echoed, seemingly exploiting the other servant disciples once more. A leopard cannot change its spots. Lai Rin was truly beyond redemption. Lin Yuan shook his head and departed alone. Previously, lacking subjects to shoulder the side effects, he had mercilessly targeted Lai Rin. Now, with the burden of responsibility exceeding his limits, he felt a sense of relief and had regained some vigor. It was best to let him rest and recuperate. One cannot shear the same sheep endlessly. Just as he was about to leave, Lai Rin, sensing something, looked up. That silhouette bore a striking resemblance to Lin Yuan. He had heard that today, Lin Yuan would face the second-ranked disciple, Xiuxian, and he had not expected that escorting him to the Danxiang Pavilion would inadvertently aid his ascent. Lai Rin did not dwell on it and failed to connect the symptoms he experienced to Lin Yuan for when he first encountered abnormalities. Lin Yuan had merely been a second-tier Qi practitioner. Had Lin Yuan been capable of scheming against him back then, wouldn't his foundation have been laid in vain? Lin Yuan passed through the servant quarters and arrived at Mingyu Peak, where the crowd had noticeably swelled since his last visit. After all, today will determine the final two contenders for the championship, ensuring that the arena competition will be nothing short of spectacular. Fortunately, he does not have to jostle with the ordinary disciples. Through a special passage, he makes his way unobstructed to the peak. There stands Xiuxian. Gazing far into the distance, a woman has long awaited on the stage. Chapter 29. The Body of Wood Spirit. The confrontation of spear and shield. Xiuxian is gentle and courteous, and coupled with her beauty and formidable strength, she naturally attracts a considerable following within the sect. Not only ordinary disciples, but even many elders hold her in high regard, eagerly anticipating her entry into the inner sect to take her as an apprentice. It is said that several elders have quarreled over this matter in the past, and even now, they remain in a cold war. Before even stepping onto the stage, Lin Yuan hears a chorus of admiration. Waves of applause crash over him, reminiscent of the ceaseless tides by the shore. In comparison to her, although he has garnered some fame, it pales in significance. Is that Lin Yuan, who defeated the 10th-ranked Xiuxian of the outer sect? He appears rather ordinary. What do you think would happen if Lin Yuan faced Xiuxian? Xiuxian is merely ranked 10th and relied on underhanded tactics. How could he possibly compare to our Su? Indeed, Lin Yuan's success was merely a stroke of luck. Our Su will undoubtedly defeat him with ease. While Lin Yuan has made it this far, it is a pity that he is about to be utterly vanquished by Xiuxian. It is rumored that Xiuxian has already reached the 10th level of Qi training. Had she felt sufficiently prepared, she would have established her foundation long ago. Lin Yuan, at only the 9th level, is hardly a match for her. With a disparity in realms and martial skills, this match holds no suspense. No one favors Lin Yuan, despite his prior victory over Xiuxian. One is ranked 10th in the outer sect, while the other is ranked 2nd. Though they may seem closely matched, in reality, the gap is as vast as a chasm. Rankings in the outer sect fluctuate, Yet the top 3 have consistently dominated the board. Others have attempted challenges, but have all met with failure. Xiuxian, Xiuxian, and Tianfang, these are the 3 formidable mountains looming over all outer sect disciples. Let alone the possibility of surpassing them, they have never even set foot on the summit. In the distance, several golden elixir elders sit together. Xiuxian surveys the crowd, slightly bows, and declares with a hearty laugh, "I intend to take Lin Yuan as my disciple. I ask that you do not covet him." The other elders chuckle in response. If old Gu wishes to take him, then he may do so. We shall not compete. However, Xiuxian and the others are not for you, cautioned an elder with hair and beard as red as fire, adorned with rings on all 10 fingers. In contrast to Lin Yuan, the others are the true prodigies. And even they have developed an admiration for talent. In previous selections for the inner sect, no outstanding disciples had emerged, and they have been waiting for quite some time. Selections for the inner sect occur every 3 years, with only 10 chosen each time. In 30 years, that amounts to merely 100 individuals. The esteemed golden core elders of the celestial sect number over 20. Even if they were to accept all as disciples, each would only acquire a mere 5. Furthermore, these disciples do not all possess exceptional talents. Some merely qualify by age to enter the inner sanctum. After such exclusions, the number of disciples each elder can claim is indeed pitifully small. Consequently, the fierce competition for disciples often leads to strained relations. It is for this reason that Xiuxian preemptively communicated with others to avoid future discord over disciples. Naturally, I only desire Lin Yuan. Upon receiving unanimous agreement, Xiuxian felt a sense of relief and began to ponder the rewards he could bestow upon Lin Yuan. Though not the wealthiest among the elders, he had sufficient resources. Having finally recruited a disciple, he could not afford to present a meager offering. Meanwhile, Lin Yuan had already ascended the arena. "You arrived quite early, my friend," he greeted. Those who were closer tended to arrive sooner. Ma Xuan nodded slightly, a smile gracing his lips. The multitude of disciples below erupted in a cacophony of howls, reminiscent of a fervent fanbase from a previous life. As both sides prepared, the countdown commenced. 3, 2, 1. Begin. The referee wasted no time allowing for idle chatter, immediately announcing the commencement of the match. Ma Xuan, with a smile, casually scattered a plethora of dark objects. Are these concealed weapons? It seemed unlikely. As the black seeds landed, Lin Yuan realized they were, in fact, seeds. This creation, known as the Skyward Vine, was a serendipitous acquisition of mind. With but a touch of soil and water, supplemented by spiritual energy, it could grow at an astonishing rate. Ma Xuan elucidated briefly, then moved his hands in unison, casting a spell. It was the cloud and rain technique from the Spiritual Herb Institute, clearly a skill merely acquired by the servants. Some recognized the origins of the spell and gasped in astonishment. The cloud and rain technique is merely a minor spell for condensing moisture, devoid of any offensive power. Typically practiced by servant disciples for the care of spiritual plants. No one expected Ma Xuan to employ it in combat. Drip, drop, having mastered the cloud and rain technique. As he waved his hands, droplets of rain began to fall. Lin Yuan wiped the raindrops from his face and looked down, startled. At the moment the black seeds touched the rain, they took root and sprouted, growing to a height of over a man in mere moments. Subsequently, countless skyward vines lashed out at Lin Yuan like whips. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Unlike the ethereal strikes of the Kaling serpent, each skyward vine was tangible, under Ma Xuan's command. These attacks were not to be underestimated, as evidenced by the subtle cracks appearing on the arena floor. Such a clever tactic. If this strategy were employed against the Kaling serpent, she would undoubtedly be defeated, as Lin Yuan dodged the onslaught. He marveled at the sheer ferocity of the wood spirit body. Even if the Kaling serpent revealed her trump card, she would not stand a chance against Ma Xuan. Ma Xuan smiled gently and then tossed a handful of seeds. The seeds fell to the ground and sprouted, rapidly maturing into colossal trees. Astonishingly, once formed, those giant trees shattered with a thunderous roar, transforming into wooden fragments that adhered to her. Here it comes, the wooden armor of Su Su. With layers of wooden armor accumulated, she stood invincible. The overlapping wooden armor made her body as sturdy as forged iron, rendering Lin Yuan's advantages nullified. To claim victory, he would have to break through the onslaught of the towering vines and shatter the wooden armor, an exceedingly arduous task. It seemed that the outcome was imminent. A group of disciples whispered among themselves. Hearing and witnessing this, Lin Yuan was filled with envy. This was the essence of cultivation, compared to Ma Xuan. His means appeared somewhat lackluster. With a swift motion, he severed the approaching towering vines and appeared before Ma Suan. With a resounding thud, he struck down forcefully, only managing to shatter a single wooden fragment. How incredibly tough. In his moment of astonishment, another colossal tree exploded, morphing into wooden armor that coalesced around Ma Suan. Shall we continue, my friend? Ma Suan's calm voice resonated. With the wooden armor layered upon her, she no longer harbored any fear of Lin Yuan. If he had launched an attack while she was unprepared, the outcome would indeed have been uncertain. But now, the entire arena was her domain. He had no chance left. Yet how could one know without trying? Lin Yuan swept aside the encroaching towering vines with a single stroke. Taking a deep breath, his skin rapidly transformed into a bronze hue. In truth, achieving victory was simple. Consuming a toxic pill would render him unbeatable in the outer sect. However, he felt no pressing need for certain victory. Whether he consumed it or not made no difference. Moreover, there were many observers in this battle, likely including Golden Core elders. If they detected even a hint of his intentions, it would spell trouble. 7 kills of the cascading waves. Lin Yuan struck out, shattering yet another wooden fragment. Cascading waves. You say? Let me see how many strikes you can endure. Ma Suan channeled her spiritual energy, continuing to summon colossal trees. Soon, the sturdy wooden armor enveloped her completely. The shadows of blades danced as wooden splinters flew. Such a spectacular clash of spear and shield instantly captivated everyone's attention. Even the other arenas paused their matches, quietly observing this duel. Chapter 30. The 15th Strike. For contestants, summoning the colossal trees required spiritual energy, and maintaining the wooden armor demanded the same. Lin Yuan was acutely aware of this. If it were possible to stack them indefinitely, Ma Suan would have long since challenged the most esteemed disciples. Thus, as long as he could deliver enough strikes, he was confident she would not withstand them. In the previous match, Lin Yuan had executed 9 consecutive strikes to defeat Chu Ling Snake. He wondered how many he could achieve today. 9 strikes were already his limit. And Ma Suan would not sit idly by. He believed she could withstand at most the 9th strike. Not to mention, let us not forget that he has cultivated physical enhancement techniques, allowing for the possibility of delivering a few more strikes. Producing 12 cuts is not beyond the realm of possibility. Alas, these past few days, I have been immersed in the study of the 7 Killings Demon Blade. And with my cultivation at the 8th level of Qi refinement, even if I were to forcefully activate the wave of cuts, I could manage only 6. 6 strikes is commendable, yet I find myself unable to even achieve a second cut. The disciples whispered among themselves, speculating about how many cuts Lin Yuan could potentially deliver. They were not alone in their curiosity. Even the distant Golden Core elders were intrigued, each placing their bets on the outcome. After several assessments, they concluded that Lin Yuan could at most achieve the 13th strike. While 13 strikes is already impressive, if he could manage just one more, he might stand a chance against Ma Suan. The elder with fiery red hair chuckled, and the other elders, recognizing his sharp insight, nodded in agreement. Even Gu Tingshun had lost his temper, acknowledging Lin Yuan's predicament. While the 7 Killings Demon Blade indeed possesses the ability to turn the decayed into the miraculous, Lin Yuan's foundation is, after all, rather shallow. For him to push Ma Suan to such an extent is already astonishing for all present. As Lin Yuan struck the 9th cut on the stage, the crowd's attention was riveted upon him. His muscles swelled as he unleashed another blow, the 10th cut. The disciples dared not blink, fearing they might miss a single strike. Yet the 10th cut was not the conclusion. Lin Yuan continued, executing 2 more strikes in succession. The 12th cut had already cleaved through a significant portion of Ma Suan's wooden armor. I indeed underestimated you. But even if you manage the 13th cut, you shall not breach my defense, Ma Suan remarked, a flicker of concern crossing her face. Lin Yuan, undeterred, proceeded to deliver the 13th cut, shattering the wooden armor before her, though she remained unscathed. It is over. A collective thought surged through the crowd. Yet, in that moment, Lin Yuan let out a roar, grasping the hilt of the shadow blade once more, and struck down again. The 14th cut. The expressions of all present shifted dramatically as their gazes followed the descending blade. Could Ma Suan withstand this 14th strike? Feeling an overwhelming sense of peril, Ma Suan gritted her teeth and produced a talisman, affixing it to her body. Instantly, a translucent golden barrier manifested above her head. The Diamond Talisman, a second-tier talisman reputed to withstand the attacks of foundation-building cultivators. Indeed, as the second in the outer sect, she possessed such a valuable artifact. What a pity, had it not been for this talisman, Lin Yuan might have truly bested her. So what? The Diamond Talisman was also acquired by Xiuxian. There are no rules against its use. This is indeed true. In the path of cultivation, one cannot neglect wealth, companions, land, and methods. All are essential to one's fate. With a whoosh, the blade's shadow sliced through layer upon layer of wooden armor, ultimately striking the golden barrier. The barrier quivered slightly, and although numerous cracks appeared upon its surface, it steadfastly held against the blow. Ma Xuan sighed inwardly with relief. 13 strikes had already pushed Lin Yuan to his limits, yet unexpectedly, he unleashed a 14th strike. Surely, this must be the conclusion? Could Lin Yuan possibly summon a 15th strike? As she focused intently, she caught sight of Lin Yuan's radiant eyes gleaming with determination. And then, the 15th strike. Lin Yuan exhaled slowly, transferring a portion of his injuries to Lai Ren and He Peng. Executing the 15th strike posed a considerable challenge, as his wounds hindered his movements. What? The 15th strike? Ma Xuan's pupils constricted in disbelief. Impossible. He must be deceiving me. How could he possibly wield a 15th strike? Just as she contemplated this, a blade of chilling murderous intent descended upon her. This is bad. The referee, Tang Zijia, felt a jolt of alarm, swiftly producing a long pole to shield Ma Xuan. This blow possessed the power of foundational cultivation. She could not withstand it. If she were injured, she too would suffer dire consequences. Clang. The collision between the blade and the pole released a shockwave that sent disciples sprawling in disarray. If the residual force was so formidable, one could only imagine the impact on the two directly involved. Fortunately, one was a foundational cultivator, and the other practiced martial arts. Following the clash, both were thrown against the edge of the arena, halting their retreat. Remarkable. At your age, I could never have executed such a strike. Tang Zijia silently retracted the pole, discreetly shaking her numbed hand. Though her action had been somewhat hasty, Lin Yuan's strike had indeed surpassed expectations. In this battle, Lin Yuan emerged victorious. Boom. The crowd of disciples erupted in astonishment. Prior to this, anyone who claimed Lin Yuan could defeat Ma Xuan would have been met with scorn. Yet, as the reality unfolded before them, an overwhelming sense of disbelief enveloped them. Suddenly, someone realized that Lin Yuan had won 3 consecutive battles and had secured a place in the top 4. Who would he face next? Qin Tianfang or Xiuxian? Ma Xuan had firmly dominated Qin Tianfang. If Lin Yuan could defeat Ma Xuan, could he also best Qin Tianfang? Was the final showdown destined to occur between Xiuxian and Lin Yuan? Soon, the matches on the other platforms concluded. The victors were Lin Yuan, Xiuxian, and Lu Chanfan. Qin Tianfang also advanced due to a bye. The 4 disciples, please come forth to draw lots for your next opponents. Tang Zijia called out. Traditionally, challengers were determined through a lottery, with results conveyed to their respective tokens. Now that they had reached the semifinals, it was only fitting to allow these individuals the chance to draw lots, lest it be perceived that higher-ups within the sect were manipulating the outcomes. The 4 approached a square box before them. The box, entirely black, eluded perception even to those of the Golden Core realm. Not even their divine senses could penetrate its depths, making it the perfect vessel for drawing lots. Xiuxian emerged victorious first, thus he was the first to draw. While he engaged in this task, Lin Yuan scrutinized him closely. He appeared to be an utterly ordinary individual, so much so that there was no hint of a formidable presence about him. Yet, this very ordinariness hinted at the terrifying potential harbored within Xiuxian. Xiuxian retrieved a wooden token from the black box, followed by Lin Yuan, then Lu Chanfan, and finally Qin Tianfang. Once all 4 had completed their draws, Tang Zijia instructed them to raise their tokens for all to see. An uproar ensued among the disciples. Lin Yuan turned to glance at the tokens of the other 3, his gaze suddenly fixating. The inscription on his token was identical to Xiuxian's. This meant that his next opponent would indeed be Xiuxian. Chapter 31. Foundation Establishment on the spot. The great power pill finally materializes Xiuxian, the true genius of the outer sect. It had been foretold that Xiuxian would claim the position of the next generation's true disciple. 6 months prior, he had already displayed a cultivation level of the 10th layer of Qi refinement. Now, half a year later, no one could ascertain his current level of achievement. Some whispered that he was still refining his 10th layer, while others claimed he had already completed his foundation establishment. Regardless of the rumors, none could dispute Xiuxian's supremacy as the foremost disciple of the outer sect. Even Ma Xuan openly acknowledged that he was no match for Xiuxian. Lin Yuan clicked his tongue in frustration, feeling rather unfortunate. He wished he could face someone like Lu Chanfan instead. At the very least, encountering Qin Tianfang would have been preferable. Having just battled the second-ranked disciple of the outer sect, he now found himself up against the first. Fearing that his own ranking was too high, the competition was set to commence the following day, and just as Lin Yuan prepared to leave, he suddenly sensed a terrifying aura rising behind him. He whirled around to find Xiuxian radiating brilliance, his surrounding aura surging with formidable energy. The implicit sense of threat instilled a modicum of fear within him. Foundation establishment. Xiuxian was about to establish his foundation. Tang Zijia discerned Xiuxian's state at a glance. Her astonishment palpable. Foundation establishment? Here, of all places? The disciples erupted in astonishment, although many had speculated on the possibility of Xiuxian reaching this stage. Speculation remained just that until now. Witnessing Xiuxian actually establish his foundation was enough to send waves of excitement through them. Silence. As the crowd prepared to speak, they suddenly felt an overwhelming force bearing down upon them. Under the oppressive might, they found themselves rendered mute, unable to utter a word. Under the pressure from the aura of a golden core cultivator, a side effect is activated. Temporary muteness, body rigidity. Lin Yuan's eyes flickered with information. A golden core elder, was it? Truly, Xiuxian was the prodigy of his generation. Merely breaking through to foundation establishment warranted the presence of a golden core elder to safeguard the process. The process of foundation establishment was not overly complicated, especially considering that Xiuxian's preparations were already complete. In an instant, he took that crucial step, becoming a true foundational realm cultivator. Very well, Xiuxian. Do you wish to become my disciple, Tang Xianyang? Tang Xianyang stroked his beard, expressing his satisfaction. Such a gifted disciple should not be allowed to slip away to others. It would be an utter travesty. Tang Xianyang? Elder Tang? The other disciples gasped in astonishment. Even among the Golden Core elders, their combat prowess varied greatly. Within the 8 halls of the Immortal Sect, the elders of the Task Hall, Law Enforcement Hall, Martial Arts Pavilion, and Alchemy Pavilion held the strongest capabilities. As the elder of the Law Enforcement Hall, Tang Xianyang had already reached the mid-Golden Core stage and was renowned as the most formidable sword cultivator. In his heyday, he wielded a 3-foot azure sword, slaying 3,006 demon beasts. With sheer strength, he thwarted a minor beast tide, showcasing unparalleled combat might. To become his disciple was a dream cherished by many. Now, someone was on the verge of realizing that dream. If the disciple is willing, I pay my respects to my master. Xiuxian immediately knelt, bowing respectfully 3 times. You shameless old man. The unrepentant Tang Xianyang, come and have a duel. How infuriating. You should have been my disciple. Xiuxian, it's not too late to change your mind. As an elder of the Alchemy Pavilion, I assure you, you shall never lack for elixirs. As an elder of the Spirit Talisman Institute, should you take me as your master, I will grant you 100 second-tier spirit talismans, 10 third-tier spirit talismans, and a low-grade spirit artifact. At this moment, the other elders finally arrived, each one enraged at Tang Xianyang's premature action, cursing loudly. The older disciples, witnessing this scene, were not surprised. It was merely a tradition in the Immortal Sect, akin to a matchmaking event, vying for disciples. Unnoticed by the crowd, Lin Yuan chuckled softly, departing from the throng and making his way back to the Alchemy Pavilion. As he passed the corridor beside the main hall, he saw Sang Xiaya running towards him, clutching a vial. Quick, try this. Lin Yuan poured out the elixir, noticing it was not coated with royal jelly. Nevertheless, he paid it no mind and consumed it in one gulp. The moment the elixir touched his tongue, the bitter taste of the herbs erupted. It was more unpleasant than eating licorice directly. Casually handing it to Lyrin, Lin Yuan closed his eyes to absorb the medicinal power. This time, the potency felt extraordinary. He murmured to himself, feeling an overwhelming surge of energy coursing through his limbs, a compelling urge to release it. Without further ado, Lin Yuan dashed towards the bamboo forest at the back, drawing out the shadow light blade. 1 stroke, 2 strokes, 3 strokes. At that moment, delicate snowflakes began to fall from the sky, yet it did not hinder his practice of the sword technique. In the blink of an eye, the snowfall intensified, with flakes drifting down like goose feathers. However, no one paid attention to this snowy scene. The alchemical servants sheltered in the bamboo hut, alongside the arriving Sang Xiaya, were entirely focused on Lin Yuan. As the snow grew heavier, Lin Yuan's swordsmanship became increasingly fierce. Although Sang Xiaya was unaware of the intricacies of the wave-splitting technique, she could discern that the power of each strike was progressively intensifying. The howling winds and swirling snow descended upon them mercilessly, despite possessing some degree of cultivation. The Thanus shivered uncontrollably, forced to seek refuge indoors and peer through the cracks of the door. Conversely, Sang Xiaya grew increasingly exhilarated, her cheeks flushed with joy. Bolstered by the strength-enhancing elixir, Lin Yuan had already executed 15 strikes in the blink of an eye. Yet, this was not his limit. Gritting his teeth, he unleashed a 16th strike. Boom. The blade's energy cleaved through the tumultuous snowstorm, momentarily halting the surrounding tempest. Subsequently, Lin Yuan felt his vital energy surging. Hot blood seeping from his skin and dripping onto the ground. Hiss. The blood instantly melted the ice and snow, mingling with the earth below. With his formidable physique, he could only rely on the elixir's potency to barely muster the 16th strike. It was done. Your strength-enhancing elixir had borne fruit. Or perhaps it should be referred to as a strength-enhancing pill. Lin Yuan sheathed his blade, his voice carried away by the wind and snow. In the distance, Xiuxian witnessed this spectacle, tears cascading down her face. Alas, foolish child. At that moment, Elder Sangmu's voice resonated. For no one understood Xiuxian's longing to concoct the strength-enhancing pill better than he did, nor could anyone fathom his own emotions at that moment. He said little, leading the still weeping Xiuxian away in silence. Not far off, Lin Yuan observed everything with keen interest. Curiosity piqued by Xiuxian's fervent desire to create the strength-enhancing pill. It seemed he needed to find someone to inquire further. A thought struck him, and he envisioned an excellent candidate, Song Zhishi, the steward of the martial arts pavilion. Those who served as stewards there were undoubtedly trusted members of the sect, seasoned and knowledgeable. Moreover, Steward Song had a passion for reading. He might possess insights into the matter. Taking out the jade vial that Xiuxian had provided, he noted that 3 strength-enhancing pills remained. If the remaining pills were of the same quality, it indicated that he could execute 3 more strikes. The 16th strike, even those at the foundation establishment stage would have to evade. With the upcoming competition in mind, Lin Yuan felt no trepidation, only an eagerness to engage. Chapter 32. The Shock of Izimo. Confronting Xiuxian before dawn, the Grand Mingyu Peak was bustling with activity. Izimo listened to his fellow disciples recount the events of recent times, momentarily lost in thought. He had merely ventured out with Lu Yi on a task. How could mere months feel as though they had spanned several years? Are you saying Lin Yuan defeated the outer sect's second rank, Ma Xuan, and advanced to the top 4, with his next battle against Xiuxian? His eyelids twitched as he grasped the disciple's sleeve in disbelief. He was somewhat acquainted with both Xiuxian and Ma Xuan. After all, they are all exceptional talents, and it is beneficial to establish a good rapport in advance. Who would have thought that in such a short time, Lin Yuan would catch up and even defeat Ma Xuan? Brothery, you may not be aware, but Lin Yuan has not only mastered the 7-kill demon blade but has also cultivated the 9-in condensation technique. He is undoubtedly formidable. On that day, Sister Ma stacked over 10 layers of wooden armor, while Lin Yuan stacked 15 blades, breaking through effortlessly. Had it not been for Elder Tang's intervention, Sister Ma would likely have suffered severe injuries. Upon hearing the disciple's words, Izimo fell into a contemplative silence. He understood well that the more layers one stacked with the 7-kill demon blade, the greater the damage inflicted. He had initially bypassed the first 2 techniques to focus on this very move. At that time, he had already established his foundation, but could only manage to stack 14 blades. It was astonishing that Lin Yuan, merely at the 9th level of Qi refinement, had achieved 15 stacks. What other skills has this individual cultivated? He rubbed his temples. Though perplexed, he felt an immense sense of satisfaction. Soon, the battle between Lin Yuan and Xiuxian would commence. Regardless of the outcome, one undeniable fact remained. Lin Yuan had already entered the inner sect. Lu Yi. Lu Yi, your precious golden light sculpture shall soon belong to me. Lin Yuan has helped me procure such a valuable treasure. I must return the favor. Given his resilient spirit, I shall offer him that. Izimo murmured to himself, suddenly noticing Lin Yuan approaching from the foot of the mountain, and a smile crept across his face. There was no rush for the golden light sculpture. He would first observe this match. He was eager to see just how much Lin Yuan had grown in a few short months. Unbeknownst to Lin Yuan, Izimo was keenly observing the match. Amidst the multitude of onlookers, he ascended the arena with measured steps. Unlike the previous day, where the crowd fervently cheered for Ma Xuan, today he had garnered a few admirers of his own. Many disciples erupted into ecstatic shouts upon his appearance, with some even collapsing from the sheer intensity of their cheers, their internal spiritual energy thrown into disarray. The fervor of the crowd left Lin Yuan both astonished and contemplative. Returning to the moment, he turned his gaze towards Xiuxian. With a smile gracing his face, Xiuxian appeared as though he were not here for a contest, but rather for a leisurely outing. Were it not for the current circumstances, one might easily mistake him for an ordinary outer sect disciple. Ordinary yet powerful, This was the consensus among all outer sect disciples regarding Xiuxian. I had thought my final opponent would be Brother Lin. But here we are facing each other so soon. Xiuxian clasped his hands in greeting, as if engaging in casual conversation, devoid of any hostility. Though his words were brief, they conveyed much. Firstly, it revealed Xiuxian's confidence in reaching the finals, and secondly, it suggested that he believed Lin Yuan possessed the capability to do the same. The former was not surprising, for he was indeed the top disciple of the outer sect. However, the latter was intriguing. Did Xiuxian truly consider Lin Yuan to be superior to Chen Tianfang? Upon hearing this, Lin Yuan's lips curled into a slight smirk. Reassessing his perspective on Xiuxian, with a mere statement, Xiuxian had positioned himself as Lin Yuan's adversary, revealing that he was far from the harmless figure he initially appeared to be. Words were futile. It was time to engage in battle. Without further ado, Lin Yuan addressed the matter directly. The referee today was no longer a mere Foundation establishment practitioner, but an elder of the Golden Core stage. Lin Yuan possessed the capability to unleash lethal strikes capable of injuring Foundation establishment cultivators, and Xiuxian, having already reached that level yesterday, was equally formidable. In their confrontation, ordinary Foundation establishment practitioners would be hard-pressed to observe the intricacies of their clash. Haha, let us commence. Feel free to employ any techniques at your disposal. Do not concern yourself with the consequences. The Golden Core elder chuckled, exuding a calm assurance that only a cultivator of his stature could possess. Lin Yuan and Xiuxian both inclined their hands in respect to the elder before turning their gazes towards each other. A clear, resonant sound of a sword echoed through the air. Xiuxian wielded a sword, a factor that contributed to Tang Kanyang's desire to take him as a disciple. The sound of the sword reverberated, eliciting applause from numerous disciples. Lin Yuan frowned slightly, his attention sharpening. Affected by the impact of minor sword intent, sensory perception weakened. Xiuxian had remarkably comprehended sword intent, a significant achievement. Understanding of intent differs from levels of cultivation, while the latter can be elevated through medicinal means. The former cannot be artificially attained. Mastery of sword intent invariably suggests potential mastery of other forms of intent, such as knife intent, spear intent, and even pill intent. The depth of one's comprehension can be categorized into 4 stages: minor mastery, major mastery, perfection, and pinnacle. It was said that despite a lifetime dedicated to sword practice, Tang Kanyang had only achieved major mastery of sword intent. Sensory diminishment? Then let me show you this. Lin Yuan gripped the hilt of the Yuming blade, striking the air with a decisive slash. Air flowed through the blade's openings, transforming into the resonant sound of Yuming. While this maneuver could not entirely negate the influence of Xiuxian's sword intent, it would certainly be a source of discomfort for him. Moreover, Lin Yuan had long since designated Xiuxian as the recipient of these side effects. Presently, it was Xiuxian who grappled with the hindrance of diminished senses, not Lin Yuan, who had to rely on the Yoming sound to mask the anomaly. Indeed, Xiuxian's expression shifted momentarily before returning to normal. Lin brother, why do you not make your move? He suddenly called out, laughter ringing in his voice. As you wish. Lin Yuan discerned that Xiuxian was far more devious than Chu Ling's snake, albeit far better at concealing his true nature. A naive youth encountering him would undoubtedly find themselves utterly deceived. Though Lin Yuan was not particularly old, his previous life experiences allowed him to see through Xiuxian's fade with ease. Chasing shadow, Lin Yuan stomped heavily on the platform of the blue steel, charging forward while dragging his blade. The edge of the blade scraped against the ground, igniting a cascade of brilliant sparks. Thanks to his formidable physique, this maneuver was more powerful than ever before. As Lin Yuan advanced with a thunderous momentum, Xiuxian executed a mysterious footwork, deftly evading the blade's edge. Swiftly, he twisted his wrist, the sword tip striking like a venomous serpent aimed at the throat. Lin Yuan quickly halted the momentum of his blade, lifting it sharply to collide with Xiuxian's long sword. A resonant clang of metal echoed, reverberating painfully in the ears of the onlooking disciples. Many instinctively covered their ears, grimacing in discomfort. All disciples below the 8th level of Qi training vacate the vicinity of the arena, proclaimed the voice of the Golden Core elder, with a rustling sound. The majority of disciples retreated at the command, leaving only a small group lingering nearby. Observing the exodus of others, the Golden Core elder felt a sense of relief. Yet his gaze remained fixed on Lin Yuan and Xiuxian. Truth be told, even he was taken aback by the formidable strength exhibited by the two. Chapter 33, Second Tier Martial Technique, Ingwei Sword Technique. Had Lin Yuan truly lost his mind? The battle on the stage continued. Breaking Cloud Sword, Xiuxian shouted, striking the end of the sword's hilt with his left palm. This strike was not merely a thrust, it infused a substantial amount of spiritual energy into the blade. The sword aura, initially a mere sheen upon the blade, suddenly surged to a size of 3 inches. A sense of impending danger pierced Lin Yuan's mind. Unlike a whip, he had no desire to test the sharpness of Xiuxian's longsword. In a flash, Lin Yuan executed a sudden retreat, akin to a cicada shedding its shell in the summer heat. With one strike missing its mark, Xiuxian remained unperturbed, advancing to thrust again, relentlessly pursuing Lin Yuan. In an instant, Lin Yuan caught sight of the sword tip looming larger before him. In a flurry of thoughts, he swiftly grasped his blade with one hand, raising his left arm to deflect the long sword aside. Nonetheless, the razor-sharp sword aura still severed a few strands of his hair. Lin Yuan was slightly taken aback. The first of the outer sect was indeed worthy of his reputation. He twisted his body, raising his blade to counter. A chilling aura erupted, enveloping the blade in a layer of frost. 7 kills, soul-severing. Xiuxian's pupils constricted as he swiftly thrust the sword tip into the ground, using the momentum to retreat hastily. Just as he distanced himself, the phantom blade flashed past him, not inflicting harm but slicing through the fabric of his clothing. After this exchange, Lin Yuan had lost a few strands of hair. While Xiuxian's attire was torn, it was a draw, more or less. Having just ascended, the power was indeed difficult to control. Xiuxian glanced down at his tattered clothing, chuckling to himself. He then grasped the fabric and tore it apart with force. Beneath the flimsy garment lay a well-toned physique. Compared to his unremarkable face, it was this body that drew far more attention. Martial techniques for body refinement? Unlike others, Lin Yuan immediately sensed the immense power concealed beneath Xiuxian's muscles. Xiuxian had indeed practiced the techniques of body refinement. I have little knowledge in this realm, merely a passing interest, not to be compared with Brother Lin. Xiuxian did not refute the assertion, clearly acquiescing to it. How intriguing, Lin Yuan bellowed, his ghostly light blade slicing downwards at an angle. Xiuxian traced a semicircle with his sword, deftly redirecting the attack. However, Lin Yuan quickly gathered his strength and unleashed a second strike. Attempting to build momentum? Impossible. Observing Lin Yuan's intention to compound his assault, Xiuxian once again employed the cloud-breaking sword technique, interrupting his flow. The disparity in their attacks was stark. Once compounded, the force would be devastating, capable of overcoming both gods and Buddhas. Yet, the prerequisite was the ability to layer those strikes effectively. Xiuxian's response was remarkably efficient, directly thwarting Lin Yuan's build-up and denying him the chance to execute a second blow. Engaging in combat beyond one's level is inherently challenging, especially considering Xiuxian's prodigious talent. Some disciples marveled at Lin Yuan's ability to endure this long, surpassing everyone's expectations. However, the foundational practice of qi refinement was notoriously arduous. Moreover, Xiuxian's profound depth in combat prowess eclipsed that of the average foundation establishment cultivator. The outcome of this contest had been predetermined from the outset. Since layering strikes was no longer an option, Lin Yuan resolved to engage directly. He had never believed in a single technique being sufficient to conquer all. Yet, this battle served as a poignant reminder. It seemed prudent for him to hone another martial skill. Inner disciples were permitted to enter the martial arts pavilion once a year. Once he ascended to that rank, he would select a technique. With a plan forming in his mind, Lin Yuan focused intently on Xiuxian. His perfected golden body technique had reached an impressive level, and he was curious to see just how formidable Xiuxian's physique could be. Executing the shadow chase technique once more, he swiftly appeared before Xiuxian. Clang, clang, clang. The clash of blades echoed as their weapons met in rapid succession. For a moment, the arena was filled solely with the silhouettes of the two combatants colliding. After yet another exchange, they retreated to create space. Xiuxian flourished his sword, his gaze sharp. Brother Lin, you are indeed formidable. Had I not established my foundation yet, this battle would have been exceedingly difficult to determine a victor. But you were ultimately a step too late. No sooner had he spoken than a luminous crescent moon surged forth from his sword. Was that the second tier, mid-grade martial technique? The crescent moon sword technique? Discerning disciples immediately exclaimed. Lin Yuan furrowed his brow, uncertain of the intricacies of this sword technique. As second-tier martial skills were located on the third floor of the martial arts pavilion, beyond his reach. Just then, the voice of a disciple rang out again. Haha. It is said that the crescent moon sword technique bears some resemblance to the 7-killing demon blade. Humans experience joy and sorrow, and the moon undergoes phases of fullness and emptiness. The so-called crescent moon sword technique refers to the moon's power being greatest when it is full and least when it is waning. Compounding strikes requires layering them one after another for their potency to gradually manifest. However, the crescent moon sword technique allows for the control of the sword's power level, as Xiuxian demonstrates by starting with the full moon. The disciple spoke confidently, revealing some insights into the crescent moon sword technique. Fullness and emptiness? Lin Yuan's thoughts stirred. At that moment, a streak of sword light surged forth, its speed as swift as thunder. He evaded sideways. Yet a sharp flash of the sword still carved a crimson line across his chest. Blood droplets seeped out, quickly staining his torso a deep red. Gasps of astonishment escaped the onlookers. It was the first time they had witnessed Lin Yuan sustain such a grievous injury. However, in truth, Lin Yuan's wound was merely superficial. The instant the blood began to flow, the muscles at his chest twitched rapidly, and in a blink, they reformed seamlessly. Xiuxian pressed on with his assault, the crescent moon on his sword becoming increasingly pronounced. With a sudden burst, Lin Yuan retreated, narrowly avoiding the strike. The moon waxes and wanes. He was not prepared to engage Xiuxian in his full moon state. Instead, he intended to employ his instant step to gradually wear down his opponent. Thus, a comical scene unfolded on the arena. Xiuxian swung his sword, and each time he was about to strike Lin Yuan, the latter would swiftly retreat. After several exchanges, Xiuxian found himself at a disadvantage, frustratedly exclaiming, "This technique must consume a considerable amount of spiritual energy. Can you sustain it indefinitely?" Lin Yuan offered no reply. His spiritual energy was abundant. Should it dwindle, he could immediately activate the 9-yin condensation technique to absorb the ambient spiritual energy. Though the amount was modest, it sufficed to replenish his expenditures. Were it not for the presence of a golden core elder nearby, he could even resort to the blood ignition technique, which would restore him at a far superior rate. After a series of evasions lasting nearly half a stick of incense, the outline of the crescent moon on Xiuxian's sword began to diminish, gradually shifting towards that of a waning moon. Now was the moment. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Yuan consumed a strength pill, turning his back to Xiuxian and once more executing the stunning cicada shed. In an instant, he was before Xiuxian. Gripping his blade with both hands, he pivoted and struck forcefully downward. Xiuxian met the attack with his sword, responding swiftly to block. The spectral blade was deflected. Yet Lin Yuan remained unfazed, twisting his hips to utilize the momentum and swing his blade again. Clang! Like a shimmering pool of autumn water, Xiuxian's sword intercepted once more. Feeling a surge of formidable power within him, Lin Yuan unleashed a flurry of downward strikes. Xiuxian discerned that Lin Yuan was compounding his blade's momentum. A glimmer of light flickered in his eyes as he thrust his sword through the flurry of strikes, aiming directly for Lin Yuan's chest. It was a mutually destructive maneuver he intended to employ to forcibly disrupt Lin Yuan's assault. Suddenly, Xiuxian's expression shifted dramatically, and he instinctively withdrew his sword to defend, bellowing, "Have you lost your mind?" Chapter 34, Mutual Destruction, Lu Chanfan's frustration. His outburst was unavoidable. Who could have anticipated that Lin Yuan would disregard the impending strike entirely and instead gamble with his life? Xiuxian's sword could indeed pierce Lin Yuan, but simultaneously, the blade in Lin Yuan's grasp would descend upon him. A single thrust might not claim Lin Yuan's life, but if that blade fell, it would sever half of Xiuxian's body. Even if he were to survive, he would be rendered a mere shell of his former self. Hence, he had no choice but to defend. That blow must be blocked. On the other side, the Golden Core Elder was already prepared to intervene. Upon witnessing Xiuxian draw his sword to counter, a complex expression crossed his face. He was astonished not only by the ferocity of that strike, but also by Xiuxian's resolute decision. Both of their choices were undoubtedly sound. In the realm of qi cultivation, one could not contend with the foundation establishment. Only by risking life could one hope for victory. Xiuxian held the advantage, and preserving his feathers was entirely justified. Remarkable, indeed. Strangely, an impulse to take on a disciple surged within him. Xiuxian was undeniably a disciple of Tang Qingyang, a fact that could not be altered. Yet, it appeared that Lin Yuan had not yet pledged himself to any Golden Core Elder. Lost in thought, he completely forgot the words spoken by Gu Tingshan earlier. Clang, clang, clang. Each powerful strike from Lin Yuan was steadfastly parried by Xiuxian. Xiuxian understood that while the 15th strike was indeed breathtaking, it was utterly impossible for Lin Yuan to defeat him. As long as he could withstand the 15 strikes, Lin Yuan would inevitably exhaust himself and falter. In the blink of an eye, Lin Yuan unleashed his 15th blow. Did you think this was the end? Lin Yuan's calm voice resonated. A sense of foreboding washed over Xiuxian as his heart raced. In his line of sight, a wave of sword energy erupted violently, descending toward him with lethal intent. Full moon over the western tower. He summoned all his spiritual power to converge upon his longsword. The waning moon was instantly restored, colliding with the oncoming sword energy. Boom. With a thunderous crash, both of their bodies were sent sprawling, crashing heavily onto the arena floor. Forced activation of the 16th strike resulted in side effects: subcutaneous bleeding, depletion of spiritual power. Subjected to a violent impact, resulting in side effects: internal bleeding, fractured bones. Hiss, that hurt. Lin Yuan winced, swiftly transferring the side effects to the Xiuxian before him. This alleviated his discomfort significantly. Meanwhile, as Xiuxian prepared to rise, he was suddenly beset by waves of excruciating pain coursing through his body. The intensity of this pain forced him to collapse once more, completely drained of strength. Could it be the after-effects of forcibly employing full moon over the western tower? Hiss, how could it be so severe? Xiuxian grimaced, nearly losing consciousness. Seeing that both combatants were unable to stand, the Golden Core elder coughed lightly, somewhat embarrassed, and declared, "This battle ends in a draw." He would not admit that he had momentarily contemplated taking on a disciple, completely forgetting the clash between the two. The audience was left in astonishment. What was anticipated to be a thrilling display of dominance unexpectedly culminated in mutual devastation. Xiuxian's strength was indeed formidable, while Lin Yuan's ferocity was equally undeniable. Some among them recognized the exquisite finesse of Xiuxian's earlier strike. If they were in Lin Yuan's position, they would undoubtedly have been unable to overlook it. It can only be said that Lin Yuan's desperate tactics proved remarkably effective. "Master M.O., since it is a draw, what shall we do about tomorrow's match?" a disciple inquired. Elder M.O. gazed upon the two individuals sprawled on the ground and suddenly conceived an idea. Whoever among them could recover by the morrow would be permitted to partake in the final match. "How unfair," protested a disciple. "Lin Yuan possesses body-refining martial skills. He will undoubtedly recover more swiftly." Yet, this dissent was quickly quelled. What of body-refining martial skills? Xiuxian remained at the Foundation establishment stage. Surely, the Foundation establishment stage was more conducive to recovery than the Qi refinement stage? Indeed, one possessed body-refining martial skills, while the other was at the Foundation establishment stage and also practiced body-refining techniques. Elder MO's decision could be deemed utterly just. Lin Yuan was carried off the arena, and his bearers were none other than Zheng Han, who had previously offered him spirit stones. In truth, after alleviating the side effects, he was already capable of standing and walking independently, yet he felt compelled to feign severe injury. Once beyond the confines of Mingyu Peak, Lin Yuan signaled for Zheng Han to set him down. "You've sustained such grave injuries. Allow me to carry you back." Zheng Han insisted, but Lin Yuan declined. "No need. I merely experienced a moment of fatigue. I have already recovered." Upon descending from Zheng Han's back, Lin Yuan stretched his limbs. Most of his external injuries had healed, and the only significant internal bleeding had been transferred to Xiuxian. Apart from the layer of reddish-brown scabs adorning his skin, which rendered him a rather pitiful sight, and the lack of restored spiritual energy, his condition was otherwise satisfactory. Is body-refining martial arts truly so miraculous? Zheng Han exclaimed in astonishment, subsequently sighing. The other match was won by Lu Changfan. Who would have thought he had secretly attained Foundation establishment as well? Had you not been injured, you might have claimed first place in this competition. The duel between Lin Yuan and Xiuxian was extraordinary, while the other match did not disappoint either. Many had anticipated that Shen Tianfang would easily vanquish Lu Changfan. Yet Lu Changfan's unexpected attainment of Foundation establishment led to his triumphant victory. Astoundingly, he accomplished this before even entering the inner sect. In an instant, Lu Changfan became the focus of fervent discussion among the onlookers. Some audaciously predicted that Lu Changfan would undoubtedly secure first place in the selection of inner sect disciples. This assertion garnered considerable agreement. After all, both Xiuxian and Lin Yuan were considerably injured. To defeat a Lu Changfan in good form seemed utterly implausible. It appeared that tomorrow would witness a loss. Lin Yuan's gaze flickered as he contemplated the situation. Although body-refining martial arts were formidable, they could not defy the laws of nature. It was certain that Xiuxian would be unable to rise the next day. Thus, Lin Yuan would undoubtedly emerge as the last contender. Rising was one matter, but defeating Lu Changfan would be a daunting challenge. The rewards for the top three were astounding. Even if he did not claim first place, securing second would be a significant achievement. After a day of rest in the bamboo cottage, he arrived punctually the next day. As anticipated, Xiuxian was gravely injured and still recuperating, leaving only Lin Yuan to approach the arena with heavy steps. Having sustained such severe injuries yesterday, yet still appearing today, Lin Yuan is indeed a formidable figure of our esteemed sect. A chuckle followed. Even if he were to falter today, I would still regard him as the foremost. Do not dwell on it. Lin Yuan can only be second, while Lu Changfan's first place is indeed quite a hot potato. Do not harbor envy or resentment. No matter how precarious, it remains first. The group of disciples murmured softly. On the stage, Lu Changfan's expression was somewhat grim. He had not anticipated that Lin Yuan would truly arrive. If he were to defeat Lin Yuan, it would merely indicate that his victory was unearned. Conversely, if he were unable to best him, it would be a shame of monumental proportions. The outcome of this match held little significance for him, regardless of victory or defeat. Lin Yuan had come explicitly to seek guidance. Noticing the turmoil on Lu Changfan's face, Lin Yuan inwardly chuckled and proclaimed with cupped fists, "Lu Changfan." Lu Changfan seethed with indignation but could only respond with a forced smile. The two took their positions, and the match commenced. Chapter 35, Generous Rewards. Aren't you headachy? The result was beyond doubt. Lu Changfan emerged victorious. Nonetheless, as he glanced at the elongated gash on his arm, his eyelids twitched. It was a near miss. That blow could have pierced his defenses and severed his limb. Even in victory, it was a Pyrrhic one. If Lu Changfan felt this way, one could only imagine the state of Lin Yuan, who lay unconscious on the ground. He had genuinely exerted himself in this battle, holding nothing back. His injuries were no mere pretense. To avoid scrutiny, he bore all the side effects without shifting them. 3 days swiftly passed. Lin Yuan awoke from his stupor. As he opened his eyes, he was greeted by the sight of Xiuxian's large, round eyes swaying above him like plump grapes. "Stop swaying. It makes me dizzy," he murmured in a hoarse voice. "He is awake. Grandfather, Lin Yuan has awakened," Xiuxian exclaimed excitedly as she dashed outside, leaving Lin Yuan alone in the room. Moments later, several individuals entered. Lin Yuan looked up to see Elder Sangmu, who held Xiuxian, Izimo clad in a black robe, and the previous referee, Tang Zijia. Elder Sangmu approached first, scanning Lin Yuan's body with his spiritual sense, stroking his beard as he nodded. "Your recovery is progressing well. In half a month, you shall be free of complications." Upon hearing this, the other three let out a collective sigh of relief. "Elder Sangmu, Deacon Tang, Brother Yi, what brings you here?" Lin Yuan initially feared that his training in the blood ignition technique had been exposed. Yet, given the amiable demeanor of the others, it seemed not to pertain to that matter. Otherwise, it would have been the law enforcement hall that arrived, not them. "Deacon Tang, please go ahead." Izimo gestured to Tang Zijia to speak first. "Thank you, Master Yi, I shall proceed." Tang Zijia nodded slightly, then produced a ring, lifting it before Lin Yuan with his spiritual power. "The selection for inner disciples has concluded, and you have qualified as an inner disciple. Your identity token and inner disciple attire are contained within this spatial ring, which you may examine later. Moreover, in light of Lin Yuan's remarkable achievement of securing second place in this competition, he is generously rewarded with 20 spirit pills, 20 second-tier spirit talismans. Specifically the Diamond Talisman and the Sword Chi Talisman, 3,000 low-grade spirit stones, and a medium-grade magical artifact. Lin Yuan, all these treasures are contained within this spatial ring. Should you have any inquiries, feel free to seek me out at Golden Mountain Peak." Upon hearing the magnitude of the rewards, Lin Yuan's eyes widened in astonishment. These are second-tier pills. Even a foundation establishment elder receives only 1 per month. To acquire 20 at once is tantamount to the earnings of an ordinary elder over 2 years. The spirit talismans are equally valuable, not to mention the 3,000 spirit stones. It is worth noting that during his most prosperous times, he possessed no more than 15 stones, excluding that exceptional high-grade spirit stone. Magical artifacts also serve as hard currency. A medium-grade artifact can fetch several hundred spirit stones. And let us not overlook the spatial ring that contains these rewards. This is a windfall. "Thank you, Elder Song." Lin Yuan gratefully accepted the spatial ring and rose to express his thanks. "All right, since the items have been delivered, I shall take my leave. If you have no other matters, feel free to visit Golden Stone Peak for tea and conversation." Tang Zijia chuckled, not bothering with further pleasantries before departing. Once he had left, Izimo approached Lin Yuan. "I thought you would have to wait until next year to enter the inner sect. You have surprised me." As he spoke, he produced a small golden bird, no larger than a palm. "What is this?" Lin Yuan inquired, intrigued. Although the bird was diminutive, he sensed an extraordinarily potent aura emanating from it. "This is a golden light eagle. Even in its mature state, it possesses the cultivation of the golden core stage. It was a treasure given to me by Lu Io, and I owe this to you. Izimo proudly exhibited the golden light eagle before Lin Yuan. Do not let your pride cloud your judgment. While the golden light eagle is formidable in its maturity, it requires diligent care. Elder Sangmu interjected, offering a word of caution. I understand, Master. I am simply overjoyed. Izimo quickly composed himself, extracting an object resembling a bracelet. You have helped me acquire this splendid treasure, and I cannot let you go unrewarded. This is a flawed low-grade spirit artifact. Most of its functions have ceased, leaving only one intact. When worn, it can suppress one's own power and gradually enhance the wearer's physique. The sole drawback is a sensation akin to being pricked by needles, which should suit you well. A low-grade spirit artifact. Lin Yuan gasped internally. Even in its incomplete form, it is an artifact that only Golden Core elders can wield. Furthermore, it has the potential to enhance one's constitution. As for the drawback mentioned by Izimo, he dismissed it entirely. Thank you, Brother E. Lin Yuan beamed as he accepted the gift. Upon donning it, a series of small characters materialized before his eyes, stimulated by the celestial star bracelet. Side effect, bone piercing. Indeed, a prickling sensation coursed through him after wearing it. Without a second thought, he transferred the sensation to Ding Yaozu and his companions, though more accurately, to 4 of them. Currently, there are 5 slots for side effects, one of which is bound to Shenlisen. The remaining slots are subject to mutual rotation. Upon witnessing Lin Yuan don the celestial star bracelet without a flicker of emotion, Izimo couldn't help but give a thumbs up. No wonder you alone in the sect can master the 7-kill demon blade. If I possessed even half your tenacity, perhaps I would have succeeded long ago. Meanwhile, in the open space behind the Danxiang Pavilion, Ding Yuzu and his 4 companions were gathering firewood. The weather grew increasingly frigid. If they did not collect more firewood, they might very well freeze to death that night. Who dares to plot against me? Suddenly, Ding Yaozu cried out in pain. Looking around, he found that aside from his group, there was not a single soul in sight. The other 3 also began to sense something amiss, grimacing in agony. Among the 5, only Xiao Daba was utterly bewildered, unaware of what was transpiring. However, seeing the others contorted in pain, he began to mimic their expressions. Ding Yuzu, already tormented by the sudden pain, felt a surge of frustration upon witnessing his companion's antics. What are you all complaining about? I am the one truly suffering, he shouted. Boss, I am genuinely in pain. It feels like needles are stabbing me. One exclaimed. Indeed, boss, a chilling wind is rushing through my bones. Another added. It itches and hurts, as if a splinter is lodged in my flesh, unreachable and unremovable. The 3 lamented in unison. Ding Yaozu was taken aback. The symptoms mirrored his own too closely. It seemed they were not feigning their discomfort. Shifting his gaze, he turned to Xiao Daba. Where do you hurt? Xiao Daba was momentarily flummoxed. He felt no pain himself, but upon observing the others, he felt compelled to join their charade. As 4 pairs of eyes fixated on him, he stammered, I have a headache. Our heads don't hurt. Ding Yuzu and the others exclaimed in unison. Oh, your heads don't hurt, huh? Xiao Daba was immediately drenched in sweat. Chapter 36. Gu Tingshun accepts disciples. Wei Hua takes action. Let us not dwell on the unfortunate beating Xiao Daba endured. Meanwhile, Lin Yuan, having nearly recovered, donned the distinctive white robe of inner disciples and made his way to Longhua Peak to report. Longhua Peak is the highest summit of the Immortal Sect, where the sect leader, Long Yahua, resides year-round. It is also the mountain where the inner sect's foremost true disciple, Wen Han, is located. Rumor has it that Wen Han has already condensed his golden core, though the veracity of this claim remains uncertain. As Lin Yuan traversed the path to Longhua Peak, he reflected on the numerous tidbits he had gleaned during his time as a servant disciple. It was said that this information had been conveyed by a golden core elder, giving it a credibility of at least 80%. Greetings, Senior Brother Lin Yuan. We have the honor of meeting you, Senior Brother Lin Yuan. Wow, it's Senior Brother Lin Yuan. Along the way, Lin Yuan encountered numerous outer disciples who greeted him enthusiastically. The divisions between the outer and inner sects of the Immortal Sect were not strictly defined by geography, but rather by the differing privileges of the disciples. In certain realms, only inner disciples are permitted entry, while outer disciples are strictly prohibited. Thus, when Lin Yuan made his appearance, numerous disciples eagerly rushed to greet him. Not far off, Lu Changfan silently observed this scene, feeling a twinge of envy. Despite having ranked first in the selection trials, he could not shake the feeling that Lin Yuan was far more popular than he. At that moment, he noticed a middle-aged man suddenly halt before Lin Yuan. It was Gu Tingchun from the task hall, Elder Gu. Recognizing the person, Lu Chongfan could not help but narrow his eyes in surprise. Why would Elder Gu be here? Could it be that he intends to take Lin Yuan as his disciple? The mere thought of such a possibility deepened Lu Chongfan's gloom. Xiuxian had already become a disciple of Elder Tang Qingyang, and Chen Tianfang had also been accepted by a Golden Core elder. He had initially believed that no one would be interested in Lin Yuan's talent. Yet even Elder Gu had taken notice. This elder was a formidable combatant, undoubtedly ranking among the top 10 in terms of strength among the elders. Yet, despite being the first, why was no one inclined to take him as a disciple? Elder Gu? Lin Yuan found it hard to believe. There were not many Golden Core elders in the sect, and recognizing each elder was a requisite for the servant disciples, making it easy to identify him. Elder Gu cheerfully inquired, "How is your injury recovering?" "Thank you for your concern, Elder Gu." "I am recovering quite well," Lin Yuan replied, unsure of Elder Gu's intentions. "That is good to hear. Would you be interested in becoming my disciple?" "I would be honored to accept, Master." Lin Yuan initially hesitated, but then joy illuminated his face as he clasped his hands in respect. The esteemed Elder Gu had an impressive record and was known for his protective nature. If he could become his disciple, Lin Yuan felt he would not only navigate the sect with ease, but also be spared from the troubles of others. At that moment, another elder arrived. Upon recognizing the newcomer, Lin Yuan hastily bowed. "Greetings, Elder Wei." The newcomer was indeed Wei Hua. "What brings you here?" Upon seeing Wei Hua, Elder Gu displayed a hint of displeasure. He had once thought that Wei Hua could be an ally, but now it appeared that Wei Hua still bore an air of arrogance. The only reason he would engage in conversation was likely due to Elder Gu's Golden Core cultivation. Had Gu's cultivation been slightly lesser, Wei Hua would have likely dismissed him entirely. "Congratulations, Brother Gu, on acquiring a beloved disciple. Truly commendable," Wei Hua remarked, seemingly unfazed by Elder Gu's demeanor, laughing heartily. Upon receiving a compliment, Elder Gu's expression softened slightly. Turning back to Lin Yuan, he once more smiled warmly and produced a spatial ring. "My dear disciple, I am aware of the hardships you have endured. This is a gift for you." Inside, there were 10 bottles of Yuanhe pills, known for their gentle potency and ideal for absorption, as well as a foundation establishment pill to enhance your success rate in establishing a foundation. Additionally, it contained 10,000 spirit stones and a short blade of superior quality. Had it not been for that fellow Xiuxian being preoccupied with another matter, I would have certainly requested him to forge a spiritual artifact for you. Alas, it seems you must endure this predicament for now. What? Lin Yuan gasped in astonishment. Is my master truly that extravagant? To casually offer second-grade elixirs, and not just one, but 10 vials at once. Even if each vial contains but 10 pills, that amounts to 100. Not to mention the foundational pills, which are treasures in their own right. The subsequent 10,000 spirit stones in the superior grade magical artifacts are even more lavish. It is no wonder that it is said a disciple with a master is akin to a treasure. Who could have imagined this? These items are worth at least 30,000 spirit stones. For such a disciple, you are indeed generous. Wei Hua's voice echoed with an air of quiet contemplation. "HM? What do you mean by such a disciple? Is my disciple in any way inferior to yours?" Gu Tingchun's expression darkened once more. Lin Yuan now represented not only himself, but also his own dignity. Wei Hua was not merely speaking about Lin Yuan, but rather casting aspersions upon himself. A mere alchemist. He was simply experiencing a fleeting stroke of fortune, and it was likely that he would soon fade into obscurity. You bestow too much. Rather than invest in a disciple devoid of talent, it would be wiser to assist your other apprentices more. Wei Hua's words were indeed quite candid. Yet they struck Gu Tingchun's ears with an unnerving resonance. Furthermore, he was at the Danxiang Pavilion. Perhaps he had acquired some elixirs through other means, which led to his rapid advancement. After all, incidents of elixir theft had occurred at the Danxiang Pavilion in the past. Initially, Lin Yuan had paid little heed to this. However, upon hearing those words, he felt a surge of indignation. Is Elder Wei casting aspersions on my integrity, suggesting that I pilfered elixirs from the Danxiang Pavilion? Unfazed, he retorted sharply. Wei Hua offered no response, but his haughty demeanor spoke volumes. Gu Tingchun snorted coldly, preparing to defend himself, only to be halted by Lin Yuan. Master, the more anxious one is to defend, the more it reveals one's own insecurity. There is no need for us to justify ourselves. Elder Wei belongs to the law enforcement hall. If he seeks to condemn me, let him bring forth the evidence, Lin Yuan stated to both of them. He would not fall into the trap of self-justification. So, Elder Wei, you allege that I have stolen elixirs? Very well, produce the evidence. Without it, what grounds do you have to make such baseless accusations? Wei Hua raised an eyebrow, responding with an air of indifference. For months' time. From the 2nd to the 9th layer of qi training, such a feat is unattainable even with the 9-yin condensation technique. Lin Yuan had taken 3 years to reach merely the 2nd layer. His rapid recent advancement raised valid suspicions. Moreover, through our investigations, we have determined that the perpetrator of the blood incident in Shaoli village was none other than Xiuxian, a former disciple of the blood demon sect. Known for his cunning nature, according to your account, it is evident that Xiuxian had not strayed far, so how did you evade his perception? The barrage of inquiries made Lin Yuan's heart skip a beat. Gu Tingshan's brows furrowed as he regarded Wei Hua with a scrutinizing gaze. Are you truly prepared to sever ties with me? Wei Hua remarked with a veneer of joviality that belied his seriousness. Brother Gu, as an elder of the law enforcement hall, I must fulfill my duties. I do not intend to target you personally. As he spoke, 2 figures approached from the distance. One was Elder Tang Qinong of the law enforcement hall, and the other was Elder Xiuxian of the Spirit Rune Institute. The law enforcement hall, as is well known, oversees the conduct of disciples, ensuring internal discipline, while also pursuing traitors and those affiliated with demonic sects without mercy. The Spirit Rune Institute specializes in crafting spirit runes and is also responsible for equipment forging. Given the scarcity of renowned forgers within the immortal sect, only Xiuxian has gained significant acclaim, hence there is no separate establishment for spirit forging. Upon their arrival and after assessing the situation, Xiuxian declared, "This can be resolved easily. I possess a treasure that can detect the blood curse power within an individual. If Lin Yuan has indeed practiced demonic arts, a crimson glow will manifest on him. Otherwise, it will not." Xiuxian, with his crimson hair and beard, adorned with numerous rings, spoke decisively. Chapter 37. 3 Elders Testify. The Astonished Steward's Song. Upon hearing of such a remarkable treasure, the others turned their attention toward Lin Yuan. He too pondered deeply. The only aspect of his existence that raised suspicion was the blood-burning technique. However, as it consumed his own vitality, it should not harbor any blood curse power. Regarding the 2 he had slain, Lu Songda and Xiuxian, their demise should not pose an issue with only 2 individuals involved. To be prudent, he decided to inquire further. Elder Hua, inflicting injury on others should not generate blood curse power, correct? Xiuxian waved his hand dismissively, rest assured. Do you think blood curse power is easily acquired? Such a level of harm is insufficient. It only accumulates through significant slaughter. I have previously used this method to identify members of the demonic sect with consistent success. Upon hearing this, Lin Yuan felt reassured and replied with composure. Then let us proceed with the test. Excellent, let us try it over there. Xiuxian retrieved a white paper umbrella and held it above Lin Yuan's head. The umbrella spun above him, emitting beams of white light, seemingly scanning his body. In less than half a cup of tea's time, the umbrella returned to Xiuxian's grasp. What is the result? Tang Qinong inquired. Naturally, it is splendid. This lad has hardly killed anyone, let alone slay any beasts. Has he been solely devoted to his cultivation? Lin Yuan beamed and made a slight bow. Elder Hua, you are correct. I have ventured out only twice, once to slay a blue wolf demon and the second time to inquire with the He family about the delivery of spirit herbs. Indeed, I have engaged in very little combat. Ahem, that will not do. As cultivators, we must contend with others, with beasts, and with the heavens. Mere seclusion and cultivation is insufficient. Though Gu Dingxuan's tone bore a scolding quality, his expression radiated joy. After all, he preferred that his newly accepted disciple not be a person marked by bloodshed. Well then, since Lin Yuan does not possess blood curse power, it indicates that he is not implicated in the affairs of Shaoli village. Regarding the matter of the elixirs mentioned by Elder Wei Hua, it would be prudent for us to inquire directly at the Danxiang Pavilion. Tang Kanyang's voice resonated. Wait a moment, Elder Tang, Lin Yuan interjected. If Elder Wei Hua has wrongfully accused a disciple, what then? He silently designated Wei Hua as the target for the repercussions. Designated target for repercussions. Wei Hua, elder of the enforcement hall of the upper immortal sect, remnant of the 9 evil sect. Hold on. The mention of the 9 evil sect caused his pupils to tremble. Was this not the sect that had been eradicated by the upper immortal sect? To think there were still descendants in existence. With the blood demon sect, coupled with the 9 evil sect, it seemed the upper immortal sect was on the verge of collapse. Lin Yuan was internally astonished, yet outwardly remained composed, maintaining a serene gaze towards Tang Qinong. Since the facade had already been shattered, he might as well offend them outright. If Wei Hua continued to pursue him relentlessly, He would expose his connection to the Nine Evil sect, leading to a mutual destruction. Tang Kenyang appeared somewhat troubled. After all, Wei Hua was a member of the enforcement hall, and he undoubtedly felt compelled to protect his own. However, since Wei Hua had initiated this matter, he found himself at a loss for an effective resolution. Let us first ascertain the facts. Ultimately, he resolved to delay, intending to address the issue upon their arrival at the Danxiang Pavilion. Lin Yuan chose not to press further. Moderation was key, and the timing felt just right. The five of them arrived at the Danxiang Pavilion, immediately attracting considerable attention, particularly from Elder Yan Kuan. Elder Yan, has there been any incident of elixir theft at the Danxiang Pavilion recently? Tang Kenyang inquired directly and without preamble. None whatsoever. All elixirs are meticulously documented. And there have been no losses, Elder Yan Kuan replied, his expression one of bewilderment, as he was unaware of the unfolding situation. He had been engrossed in alchemical production and had paid little heed to external affairs of late. At that moment, Elder Sangmu also arrived on the scene. Tang Kenyang posed the same question to him. The processes of refinement and storage are distinct. All elixirs of second tier and above are safeguarded by designated personnel. Are you suggesting something, Elder Tang? Compared to Yin Kuan, Elder Sangmu exhibited a far more assertive demeanor. With his alchemical skills, none within the upper immortal sect dared to offend him. What do you mean by that, Elder Sangmu? I am merely inquiring, Tang Kenyang replied with a smile. Lin Yuan let out a cold laugh and stepped forward. Elder Sangmu, my cultivation has progressed remarkably of late. Elder Wei Hua has accused me of stealing elixirs from the Danxiang Pavilion and even claimed that there had been previous thefts. Upon uttering these words, the entire assembly was taken aback. Gu Tingshan instinctively attempted to silence him, but was a moment too late. Very well, if such suspicions abound, it would be best to reassign me from here, he declared. Enough is enough. I have long repaid my debts to the sect, and I shall seek to take my grandson and leave. Before Wei Hua could respond, Elder Sangmu was instantly enraged, his face darkening with fury. Dear elder brother, from where does this doubt arise? No one suspects you, remarked Xiuxian, stepping forward to grasp the sleeve of Elder Sangmu with a smile. Gu Tingshan chuckled softly, indicating his trust in Elder Sangmu's character. Tang Kenyang shot a fierce glare at Lin Yuan, subsequently forcing himself to approach and offer a smile. Lin Yuan, observing this scene, felt a twinge of bewilderment. He was the one aggrieved, yet it seemed everyone was rallying to comfort Elder Sangmu. He wished to inquire, but noticing the subtle signals from Xiuxian and his own master, he promptly fell silent. After some time, the group managed to stabilize the somewhat distressed Elder Sangmu. Wei Hua intended to continue speaking, but upon raising his head, he saw Shenlisin arriving. After a brief exchange, Shenlisin cast a glance at Lin Yuan and spoke coolly. During my recent refinement of the spirit communication pill, I experienced a breakthrough and produced an additional one for him. As for the other pills, they remain in the repository. If you have doubts, feel free to verify. There are only 3 elders in the Pill Fragrance Pavilion, and if they all affirm it, then it must be true, especially Shenlisin, whose integrity is renowned throughout the immortal sect. Lin Yuan, who had witnessed the entire exchange, suddenly felt a peculiar sensation rise within him. Shenlisin's unwavering support made him ponder if the elder believed he had already consumed the blood puppet pill. Was he being viewed as merely a puppet? This is a technique I collected in my early years. Accept it as an apology. With the 3 elders collectively vouching for him, even Wei Hua, despite his reluctance, had no choice but to concede. He snorted coldly, tossing a jade slip to Lin Yuan before turning to leave. Thank you, Elder Wei, your generosity is commendable, Lin Yuan expressed, his eyes lighting up as he bowed toward Wei Hua's departing figure. With the matter conclusively resolved, Tang Kenong and Xiuxian hastily took their leave. Lin Yuan wished to bid farewell to Elder Sangmu, but was directly pulled away by Gu Tingshan. The following day, Lin Yuan returned to the martial arts pavilion. His purpose was twofold: to select a close combat technique and to inquire with Steward Song about Elder Sangmu and Sang Xiaoya. Upon noticing Lin Yuan's entrance, Steward Song, who was copying text at his desk, froze momentarily. When he spotted the white robe draped over Lin Yuan, he nearly overturned the inkstone on the table. When did you become an inner sect disciple? Once one entered the martial arts pavilion, they were almost entirely cut off from the outside world. Additionally, Steward Song Yuanlu had a disposition favoring solitude and was not adept at conversing with others. This resulted in his ignorance of events occurring outside. While he was aware of the inner sect disciple selection, he had never anticipated that Lin Yuan would manage to enter the inner sect. Chapter 38. Secrets of the Pill Fragrance Pavilion, insidious backhand not long ago, during the inner sect disciple selection, was Steward Song truly unaware? Lin Yuan smiled slightly. Stepping closer to him and producing his identity token, Steward Song hastily rolled up his sleeves and set down the brush he had been holding. Upon verification, it was discovered that this token was authentic, belonging to an inner sect disciple, and it bore some fundamental information about Lin Yuan. 9th level of Qi refining. Disciple of Elder Gu. He was astonished, momentarily rendered speechless, unsure of how to respond. The rapidity of his cultivation was indeed astonishing. Could it be that the 9-yin condensation technique was truly as formidable as rumored? Observing the flabbergasted Steward Song, Lin Yuan reclaimed his identity token from his grasp and inquired, "Might I ask, Steward Song, do you have any recommendations for close combat martial techniques?" Close combat martial techniques? Steward Song regained his composure and suggested, "There is a technique called the 100 Beast Fist, which possesses considerable power and can later be transitioned into the 3rd-tier martial technique." The King of Beast Fist. Lin Yuan had heard this name mentioned before. It was said that a true disciple named Wang who practiced the King of Beast Fist. While it sounded promising, the time required for mastery was lengthy. Is there a technique that can be perfected in a shorter time frame, yet possesses immense power? He asked. Steward Song instinctively shook his head. Such techniques typically have severe side effects and are unsuitable. Mid-sentence, he suddenly paused, gazing at Lin Yuan. This young man had already mastered the 7 Kills Demon Blade and the 9-yin condensation technique. Adding another technique seemingly posed no issue. I actually prefer techniques with significant side effects, as they can temper the body and forge the will, Lin Yuan declared, patting his chest resolutely. You truly are something. Steward Song mused, struggling to find a suitable descriptor. With a resigned smirk, he said, on the southern handrail of the upper floor. There exists a palm technique called the 1,000 Poisons Palm. If you are interested, you may take a look. Thank you, Steward Song. Lin Yuan responded with a slight bow, then eagerly ascended to the 2nd floor. After a brief search, he came across a martial technique, its exterior drab and dusty, much like the 7 Kills Demon Blade. This 1,000 Poisons Palm had also not been perused for quite some time. After skimming through the introduction, he understood why it had fallen into neglect. The essence of the 1,000 Poisons Palm lay in practicing with poisons. The more one was exposed to toxic substances, the greater the palm technique's power. It was said that at advanced levels, one could slay a foundation-building cultivator with a single strike. However, great power signified arduous training. Not to mention the rarity of materials needed for concocting poisons, few would be willing to endure the agony of immersing their hands in toxins. This is the one. Lin Yuan disregarded the side effects. The 1,000 Poisons Palm was the most fitting technique for him. Extracting the 1,000 Poisons Palm. He swiftly transcribed it under Steward Song's puzzled gaze. Noticing the surroundings were clear, he stealthily approached Steward Song and asked, Steward Song, do you happen to know where Elder Sang's son is gone? Steward Song's expression shifted, and he admonished in a hushed tone, why the sudden inquiry? There are matters that you should not pry into. I have recently developed a keen interest in alchemy, and I merely wish to inquire in advance to avoid any potential faux pas, Lin Yuan explained. It is not that I refuse to divulge, but this matter is exceedingly sensitive, and ordinary disciples should refrain from inquiring. I am now an inner sect disciple. Can I not inquire as well? Lin Yuan pressed. Moreover, I share a cordial relationship with Xiuxian. Do you wish for me to inquire of her? Alas, come closer, and I shall impart this matter to you. It must not be disclosed to others. Steward Song sighed deeply and began to narrate softly. Should anyone else inquire, he would certainly divulge not a single word. However, given that Lin Yuan is an inner sect disciple and a student of Elder Gu, in addition to his friendship with Xiuxian, it is appropriate to share this with him. Elder Sang's son, Yu, was a rare talent in alchemy, achieving the foundation establishment at your age and capable of refining 3rd-grade elixirs. Young and accomplished, Yu later fell in love with Xiuxian, the chief disciple of the Baihai Pavilion. Their mutual affection led them to marry swiftly within the immortal sect, and after their union, Xiuxian bore a daughter named Xiuxian. 3 years later, a mysterious force invaded, forcibly abducting Xiuxian. In a desperate attempt to reclaim his beloved, Yu stole a vast quantity of elixirs from the Danxiang Pavilion, vanishing without a trace thereafter. It is no wonder. Upon hearing this tale from the past, Lin Yuan finally comprehended the magnitude of Elder Sang's reaction. But why is Xiuxian so dedicated to refining the strength elixir? He continued to inquire. Yu's alchemical skills were inherited from Elder Sang, while Xiuxian's skills originate from Yu. This connection is not difficult to grasp. As for the strength elixir, Sangyu was in the midst of teaching her its refinement just before he and Xiuxian departed. Xiaoya's refusal to seek Elder Sang's assistance and her unwavering focus on the strength elixir stems from her belief that one day, when she successfully refines it, her father Sangyu and mother Xiuxian will return. Alas, she is indeed a sorrowful child. At this juncture, Steward Song sighed once more. Had this incident never transpired? It is likely that Sangyu would now hold a position among the true disciples. With the context unveiled, Lin Yuan's doubts were finally dispelled. Before his departure, he inquired about another matter. I possess some surplus elixirs and spirit talismans. How should I go about selling them? 30 miles east of the mountain gate lies a marketplace belonging to our immortal sect, where prices are relatively fair. If you wish to sell your items, that would be the place to go. Thank you, Steward Song. Upon leaving the Xiuwu Pavilion, Lin Yuan returned to his exclusive courtyard. The tranquility of the courtyard surpassed even that of Lai Rin's residence. Furthermore, it was equipped with a soundproof alert formation. Should anyone wish to enter, they would require his consent. Entering his room, he placed the talisman jade slip obtained from Zhihua alongside the 1,000 poison palm on the table. The technique was named the Mind Shock Technique, and as the name suggests, its use would startle the opponent's mind, facilitating either attack or escape. I have yet to practice this technique. Now seems an opportune moment to attempt it. Lin Yuan pressed the jade slip to his brow, carefully contemplating the profound essence contained within. At that moment, a voice thundered in his ear. Struck by the attack of the evil god 9 slashes. Suffering side effect, dissolution of the soul, long term, he abruptly opened his eyes, a surge of murderous intent rising within him. Good. I had not yet sought trouble with Wei Hua, yet I did not anticipate his treachery within the jade slip, intending to end my life. If he wishes for my spirit to dissipate, then let him first experience this sensation. Lin Yuan let out a cold laugh, transferring the side effects directly to Wei Hua. As if that were insufficient, he began to cultivate the blood ignition technique. At that very moment, Wei Hua was meditating in a hidden chamber, recuperating his spiritual energy. Recently, he had made some progress, significantly enhancing his strength, and was feeling quite elated. Oh, celestial sect, you who slaughtered my parents and annihilated my evil sect, await your doom. I shall utterly destroy you. Wei Hua murmured softly when suddenly his body trembled. A profound sense of dizziness overwhelmed him, nearly destabilizing his mind. Furthermore, upon inspecting his golden core with his divine sense, he discovered that the brilliance he had painstakingly gathered had dimmed considerably. Anxious and unsettled, he pondered whether his cultivation of the 9 slashes of the evil god had gone awry. Impossible. If I can usurp Wei Hua's body, it signifies that the 9 slashes is indeed sound. Perhaps I have simply overexerted myself lately. A few days of rest should restore my equilibrium. Chapter 39. The Treasure Pavilion and the Fury Pill. The following day, as the radiant sun crested the mountain peaks and streamed into the small courtyard, Lin Yuan rose early, seizing the dawn light to head straight for the market mentioned by Elder Song. Although the Celestial Sect's market is open daily, it is particularly bustling at the beginning of the month, and today happens to be just that. As he traversed the path, Lin Yuan began to contemplate his forthcoming endeavors. Though the Spirit Communication Pill and the Yuanhe Pill are commendable, their effects are rather mediocre. They suffice for ordinary cultivators, but are somewhat superfluous for me. I hope to exchange them for some Fury Pills, which are also second-tier elixirs, yet their potency is at least 30% greater. Aside from the risk of meridian rupture, everything else is simply perfect. Additionally, I must procure some swift movement talismans. Relying solely on my legs to traverse the various peaks would be excessively taxing. Moreover, I need to further my studies in the 1,000 poisons palm, so acquiring some commonly used poisons would be prudent. After much deliberation, the Celestial Sect's market came into view. After undergoing an identity verification, Lin Yuan entered seamlessly. Freshly harvested emerald bamboo snake gallbladder, complementary with hemostatic herb and mortar. Low-grade sword-type magical artifacts, 80% new. For female cultivators. Second-tier diamond talismans, rich in internal spiritual energy, still usable several times. Hiring bodyguards at a premium, at least 10 spirit stones per day. Interested parties please contact. Homemade tiger bone wine, ensuring a night of vigor. Upon entering, he was greeted by a cacophony of voices, each varying in accents and tones. This market, frequented not only by disciples of the Celestial Sect but also by other cultivation families who periodically send representatives for trade, was indeed fervently animated. Esteemed brother, do you seek to purchase something? I am well acquainted with this market. For merely 1 spirit stone, I can assuredly provide you with a clear introduction. Just as he surveyed the surroundings, a young lad approached him. Observing the attire of the servant disciple before him, Lin Yuan smiled softly and withdrew a spiritual stone with a single hand. The young boy, upon witnessing this, eagerly cupped his hands and gazed up with hope. However, to his surprise, Lin Yuan retracted the stone. Rest assured, spiritual stones are not scarce for you, but you must first prove your worth. That is only natural. May I inquire what my senior brother requires? The boy retracted his hands and wiped them on his garment, offering an awkward grin. Allow me to introduce myself briefly. As this is my first visit, he continued. The largest establishment here is known as the Treasure Pavilion, a property of our immortal sect. The pavilion offers a vast array of items, ranging from mundane necessities to the exquisite purple cloud pills required for condensing golden cores. It is truly a treasure trove. Surrounding the pavilion are various shops established by prominent cultivation families, including the Yang family's forge, the Qian family's 100 Talismans Pavilion, and the He family's spiritual herb hall. Upon hearing these three influential names, Lin Yuan felt a stir within him. Many cultivation families are affiliated with the immortal sect, and the Yang, Qian, and He families are among the most powerful. While he was unaware of the specifics regarding the other two families, he knew the He family harbored ulterior motives and did not exhibit the same level of loyalty to the sect as they appeared to. In addition to these three families, there are also various cultivators who regularly sell their wares, including those at the foundation establishment stage. The boy rambled on, providing Lin Yuan with considerable insight. Though this information was not secretive, gathering it all would require significant effort. If I wish to sell some items, where should I go? Lin Yuan inquired with keen interest, surveying his surroundings. That depends on your choice. The Treasure Pavilion offers lower purchase prices compared to others, but the difference is converted into contribution value. Whereas the other establishments offer standard rates, the boy replied without hesitation. Very well, let us first visit the Treasure Pavilion. Considering that he needed to purchase the Fury pills, Lin Yuan decided it was more convenient to make his acquisition there. The Treasure Pavilion was a 3-story structure. Although not lofty, it occupied a substantial area. The first floor primarily sold various miscellaneous items, along with pills, magical artifacts, and even martial techniques required for the Qi refinement stage. Naturally, the quality of these items was relatively commonplace. Upon ascending to the second floor, Lin Yuan noted that the items here were considerably more valuable, with an array of second-tier pills prominently displayed. A mere glance revealed his target for this excursion, the Fury pills. May I inquire what you require, esteemed sir? A sales attendant approached Lin Yuan gracefully, her voice soft and inviting. How many Fury pills do you have in stock? Fury pills? The attendant hesitated momentarily before responding with a smile. Those are second-tier pills and come with certain side effects. Our inventory at the Treasure Pavilion is somewhat limited. I recommend the more mild Yuanhe pills or the Spirit Link pills instead. While their efficacy is somewhat diminished, they are far more beneficial for your cultivation. There was no trace of condescension from the maid, and her demeanor was impeccable. Lin Yuan nodded in satisfaction, setting aside other considerations. The service at the Treasure Pavilion alone ensured that business would thrive here. He slowly approached the shelf displaying the Fury pills, glancing at the price tag. Each Fury pill was priced at 100 spirit stones, with a vial containing 10 costing 1,000. There were 3 vials on display, amounting to 3,000 spirit stones. I shall take these. May I inquire how many you have in stock? The maid lowered her gaze to fiddle with the bracelet on her wrist, seemingly checking inventory. Then responded, we have 10 vials remaining, totaling 10,000 spirit stones. Quite reasonable. Lin Yuan reached for his spatial ring, preparing to make the payment, but was halted by the young man beside him. Brother, the pills at the Treasure Pavilion are exorbitantly priced at the He family's apothecary. A single Fury pill costs merely 80. The youth's eyelids flickered. He had no doubt that Lin Yuan was not merely posturing. The Treasure Pavilion was backed by the Law Enforcement Hall, and if Lin Yuan sought to jest here, he would undoubtedly face severe repercussions. Thus, it was entirely plausible that Lin Yuan could indeed produce 10,000 spirit stones. Goodness, 10,000 spirit stones. What a staggering sum. He had never laid eyes on such a fortune in his life. The maid smiled and elaborated. While the Fury pills at the apothecary are indeed cheaper, their efficacy cannot compare to those of our Treasure Pavilion. You may verify this. Our goal is to ensure that every guest feels their investment is worthwhile. Seeing that the youth did not contest her statement, Lin Yuan recognized the truth in her words and promptly stopped hesitating, retrieving his spatial ring. Fury pills? I shall take them all. Just as he was about to finalize the transaction, a voice suddenly rang out from behind him. Turning around, He beheld a young man clad in opulent attire, his expression haughty as he approached. This is Yang Chaowei, one of the 5 sons of the Yang family. At the 7th level of Qi refinement, he is known for his arrogance. Do not engage him. The youth's low voice cautioned Lin Yuan. At the mention of the name, a slight smirk tugged at Lin Yuan's lips. Yang Chaowei, what a splendid name. He turned back to the maid, handing her his spatial ring. Wrap them all up for me. It seems you have chosen to ignore my words. I want those fury pills. Yang Chaowei's tone turned frosty, a hint of displeasure flickering across his face as he realized someone dared to disregard him. The fury pills bore significant side effects, and it was rare for alchemists to produce them. Even if they were created, the quantity would be limited. He had been stagnating at the 7th level of Qi refinement for quite some time. If he could obtain these fury pills, perhaps he might break through the constraints of the 7th level and ascend to the 8th, though it appeared to be a mere incremental advancement. Attaining the 8th level would surely grant him the qualification to enter the inner circle of a celestial sect, given his status as a direct descendant of the Yang family. With such credentials, who would dare to look down upon him? Let alone the fact that he could access more profound cultivation techniques and martial skills. Thus, these rage pills were an absolute necessity for him. Chapter 40. The arrogant 2nd-generation cultivator, Yin Rui, go and fetch them. Lin Yuan disregarded Yang Chaowei entirely and addressed the maid. Even when dealing with inner disciples, one must maintain a semblance of politeness, let alone with a mere 5th son. Do you recognize me, kid? Yang Chaowei, ignoring the objections of those around him, boldly approached Lin Yuan, glaring into his eyes like a wolf. Lin Yuan glanced down at his attire and chuckled to himself. Had he known, he would have worn a different outfit. The inner disciple garments naturally possessed water-repellent and dust-resistant properties. However, the set he received was ill-fitting. He intended to change into something more suitable soon. If he had donned the proper attire, even with 8 times the courage, Yang Chaowei would not have dared to speak so brazenly. Whether I recognize you or not is irrelevant. What matters is that you will come to know me in due time. Lin Yuan maintained a calm demeanor as he initiated a binding with Yang Chaowei. Such a 2nd-generation cultivator ought to be taught a lesson. Who knows how he would wield his influence in the future? You? What are you even worth? Yang Chaowei dismissed him contemptuously, as if he were above it all. But suddenly, his complexion changed dramatically. His previously ruddy face drained of color, beads of sweat began to form on his forehead, quickly dripping onto the counter before him. Drip. Drip. Lin Yuan couldn't help but shake his head upon witnessing this. He had merely allowed Yang Chaowei to experience the side effects of the Tianqing bracelet. He had not yet compounded any additional effects. To think he could not endure even this. Compared to him, Lyran could be deemed remarkably resilient. Ah! The pain is unbearable. Yang Chaowei cried out, his expression one of genuine torment, as if he were truly suffering. Despite the agony, he did not forget about the rage pills, demanding that the maids sell him the entirety of their stock. Their dispute soon attracted the attention of others. At that moment, a woman clad in a flowing white robe with an alluring visage approached. I will take over from here. You may step down, she instructed the maid. The maid, unsure of how to handle the situation, welcomed the intervention of her superior and was eager to leave. However, she did not stray too far. In the service industry, one must possess keen insight. She was aware of Yang Chaowei's status, but this was her first encounter with Lin Yuan. Anyone capable of presenting 10,000 spirit stones in one go was undoubtedly significant. She needed to ascertain his identity. Senior Sister Yin Rui. Yang Chaowei seemed to recognize the woman before him, calling out in pain, hoping to foster a connection. Yet, Yin Rui did not acknowledge him. Her gaze fixed solely on Lin Yuan. Upon noticing his attire, Lin Yuan immediately clasped his hands together. I have the honor of meeting you, Senior Sister Yin. All inner disciples donned white robes, but there were subtleties even within that uniformity. The Qi cultivation realm is characterized by a simple white robe, devoid of elaborate embellishments. In contrast, those in the foundation establishment stage don robes adorned with a motif resembling blades of grass. In the early stages of foundation establishment, there is but a single leaf. In the mid-stage, 2 leaves appear, and so forth, culminating in the pinnacle of the foundation establishment, which is represented by 4 leaves. Above the grass leaves flourish vibrant blossoms, signifying the elders of the Golden Core realm. Take, for instance, Gu Tingchun, whose robe is embroidered with 3 blossoms, indicative of his late-stage Golden Core cultivation. Before her stood Yin Rui, who, though appearing youthful, bore the 2-leaf pattern on her robe. Sufficient evidence of her status as a mid-stage foundation establishment cultivator. It is only fitting to call you senior sister, she remarked. Junior brother Lin, how polite of you. This is the first time I have seen you in person since the intersect selection. Indeed, you are a true gem among men, a paragon of excellence. Yin Rui praised, surveying him from head to toe. Senior sister, you flatter me. I have been recuperating, so it is only natural you have not seen me. Lin Yuan offered humbly. This statement held truth. He had heard that Xiuxian was still recuperating and would likely require another 6 months of rest. Upon mentioning this, Yin Rui's expression turned peculiar. After witnessing Lin Yuan's fierce combat style, many had dubbed him Desperate Lin. It was no exaggeration. He truly fought with abandon. The battle between Lin Yuan and Xiuxian had been recorded using a memory stone, and out of curiosity, she had purchased a viewing copy. Xiuxian's strike that shattered Lin Yuan's blade technique was undeniably flawless. Even in that situation, she would have executed the same move. Yet, Lin Yuan seemed unfazed by the piercing sword, entirely focused on unleashing his own blade technique. Such a display of reckless determination left many in awe. As far as she knew, numerous individuals had deemed Lin Yuan one of the most hazardous opponents to provoke. After all, one who is so ruthless with themselves would undoubtedly be even more merciless towards others. They had no desire to court the favor of such a harbinger of calamity. Lin Yuan chuckled softly, choosing not to respond. He could hardly admit to having transferred the side effects to Xiuxian. It appeared as though he was nursing one person's wounds while, in truth, he was tending to two. Yin Rui did not delve deeper into this matter, but instead inquired about Lin Yuan's intentions. Are you seeking to purchase Fury pills? She asked, her brow furrowing slightly. While the Fury pills boasted remarkable effects, she questioned why he, having only just entered the intersect, would risk using such a potent elixir when he had ample time to cultivate in the future. Lin Yuan shrugged, letting out a long sigh, and replied, Alas, senior sister, you should be aware that my talents are not particularly outstanding. One might even say they are rather poor. Thus, I must resort to perilous measures. Were it not for the looming threat of the demonic sect, I would gladly take my time to cultivate. However, the celestial sect is on the brink of collapse. If I do not hasten my ascent in strength, I may find myself in a precarious situation in the future. Yin Rui nodded in understanding. Lin Yuan's current circumstances were indeed a matter of life and death, making the Fury pills particularly beneficial for him. For such a bulk purchase of pills, I shall extend a generous discount of 10%. 9,000 spirit stones will suffice, she declared graciously. Then I extend my heartfelt thanks to you, senior sister Yin. Saving 1,000 spirit stones naturally brought joy to Lin Yuan's heart. He subsequently took out a wooden box. Upon opening it, he revealed 2 neat rows of elixirs. One row contained spirit-connecting pills, while the other housed Yuan pills. Could you kindly assist me in appraising these? He asked, and then added, Oh, and these 2 as well. Lin Yuan produced 2 magical artifacts, one of medium grade, issued by the sect, and the other of superior grade, gifted by his master. The strength of the Yuming blade rivaled that of superior artifacts, and its characteristics were better suited to his abilities. Thus, he had no immediate need to replace it. Rather than allowing these 2 artifacts to languish in his storage ring, he deemed it more prudent to sell them for something of greater utility. Magical artifacts were not uncommon at the treasure pavilion, yet a superior artifact held considerable value. It was not only the ordinary qi refining cultivators who coveted them. Even some foundational cultivators from established families eyed them with envy. Instantly, the second floor of the treasure pavilion buzzed with excitement. As curiosity about Lin Yuan's identity grew among the crowd, a familiar voice broke through the din. It is I. Lyren. Lyren appeared visibly distressed. He had been tormented by intermittent pain for over half a year, leaving him gaunt and emaciated. Previously, he had frequented the treasure pavilion, but after just a few months of absence, his old acquaintances struggled to recognize him. So it is Manager Lai, the crowd realized, greeting him with respectful gestures. After exchanging a few pleasantries, their attention returned to Lin Yuan. Chapter 41. Preparing to advance to Qi Refining Level 10, are you truly intending to sell these? Exclaimed Yin Rui, her surprise palpable. The worth of these items was no less than 20,000 spirit stones. While she was aware of Lin Yuan's wealth, she had not anticipated such affluence. If you sell them all, I wish to acquire every last rage pill. Additionally, could you assist me in procuring some poisons or toxic pills? Price is of no concern. The more potent, the better. Poisons and toxic pills could be utilized to cultivate the 1,000 poisons palm or the shadow manipulation technique, an undoubtedly astute choice. In the past, lacking funds, he could only lament the absence of poison. Now, with such an abundance of spirit stones, he was determined to make full use of them. Although inner disciples enjoy prestige, the dangers they faced far surpassed those of outer sect or servant disciples. Besides cultivation, the sect dispatched tasks annually, which were no trifling matter. Each year, some inner disciples suffered severe injuries or disabilities, and there were even instances of disciples perishing in the field. Thus, acquiring additional toxic pills was a prudent precaution. There are other items I am uncertain about. I would appreciate your assistance in preparing those as well. Yin Rui was hearing such peculiar requests for the first time. Yet adhering to the principle of customer satisfaction, she hurriedly set off to fulfill his needs. Given the substantial sum involved, coupled with her status as a disciple of an elder, she must approach this matter with utmost caution. Once she departed, Lin Yuan turned his gaze towards the utterly flustered Yang Chaowei, a smile gracing his lips as he inquired, "Do you now recognize me?" At this moment, Yang Chaowei was completely bewildered. Having ascended to such heights, he was well aware of the inner disciples of the supreme immortal sect. This was his first encounter with Lin Yuan, and having failed to identify the familiar attire of an inner disciple, he instinctively presumed Lin Yuan to be merely an outer disciple. As the scion of a cultivating family, he naturally felt no fear in the presence of a lowly outer disciple. However, inner disciples were a different matter altogether. They were the esteemed gems of the supreme immortal sect. Moreover, Lin Yuan was a disciple of Elder Gu, a cultivator of the Golden Core stage. The power wielded by a Golden Core practitioner could lay waste to the heavens and earth, capable of annihilating the entire Yang family single-handedly. Today, he had undoubtedly lost his wits. How else could he have provoked such a formidable figure? Recognized, indeed. Yang Chaowei, quick on the uptake, hastily pulled a chair from the counter, wiping the smooth surface with his sleeve. He then offered an awkward chuckle, his demeanor radiating humility. "Brother, please take a seat." Though he had previously exhibited arrogance, he was not foolish. He understood the true worth of inner disciples and their connections to elders. Lin Yuan cast a glance his way. Noting his adaptability, this young man displayed promise. Seemingly perceiving the admiration hidden within Lin Yuan's smile, Yang Chaowei beamed even more brightly, leaning closer to whisper, "Brother Lin, my family is renowned for our forging skills, and we have discovered some mineral veins. I would like to invite you to serve as the honorary steward of the cold copper mine. You need not oversee it directly. I will ensure you receive a share of the profits each month, amounting to at least 100 spirit stones. What say you?" "Oh, such a delightful proposition? I truly need not oversee it, and this sum of spirit stones is no trifling matter." Lin Yuan did not immediately acquiesce. A foundational steward typically earned only a little over 100 spirit stones a month, even with additional income. One could expect no more than 200 to 300 spirit stones monthly. The terms proposed by Yang Chaowei would entice even those at the foundation establishment stage. The cave is occasionally besieged by demonic beasts. Should we encounter an insurmountable challenge, we would, of course, require Brother Lin's assistance. Yang Chaowei did not shy away from revealing this information, responding promptly. While the offered spirit stones appeared plentiful, they were, in reality, judiciously calculated. Although Lin Yuan was but at the Qi refinement stage, he had a Golden Core master overseeing him. If he were to encounter difficulties, would Elder Gu remain indifferent? Should these spirit stones be utilized to summon a Golden Core cultivator for aid, the investment would indeed be worthwhile. Lin Yuan saw through Yang Chaowei's intentions, but chose not to disclose his insight. Since there was an opportunity for gain, he would accept it for the time being, leaving future matters for another day. After a short wait, Yin Rui returned, presenting Lin Yuan with a new storage ring. This ring boasted a more expansive internal space than the previous one, filled to the brim with various bottles and jars. The bottles and jars are thoughtfully labeled with their names and basic usage instructions. In addition to the elixirs, there exists a collection of various talismans, including the Swift Movement Talisman, the Flame Talisman, the Water Gathering Talisman, and the Dust Cleansing Talisman, among others. The Flame Talisman can conjure fire. The Water Gathering Talisman can condense moisture from the air, and the Dust Cleansing Talisman effectively removes dirt and bloodstains. It must be said that Yin Rui possesses remarkable expertise in this domain, having anticipated even the details that Lin Yuan had not considered. The total expenditure was 13,747, with the minor amount already deducted. The remainder has been converted into spirit stones and sect contribution points, all contained within. I wonder if my junior brother is satisfied? Lin Yuan nodded slightly, praising, "Senior sister Yin has done exceptionally well. I had not anticipated needing so many items. The inner sect differs from the outer sect. In the future, when you embark on tasks, you will undoubtedly find these useful. It is always better to be prepared. Indeed. Thank you very much, senior sister Yan. You are too polite, junior brother. In the future, if you require anything of value, do not hesitate to visit the treasure pavilion. I will offer you the greatest discounts. Having acquired such an abundance of cultivation resources, Lin Yuan returned to his courtyard and began seclusion. He had been stuck at the 9th level of Qi refinement for quite some time, and it was time to break through. He gently swept his hand across the wooden table, and a collection of elixirs appeared before him. These contained the Fury Elixir. Lin Yuan removed the seal from the opening of the bottle and poured a single pill into his palm. It is said that the Fury Elixir is concocted from the blood of demonic beasts, and indeed, it appears to be true. The elixir is perfectly round, yet its crimson hue exudes a somewhat sinister allure. Bringing it to his nose, he detected a faint metallic tang. Having mastered the basics of alchemy, it is time to seek an opportunity to learn the true art of pill refining. With this thought flashing through his mind, Lin Yuan focused and swallowed the Fury Elixir whole. Unlike ordinary elixirs that dissolve instantly, the moment the Fury Elixir touched his mouth, its potent energy erupted like a bag of enhanced popping candy. Instantly, a surge of spiritual energy radiated from his mouth and coursed through his limbs. Lin Yuan immediately assumed a meditative posture, circulating the blood-burning technique to assimilate the elixir's power. If one is insufficient, then 2. If 2 are inadequate, then 3. At last, after consuming 2 bottles of the Fury Elixir, an elusive barrier of realms finally manifested. Lin Yuan rejoiced to achieve an uninterrupted breakthrough. He directly consumed an entire bottle of the Fury Elixir. The effects of the elixir were exceedingly violent, even with his cultivation of the 100 refinements body. He struggled to endure it, as faint cracks began to appear along his meridians. With a mere thought, the side effects of the shattered meridians were swiftly transferred to Wei Hua. Simultaneously, Wei Hua, who was immersed in cultivation within the secret chamber, suddenly felt a pang of distress. In the next moment, he violently spat out a mouthful of blood, his complexion turning ashen and frail. How could the 9 slashes of the evil god possibly fail again? He widened his eyes, murmuring softly into the darkness of the secret chamber. Then, in the darkness, a crimson light emerged. The malevolent deity, Xiuxian, posed no challenge. It was merely that you lacked the requisite madness to comprehend the highest mysteries of this technique. Soon after, an unfamiliar voice resonated. How can I become more mad? Wei Hua inquired, frowning as he consumed a healing pill. Neither righteous nor demonic is evil. Neither male nor female is evil. The former is unattainable, yet the latter is not difficult. Neither male nor female? Upon hearing this, his countenance darkened as he cast his gaze downward, slowly retrieving a small blade. Chapter 42. The first task, cultivating the 1,000 poisons palm in the inner disciples' courtyard. Lin Yuan's breathing gradually transformed into a deep and powerful rhythm, a faint luminescence enveloping his entire being. Finally, at the pinnacle of his aura, the surrounding spiritual energy surged forth, breaking through the almost imperceptible barrier. Feeling waves of spiritual energy surging into his body, transforming into spiritual power stored throughout his form. Lin Yuan's heart soared with joy. He had achieved the 10th level of Qi cultivation. Just as he prepared to press on and advance to mastery of the 10th level, he suddenly sensed a knock at the courtyard gate. Is senior brother Lin Yuan in? A disciple clad in a blue robe called from outside. What is it? Lin Yuan's voice carried through the room to the courtyard. Every inner disciple had a trial task. Previously, senior brother Lin had been recuperating, so now that he had healed, it was only fitting that he fulfill his duty. A trial task? Lin Yuan stepped out of his room, and with a thought, the door opened automatically. The outer disciple bowed respectfully before entering slowly. Senior brother Lin Yuan, this is your trial task. All the relevant requirements are inscribed upon this. He presented a jade slip. I understand, thank you. Lin Yuan flicked a spirit stone with his fingers, causing the disciple to beam with delight as he bowed repeatedly before reluctantly departing. For outer disciples, a spirit stone was exceedingly precious, especially since he had done little more than deliver a message. Once the outer disciple left, Lin Yuan returned to his room, placing the jade slip against his forehead. Currently, as he was merely at the Qi cultivation stage, his spiritual awareness was feeble, necessitating this method. After establishing his foundation, he would be able to directly scan its contents. Before long, a segment of information gradually infiltrated his mind. The disappearance of disciples occurred at the site of the nascent soul inheritance? Lin Yuan's expression turned peculiar. The jade slip only mentioned one detail, recently. 3 outer disciples had gone missing. Coincidentally, their disappearance coincided with the location of the inheritance left by the venerable ancestor Yuan Lingqing. Could it be that they had inadvertently stumbled into the inheritance site and found themselves unable to escape, unaffected by the Zhou Tian illusionary array? This task did not seem overly daunting for him. However, if those three truly entered the inheritance site, what would he do? The deadline for the task was set for completion within 7 days, and Lin Yuan resolved to take an additional 2 days before proceeding. Upon returning indoors, he retrieved the Fury Pill and continued to absorb its spiritual essence. This pursuit persisted until dusk, only ceasing when a faint throbbing sensation coursed through his meridians. He had attained the pinnacle of the 10th layer of Qi cultivation. The next step was foundation establishment. In this realm, establishing a foundation necessitated a specific spiritual object, one that harmonized with the individual to achieve optimal results. Xiuxian's foundational object was a sword pellet, augmenting the potency of his sword techniques, while Lai Ren possessed a superior-grade treasure shaped like a yuanbao. Which foundational object should I choose? After dismissing numerous options in his mind, Lin Yuan slowly exhaled, deciding to ponder no further. Foundation establishment is not a task to be accomplished in a day, and the selection of the foundational object demands careful consideration. Until he found a suitable item, he could afford to slow his cultivation progress and redirect his focus towards the 100 Refinements Golden Body technique and the 7 Kills Demon Blade, having perfected his iron bones. The next phase was the Mercury Blood Realm, which required precious refined gold to be exchanged for contribution points. Tomorrow, he would submit the 100 Refinements Golden Body technique for exchange to acquire some contribution points. As for the 7 Kills Demon Blade, he could begin practicing the 4th form, Luo Yuan. This technique allows the user to carve formations with blade energy, ensnaring opponents as if they were plummeting into an abyss, their internal energy stagnating and illusions manifesting. Reminiscent of scenes from a hellish realm. Once unleashed, even those in the foundation establishment realm could falter. Moreover, he had completed the collection of basic toxins for the 1,000 Poisons Palm and could now commence its training. Regaining his scattered focus, Lin Yuan opened the manuscript for the 1,000 Poisons Palm. The technique comprises 4 forms: Viper's Probe, Centipede's Heartbreak, Spider's Web, and the final form, 1,000 Worms Pilgrimage. These 4 forms are unremarkable, easily learned by anyone with diligent practice. The true essence lies in the method of cultivation. The 1,000 Poisons Palms practice is divided into 3 levels: toxin immersion, toxin transformation, and toxin condensation. Toxin immersion, as the name suggests, involves boiling various toxic liquids and immersing both palms, gradually refining them. Upon reaching mastery, one's palms will bear intricate dark green toxin patterns. Toxin transformation entails absorbing the toxins adhering to the surface of the palms into the body. Upon attaining this level, one could grasp venomous creatures without injury, each strike generating a toxic wind. Toxin condensation is even more formidable. Upon reaching this stage, one could produce lethal toxins even in the absence of external poisons. Remarkably, this potent toxin causes no harm to the practitioner while being fatal to others. Alarmingly, it also proves effective against treasures and talismans, capable of eroding the powers they contain. Thus, aside from the formidable difficulty of cultivation, the 1,000 Poisons Palm's efficacy is nothing short of perfect. After glancing through the manuscript, he procured a copper basin and filled it with clean water. He then retrieved several bottles of poison pills and dissolved them in the water. A flame talisman was affixed beneath the copper basin. Before long, the once clear water transformed into a bubbling cauldron of dark, boiling liquid. Fortunately, it was not ingested. Otherwise, he would have been utterly unprepared for the consequences. Upon opening the list of binding side effects, Lin Yuan suddenly discovered he could categorize the bound individuals. After a moment's contemplation, he divided them into 4 groups. The first group consisted of the 3 miscellaneous servants, Lai Ren, He Peng, and Wang Lai. Next was the 5-member Dan Nu group, led by Ding Yuzu and Zhao Daba. Following that were the 2 elders, namely the alchemy elder, Shenlisan, and the law enforcement elder, Wei Hua. The final group was miscellaneous, including Chu Lingxi, Su Xing, He Jiaye from the He family, and Yang Choue from the Yang family. Having enjoyed their leisurely time for so long, it was finally He Peng and Wang Lai's turn to face the consequences. Wei Hua was essential. I have transferred to him every time, so I refuse to believe he can escape unscathed. A glance revealed that the health bars of Ding Yuzu's group had dwindled to less than half, indicating their current plight. Thus, they would be spared for now. He allocated the remaining 2 slots to Shenlisan and Su Xing. Since Su Xing needed to recuperate, it would be prudent to allow him more time to heal. With his target selected, he immediately plunged his hands into the cauldron of boiling venom. A hissing sound erupted as white steam billowed from the copper basin. Lin Yuan's hands instantly turned a ghastly shade of blue, swelling like a corpse that had been submerged for days. Despite the grotesque appearance, his expression remained unchanged, even bearing a hint of satisfaction. As he chanted the incantation for the 1,000 poisons palm, he began to absorb the toxins from the liquid. Meanwhile, in the back mountain, He Ping and Wang Lai, who were chopping wood, suddenly screamed in agony. The familiar sensation had returned. They exchanged glances, suspecting this was the consequence of the burning blood technique. After all, for the past few months, they had been practicing the immortal sex breathing methods without any reaction. However, just days after switching to the burning blood technique, such an incident occurred, leaving them no room for doubt. Fortunately, they had anticipated this. Each retrieved a greenish-blue pill from their pockets. This pill, known as the pain relief pill, was said to enable the user to disregard excruciating pain. He Peng, gritting his teeth, swallowed the pill, and Wang Lai followed suit. Indeed, the pain relief pill proved effective. However, their minds felt clouded and heavy. In a daze, the two embraced each other once more and lay beneath a tree. Shortly thereafter, a servant disciple, coming to harvest the spirit wood, spotted the pair and was immediately filled with ire. Approaching, he kicked one of them, having already toiled hard to chop wood. He was further aggravated by the sight of these two layabouts, deserving of a beating. Noticing they showed no intention of rising, he delivered several more kicks in frustration before finally turning away. They were not the only ones in such a predicament. In a hidden chamber, Wei Hua, whose hands were twitching uncontrollably, once again drew forth a small knife. Previously hesitant to act, he now steeled himself, brandishing the blade downward with determination. Chapter 43. Exchange contribution points for refined gold. The following day, Lin Yuan affixed a talisman of swift movement to each of his calves and made his way directly to the martial arts pavilion. It must be said that the talismans indeed facilitated his journey, reducing travel time by half while sparing his legs from fatigue. Steward Song was still on duty, which proved quite convenient. Why are you here again? Are you struggling with the 1,000 poison palm and seeking a shortcut to exchange for another manual? Upon seeing Lin Yuan, Steward Song's interest piqued, and he inquired with a smile. Things are going well. I'm almost grasping it. Lin Yuan raised his hands to reveal his palms. Initially bent over his desk, Steward Song leaned forward, focusing intently. Indeed, he discerned a faint green line etched in Lin Yuan's palm. Strange, instead of practicing proper techniques, you seem to possess a talent for this unorthodox skill. With a light snort, Steward Song resumed his seat, stating nonchalantly, Your opportunity to enter the martial arts pavilion has passed. What do you wish to pursue now? I happen to acquire a body-refining martial technique and wish to contribute it to the sect. Lin Yuan then presented the meticulously transcribed 100 refinements of golden body technique. Oh, is this the one you have been practicing? Steward Song expressed interest and curiously accepted the manuscript. However, after merely glancing at it, his brow furrowed deeply, resembling the gnarled bark of an ancient tree. After scrutinizing it for a while longer, he silently closed the manuscript and turned his gaze back to Lin Yuan. Is this method of consuming gold feasible? Is this indeed what you are practicing? Absolutely feasible. One can amalgamate common iron or mysterious iron into iron spheres, which can be ingested without irritation to the throat. Lin Yuan elucidated, sharing his insights, which he had documented on the martial technique itself. Although uncertain of its overall efficacy, it at least illuminated a potential path for others. In fact, many martial techniques within the martial arts pavilion bore annotations from predecessors. Why were the 7 Killings Demon Blade and the 9 Incondensation technique seldom chosen? Primarily due to the arduous nature of their cultivation and the lack of prior elucidations, leaving practitioners without decent references. Listening to Lin Yuan's explanation and recalling the annotations present in the martial techniques, Steward Song sighed deeply and placed a hand on Lin Yuan's shoulder. Your current achievements are indeed the result of your relentless efforts. I will inform others, and you may freely peruse the miscellaneous books on the first floor without needing to expend your spirit stones. Such a fortunate circumstance? While a spirit stone a day is not exorbitant for me at present, every bit saved is beneficial. Thank you, Steward Song. May I inquire about the contribution value this martial technique can yield? This body-refining technique has few practitioners, and given its stringent requirements, I shall assign it a value of 30,000 contributions. A mere 10,000 contributions grants access to the martial arts pavilion once, while 30,000 allows for 3 entries. Indeed, this price is quite substantial. Lin Yuan calculated swiftly in his mind. 1 pound of refined gold required 8,000 contribution points, with 30,000 at hand. Combined with the treasures acquired from the treasure pavilion, he could precisely exchange for 4 pounds of refined gold, though it may not be sufficient. I am now capable of cultivating at the level of mercury blood. Very well, I shall trouble you, Manager Song. After confirming the receipt of 30,000 contribution points, Lin Yuan hastened to the task hall. The primary function of the task hall is to issue tasks to numerous disciples, while also serving the purpose of contribution point exchanges. As usual, the task hall was bustling with activity, filled with the din of voices. Lin Yuan was pondering how to squeeze his way in when, unexpectedly, someone recognized him and immediately parted the crowd, creating a path before him. Thank you all. Lin Yuan nodded slightly and made his way to the exchange area. I wish to exchange for refined gold. The one in charge of the exchange was an elderly cultivator at the foundation establishment stage. His face marked with age spots and exuding an aura of decline. Upon hearing the request for refined gold, he looked up, a flicker of surprise passing through his murky eyes. Very well, 1 pound of refined gold requires 8,000 contribution points. May I inquire how much you wish to exchange? 8,000 for a pound of refined gold? The surrounding crowd gasped in astonishment. Such a precious material is typically only mixed in when forging high-grade magical artifacts, and is predominantly used when crafting spiritual tools. What could Lin Yuan possibly need this for? I wish to exchange for 4 pounds. Hiss. The crowd gasped once more. This amounts to over 30,000 contribution points. Lin Yuan was previously merely a lowly pill servant, and even as an inner sect disciple, he should not possess such a vast sum of contribution points, even if he had become a disciple of Elder Gu. Contribution points can only be obtained through contributions to the sect. Where could he have acquired so many? I refuse to accept this. There must be some hidden agenda. Before the elderly cultivator could respond, a booming voice suddenly rang out. Everyone turned to see a disheveled servant disciple wielding a broom. Lin Yuan naturally recognized the speaker and his expression stiffened. Jiang Hongji, what is he doing here? At that moment, Jiang Hongji emanated an overwhelming presence, striding directly towards Lin Yuan with the broom in hand. Due to his imposing aura, many outer sect disciples hastily made way. Upon reaching Lin Yuan, Jiang Hongji took a deep breath and muttered in a subdued tone, "Congratulations on entering the inner sect." His words were remarkably sincere, devoid of any pretense. Jiang Hongji had witnessed the recent competitions and understood that Lin Yuan's entry into the inner sect was entirely due to his own prowess. He had no objections to this fact. However, the reason for his emergence now was solely to comprehend the origin of Lin Yuan's contribution points. Congratulations aside, I still wish to inquire about one matter. As far as I know, you exchanged the contribution points accumulated over 3 years as a servant for an opportunity to enter the martial arts pavilion, correct? Lin Yuan nodded in affirmation. As long as you acknowledge it, that suffices. I have been a servant for many years and understand that even by apprenticing to the elders, it is improbable to amass such contribution points, is it not? Lin Yuan again nodded in agreement. Well, where did your contribution value of over 30,000 come from? Isn't this a hidden agenda? Jiang Hongji exclaimed, filled with indignation. If only he had someone to support him, he could have become an outer disciple last year, instead of waiting another year in vain. What a disappointment to lose again this year. Losing is one thing, but the method of acquiring contribution value was made abundantly clear. Only those who contribute to the sect would earn it. He could not fathom why Lin Yuan possessed such an abundance. Was this not a blatant disregard for the rules? Lin Yuan observed the unfortunate fellow before him and felt a tinge of sympathy, preparing to speak. Suddenly, he spotted a familiar face approaching. Allow me to explain, said Chu Lingxi, adorned with a subtle touch of makeup and a gentle smile. She first glanced at Lin Yuan before shifting her gaze to Jiang Hongji. It's quite simple. Since he contributed his body refinement martial technique, a top-tier first-grade technique, is it any wonder he has amassed so much contribution value? A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. The martial techniques demonstrated by Lin Yuan were few. They had already witnessed the 7-kill demon blade and the 9-in condensation technique. The instant step belonged to the elders, leaving them unable to pry into it. Thus, their only lingering confusion was regarding Lin Yuan's body refinement martial technique. Upon hearing that Lin Yuan had contributed a body refinement technique of such high caliber, many became visibly excited. If only they could cultivate such an impressive body refinement technique, their combat prowess would surely soar. A portion of the disciples discreetly departed, making their way to the martial arts pavilion. The essence of the cultivation path lies in competition, if not now, when? Within the task hall, Upon learning that Lin Yuan had contributed a top-tier martial technique, Jiang Hongji's face flushed crimson, muttering incoherently. Lin Yuan chose not to engage further with this unfortunate soul, nor did he acknowledge Chu Lingxi. Instead, he turned to the foundational elder and presented his identity token. His contribution value was sufficient for exchange. He was curious about the requirements. The foundational elder was taken aback, but did not show excessive surprise. The contribution value of true disciples far exceeded 30,000. This was merely a modest sum. If possible, could you please assist me in forging these into such large orbs? Lin Yuan requested, producing a sphere and handing it to the foundational elder. The high density of refined gold meant that 4 pounds of the material could ultimately yield only 8 spheres. Once he had secured the items, Lin Yuan returned to his small courtyard and promptly consumed one. The essence of the Mercury blood realm lies in utilizing refined gold to purge impurities from the blood and continuously condense it, thereby enhancing its strength. Once perfected, the blood within him could weigh 1,000 pounds. Such high-density blood would not only withstand most attacks but also amplify the explosive power of various martial techniques. Indeed, the 100 Refinements Golden Body technique was a selection personally chosen by a nascent soul master, and its effectiveness was undeniably formidable. As the refined gold entered his body, a faint golden radiance began to emanate from Lin Yuan's skin. Upon closer inspection, one would discover that the golden glow did not emanate from the skin itself, but rather from the blood beneath the surface. Accompanying this were the resounding crashes akin to waves crashing against the shore. Lin Yuan, deeply engrossed in his cultivation, had lost track of time, only to realize after 2 days that he still had a trial task pending. Uncertain whether the barrier on the second floor of the Yuan-ing inheritance was contingent upon realm or combat prowess, he mused that perhaps he could breach the barrier and access the second floor ahead of schedule. With this fleeting thought, he dismissed further contemplation and made his way directly to the Yuan-ing inheritance site. Thanks to the assistance of a movement talisman, he arrived in the area of the Zhou-Tian bewildering illusion array within half a day. Reflecting on Lai Ren's recent comfortable life, he experienced the disorienting effects of sensory confusion firsthand. Once the illusion array ceased to interfere, everything before him appeared vividly real. Lin Yuan surveyed his surroundings and noted that everything remained as it should, with no signs of intruders. Could it be that the 3 individuals had not ventured in? He exhaled in relief. It was best that the secrets of the Yuan-ing inheritance remained concealed. Yet, amidst his relaxation, a sense of curiosity tugged at him. The 3 had vanished in proximity to this area. If it was indeed deserted, where could they have possibly gone? With these questions lingering in his mind, Lin Yuan entered the small building. The Qi cultivation puppet lay on the ground at the entrance, now covered in a layer of dust. Initially indifferent, he suddenly recognized the familiar texture of the puppet's head. Is this made of refined gold? He froze momentarily, then bent down to examine it closely. After a thorough inspection, he confirmed that it was indeed refined gold. The sizable head weighed no less than 100 pounds. With this refined gold, he would no longer have to worry about the challenges of cultivating to the mercury blood level. Furthermore, the remaining refined gold could serve as materials for crafting spiritual artifacts, or could be directly infused into the Yuming blade to enhance its quality. Such richness was characteristic of a Yuan-ing master. Even the gatekeeper puppet was composed of refined gold. After a brief moment of contemplation, Lin Yuan approached the entrance to the staircase leading to the first floor. Indeed, just as he was about to ascend to the second floor, a luminous barrier materialized, accompanied by a familiar notification. Gauging the strength of the barrier, Lin Yuan stepped back slightly and struck it with his sword. Waves rippled across the surface of the barrier, yet it remained steadfast. Unperturbed, he continued to swing his blade. With each successive strike, he soon reached the 15th blow, poised to unleash the 16th. Previously, he had required the aid of a powerful elixir to deliver such a blow. But after advancing to the 10th level of Qi cultivation, this strike was no longer a challenge for him. Crack! Crack! The 16th strike collided forcefully with the barrier. The once unyielding barrier finally began to show signs of stress, developing several cracks that widened progressively until they formed a gaping hole, nearly human-sized. Lin Yuan slipped through the opening and ascended to the second floor. Upon breaking the restrictions to ascend to the second floor, he was startled by the notification that echoed in his ears. He had not anticipated that Yuan Lingqing had foreseen this, and even provided rewards in advance. Regaining his composure, he surveyed his surroundings. The layout of the second floor was quite similar to that of the first, with several luminous orbs floating about. In addition to martial techniques and artifacts, this level also boasted a variety of medicinal pills. Lin Yuan examined them all and discovered that not only were these pills of exceptionally high quality, but each was adorned with intricate pill patterns. Some of these concoctions had long been lost to time, and no one in the current celestial sect possessed the ability to refine them. For instance, the Qianlong pill, which could enhance one's aptitude, and the Bun pill, capable of replenishing one's deficiencies and solidifying their foundation. He even spotted a foundation establishment pill among the luminous orbs, its surface covered in pill patterns. With this pill in hand, even those of lesser aptitude could undoubtedly achieve foundation establishment. Such treasures! How splendid it would be to take them all. Though the thought was enticing, he was regretfully limited to selecting only 3. Suddenly, Lin Yuan's gaze fell upon one particular orb. Fire alchemy technique, which contained 3 alchemical methods and the processes for over 100 types of pills. This was the first choice he made. The fire alchemy technique was entirely inscribed within a jade slip, allowing for a far more efficient learning experience compared to a paper version. Next, he chose the Qianlong pill, although he possessed a system that could transfer side effects. The reality of his inadequate aptitude remained. This pill would certainly help to mitigate that shortcoming. With 1 reward slot remaining, Lin Yuan became increasingly meticulous in his selection. Soon, a black jade slip caught his eye. Chongling technique, a forbidden spell that could unleash all of one's spiritual energy in an instant, effectively doubling one's combat power. However, it would lead to a 3-day period of weakness, during which it should not be utilized unless absolutely necessary. This Chongling technique seemed tailor-made for him. Without hesitation, he selected it. With his 3 rewards chosen, the other luminous orbs were sealed off. He pondered what treasures might await on the 3rd floor. By the prevailing logic, entry would only be permitted to those in the Golden Core stage. Approaching the staircase, he contemplated ascending to take a look. Yet, before he could take a step, an ominous feeling surged within him, as if stepping forward would bring about his untimely demise. Lin Yuan promptly halted and retreated. The 3rd floor was too perilous. His gains from this expedition were already substantial, and he resolved to return another time. Not long after leaving the small building, he sensed a surge of spiritual energy in the distance. Could it be the 3 disciples? Following the source of the energy, he soon discovered the corpse of a blue wolf demon. The creature was of above-average size, its wounds fresh, indicating it had perished only recently. Furthermore, the chaotic signs surrounding the area suggested that a pack of wolves had been present. Beasts, you seek death. As he surveyed the traces, a sudden roar echoed ahead. A glimmer of determination flashed in Lin Yuan's eyes, and he swiftly darted forward. In mere moments, he had covered several miles. The closer he drew, the clearer the sounds of battle became. After traversing a dense thicket, the 3 missing disciples appeared before him, their clothing disheveled and their breath shallow. Had he not arrived in time, they would have surely met their demise at the jaws of a wolf. Though they were on the brink of exhaustion, their spirits soared upon seeing Lin Yuan. "Friend, save us!" they cried. Hearing their desperate plea, Lin Yuan hesitated before approaching, softly inquiring, "What has transpired? Why have you been missing for so many days?" Chapter 45. Slaying the Qinglang demon pack and contacting Gu Tingchen, we came to execute a mission and inadvertently encountered a pack of Qinglang demons hunting. Greed led us to capture a few wolf cubs with the intention of raising them. To our dismay, they were the offspring of the Wolf King, and we have been relentlessly pursued ever since. Later, we fled into the river, hoping to escape. But these beasts have an uncanny sense of smell and have not ceased their pursuit. Please, if you do not rescue us, we shall surely perish. Fear not. If you save us, we shall share a wolf cub with you. The leader among them was a burly man, yet his words were far from straightforward, harboring many implications worth pondering. It should be noted that 10 days had elapsed since these disciples embarked on their mission. Lin Yuan found it hard to believe that they had spent the entirety of that time evading their pursuers. However, the burly man had made a valid point. If he did not intervene soon, they would indeed perish. Lin Yuan drew forth the Yuming blade, its edge shimmering ominously. With a resonating hum, the blade sliced through the air, startling the pack of Qinglang demons into retreat. This pack was not numerous. Following the disciples' earlier slaughter, only 10 remained. Yet they were the strongest of the lot. Previously, he had barely managed to defeat a severely injured Qinglang demon. He wondered how he would fare this time. With a determined step, he propelled himself forward. The Wolf King let out a piercing howl upon sensing a challenger to its vengeance. The commanded Qinglang demons swiftly lunged at Lin Yuan. In the blink of an eye, he swung his blade, cleaving one demon in 2. The Wolf King paused momentarily, then signaled its companions to retreat. Lin Yuan smirked, advancing resolutely. The Qinglang demons bore grudges, and if he did not eradicate them now, they might cause trouble in the future. Now possessing a cultivation level of the 10th stage of Qi refinement, dispatching these demons, who were only at the 7th or 8th stage, felt akin to child's play. In no time, all the Qinglang demons lay vanquished. Approaching the pale-faced trio, Lin Yuan flicked his fingers, sending forth 3 first-tier healing pills. The disciples regarded the pills as treasures, hastily swallowing them to recuperate. After a moment's respite, their faces gradually regained a semblance of color. "Thank you, senior brother, for your timely assistance." They all bowed in gratitude. Lin Yuan waved his hand, his gaze piercing as he addressed them. "Where have you been?" "Senior brother, what do you mean?" One of the burly men began to speak. But Lin Yuan swiftly produced his identity token. The identity tokens of outer disciples differ significantly from those of the servant disciples, and likewise, inner disciples bear tokens distinct from those of outer disciples. Upon seeing the inner disciple token in Lin Yuan's hand, the 3 exchanged glances, their intentions seemingly shifting. "I am a disciple of Elder Gu Tingchan. If you have made any discoveries, you shall not be neglected," Lin Yuan added, clearly discerning their thoughts. "I'll speak." A tall, slender man interjected. "Chong Dawei." The burly man's expression darkened, his eyes narrowing like a fierce tiger poised to pounce. "What do you mean?" "I cannot obtain that thing. It would be better to exchange it for something tangible," Chong Dawei retorted boldly, stepping directly in front of Lin Yuan. Seeing him about to speak, another individual could no longer remain seated and joined him. "When we jumped into the river, we unexpectedly found the entrance to an underground river, where we discovered a cultivator's cave." "Indeed, a cultivator's cave, likely left behind by a golden core cultivator," they recounted, each contributing to the narrative of their recent experiences. "If it truly is a cave of a golden core cultivator, your merits would be substantial. However, I must personally verify its authenticity," Lin Yuan cautioned, unwilling to take their words at face value. Yes, please lead us, senior brother." Chong Dawei immediately bent to guide the way. The burly man snorted disdainfully, turning to leave. "Stop. Did I permit you to leave?" Lin Yuan commanded sharply. "Senior brother, I am gravely injured and intend to return to recuperate. I beseech you to grant me permission," the burly man implored, furrowing his brow. With a swift motion, another healing pill flew out. "No one may depart without my permission. Otherwise, face death." Lin Yuan spoke coldly, an aura of menace emanating from him. Having once slain a Foundation establishment cultivator, he sensed that these 3 underestimated him, their attitudes far too nonchalant. Feeling the palpable threat, the trio's hearts trembled. They sensed that Lin Yuan might indeed take a life. Consequently, not only did Chong Dawei become more compliant, but even the burly man fell silent. The 4 pressed on, soon arriving at the entrance of the underground river. The atmosphere was cold and damp, the stone walls slick with moss, and water droplets occasionally fell from above, carrying a foul odor. Lin Yuan ignited a fire talisman, providing just enough light to navigate the darkness. "Senior brother, look. That is the mark left by Li Wei," Chong Dawei suddenly exclaimed, pointing at a triangular mark with astonishment. Li Wei was indeed a robust figure, reminiscent of the legendary warrior Zhang Fei, exhibiting a remarkable blend of strength and finesse. The ability to contemplate marking a path under such circumstances undoubtedly marked him as a talent of exceptional caliber. Lin Yuan couldn't help but commend him for this. Upon hearing the praise, Li Wei managed to muster a rather forced smile. With the guidance of the mark, locating the Golden Core Cave was not an arduous task. Coupled with the assistance of the Firelight Talisman, a mere half-hour later, an imposing stone wall emerged before them. The surface of this wall was imbued with restrictions that they could not breach. Chong Dawei's expression was one of trepidation, hinting at past misfortunes. Lin Yuan stepped forward and cautiously struck at the wall with his blade. As expected, intricate patterns rippled across the stone surface, akin to the restrictions found within the Yuaning small tower. However, it was evident that the defenses here were far more formidable. His strike bore no fruit. Furthermore, he sensed the surrounding spiritual energy converging towards the wall, slowly seeping into its surface. This was no ordinary formation. Such sophistication could not be encountered by those in the Foundation establishment stage. Clearly, Chong Dawei's assertions were accurate. This indeed was a cave left behind by a golden core cultivator. With this realization, Lin Yuan's mind sparked with inspiration as he retrieved a jade talisman from his storage ring. This was a communication talisman, a gift from Gu Tingchan, enabling him to reach out to the elder. After a gentle infusion of spiritual energy, a brilliant light erupted before him, and Gu Dingxuan's image materialized, resembling a video call. "Well, you young rascal, how dare you contact me? Have you sold all those items I gifted you and squandered it on some absurd trinkets?" Gu Tingchun launched into a tirade upon their encounter. Lin Yuan's expression faltered. While the truth was as he described, his intentions were solely for cultivation, devoid of any ulterior motives. It was rumored that Elder Gu was fiercely righteous, yet his temperament was unexpectedly impatient. After much coaxing, Lin Yuan managed to placate his irate manner. "Now, what brings you to seek me? Has someone been bullying you again?" Gu Tingchun replied languidly, though Lin Yuan could discern a hint of concern beneath his nonchalant tone. Touched by this sentiment, Lin Yuan quickly recounted the events that had transpired. "A golden core cave? Ha ha ha, my dear boy, you have presented me with a remarkable gift. Wait for me. I shall arrive momentarily." Chapter 46, Subduing Li Wei. Fellow disciples, a quarter of an hour later, Gu Tingchun arrived. In stark contrast to the drenched state of the four, he appeared utterly unscathed. Approaching the stone wall, he cast a discerning glance over the group. Lin Yuan promptly urged his companions to step back. There were only two methods to break the restrictions, either through a correct approach akin to solving a problem or by means of brute force. It was evident that Gu Tingchun favored the latter. Raising his right hand slightly, he clenched it into a fist. In that instant, several terrifying beastly silhouettes materialized behind him. "Is that the third-tier martial technique, the King of Beasts' Fist?" Lin Yuan recognized the technique, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Initially, the steward Song had advised him to choose this particular martial art. The seemingly ordinary 10,000 Beasts King Fist, in the hands of Gu Tingchun, appeared almost divine. Especially with the phantoms behind him, each evoking a palpable sense of existential threat in Lin Yuan. The essence of the Beast King Fist lies in concealing its potential. With every beast vanquished, a portion of its essence is absorbed, thereby enhancing the potency of the technique. The 10,000 Beasts King Fist is an advanced version. So it stands to reason that these phantoms might have once been formidable demons at the Golden Core stage. A bold speculation stirred in his mind. Boom. At that moment, a powerful shockwave erupted. Such a formidable force could obliterate the entire subterranean space in an instant. However, before its full might could manifest, Gu Tingchun suppressed it effortlessly with a mere punch. Lin Yuan felt a jolt of surprise in his heart. Was this the power of a Golden Core Elder? The defensive barrier, which he could not even shake with his full strength, crumbled under the gentle strike of his opponent. With a punch, Gu Tingchun shattered the stone wall before him, chuckling lightly. The barrier here must have aged considerably, although there is a spirit-absorbing array maintaining its energy. The materials serving as the core were nearly decayed, allowing for such ease of destruction. It seemed as if he were speaking to himself. Yet it was also directed at Lin Yuan. Subsequently, Gu Tingchun stepped boldly inside, with Lin Yuan closely following. Li Wei and the others hesitated for a moment before entering as well. The space behind the stone wall was modest, with simple furnishings. Aside from a stone bed upon which a skeleton sat cross-legged, there was only a stone bookshelf remaining. Time is merciless. Even Golden Core cultivators face their day of demise. Gu Tingchun sighed slightly, striking the ground to create a deep pit. He then removed the storage ring from the skeleton's hand, placed it in the pit, and covered it with earth. The entire process took but a few breaths. All right, the deceased shall rest in peace. Now, let us see what treasures lie here. Gu Tingchun probed the storage ring with his consciousness, and his expression suddenly shifted. This transformation was one of tangible significance. Lin Yuan observed as his countenance first darkened, then gradually reddened. It turned out to be remnants of the Nine Evil sect. Gu Tingchun slowly uttered a few words and reached out once more. The skeleton, previously laid to rest, was forcefully extracted and crushed in midair, an act executed without the slightest veil of discretion. Thud. Immediately, Li Wei and the others knelt, bowing their heads to the ground, fearful that Gu Tingchun might unleash his wrath upon them. Rise, this does not concern you, Gu Tingchun remarked casually, continuing his examination of the storage ring. Before long, a smile crept onto his lips as he turned to the bookshelf. Yet, the items upon the shelf appeared somewhat lacking, prompting a sigh from him. All of these are fine treasures, yet lamentably, the spiritual energy has dissipated too severely. Their efficacy is reduced to a mere fraction. With a slight lift of his hand, everything from the bookshelf floated gracefully before Lin Yuan. I have completely dismantled the restrictions on these elixirs. Although their potency has diminished somewhat, they remain superior to ordinary second-tier spirit pills. As for those books, they do not contain any martial arts techniques, rather. They are mere anecdotes and tales. If you find yourself with some leisure, you may peruse them. Upon seeing him nod in acceptance, Gu Tingchun continued. The items within that storage ring are all related to the 9 evil sect and hold little value for you. Given your recent accomplishments, feel free to express any needs you may have. Lin Yuan pondered for a moment, realizing that he lacked nothing but time, and thus politely declined. Very well. I shall reserve this opportunity for you. You can approach me whenever you wish to claim it. By the way, make some time to familiarize yourself with your senior brothers and sisters. After issuing this admonition, Gu Tingchun turned to leave. Once his presence had completely faded, Lin Yuan stroked his chin and regarded the 3 individuals before him. Changdawei, Xiao Ming, you two have distinguished yourselves. Each shall receive 100 spirit stones and 3 sword energy talismans. Does that sound agreeable? The sword energy talismans are second-tier spirit talismans capable of unleashing attacks comparable to those of the Foundation establishment stage. Hearing such generous rewards, the two knelt once more in gratitude. While the distinction between the inner and outer sects may seem trivial, the disparity is as vast as heaven and earth. Most outer sect disciples remain trapped in the chi refining stage throughout their lives. Such rewards are indeed a rare blessing for them. Li Wei, witnessing the rewards bestowed upon the others, let out a huff. He was acutely aware that these rewards did not extend to him, especially since he had previously sought to conceal matters from Lin Yuan. He considered himself fortunate that no punishment had been meted out. Lin Yuan, Li Wei called out. Would you be willing to undertake tasks for me? Li Wei was taken aback momentarily, but after a brief contemplation, he knelt on one knee and replied, I am willing. Just as there are menial disciples who cling to outer sect disciples, so too do outer sect disciples seek to ally themselves with those from the inner sect. Though he possessed a quick mind and decent talent, the path of cultivation demands resources. With Lin Yuan as a mentor, his future path in cultivation would undoubtedly be far smoother. Consume this pill and let me witness your sincerity. Lin Yuan retrieved a clear spirit pill and presented it before Li Wei, once a priceless treasure. The clear spirit pill had become merely a means of replenishing spiritual energy for Lin Yuan, who had ample supplies within his storage ring. Isn't this the clear spirit pill? Li Wei thought, puzzled, yet he accepted it and swallowed it whole. Observing this, Lin Yuan promptly designated him as the recipient of the side effects, subsequently transferring the repercussions of the celestial star bracelet to him. In an instant, Li Wei's complexion turned ashen, and beads of sweat began to form on his brow. Normally, the side effects of the celestial star bracelet were distributed among 5 individuals, including 2 golden core elders, thus the agony was not overly pronounced. However, concentrating all the effects on a single person revealed their true potency. After a brief 10 breaths, Lin Yuan finally shifted the burden to others. By this time, Li Wei was drenched, his body soaked with sweat, as though he had just emerged from a water tank. Should you ever betray me, you shall suffer excruciating pain unto death. Do you understand? Absolutely clear. Li Wei replied in a husky voice, Very well, here is my communication talisman. I shall notify you if anything arises. Moreover, this bottle of 6 harmonies elixir will greatly benefit your cultivation, so do accept it. Although Lin Yuan found the gesture somewhat unfamiliar, he felt a surge of gratitude. The 6 harmonies elixir is a premium-grade pill among second-tier concoctions. Valued at several thousand spirit stones, it was undoubtedly worth it. Changdawei and Xiao Ming looked on with envy. To possess a second-tier elixir right off the bat made them wish to be under the influence of a toxic pill themselves. Alas, such fortune was not to be theirs. After escorting the 3 back to the mission hall and submitting the task, Lin Yuan made his way directly to Gu Tingchuan's residence. Every golden core elder possesses a grand hall uniquely their own, serving not only as a place for daily cultivation and residence, but also providing a resting area for their disciples. Reflecting on the days since he had joined his master's tutelage, Lin Yuan realized he had yet to meet his fellow senior brothers and sisters. Chapter 47. The Blood Demon Sect awaits a chosen saint, consuming the hidden dragon pill. Gu Tingchun, tasked with overseeing the mission hall, naturally resided atop Mingyu Peak. After a brief inquiry with 2 individuals, Lin Yuan finally arrived at the grand hall's entrance. 2 gatekeeping disciples stood before him. Upon seeing someone approach, they immediately raised their long swords, crossing them in front of the door. Halt. This is the Elder's domain. Ordinary disciples are not permitted entry. Ordinary disciples? Lin Yuan glanced down at his inner sect disciple attire, momentarily bewildered. It was perplexing that he was barred from entry to what was not even a secretive stronghold. I am Lin Yuan, the newly accepted disciple of Elder Gu, he asserted, expecting that this declaration would grant him passage. However, the gatekeeping disciples merely shook their heads. I have never heard of Elder Gu taking on disciples. You must be here to cause trouble. Even as a new disciple, Brother Zhua has commanded that anyone wishing to enter must first obtain his permission. One of the gatekeepers raised his head defiantly, his demeanor exceedingly arrogant. Brother Zhua? A name flashed through Lin Yuan's mind, Zhui Yuzhou. Gu Tingshan had 4 disciples, listed by their entry time as Xiuxian, Zhui Yuzhou, Xiao Yugong, and Xiuxian. While ordinary disciples might be unaware of Lin Yuan's admission, those 4 would certainly know. Interesting, they are intent on keeping me at bay. Lin Yuan chuckled softly and turned to leave, unwilling to press his luck against a cold reception. Had it not been for Gu Tingchuan's invitation, he would not have considered visiting this place at all. Junior Brother Lin. Just as he turned away, a figure of delicate elegance and sweet countenance caught his eye. Hearing her call him Junior Brother, Lin Yuan felt a flicker of curiosity. I am Tao Shan. You may refer to me as Sister Tao. I have heard that our master has taken in a new disciple, and this marks our first encounter. Tao Shan approached, taking Lin Yuan's hand with an exceedingly warm demeanor. A few days ago, I heard the others express a desire to meet you. Are you planning to leave? Why not come inside? Observing the affectionate demeanor of Tao Shan, Lin Yuan chuckled softly. I would indeed like to enter, but there are fierce hounds blocking the way. Upon hearing this, Tao Shan's expression turned icy as she cast a glance at the gatekeepers. Senior sister, we are merely following Brother Zhua's orders, the 2 gatekeepers stammered, unable to conceal their trepidation. Lacking in discernment, I shall take responsibility for my actions later. Moreover, recognize this. He is a newly accepted disciple of our master, and this place is his home. Anyone who dares to obstruct him again shall not find me merciful. The gatekeepers exchanged glances, seemingly wishing to say more. What? Are my words ineffective? Has this grand hall now become Zhui Yuzhou's domain? As Tao Shan prepared to erupt in anger, the 2 hastily stepped aside. Younger Junior Brother. Let us proceed, Tao Shan declared, grasping Lin Yuan's hand as they made their way toward the hall. Just as they crossed the threshold, a tall man of remarkable presence approached them. Greetings, senior sister. This must be the younger Junior Brother, he said with a gentle smile, his demeanor polite and respectful. You are aware that you have a younger Junior Brother, yet you sent someone to impede his entry? Tao Shan questioned, her previous cordiality evaporating. Upon hearing this, Lin Yuan immediately recognized that the man before him was Zhui Yuzhou. How could this be? Recently, there have been reports of demonic sects and their nefarious activities. I merely instructed them to be vigilant for safety's sake, Zhui Yuzhou replied, feigning innocence, and indeed, if one were unaware of the truth, his act might have been convincing. However, Tao Shan was not easily deceived, and Lin Yuan, having been influenced by numerous narratives in his past life, discerned the insidious nature beneath Zhui Yuzhou's faade. With a flicker of thought, a line of small text appeared in his mind. Selected subject for side effect. Zhui Yuzhou, mid-foundation establishment, disciple of Gu Tingchun. Prospective saint of the blood demon sect, vigilance against the demonic sects. He himself is the most significant demonic anomaly, Lin Yuan reflected. Having studied the operational rules of the blood demon sect, the term saint within this context equated to the true disciples of the upper celestial sections. The distinction lay in the fact that the blood demon sect had many potential saints, but only those who survived to the end could genuinely claim the title. Zhui Yuzhou's status as a prospective saint indicated his considerable standing within the blood demon sect. Indeed, those with talent could thrive in any environment, unlike He Peng and Wang Lai, who were still relegated to menial tasks. As myriad thoughts swirled in his mind, Lin Yuan adopted a new expression. I trust Brother Zhua's actions were unintentional. My arrival was rather abrupt, and I have yet to prepare a gift for you. I hope you will not take offense, he said, clasping his hands in greeting. At these words, Zhui Yuzhou's expression momentarily stiffened before he forced a smile. Younger Junior Brother, you flatter me. It is I who should present a gift to you. I hear you require refined gold for your cultivation. I happen to have a pound available, which I shall bestow upon you. As he spoke, he produced a piece of pale yellow metal about the size of half a palm. A pound of refined gold holds a value of 8,000 contribution points. It is indeed a generous gift upon our first meeting. Thank you, esteemed senior brother. Your magnanimity is evident in such a precious offering. It is lamentable that after 3 years of servitude, I can barely exchange for a mere pound, unlike senior brother Zhua, who can effortlessly acquire such treasures. Upon hearing this, Tao Shan discerned a deeper meaning and chuckled. Junior brother, you have overseen this grand hall for several years. You must have accrued quite the fortune. Is it truly all you can muster for the new junior? Just a pound of refined gold? Well done, senior sister. You grasped my intentions so swiftly. Lin Yuan marveled internally. Indeed, to have cultivated to such a level, most individuals possess a certain astuteness, unlike the oblivious fools. Xiuxian paused momentarily, glancing at the two before reluctantly producing a small piece of something resembling ore. This is a century-old cold copper, a superior material for forging spiritual artifacts. Junior brother, you ought to express your gratitude to senior brother Xiuxian, Xiuxian remarked, seemingly surprised that Xiuxian would offer such a valuable item. Thank you, senior brother Xiuxian, Lin Yuan quickly responded, seizing the opportunity. With Xiaogong and Xiuxian absent, Lin Yuan had only come to know Xiuxian and Xiuxian during this visit. Although the trip was brief, it was not in vain. He now had a protective and formidable senior sister, as well as a senior brother who could endure side effects and bestow gifts. Upon returning to his quarters, he toyed with the cold copper in his hand, casting a contemplative glance at Xiuxian's name, refraining from any outburst. Even though this cold copper was worth several thousand spirit stones, it could not alter Xiuxian's identity. The reason for not immediately shifting the side effects was merely to maintain a faade. Otherwise, anyone who opposed him would inexplicably suffer harm, ultimately leading back to him. Retrieving the century-old cold copper, Lin Yuan took out the Qianlong Dan. Let me see if this elixir truly enhances my aptitude. Chapter 48. Enhancement of Aptitude. Qi Training Level 11. Upon consuming the Qianlong Dan, Lin Yuan felt a surge of flames rising from his dantian, accompanied by an intense burning sensation, akin to standing beside a roaring bonfire. Without hesitation, he redirected the pain to Wei Hua. Unhindered by discomfort, he then turned his attention to observing the transformations within himself. At that moment, the Qianlong Dan embodied both fire and a heavy hammer, while he became the spiritual material upon the forging platform. With each burn, impurities erupted from his surface, reminiscent of steel undergoing refinement. As these impurities were expelled, Lin Yuan sensed a deepening connection with the surrounding spiritual energy. It was as though he had transformed from a mere stranger or colleague into an old acquaintance. In simpler terms, his capacity to absorb spiritual energy had significantly accelerated. Concurrently, his comprehension of techniques and martial arts had been greatly enhanced. The Qianlong Dan not only reformed his body, but also fortified his capacity for learning. As the intensity of the blazing flames diminished, he swiftly retrieved the 7-killing demon blade and began to scrutinize it meticulously. Before long, the conundrum that had plagued him for several days suddenly unraveled, as if a door to enlightenment had swung open. The blade's energy coalesced into a net, transforming into Luo Yuan. This was the essence of it. Lin Yuan's eyes sparkled with brilliance. The effects of the hidden dragon elixir were remarkably pronounced, yet regrettably, this elixir could only be consumed once in a lifetime. Otherwise, he would have endeavored to procure several more. Once he fully absorbed the medicinal power, Lin Yuan had already mastered the fourth stance, Luo Yuan. Rather than hastily venturing out to experiment, he opened the array of spiritual elixirs he had acquired from the Golden Core dwelling. These elixirs predominantly belonged to the second tier, with a few precious third-tier pills among them. Some of these elixirs were so obscure that even Lin Yuan could not name them, requiring him to consult an alchemist for identification. After categorizing and organizing all the elixirs, he then retrieved the assorted books from the shelf. Though classified as miscellaneous, the fact that they were deemed worthy to be kept close by Golden Core cultivators spoke volumes of their value. The Chronicles of Cultivation Experiences piqued his interest. Randomly selecting a volume, Lin Yuan began to peruse its pages leisurely. This book provided an intricate exposition, primarily contrasting former cultivation philosophies with contemporary practices, thereby distilling their essence while discarding the dross, striving to refine the cultivation path as much as possible. Some of the knowledge within sparked considerable inspiration within him. In ancient times, every cultivator was said to have reached the 13th layer of qi refinement. Thus, once establishing a foundation, their power would multiply. Was this true? As he turned another page, Lin Yuan suddenly froze. It was clearly documented that the previous qi refinement period indeed consisted of 13 layers. With such a foundation, one could establish a base comparable to that of the current mid-foundation stage, while establishing a foundation at the 10th layer of qi refinement was feasible. Simplifying the path to cultivation had led to a significant increase in foundational cultivators. However, this also meant diminished combat prowess, and future consolidation of the nascent soul would prove exceedingly arduous. No wonder, since Yuan Lingqing, no nascent soul had emerged from the sect. On one hand, it was due to the lack of nascent soul inheritance. On the other, it was likely because the current sect leader also established their foundation at the 10th layer of qi refinement, thus unable to condense a nascent soul. As Lin Yuan continued to read, a flicker of disappointment crossed his face. Regrettably, this book only mentioned that some could achieve the 13th layer of qi refinement. Yet it did not provide specific methods. It merely hinted that one must refine spiritual energy during the qi refinement phase. Foundation cultivators absorbed spiritual energy at an accelerated rate, transforming the energy within into a liquid state, which marked the mid-foundation stage. The thicker the liquid, the higher the cultivation level. One day, when all the spiritual energy coalesced into a singular form, it would culminate in the golden core, signifying a golden core cultivator. Was it truly possible to achieve the 13th layer of qi refinement by refining spiritual energy during the qi refinement phase? Lin Yuan's gaze flickered with determination. He resolved to attempt it. Should this endeavor succeed, his foundational strength would undoubtedly surpass that of anyone else. Slowly exhaling, a jade vial materialized in the palm of his hand. The surplus of the explosive energy elixir he had purchased previously was now perfectly suited for his needs. As the fury pill entered his body, Lin Yuan felt an immediate surge of spiritual energy within him. The immense power even made his physique appear more robust. Undeterred, he meticulously compressed and refined this energy. Even within his body, it was stored in a gaseous form. Gradually, as he compressed it, he noticed an enhancement in quality. Though it came with the discomfort of swollen meridians, accompanied by a slight tingling sensation, Lin Yuan sensed that without an appropriate method for compression and refinement, he would inevitably rupture his meridians. If fortune favored him, he might salvage his life but be rendered useless. If not, he could very well lose his life entirely. Resolute, he chose 5 individuals to bear the potential side effects for him. Free from worry, his actions became considerably bolder than before. The spiritual energy unleashed by the fury pill surged chaotically within him, yet he tightly bound it and directed it into his dantian. At this moment, his consciousness had yet to fully awaken, preventing him from internal observation. Otherwise, he would have witnessed a layer of white mist forming above his previously empty dantian, which flickered with the promise of condensing into liquid. A day and night passed. By the following evening, Lin Yuan abruptly awakened from his meditative state. Sensing the surrounding spiritual energy ready to flow back into him, a glimmer of joy illuminated his eyes. He had succeeded. He had truly ascended to the 11th layer of qi training. Rising to his feet, he stepped into the courtyard to practice the 7-kill blade technique. To gauge the extent of his advancement, he decided to measure it by the number of consecutive strikes. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The blade light flickered in the courtyard. And in an instant, Lin Yuan had executed 15 strikes with remarkable ease. Among the inner disciples, the once formidable Chu Lingxi was now no match for him. With this thought, his hands continued their relentless motion. Soon, he reached his 16th strike, the limit he had previously encountered, but now, he felt no hindrance and effortlessly unleashed the 17th strike. Yet this was not the culmination. With a powerful shout, the 18th strike was executed. The fierce blade energy slicing through the courtyard, shattering the surrounding walls and extending over 10 feet. It was only after cleaving a massive tree, one that required 5 people to encircle, and 2 that it finally dissipated with a thunderous crash. Witnessing the destruction he had wrought, Lin Yuan felt a sense of disbelief. Surely, the power of this strike was astonishing. Fortunately, no one resided nearby. Otherwise, the commotion would have undoubtedly drawn many curious onlookers. Coming to his senses, he surveyed the damage with a wry smile. It seemed he could no longer practice his blade techniques in the courtyard, and he would need to find someone to repair the area. For the time being, the courtyard was uninhabitable. Lin Yuan promptly exited through the breach in the wall and made his way to Baijiao Peak. It had been many days since he last saw Sang Xiaoya, and he found himself missing her. Moreover, having acquired the Heartfire alchemy technique, it was high time he embarked on a systematic study of alchemy. The study of alchemy is not a cumbersome task, and the elders harbor no desire to withhold their knowledge. As long as one possesses sufficient contribution points, it is permissible to acquire the extraordinary techniques of all the elders simultaneously. One can learn the alchemical arts from Elder Sangmu, the swordsmanship from Elder Tang Qianong, and the forging skills from Xiuxian. Of course, this is contingent upon having adequate contribution points. Chapter 49. Weihua Goes Mad. Sangmu takes disciples. After merely taking a few steps, fragments of disjointed memories suddenly resurfaced in Lin Yuan's mind. Had the side effects of the transfer upgraded? He paused, casting his gaze upon the text prompt at the bottom of his vision. Name: Lin Yuan. Realm: 11th layer of Qi refinement. Designated targets: 520. Ability activated. Temporary storage. Current side effects: 7 kills demon blade, muscle strain, plagued by nightmares. 100 refinements golden body technique, metallic toxins, indigestion, blood-burning technique, burning vitality, celestial star bracelet, piercing pain, selected side effect bearers, Xiuxian, elder of the Danxiang Pavilion. Blood Demon Sect Elder, He Ping, Wang Lai, disciples of the Miscellaneous Sect, outer disciples of the Blood Demon Sect, Wei Hua, elder of the Law Enforcement Hall. Remnant of the Nine Evil Sect, Zhui Yuzhou, Mid-Foundation Establishment, disciple of Gu Tingchun. Candidate for the Holy Son of the Blood Demon Sect, aside from the increase in the limit of designated targets from 5 to 20. A new ability termed Temporary Storage has emerged. This ability is no trivial matter, manifesting as a progress bar. Each time one suffers from a side effect, if it is not transferred to others, the progress bar will advance. Once it accumulates to 100%, one can select a single individual to unleash all at once. Its power is sufficient to annihilate any cultivator at the Foundation establishment stage. As long as they are not Golden Core cultivators, I can vanquish them in a single strike. This indeed serves as a formidable weapon. Lin Yuan temporarily released a few selected individuals to recharge. In an instant, the progress bar began to crawl forward at a sluggish pace. Finding the speed rather slow, he conjured several jade vials in his hand. These vials contained some rarer poison pills, each valued at dozens of spirit stones. Blood Fiend Pill, Deathly Fate Pill, Corrupted Heart Pill, Soul Devouring Pill. Lin Yuan was uncertain how many he consumed, but the progress bar surged visibly. Once the progress bar reached approximately 90%, he decided to halt. He reasoned that there was no immediate danger, and the remainder could be charged gradually. With the limit of binding targets raised to 20, he no longer had to consider each person's capacity as he did previously. Thus, he resolved to bind them all at once. The number of designated targets instantaneously soared to 1320. Should one individual bear all the side effects, it would not be long before they reached a breaking point. However, if the burden is shared, there may be some discomfort, yet their lives would remain unthreatened. This allows for a sustainable approach. No one desires your longevity more than I do. I truly am a benefactor of sorts. With such a sudden increase in limits, when will it be fully compensated? Lin Yuan smiled faintly, shook his head, and set off once more towards Baijiao Peak. At the same time, in another hidden chamber, Wei Hua gripped a small dagger. His hands drenched in blood, his gaze vacant. Throughout history, few men have had the fortitude to perform self-castration. He had struggled with this decision for quite some time. Had it not been for the inexplicable pain coursing through his body, he would not have resorted to such drastic measures. Indeed, I have discerned a hint of malevolence within you, a mysterious voice echoed, seemingly pleased with the development. After a moment, Wei Hua turned his gaze into the depths of darkness, suddenly breaking into a smile. You are correct. I have not been sufficiently deranged in my understanding of the 9 slashes of the evil god. Now, I feel invigorated, no, exhilarated. This pain enables my hatred to reach its zenith. I shall undoubtedly annihilate the entire immortal sect. His laughter grew louder as he tightened his grip on the dagger and drew it sharply across his arm. Crimson blood flowed down his arm like a sinuous serpent. Unfazed, Wei Hua used his finger as a quill, his blood as ink, inscribing fervently upon the walls of the chamber. The mysterious voice fell silent. Sensing that Wei Hua's writings contained the essence of the 9 slashes of the evil god. Previously, Wei Hua's comprehension had been rather superficial, but after this ordeal, the voice realized that the characters he inscribed were tainted with a hint of malevolence. If he were in the 9 evil sect, he would undoubtedly be regarded as a figure of saintly stature. Must one truly sever their roots to cultivate the 9 slashes of the evil god to perfection? The mysterious voice pondered. At Baijiao Peak, in front of the Danxiang Pavilion, 2 figures, one large and one small, stood facing each other. Do you wish to learn alchemy? Sang Xiaya, hands on her hips, circled Lin Yuan several times, her large eyes filled with disbelief. What? Is that not permissible? Well, it should not be. My grandfather has not taught anyone alchemy for quite a long time. Suddenly, she lowered her head, her expression slightly disheartened. Lin Yuan paused, recalling matters concerning her parents, momentarily at a loss for words to comfort her. Fortunately, a sudden voice broke the tension. Alchemy requires innate talent and undivided focus. Can you truly manage it? Following the direction of the voice, they saw a man clad in a green robe. That is Hu Fan, who has recently been learning alchemy under Uncle Yin, and once he even caused the alchemical furnace to explode. Sang Xiaya giggled. Lin Yuan chuckled as well. To blow up an alchemical furnace while attempting to concoct a potion, now that is a unique talent. With his embarrassing incident revealed, Hu Fan's fair cheeks flushed crimson. That was in the past. I am not like that anymore. He retorted promptly. If anyone else dared to mention such a matter, he would certainly have lost his temper. However, in the presence of Elder Xiuxian, the granddaughter of the elder, one must endure even the deepest dissatisfaction. At that moment, Xiuxian leaned closer to Lin Yuan and whispered, "By the way, he is still a disciple of Elder Wei Hua, who has constantly spoken ill of you." Oh? Upon hearing this, Lin Yuan immediately opted to bind his fate. Selected subject for side effect. Hu Fan, Qi Refinement Level 10. Disciple of Wei Hua, it seems Hu Fan is unaware of Wei Hua's true identity. This is hardly surprising, as the Nine Evil sect has long faded into the annals of history, had it not been for Lin Yuan's chance discovery of Wei Hua's true identity. No one would have made such a connection. Wei Hua must exercise utmost caution, ensuring that not a hint of his true self is revealed. Although the strength of the sect has significantly diminished, and not a single nascent soul cultivator has emerged from it, the sect master, Long Yaohua, remains a formidable figure at the late Golden Core stage, renowned throughout the eastern region. Against him, Wei Hua possesses no chance of victory, especially with the presence of other elders. Even a single Tang Qingyang could incapacitate him. The art of alchemy is profound and vast. The esteemed alchemists only accept disciples of exceptional talent, and this cannot be obtained merely through contributions, not to mention your abysmal qualifications. How do you think you could possibly study alchemy under Elder Sangmu? Countless exceedingly talented disciples have not received his special attention. What gives you the audacity to believe you could? Who has granted you permission to seek his tutelage in alchemy? Hu Fan, with an air of arrogance, scoffed. Just as he was about to speak again, a voice suddenly rang out. I consent. Hu Fan sneered, coldly retorting, what qualifications do you possess to meet Elder Sangmu? Upon turning to see the speaker, he felt his body tense up and hastily bowed in respect. Elder Sangmu disregarded him and fixed his gaze upon Lin Yuan. If you wish to learn alchemy, then follow me. The others were taken aback. Sang Xiaoya's eyes widened in disbelief. When had her grandfather begun accepting disciples? Hu Fan's expression morphed into one of shock as he instinctively recoiled several steps. Elder Sangmu had begun to take on a disciple. And a mere servant with poor qualifications at that? Lin Yuan too was perplexed, unable to fathom why the previously indifferent Elder Sangmu would suddenly agree to accept him. Chapter 50. Elder Sangmu's request for a breakthrough. Following Elder Sangmu into a grand hall, Lin Yuan could not suppress his curiosity and inquired, Elder Sangmu. Why? Before he could finish, Elder Sangmu interrupted, you must have heard about Sangyu and Ing, correct? Lin Yuan was taken aback but nodded in acknowledgement. After several years without news of Sangyu, I have little hope for his return. Now, I only wish for Xiaoya to lead a joyful life. I can impart the art of alchemy to you, but there is one condition. Elder Sangmu conjured a barrier with a wave of his hand, isolating their conversation. Lin Yuan's expression turned serious, and he slightly bowed in respect. Please, do go on. In the event that an upheaval occurs within the immortal sect, send Xiaoya to the Baihai Pavilion. A resounding shock coursed through Lin Yuan's heart as he cast a gaze filled with disbelief towards Elder Sangmu. The immortal sect is fortified by numerous Golden Core elders. How could it possibly face turmoil? He suspected that Elder Sangmu had discerned something and cautiously probed. There is no need for you to test me. Having lived a considerable number of years, my experiences have naturally accumulated. Although I have been concocting elixirs at Baichao Peak, few occurrences within the sect can escape my notice. The sect master has long been in seclusion, the elders are divided in their loyalties, and the disciples are in disarray. While the immortal sect appears resplendent, it has long been hollowed out. Moreover, the blood demon sect lurks nearby, casting a menacing shadow. I can no longer discern whether this is the immortal sect or a den of demons. Elder Sangmu spoke slowly, his words sufficient to incite unrest throughout the entire immortal sect. Lin Yuan bowed once more, relinquishing any thoughts of concealment. You are perceptive. Yet I am merely at the Qi refinement stage, unable to extricate myself from the immortal sect. You, however, are a venerable Golden Core cultivator. Is it not a simple task for you to escort Xiaoyu away? The immortal sect is not lacking in Golden Core cultivators, nor in Foundation establishment practitioners. Elder Sangmu assumed a posture of entrustment. Why did he choose me? The sect master would never allow my departure. When chaos reigns, what does the Golden Core stage amount to? Have fallen Golden Core cultivators not been numerous in the past? As Elder Sangmu spoke, he suddenly gazed into the distance. This is Songyu's home. Even in death, I wish to perish here, awaiting his safe return. At that moment, Elder Sangmu appeared less like a formidable Golden Core cultivator and more like a lonely elder, waiting for his son to come home. Lin Yuan fell silent, yet remained puzzled. Then why choose me? Is it because I am worthy of such trust? Upon hearing this, Elder Sangmu stroked his beard and erupted into hearty laughter. On the contrary, it is because you possess a certain level of mischief. Xiaoya is my lifeblood. I must thoroughly investigate anyone who comes into contact with her. In you, I have discovered a rather intriguing phenomenon. Those who oppose you invariably encounter misfortune. By the way, the steward of the miscellaneous hall, Lyran, has not leaped into the pond for quite a while, has he? Lin Yuan was once again astonished. Indeed, someone had noticed this peculiar pattern, and it was a golden core elder at that. His mind raced as he sought to conceal his thoughts. Indeed, those who dare to harbor intent against me. Though I am unaware of your hidden cards, safeguarding Xiaoya is paramount. I wonder if you would be willing to acquiesce to my request? Elder Sangmu's expression turned cold, his gaze towards Lin Yuan sharpening with a hint of menace, as if he might strike him down in the next moment. How much contribution value is required to learn from you? Lin Yuan swiftly changed the subject, inquiring. Rest assured, I shall not require your contribution value. If you lack talent in alchemy, I shall compensate you through other means. A smile returned to Elder Sangmu's face as he waved his hand, dissipating the barrier. Outside, Xiuxian pouted in dissatisfaction. What secret whispers are you two sharing behind my back? Elder Sangmu stroked his beard and chuckled lightly. Oh, it's nothing. Merely assessing Lin Yuan's alchemical talent. Is that so? How does his talent measure up? Surely it cannot surpass mine. Xiuxian pressed on. Naturally. My granddaughter's alchemical prowess is unparalleled in the world. Observing their light-hearted banter, Lin Yuan clicked his tongue. If Xiuxian's alchemical talent were truly unparalleled, why then the elaborate effort for crafting a single strength-enhancing pill? Although Elder Sangmu had not personally imparted knowledge, the alchemical texts were readily accessible to Xiuxian. Humanity detests lies yet remains inextricably bound to them. Perhaps this is the nature of things. To master alchemy, one must first learn to identify herbs. This knowledge can only be acquired through rote memorization, with no shortcuts available. Fortunately, Lin Yuan had a background in the liberal arts in his previous life, which had ingrained in him the habit of memorization. Within a month, having categorized the herbs requiring memorization, he grasped their basic applications. This methodical approach garnered much praise from Elder Sangmu. The monotony of repetitive memorization was exceedingly dull, yet Lin Yuan found it to be quite pleasurable. The gradual ascent in strength proved more invigorating than any stimulant. Moreover, he amused himself by pranking other disciples, leading a leisurely and carefree existence. As time swiftly passed, 3 months had elapsed. Even though Lin Yuan concentrated on alchemy, his own cultivation had reached its limit, with the next task for inner disciples soon to be assigned. Lin Yuan decided to bid farewell to Elder Sangmu and purchased a batch of explosive pills before returning to the small courtyard he had long neglected. The courtyard walls had been repaired, and the interior had been tidied up, leaving it neither dirty nor chaotic. On the contrary, it was now adorned with flourishing blossoms, vibrant and abundant. Upon entering the room, Lin Yuan activated the defensive array and retrieved the explosive pills procured from Elder Sangmu. Traveling through the internal passage, he had acquired these pills at an incredibly low price, each costing only 50 spirit stones. With such a stockpile of explosive pills, he believed it sufficient to propel him to the 12th level of Qi refinement. Seated cross-legged, Lin Yuan emptied his mind and filled his internal spiritual energy to its maximum. If the human body could be likened to a water-filled balloon, then the 10th level of Qi refinement represented the perfect size. Lin Yuan's task now was to continue infusing water, thereby enlarging its volume. During this process, the surface of the balloon would expand continuously, correlating with the fracturing of meridians. The more the balloon swelled, the more water it contained, and consequently, the greater the spiritual energy within him. Some might apply tape to the surface of the balloon to reinforce it, which is, in essence, a method to indirectly break through the 10th level of Qi refinement. With no guidance available, Lin Yuan could only tentatively add water. Fortunately, with the side effect transfer system in place, even if the balloon were to burst, it would not endanger him. Half an hour later, his complexion suddenly turned pale, only to regain its rosy hue moments later. The first experiment had failed. The challenge of breaking through to the 12th layer of Qi cultivation was several times more difficult than before. No wonder no one continued to strive for further breakthroughs. While the 13th layer of Qi cultivation was undoubtedly formidable, it lacked the stability of the 10th layer. As generations passed, it was only natural that the uppermost 3 realms were abolished. In Chapter 51, the 12th layer of Qi cultivation, The inner disciple's courtyard resonated with powerful waves of spiritual energy emanating continuously from within. Many passing disciples cast curious glances towards the courtyard. Who resides here? And why does this surge of spiritual energy leave me breathless? I too am at the 10th layer of Qi cultivation. Could it be that the individual within is on the verge of foundation establishment? Wait, this seems to be Lin Yuan's courtyard. Lin Yuan, who is he? Of course. He is the one who plays second in this year's inner disciple selection, the one who resisted foundation establishment at the 9th layer of Qi cultivation. Hiss. Could it be that he is also preparing to establish his foundation? It is indeed a possibility. He was at the 9th layer a few months ago, and now. It is not inconceivable that he could be ready. Amidst the murmurs of the disciples, Lin Yuan opened the door and stepped out of the courtyard. We have met. Senior Brother Lin. The group of disciples immediately stepped forward to pay their respects. No need for such formality. What brings you all here? Lin Yuan inquired gently. May I ask, Senior Brother Lin, have you broken through to foundation establishment? A bold outer sect female disciple ventured to ask. Not at all. I have merely progressed to the next level. Progressed to the next level? Does that not mean you have reached the 10th layer of Qi cultivation? The earlier speaker, a disciple at the 10th layer, suddenly felt a wave of shame wash over him. It was one thing to be over 50 years old and still at the 10th layer, but to learn that Lin Yuan was also at the 10th layer, capable of suppressing him merely through the fluctuations of spiritual energy, was disheartening. In a confrontation, he would surely be no match. Whoever said Lin Yuan lacked talent was mistaken. In his view, Lin Yuan's aptitude was exceptional. The other disciples were equally astonished, not anticipating that Lin Yuan's mere breakthrough to the 10th layer could stir such a commotion. Noticing the misunderstanding among them, Lin Yuan chose not to clarify. He had indeed made progress, but not to the 10th layer. He had ascended to the 12th layer of Qi cultivation. As he spoke, Lin Yuan suddenly sensed the identity token within his storage ring vibrating incessantly. With a shift in focus, he bid farewell to the disciples and retreated to a secluded spot. Upon retrieving the identity token, he observed it displayed a task assigned by the sect. An anomaly has occurred in the Moonview Gorge. I must investigate. Upon seeing that familiar name, Lin Yuan couldn't help but furrow his brow. The growth site of the Bai Luo flower lay within the Moonview Gorge, which spanned a vast area, encompassing the entire He family and partially bordering the western Bai Hai Pavilion. It was said that the gorge harbored numerous formidable beasts, including terrifying creatures on the verge of forming cores and becoming beast kings. Though the task merely mentioned conducting an external investigation, one must exercise utmost caution. The time frame for the task spans a month, and considering the time consumed for back and forth travel, the actual time for executing the task is rather limited. Given the considerable distance to traverse, even with the aid of a teleportation talisman, the journey will be time-consuming. It would be prudent to rent a spirit beast from the Spirit Beast Institute. Lin Yuan murmured to himself as he made his way toward Lingyan Peak. The Miscellaneous Work Institute is situated on Lingyan Peak, adjacent to the Spirit Beast Institute, thus there is little fear of losing his way. Along the route, every disciple who encountered Lin Yuan greeted him with warmth and enthusiasm. Many miscellaneous disciples displayed fervent admiration, akin to ardent fans from a past life. Initially a mere errand worker, he had risen to the status of an alchemy servant, and upon failing the outer sect disciple assessment, he directly joined the inner sect as an elder's disciple. Lin Yuan's exploits within the Miscellaneous Work Institute are nothing short of legendary. An unparalleled existence both in the past and the future. Ultimately, Lin Yuan even had to don a mask to escape the throngs of disciples who had gathered to gawk at him. Previously, he had been puzzled by Yen Rui's preparation of masks. Now it was evident that they served a practical purpose. Moreover, these masks were crafted from spirit beast leather, capable not only of concealing one's face but also of masking one's aura, while simultaneously providing protection against spiritual probing. They were indeed exquisite treasures for ambushes or framing others. Upon reaching the Spirit Beast Institute, before he even stepped inside, an outer sect disciple clad in a green robe approached him. Do you require assistance, fellow cultivator? Yes. I need to rent a spirit beast, Lin Yuan replied. Might I inquire about your destination? I have the Red Flood Dragon Horse, a rare breed capable of covering 1,000 miles a day, as well as the golden-tailed Red Eagle, which boasts impressive speed as well. The outer sect disciple eagerly introduced. The golden-tailed Red Eagle? Is it superior to the Golden Eagle? Lin Yuan asked curiously, recalling that Izimo had once acquired a Golden Eagle. Are you jesting? The Golden Eagle, upon maturation, can rival a Golden Core cultivator, while the golden-tailed Red Eagle, even at its best, cannot compete. It is merely named so due to its resemblance to the golden eagle, with the only distinction being its red tail. Upon hearing Lin Yuan mention the golden eagle, the outer sect disciple chuckled awkwardly, as if encountering a formidable opponent. I intend to travel to the Moonlight Gorge. Do you have any recommendations for a spirit beast? Lin Yuan inquired casually. The outer sect disciple was taken aback, scrutinizing Lin Yuan before hastily bowing. I have seen you before, senior brother. If you are heading to the Moonlight Gorge, the golden-tailed red eagle would be the most suitable choice. It can reach the destination in just 3 days. However, in terms of cost, it is naturally pricier than the red flood dragon horse, requiring 50 spirit stones per day for rental. Lin Yuan was astonished. Good heavens. In half a day's time, that would exhaust a significant portion of my magical tools. Spirit beasts are indeed exorbitantly priced, a burden most cannot bear. If I were to reach my destination, would the spirit beast return on its own? Indeed, but the return journey would incur the same cost. Lin Yuan silently calculated. The round trip would take him 6 days, plus rest time, totaling approximately 7 days. 50 a day amounts to 300 over the course of 7 days, which is nearly enough to procure a medium-grade magical artifact. If my senior brother is short on funds, opting for a red flood dragon steed would suffice. Though its speed is somewhat lacking, it requires merely 2 spirit stones daily. No, I desire that golden light red-tailed eagle. Despite the pang of reluctance, Lin Yuan resolved to part with his coins. Just then, he caught sight of a familiar face. He Jiayi? The jovial He Jiayi turned upon hearing his name called, his expression brightening at the recognition. Could it be Lord Lin? A wave of elation washed over He Jiayi, who had been pondering how to locate Lin Yuan, only to find him here unexpectedly. Truly, the heavens have favored my He family. He hurriedly approached with light steps. Previously, the family head, due to illness, had been unable to meet the esteemed lord and regretted it deeply. Who would have thought they would cross paths today? If the lord has time, might he consider visiting my He family as a guest? Observing He Jiayi's ingratiating smile, Lin Yuan felt a stir in his heart. While he could not fathom the man's intentions, he was acutely aware that this encounter bore the hallmarks of a hidden agenda. Had it been any other time, he would have firmly declined. Yet now, having reached the 12th level of Qi refinement, he was no weaker than the average foundation establishment cultivator. Coupled with the pre-stored side effects of his training, even the head of the He family would not stand a chance against him. Even if his opponent had achieved golden core status, he harbored no fear. After all, Elder Sang Mu had bestowed upon him a heart-corroding poison pill, a substance capable of overwhelming even those in the mid-golden core stage. It was tantamount to a death sentence. On the surface, Lin Yuan presented himself as merely a Qi refinement cultivator, yet his actual combat prowess was comparable to that of a foundation establishment practitioner. With the aid of the poison pill, he could even dispatch golden core cultivators. Should the He family harbor intentions against him, they must be prepared for annihilation. Since brother he has extended such a warm invitation, I cannot refuse. It presents an opportune moment to pay a visit to the He family head. Chapter 52. He Jiayi's discontent and assassination with Lin Yuan present. He Jiayi clenched his teeth and rented a golden light red-tailed eagle. The journey from the immortal sect to the He family's domain would take but a day. The round trip would cost 100 spirit stones. This sum was negligible for Lin Yuan at present, yet for He Jiayi, it was a considerable burden. Were it not for his suspicion that Lin Yuan might uncover the He family's secrets, he would never have taken on such a financial strain. Renting a red flood dragon steed would have been far more prudent. The golden light red-tailed eagle boasted an impressive wingspan of nearly 5 meters and soared with remarkable speed. Its back equipped with a windproof array. It resembled an open-air aircraft. Seated upon it, one would be shielded from the biting cold winds, providing an excellent vantage point to admire the breathtaking landscapes below. It was rumored that Elder Tang had once soared in this very golden light red-tailed eagle. And from such heights, he had been inspired to comprehend the essence of sword intent, achieving unparalleled heights in his prowess. He Jiayi's voice dripped with envy. To think that merely riding an eagle could lead to the comprehension of sword intent. The disparity between individuals is greater than that between man and monkey. In his own experience, 2 years of silent meditation had yielded nothing but a painful affliction, leaving him with naught but discomfort. Lin Yuan had also heard of this rumor, stirring a sense of intrigue within him. The comprehension of the realm of artistic conception is profoundly enigmatic, and none can guarantee their ability to grasp it. Nonetheless, there exists a consensus among all The possibility of attaining such understanding is significantly heightened under the impetus of extreme emotion. Tang Qinyang practiced the sword of the mountains and rivers, embodying the essence of the landscape within his blade. Thus, when he sat upon the back of the golden-tailed eagle, gazing down upon the vast expanse, he was profoundly moved, enabling him to achieve enlightenment in sword intent in a singular moment. But how might I, too, attain the understanding of this realm? The sword encompasses a variety of techniques: hooking, hanging, dotting, prodding, stabbing, flicking, and cleaving, balancing both power and agility. Yet, my aversion to the sword renders me incapable of grasping its essence. The knife, characterized by its cleaving and slashing, reigns supreme among weapons. Moreover, my foundational martial technique is the seven-kill demon blade. Hence, my understanding must align with the intent of the blade. With a broad concept of my artistic conception established, the question remains, how shall I proceed? Lin Yuan retrieved the transcription of the seven-kill demon blade and began to peruse it meticulously. As he remained silent, Xiuxian chose not to speak further, closing his eyes to regulate his breath. Time swiftly slipped away, and before long, dawn broke on the second day. With a call, the two descended from the golden-tailed eagle. As they watched the eagle cheerfully call out and spread its wings to return, a glint of envy shone in Xiuxian's eyes. Although costly, the experience was undoubtedly worth the price. Shifting his gaze back, he focused on Lin Yuan, perhaps due to their arrival on familiar territory. His demeanor grew considerably bolder, accompanied by a subtle hint of murderous intent. "Please, my lord, follow me." The flash of lethal intent flickered momentarily before quickly retracting. Xiuxian smiled and gestured for Lin Yuan to proceed. Lin Yuan feigned ignorance and trailed behind Xiuxian. At this moment, the sun rose, casting golden rays upon the earth. The air was filled with the cheerful chirping of birds, yet in stark contrast to the surrounding vibrancy. The He family estate appeared eerily deserted. "Brother He, when I last visited, your family was flourishing. Why is it so different now?" Upon hearing this, Xiuxian shot him a glance, his expression inscrutable. "What you do not know is that the cultivation of spiritual herbs requires not only favorable timing and location, but also harmonious human relations. The latter signifying our utilization of spiritual energy to stimulate their growth. The higher the grade of the spiritual herb, the greater the spiritual energy required. Due to the substantial consumption of spiritual energy on these herbs, our family considers it a stroke of fortune to have produced even one foundation establishment cultivator. Furthermore, some spiritual herbs have exceedingly stringent growth conditions, perhaps necessitating nourishment with essence blood. After over 200 years of herb cultivation, my family is yet to produce a single late-stage foundation cultivator. Do you not find this laughable?" After listening, Lin Yuan pondered thoughtfully and continued. "If the He family is in such dire straits, what of the Yang family and the Qian family? Them?" Xiuxian scoffed. "They are not faring much better than us. The Yang family requires mining, yet the mines are fraught with peril, susceptible to collapse at any moment. Furthermore, the interior of the mine is suffused with a malevolent aura. Prolonged exposure can lead to one's body being eroded by this sinister energy. Such energies may even coalesce into vengeful spirits. And should one become possessed without the remedy of potent elixirs, the outcome is invariably fatal. The talismans of the Qian family follow a similar logic. The crafting of these talismans necessitates the use of beast hides and blood, resulting in a significant loss of life each year merely to hunt demonic beasts. Were it not for the diminished offerings demanded by the celestial sect, we would not have descended to such a dire state." Xiuxian's resentment is palpable, even openly expressed. Lin Yuan sighed, shaking his head. "Brother He, your assertion is flawed." "What is flawed about it?" Xiuxian abruptly turned to him, secretly crushing a jade talisman. "While the celestial sect indeed demands offerings, they also provide protection for you all. Centuries ago, when the Nine Evil sect invaded, they reveled in torment, causing countless casualties. The celestial sect retaliated fiercely, leading to the decline of the entire sect. A century passed, the blood demon sect's elder slaughtered tens of thousands to refine corpses, prompting the celestial sect to engage, resulting in the loss of 2 of their elders. 60 years ago, the blood demon sect attacked once more, nearly annihilating the inner disciples of the celestial sect. Without their intervention, how could your He family have endured until now? It is true that the celestial sect demands offerings, yet it also safeguards all those in the vicinity. Otherwise, when the blood demon sect assaults, they could simply activate their protective formation and remain within, avoiding the need for confrontation. Though Xiuxian harbored grievances, he could not deny the significance of the celestial sect's role. Speaking further is futile. Your cultivation has progressed remarkably. Have you consumed the elixirs I previously gifted you? All of them. Haha. Do you have any idea what those elixirs are? I do. They are the life-burn elixirs. Xiuxian's expression froze. How do you know they are life-burn elixirs? Have you informed the higher-ups of the sect? Lin Yuan shook his head. No. It must be said that the life-burn elixirs are indeed remarkable. Do you have any remaining stock? Please provide me with a few more, rest assured. I shall not disclose your actions to the sect. Xiuxian was momentarily taken aback, cautiously inquiring, but those burn your lifespan. Do you not value your life? To hear the Tao at dawn is worth dying by dusk. Moreover, as long as I can establish my foundation, my lifespan may extend to 120 years. Should I condense the golden core, my life could surpass 300 years, and with the birth of a nascent soul, a millennium of life lies ahead. I can live for 1,000 years, thus, the current sacrifice is trivial. Upon deliberating this reasoning, the ferocity on Xiuxian's face dissipated, and he instinctively murmured, "You do not calculate it this way." Realizing his folly, he burst into laughter. I once thought our He family had gone mad. But it seems there are those even more reckless than us. Alas, had you not belonged to the celestial sect, we might have truly forged a friendship. In an instant, figures emerged, encircling Lin Yuan tightly. I speak earnestly. Grant me additional life-burn elixirs, and I shall not betray you. Lin Yuan raised his hands in a gesture of helplessness. Chapter 53. The death of Xiuxian Feng. Do not entertain any illusions. We possess a limited quantity of life-prolonging pills, and you have already received a considerable share in our previous dealings. At the mention of this, Xiuxian felt a pang of regret. The concoction of life-prolonging pills is no trifling matter, and even their family has been unable to produce a significant supply. Consequently, they fabricated a tale of calamity befalling the spiritual herbs. Thus, the life-prolonging pills are not to be distributed any further. Having acquired such a wealth of these pills, let us ascertain the extent of your current prowess. Without further ado, he gestured for his companions to launch an assault. The individuals around him appeared frail and aged, their white hair a testament to their years, yet the aura they exuded was formidable. Lin Yuan surveyed his surroundings and suddenly broke into a mirthful smile. The side effects of the life-prolonging pills are far more pronounced than those of the blood infusion technique. Without resources, the path of cultivation is indeed fraught with challenges. He swiftly retrieved a stone from his storage ring and tucked it away in his bosom. This stone, known as the Shadow Stone, is a common artifact for cultivators venturing outdoors. With the Shadow Stone in hand, should any troubles arise in the future, he would have a means of justification. In an instant, Lin Yuan vanished from his position. When he reappeared, he was behind one of his assailants, and with a swift motion, he delivered a lethal strike. The ghostly blade sliced through the air, producing a haunting sound. In the next heartbeat, the assailant's body was cleaved in two. Such a ruthless blow instantly stunned those around him, including Xiuxian, who had not anticipated Lin Yuan's decisive action. How dare you lay hands on me? Do you truly wish to rebel against the celestial sect? Lin Yuan demanded loudly, the Shadow Stone firmly in his grasp. And what of it? The celestial sect has oppressed us for a century. Our family, like the Yang and Qin families, harbors discontent, Xiuxian retorted defiantly. My kin need not fear. With the family head present, he cannot stir the tempest, he rallied, urging his comrades to attack once more. Unrepentant fools. Lin Yuan scoffed, weaving effortlessly among the throng, each strike claiming a life with ease. Suddenly, a long blade sliced through the air, aimed directly at him. The He family disciple who struck wore a triumphant smile. Yet, in an instant, that smile froze upon his face. His blade had indeed made contact, but it merely tore Lin Yuan's garment without inflicting any harm. The Viper Strike. With one hand wielding the blade to parry the onslaught, Lin Yuan's other hand transformed into a striking serpent, lightly pressing against the He family disciple. Humph, you think such feeble attacks can harm me? The disciple scoffed in disdain, but as he prepared to press his attack, he suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood, his complexion turning a ghastly shade of purple as he collapsed to the ground. Beware, he has also mastered poison techniques, Xiuxian exclaimed in alarm. When Lin Yuan had last visited, he had been confident that he alone could handle him. Little did he expect that so little time had passed, and yet so many could do nothing against him. The martial arts of body refinement and the poisonous techniques, what else do you possess? He muttered softly, shattering another jade talisman. In the next moment, a nearby artificial hill erupted in a thunderous explosion, and a formidable figure emerged from within. The Patriarch. It is the esteemed Patriarch. The disciples of the He family, initially filled with trepidation, suddenly found their courage restored, their morale rekindled. The patriarch of the He family, He Qingfeng, upon seeing the newcomer, Lin Yuan narrowed his eyes and scrutinized him, a smile creeping onto his face. "What causes your laughter?" He Qingfeng's raspy voice inquired. "How amusing it is that at such a tender age, had you followed a steady path of cultivation, you might have had a chance to condense a golden dan. Yet, now you are utterly depleted of vitality. Although your prowess is commendable, the path to condensing a golden dan is fraught with insurmountable challenges." Despite Lin Yuan's relatively shallow cultivation, his discernment was sharp. Every elder of the Golden Dan stage, while appearing aged, was brimming with vitality and possessed formidable consciousness. Not to mention, he suspected that even Yi Zimo alone could effortlessly deal with the current He Qingfeng. Indeed, that may be true, but I already possess a means of resolution, thus, you need not concern yourself with this matter. He Qingfeng replied coolly, entirely dismissive of Lin Yuan. He had already reached the pinnacle of foundation establishment, just a hair's breadth away from condensing a golden dan. With such strength, overpowering a mere disciple in the Qi refinement stage was child's play. If he were to falter here, then all his years of effort would have been in vain. Lin Yuan recognized He Qingfeng's disdain and chose not to engage further, directly binding him instead. Selected subject for side effects: He Qingfeng, pinnacle of foundation establishment, patriarch of the He family, steward of the celestial sect. Subordinate steward of the Demon Prison Alliance. The Demon Prison Alliance? This term was unfamiliar to him, appearing to be a congregation of demonic sections. Lin Yuan felt a flicker of curiosity, yet the scant information left him perplexed, compelling him to shelve the inquiry for the time being. Die. He Qingfeng raised his hand, unleashing a wave of purple light toward Lin Yuan. Shedding cicada skin, Lin Yuan retreated narrowly, evading the attack before selecting He Qingfeng and releasing all the stored side effects. In an instant, He Qingfeng's complexion paled dramatically as streams of pus and blood oozed from his orifices, and he fell silent. A practitioner at the pinnacle of foundation establishment. Was he truly gone? Lin Yuan found it hard to believe. The others shared his disbelief. Patriarch. He Yejia rushed to He Qingfeng's side, extending his hand to touch the lifeless body. Unexpectedly, a thread of purple silk slithered into his palm. Thud. Without uttering a word, he collapsed to the ground. The astonishing toxicity sent a shiver down the spines of the onlookers, who stared wide-eyed at Lin Yuan. Why do you look at me? Do you truly believe that a mere disciple in the Qi refinement stage could eliminate a formidable opponent at the pinnacle of foundation establishment? Lin Yuan defended himself before deactivating the recording function of the stone. This ambush had been doomed to failure from the outset. The master of the He family has been slain, and the remaining members find themselves powerless against Lin Yuan. A profound sense of despair envelopes the He family's disciples, leaving them uncertain about their next steps. Lin Yuan, indifferent to their plight, strides directly to the side of He Qingfeng's lifeless body. Upon witnessing this, the other He disciples' eyes glimmer with a flicker of hope. This potent poison is so formidable, if only it could take Lin Yuan down with it. Lin Yuan, fully aware of their unspoken thoughts, selects a few to bear the side effects and proceeds to remove He Qingfeng's belt. His intent is not to desecrate the deceased, but rather to acquire this belt, which serves as a spatial artifact. With He Qingfeng's death, the spiritual restraints upon it have weakened to a negligible degree. A mere push of his consciousness allows him to delve within. Inside, he discovers life-extending pills, spirit stones, a mid-tier first-grade martial technique called Shadow Step, a mid-tier first-grade cultivation method known as Heart Purification Technique, and this secret art, the Bloodline Restoration Technique. Lin Yuan's expression shifts as he peruses the tome. It speaks of refining the bloodlines of the clan members to replenish one's own vitality. Had he arrived even a moment later, He Qingfeng might have indeed conducted a blood sacrifice of his entire clan to solidify his golden core. He murmurs to himself, and then takes off He Jia's storage ring. It too is filled with various vials and jars. Now is not the time to organize these trinkets. Lin Yuan merely cast a glance before retrieving a communication jade talisman to contact his senior sister, Xiuxian. His acquaintances at the Celestial Gate are few, and this minor affair hardly warrants the involvement of his master, Gu Tingshan. Thus, his senior sister is the most suitable choice. Upon learning of the He family's betrayal, Xiuxian's expression shifts dramatically, urging Lin Yuan to flee immediately. However, when she discovers that He Qingfeng has been inexplicably poisoned, her gaze grows peculiar. Wait for me. I shall arrive by tomorrow. With that, Xiuxian abruptly cuts off the communication. The following morning, she arrives at the He family estate alongside another individual aboard a golden-winged red-tailed eagle. Chapter 54. The true disciple Xiuxian heads to Wangwei Gorge. Is this the esteemed senior sister Xiuxian? Lin Yuan inquires as he approaches the woman clad in blue, standing beside Tao Shan. Indeed it is me. Not bad, junior brother. You've managed to eliminate one of the three great cultivation families. Xiuxian observes the surrounding he disciples with an unreadable expression. Lin Yuan offers an awkward smile, refraining from replying. He understands that Xiuxian means no malice. Her words merely a jest. After all, just last year, she had personally annihilated a cultivation family that dared to betray. Despite her sweet appearance, she possesses a ruthlessness that is well known. It is often said, better to provoke Tao Shan than to offend Xiaolan. Furthermore, the Celestial Gate boasts 7 true disciples, namely, Longhua Peak, the chief disciple Wen Hanyang, Mingyu Peak, the jade-boned Rusalka Xiuxian, Jinshan Peak, the beast King Fist Wang Hu, Xianchi Peak, the enchantress Lu Yi, Muxia Peak, the war talisman Liang Xingyan, Lingyan Peak, the autumn water sword Izimo, and Baichao Peak, the heavenly blade Che Kong. Xiuxian ranks among the 7 true inheritors, and her prowess and methods are indeed formidable. Very well, Lin Yuan, please recount the events once more, Tao Shan stated, cutting straight to the point. Yes, senior sister, please take a look at this. Lin Yuan responded, producing a recording stone as he spoke. Upon hearing He Jiaye's furious declaration of defiance, both were left with no doubt regarding the He family's betrayal. Moreover, He Qingfeng's assault on Lin Yuan was an undeniable fact. Even if there were underlying circumstances, this recording stone alone could spell the end for the He family. The actions taken were justified and substantiated. And I shall convey the situation to my master and the sect. As Tao Shan stowed away the recording stone, her gaze towards Lin Yuan shifted to one of peculiarity. It could be asserted that had He Qingfeng not suddenly perished, Lin Yuan would have undoubtedly met his demise. The unexpected survival was astonishing. What a potent poison. It appears to be a concoction of various toxins, she mused. Meanwhile, Xiuxian gracefully approached He Qingfeng to inspect him. The body, which Lin Yuan needed to navigate with care due to its side effects, posed no concern for her. Did our junior disciple manage to acquire their storage rings? She inquired suddenly. Lin Yuan nodded, contemplating whether to surrender them. He Jiaye's demise was inconsequential, as a mere qi refinement stage cultivator. His storage ring likely contained little of value. However, He Qingfeng was another matter entirely. As the patriarch of a family, even in poverty, he would possess some worthwhile items. Fret not. I have no intention of taking your belongings. While you examined their storage rings, did you come across anything troublesome? Xiuxian inquired. Lin Yuan's mind stirred at her words, and he retrieved the bloodline reversion technique. Upon seeing this secret art, both Xiuxian and Tao Shan, who had previously appeared nonchalant, were suddenly taken aback. To refine one's kin, He Qingfeng truly deserves his fate, Tao Shan exclaimed, glancing through it briefly before stowing it in her own storage ring. Xiuxian expressed no objections, nor did Lin Yuan. After all, this secret art was of no use to him. It was better to hand it over directly. After a moment's hesitation, Lin Yuan suddenly asked, Might I inquire, esteemed sisters, what sort of force is the Demon Prison Alliance? Both their gazes fixed upon Lin Yuan, their expressions gravely serious. Junior brother, from where did you hear this name? Tao Shan inquired first. I merely overheard He Jia mention it once. Subsequently, he seemed to realize his mistake and refrained from elaborating. So I am unclear on the specifics, Lin Yuan fabricated casually. After all, with He Jia dead, there were no witnesses to contest his claim, and he had no fear of the celestial sect's investigation. It is not a matter of great concern. The so-called Demon Prison Alliance is essentially a demonic sect located to the west, with a leader possessing nascent soul cultivation. You may regard it as a superior sect to the Blood Demon sect. A nascent soul demon? Lin Yuan was instantly taken aback. No wonder the expressions of the two were so grave. If this truly pertains to the Demon Abyss Alliance, it is not merely the insignificant He family that would suffer, but the entire celestial sect. This matter is serious. I must report to the sect at the earliest opportunity. Junior brother, will you accompany us back? Upon learning of the Demon Abyss Alliance's involvement, Tao Shan regarded the situation with utmost caution, immediately contemplating a return. I have my own tasks to attend to, so I shall not return. Very well, be careful on your journey. Tao Shan leapt onto the back of the golden-feathered red-tailed eagle and turned to Xiuxian, junior sister. Remain here and guard this place. I shall return shortly. Should you encounter anyone from the demon sect, be sure to retreat. Rest assured, I will certainly keep my distance. Xiuxian replied casually, though it was uncertain whether she truly absorbed the gravity of the warning. Once Xiuxian departed, Lin Yuan felt an immense pressure facing the sister known as the Jade-boned Rakshasa, thus seizing the pretext of a task to extricate himself. It was only when the specific outlines of the He family were no longer visible that he discreetly wiped the sweat from his brow. This sister Xiuxian was no ordinary individual. Her seemingly mundane demeanor concealed an intensity that made Lin Yuan feel as though he had been laid bare. This is the essence of true inheritance. Izimo had appeared so unremarkable before me that I lost my reverence for genuine talent. Now, observing, I realized that those who achieve true inheritance are indeed not commonplace. He admonished himself internally, vowing never to underestimate anyone. Subsequently, he produced the map acquired from the He family, affixed 2 movement talismans to his legs, and made his way toward the outskirts of the moonlit gorge. He was uncertain how far he had traveled, but signs of human activity dwindled, while the trees and vegetation grew increasingly lush. Suddenly, a piercing sound sliced through the air. Lin Yuan stepped back, and a black arrow flashed before him. In the next instant, the arrow embedded itself firmly in the trunk of a nearby tree, creating a gaping hole the size of a bowl. The force was comparable to that of a firearm from his previous life. Lin Yuan smirked slightly, gazing in the direction from which the arrow had come. Not far off, a massive bird resembling a crow gripped a tree branch with its talons, coldly observing him. The iron-winged eagle, in its adult phase, possessed a cultivation level akin to the 8th layer of Qi refinement, and due to its ability to fly, coupled with its extraordinarily tough iron feathers, even a practitioner at the 10th layer would find it quite troublesome to confront. Lin Yuan had no effective means to deal with such a flying beast, so he could only resort to binding it with the system. He then took out a piece of refined gold and swallowed it. This refined gold was not shaped into pills, but retained some sharp edges. The moment it went down, Lin Yuan felt an odd sensation in his throat. This discomfort lasted but a moment, after which all side effects converged upon the iron-winged eagle before him. With a startled screech, the iron-winged eagle spread its wings, intending to flee. However, the excruciating pain coursing through its body rendered it momentarily dazed. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Yuan swiftly approached, placing a foot upon the body of the iron feather eagle and struck with a palm. The venom carried by the 1,000 poisons palm immediately poisoned the iron feather eagle. The meat of the iron feather eagle was both sour and bitter, rendering it inedible. Thus, the use of the 1,000 poisons palm was quite apparent. As he spoke, Lin Yuan had already torn away a substantial number of iron feathers from the creature. These feathers held value, and upon his return, he hoped to sell them for a modest sum of spirit stones. Had it not been for He Qingfeng liquidating most of the He family's assets for alchemical pursuits, would I need to pluck feathers here? Muttering to himself, Lin Yuan continued onward. The distance to the investigation site was still several thousand miles away. At his current pace, he would require 5 to 6 more days to arrive. Due to the influence of snake venom, side effect acquired, mild corrosion, body paralysis, suddenly, a line of text appeared before his eyes. More demon beasts. Lin Yuan's spirit jolted, his keen gaze sweeping the surroundings incessantly. Chapter 55, Crimson-Eyed Serpent. Serpent-S saliva fruit rustle. 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 The sound of scales grinding against rocks echoed. Lin Yuan furrowed his brow and swung his blade towards a thicket. The bushes shattered upon impact, revealing a bloodied, crimson-eyed, giant-toothed rabbit lying within, its limbs twitching uncontrollably. Just then, a foul wind surged from behind him. A cunning predator lay in wait, luring its prey. He had not anticipated such guile from this serpent demon. Utilizing the crimson-eyed, giant-toothed rabbit as bait, he swiftly turned, only to behold a serpent-like beast, over 3 zhang in length, lunging towards him. The crimson-eyed serpent, a beast of the Foundation establishment realm. Its body was pitch black, save for the red ring around its eyes, hence its name. This beast was exceedingly treacherous, and in its maturity, it possessed Foundation establishment cultivation. Judging by its length, this particular crimson-eyed serpent, if not at the Foundation establishment stage, was certainly not far from it. Lin Yuan's figure retreated explosively, his hand wielding the shadow light blade in a flurry of motions. An endless stream of blade energy intertwined in the air, forming a blood-red net. The 4th form of the 7 kills demon blade, Luo Yuan. The crimson net formed by the blade energy promptly enveloped the crimson-eyed serpent. Hiss hiss hiss. Under the influence of the illusion, the crimson-eyed serpent began to incessantly flick its tongue, its body contorting violently as it crashed within the blood-red net. Watching the serpent alternate between stretching and coiling, Lin Yuan exhaled a sigh of relief. This creature was indeed troublesome. First, it used venomous breath to paralyze its foes, then employed a living creature as bait. Fortunately, it was he who encountered it today. Otherwise, even Foundation establishment cultivators could have fallen victim to its ambush. Lost in thought, the crimson-eyed serpent broke free from its confines, whipping up a fierce wind as it lunged again. Even from a distance, Lin Yuan could smell the foul odor emanating from its gaping maw. This time, instead of retreating, Lin Yuan advanced, delivering a powerful strike against the serpent's scales. In an instant, sparks flew in all directions. The red-eyed serpent boasts extraordinary defensive capabilities, and it never anticipated achieving victory with a single strike. Harnessing the momentum of his blade, Lin Yuan pivoted and swung his sword once more. Clang! With that strike, a considerable number of scales from the serpent's body shattered. Hiss! 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 Agonized, the serpent lunged to bite, its movements as swift as lightning. However, by the time it snapped its jaws, Lin Yuan had already retreated several paces away. This attempt not only failed to harm him, but, propelled by its own inertia, the serpent ended up biting its own tail. Foolish serpent! Dare to withstand another blow from me. Without granting it a moment's respite, Lin Yuan leaped forward. With the combined force of 2 layers of blade momentum, this strike was poised to rend its dermal defenses apart. Having ascended to the 12th level of Qi cultivation, Lin Yuan's abilities were now on par with an average foundational cultivator, save for the absence of foundational spirit objects. The 7-kill demon blade is inherently a second-tier martial technique. Previously, he had not revealed its true might. Now, propelled by his 12th level of Qi cultivation, the blade's momentum howled with an unfathomable demonic power. In the past, it required 15 strikes to threaten foundational cultivators. Now, 3 strikes sufficed, and 4 could slay them. The red-eyed serpent, having endured a strike, realized the formidable nature of its opponent and promptly sought to flee, thrashing its tail. Lin Yuan turned, activating the shocking cicada escape, positioning himself in front of it. Whoosh! Just as he steadied himself, a dense green toxic mist surged towards him. Influenced by the serpent's venomous aura, he experienced a side effect: mild corrosion, bodily paralysis. Again with this tactic, Lin Yuan scoffed, immediately transferring the side effects to the red-eyed serpent before him. Even though he possessed a degree of resistance, the serpent momentarily faltered, barely perceptible. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Yuan leaped high and brought his sword down upon its head. As the corrosive dark green blood sprayed into the air, the serpent's body convulsed weakly before falling still. Picking up the serpent's head, which stood taller than half a person, Lin Yuan exerted minimal force to pry open its jaws and retrieve the venom sac hidden beneath its fangs. Having already unleashed its venom twice, the sac contained only a small amount of toxin, yet it was sufficient for his purposes. Discarding the serpent's head, he plunged the ghostly blade into its body, slicing it open. Soon, a fist-sized gallbladder emerged before him. This was a valuable find. According to the pharmacopoeia of the Danxiang Pavilion, the gallbladder is cool in nature, with a slightly bitter and sweet taste, possessing the efficacy to dispel wind, eliminate dampness, enhance vision, and detoxify. After a bit of preparation, it could be refined into an excellent antidote pill, especially since this was a red-eyed serpent on the verge of foundational cultivation. Storing the gallbladder away, Lin Yuan suddenly discovered a narrow path within the dense forest. Judging by its dimensions, it was likely carved out by the serpent itself. This serpent emitted a faint aura of foundational cultivation. Could it have found a foundational spirit object? Following this path might yield fruitful discoveries. A glimmer of inspiration struck Lin Yuan, reminiscent of an obscure text he had once perused. Humans require foundational spiritual objects, and so too do the beasts of the wild. However, the choices of humans in this regard are diverse and multifarious. Some practitioners wield weapons, others employ techniques, while some utilize medicinal herbs. And there are those who even draw upon the ethereal energies of the mountains or mundane gold and silver as their foundation. In comparison, the selection available to the beasts is considerably more limited. Most beasts typically choose medicinal herbs as their foundational spiritual objects. Upon embarking on the path of cultivation, they seek out an appropriate herb, guarding it day and night. As they approach the moment of foundational establishment, the herb is usually nearing maturation. By simply consuming the ripened herb, they can complete their foundational process. This explains why medicinal herbs are often protected by guarding beasts. The crimson-eyed serpent before me is on the verge of establishing its foundation and is unlikely to wander far. Perhaps the herb it guards is nearby. Following the narrow path, Lin Yuan ventured forth and soon discovered a concealed cave. The cave emitted a foul odor reminiscent of the crimson-eyed serpent, producing a illumination talisman. He stepped cautiously into the cave, The interior was dark and damp, with droplets of water falling intermittently from above. After traversing roughly 500 or 600 meters, a small pond came into view. At the center of the pond stood a massive stone, upon which grew a small tree adorned with striking red foliage. Notably, this crimson tree bore a fruit that was entirely red and exhibited a skin resembling serpent scales. Could this be the serpent saliva fruit recorded in the herbal compendium? The serpent saliva fruit is a rare and highly toxic spiritual fruit, often found in damp, poisonous locales or the depths of caves inhabited by serpentine beasts. Its name is derived from the red-scaled appearance of its skin. This fruit is a favorite among poison practitioners, with a single fruit fetching hundreds of spiritual stones. Although Lin Yuan is not a poison practitioner, he is trained in the Thousand Poisons palm. If he could integrate the potency of the serpent saliva fruit into his technique, it would undoubtedly amplify its power. The serpent saliva fruit can be applied externally or ingested. However, consuming it induces a burning sensation. Even poison practitioners typically only extract its venom, refraining from direct consumption. Murmuring to himself, he leaped onto the massive stone and plucked the serpent saliva fruit. After vigorously rubbing it against his sleeve, he promptly placed it into his mouth. What did he have to fear from its side effects? Others would bear the burden. Furthermore, such a remarkable treasure certainly deserved to be harnessed immediately. Consumption of the serpent saliva fruit incurs side effects: meridian corrosion, spiritual energy dissipation. The potency of the serpent saliva fruit was unexpectedly fierce. Shortly after entering his stomach, the side effects manifested prominently. Lin Yuan took a moment to sense the changes before storing the essence within. He then channeled the flowing spiritual energy within him to extract the essence of the fruit into his palms. His flesh-colored hands instantly turned purple, swelling to more than double their original size. Yet this was not the end. On the backs of his hands, pus-filled blisters the size of walnuts emerged. Through these blisters, one could clearly see the liquid sloshing within. The sight was somewhat alarming. Yet Lin Yuan remained unfazed, showing no signs of distress. Instead, he nodded in satisfaction, secretly lauding the experience. Chapter 56. The Stone Egg. The toxic immersion period of the Thousand Venoms palm necessitates the integration of various toxins into one's palms. The greater the number of toxins absorbed, the more potent the palm becomes, thus accelerating the enhancement of one's abilities. Previously, he had expended several thousand spirit stones to procure numerous second-tier poison pills for refining his palms. Now, after such a considerable passage of time, his stock had dwindled significantly. With the acquisition of this snake saliva fruit, he could sustain himself for a while longer. After a thorough search yielded no valuable finds, Lin Yuan returned to the corpse of the crimsonite snake. The snake scales and skin are excellent forging materials. This massive carcass could fetch a substantial sum of spirit stones if properly harvested. It would be a shame to let it go to waste. Just as Lin Yuan prepared to strip the snake of its skin, he suddenly sensed an unfamiliar aura approaching. Instinctively, he became alert. The Wanghua Valley, remote from the Immortal Ascension sect, was fraught with danger, not only from the myriad of demonic beasts but also from other potential threats. Who goes there? Step forward, he bellowed, gathering his spiritual energy. Wait, don't be hasty. A man, clad in a simple cloth outfit and barefoot, emerged slowly from behind a tree. Designated target for side effects: Tao Zhenghong, 9th layer of Qi refinement, rogue cultivator. Upon realizing the individual was not from the blood demon sect, Lin Yuan felt a wave of relief wash over him. However, he maintained his vigilance, coldly inquiring, "Who are you, and what do you want with me?" "Please, do not be alarmed. My name is Tao Zhenghong. I stumbled upon this crimson-eyed snake carcass and initially thought it was unclaimed. I sincerely apologize for my intrusion." Tao Zhenghong offered a slight smile, raising his hands in a gesture of peace. Lin Yuan scrutinized him briefly, then glanced at the snake's corpse, letting out a derisive snort. "This crimson-eyed snake was slain by my own hand. Do not harbor any thoughts of taking it." "Of course I understand." Tao Zhenghong nodded repeatedly, then asked, "Might you be willing to sell this crimson-eyed snake?" "Oh, what price do you propose?" Lin Yuan inquired, discreetly stowing away his yumming blade. Skinning the snake was a laborious task, and if Tao Zhenghong offered a fair price, it would be simpler to sell it to him. "This skin is largely intact. I could offer you 300 spirit stones, though I lack that amount in spirit stones and would need to compensate with other items." Tao Zhenghong pondered for a moment before stating his price. Lin Yuan was not particularly knowledgeable about the value of beast materials, but he considered the price reasonable. Even if it meant a slight loss on his part, it was only fair to account for the trouble saved in skinning. "Very well, but the items you offer must hold equivalent value." Rest assured, you shall be satisfied. Tao Zhenghong first produced 200 spirit stones, placing them aside. He then revealed a plethora of seemingly miscellaneous items. These are trinkets I collected by chance. Feel free to select 3. Lin Yuan stepped forward, levitating a spearhead-like object with his spiritual energy and inspecting it closely. After his examination, he appeared somewhat dissatisfied. These items possess a certain value, yet I find myself indifferent to them. If I were to exchange, I would select merely 5, treating them as a collection. 5 may seem excessive, but alas, I shall concede to 5. Is that not acceptable? Tao Zhenghong attempted to elaborate, but upon witnessing Lin Yuan turn to leave, he immediately acquiesced. Lin Yuan pivoted once more, resuming his selection process. To label these items as mere refuse would not be entirely inaccurate. The majority merely harbor a modicum of spiritual energy, suitable solely for the concoction of cleansing elixirs. Beyond that, they serve little purpose. He casually selected a few, his gaze unexpectedly landing on a spherical stone egg. As he lifted it, a line of small characters suddenly appeared before his eyes, affected by the battle ant's juvenile, acquired side effect, spiritual energy absorption, slow, prolonged. Battle ant? Lin Yuan's mind stirred, and he began to sense more closely. This stone egg was indeed absorbing his spiritual energy, albeit at a languid pace. Easily overlooked in a moment of distraction, it was akin to a billionaire who would scarcely concern himself over a lost penny. Could it be that, once adequately supplied with spiritual energy, this stone egg might truly hatch? He grasped the stone egg and randomly selected 4 more. These shall suffice, for there is no significant difference among them. Tao Zhenghong chuckled, and since my friend has made his selections, the corpse of the crimson-eyed serpent now belongs to me. Lin Yuan nodded and departed without hesitation. He had already secured the most valuable poison sac and serpent gall, leaving the remaining items as superfluous. Tao Zhenghong, likely new to this venture, appeared to believe that all valuable treasures remained within the corpse, thus his generosity. Were he to uncover the truth, he might very well be driven to rage. As Lin Yuan's figure gradually faded into the thicket, Tao Zhenghong smirked. Truly, a mere child with much to learn. The true treasures of the crimson-eyed serpent lie not in its scales or skin, but in its fangs and gall. A trifling 300 spiritual stones, no. Only 200 spiritual stones, such trifles would hardly warrant the space they occupy. 5? Why not 10? As long as the fangs and gall remain, I stand to profit at least 400 to 500 spiritual stones from this endeavor. With such thoughts in mind, he approached the corpse of the crimson-eyed serpent. Previously unable to draw near, he had not observed it closely, only knowing it to be quite fresh. Yet as he drew closer, he noticed a bloodstain along the serpent's belly. This is not good. Tao Zhenghong reached inside, and his expression darkened instantly. The gall was gone. No matter. As long as the fangs remain, I can still earn 100 spiritual stones. The gall is known for its medicinal properties, but the fangs are of lesser utility. They must still be lodged within its mouth. He hurried to the serpent's head, prying it open to take a look inside. The fangs were indeed still present, but the poison sac was absent. What does this equate to? It is akin to purchasing a cleansing elixir, possessing the bottle while the precious contents have vanished. What a loss! A tremendous loss! Tao Zhenghong exclaimed in fury. Under the cloak of night, Lin Yuan stumbled upon a cavern and ignited a campfire. He was uncertain of the market value of the crimson-eyed serpent's skin, but he felt that 300 was a fair sum, especially since he had not accumulated many spiritual stones thus far. Illuminated by the flickering flames, he unfurled the map he had acquired from the He family. The location designated by his sect for investigation should lie within this vicinity. He resolved to commence his inquiries on the morrow. Such endeavors are seldom completed in a single day, and Lin Yuan prepared himself for an extended stay in this place. After folding the map, he retrieved a slab of cold, dried beast meat and placed it by the fire to roast. He also took out the stone egg he had obtained earlier. Absorb spiritual energy? Let us see if you can draw in a bit more. He released a thread of spiritual energy that coiled around the surface of the stone egg. Buzz! In an instant, the entirety of the energy was absorbed into the egg. Rather than feeling alarmed, Lin Yuan was filled with delight and continued to channel more energy. Now at the 12th level of Qi training, his reservoir of spiritual energy rivaled that of a foundational stage cultivator. Nevertheless, even with such a reserve, the stone egg ceased its absorption just as his energy was nearing depletion. After absorbing a significant amount of energy, a large patch of purple markings appeared on the surface of the stone egg. A faint consciousness resonated through the purple patterns, echoing in Lin Yuan's mind. Having eaten enough for today, shall I feed you again tomorrow? Sensing the implication behind that consciousness, Lin Yuan's expression turned peculiar. Was it treating him as a caretaker? Chapter 57. The Corpse Refining Hall. Seeking Revenge? After 3 days of investigation, Lin Yuan found no anomalies. However, he had filled 2 storage rings to the brim with materials harvested from various demonic beasts. Through days of combat, a burgeoning fierceness began to emanate from him, a quality unattainable within the confines of the celestial sect. Following the successful hunt of another demonic beast, Lin Yuan arrived at a gently flowing stream. The water was crystal clear, allowing him to observe many translucent fish darting about. Gazing at his blood-stained reflection upon the water's surface, he fell into contemplation. Inner disciples not only had abundant resources at their disposal but also engaged in continuous field training, their prowess and perspective far surpassing that of ordinary disciples. It was no wonder that entry into the inner sect was considered a mark of elite status. He cupped his hands to gather water and splashed it on his face. As he washed away the blood, he remained vigilant of his surroundings. The wilderness teemed with ferocious beasts, and human intentions were often duplicitous. A moment's carelessness could lead to a sudden ambush and demise. He could not afford to be complacent. While he could mitigate some adverse effects, grievous injuries, such as decapitation, were beyond his capacity to transfer. Caution was always prudent. Once his face was cleansed, a figure emerged from the shadows. Was it Tao Zhenghong? Lin Yuan's tense demeanor relaxed slightly. Habitually, he glanced at the adverse effects binding bar, only to be struck by horror, stepping back involuntarily. The binding bar displayed the portrait of the bound individual, along with their identity and health status. However, now, Tao Zhenghong's health bar was nearly depleted, and his portrait had turned gray. This signified one undeniable truth: Tao Zhenghong was dead. How could the deceased approach him? Lin Yuan swiftly rose to his feet and drew the ghostly bright blade. At that moment, he realized that 3 individuals were following Tao Zhenghong. He immediately attempted to bind these 3, only to be met with failure. Why such a failure? Only the dead would be incapable of bearing the side effects. This implied that the 3 individuals, like Tao Zhenghong, were indeed deceased. In a previous life, Lin Yuan would have assumed a zombie outbreak was underway. However, in the current world, achieving such a feat was not particularly challenging. The Blood Demon sect comprises 4 main halls: Bone Hall, Corpse Refining Hall, Blood Sea, and War Demon. Among these, the Corpse Refining Hall is renowned for its expertise in corpse refinement. The higher the cultivation level of a corpse in life, the stronger the resultant undead. Although Tao Zhenghong's cultivation was not particularly high, being at the 9th level of qi refinement, he appeared relatively unscathed, suggesting a lethal strike. Such an achievement could only be attributed to a foundation-building expert. This raised the possibility that a foundation-building master from the Corpse Refining Hall was orchestrating these events. Lin Yuan's thoughts raced, with myriad ideas emerging. Yet, one question lingered in his mind: the Corpse Refining Hall required corpses of exceptional quality. What could attract them to this desolate place? Roar. Lost in contemplation, Tao Zhenghong charged at him wielding a large cleaver. His innate strength was inferior to Lin Yuan's. And now, as an undead, both his power and agility had waned. Lacking martial skills and magical techniques, he could only rely on brute force. Faced with such an opponent, Lin Yuan felt no fear. He dodged the attacks while observing the undead before him. Aside from their pupils having turned a ghostly white and their faces appearing ashen, they bore a striking resemblance to living beings. This corpse refinement was indeed intriguing. Lin Yuan delivered a palm strike to Tao Zhenghong's chest. Even without toxins, this strike could easily shatter the ribs of a qi refinement practitioner. Yet, Tao Zhenghong's body merely swayed before resuming his assault. With such an increase in physical resilience, Lin Yuan pondered whether this method of refining corpses could be applied to the living. His mind began to wander, cultivating a deep interest in this corpse refinement technique. After sufficient research, he severed the heads of several undead with his blade, finally restoring tranquility to the world around him. The practitioners of the Corpse Refining Hall could manipulate the undead, unleashing greater power. However, Tao Zhenghong and his companions evidently did not enjoy such privileges and could only act on instinct. Confronted by these undead, Lin Yuan felt no fear. Yet he harbored concerns about another matter. The undead possessed no life, rendering the transfer of side effects ineffective. These were merely qi refinement level undead. What if he encountered foundation building or even golden core level undead? How would he respond then? Extending this thought further, if he were to face puppets or mechanisms, he would be powerless to bind the individuals behind them. Would that not pose a significant dilemma? If only the transfer of side effects could directly target the individuals behind the undead or puppets. Lin Yuan murmured softly, suddenly struck by a thought. The side effect transfer system could indeed be activated out of thin air, but it could only be utilized after establishing a foundation. Establishing a foundation? He still needed to find a suitable foundational spiritual object. It seemed this matter truly needed to be prioritized. As for his foundational spiritual object, he had yet to form any concrete ideas and could only take things step by step. Elsewhere, in a certain valley, Yao Buren, engrossed in his corpse refinement, abruptly opened his eyes. "Have you made any progress, senior brother?" Before him stood a woman clad in red, slender in form and breathtakingly beautiful. Inhaling the fragrance that emanated from her, Yao Buren felt a stir of emotions. Yet upon recalling her capabilities, he shivered and regained his composure. "I have not discovered anything yet, but the latest batch of treasures I refined has lost contact." Upon hearing this, a faint blush appeared on the woman's face as she chuckled. "I recall there was a fellow at the 9th level of Qi refining among them. Although I drained his essence, his physique remains quite formidable. Do you think it could be those old geezers from the immortal sect? Oh, how I long to savor their essence." A voice, laced with temptation, escaped her lips. Yao Buren averted his gaze, silently cursing her flirtatiousness, then furrowed his brow and replied, "That shouldn't be the case. News of the 8 Kings' tomb has been scarce. I have spent 10 years in pursuit and have only determined that this tomb lies nearby. The immortal sect cannot possibly be aware of it. Moreover, I do not believe your Bloodsea Hall lacks presence within the immortal sect." The woman giggled once more. "That is true. The immortal sect has no secrets." Buren waved his hand gently, causing several corpses to rise from the ground not far away. Their eyes were a pale gray, and their faces a sickly hue. Living corpses possess acute sensitivity to energy with these bodies. Our speed in locating the 8 Kings' tomb will be significantly enhanced. The 8 Kings' tomb? I have little interest in that. The woman reclined on a patch of grass, revealing a generous expanse beneath her legs. Yao Buren stole a fleeting glance before quickly averting his gaze, somberly inquiring, "Recently, Xiuxian's life token shattered. Your presence here must indicate ulterior motives." The woman nodded lightly. "Though I am the child of my father and a lowly woman, he is still my brother. His untimely death here demands that I uncover the true culprit. On one hand, I must express my gratitude to him for resolving this predicament for me. On the other hand, it is also for Xiuxian's vengeance. Senior brother, do you think I am a wonderful sister?" Buren quietly scoffed, nodding in agreement. While they were all candidates for the Holy Sun, Tenduo's ranking far surpassed his own. It was best to avoid provoking her if possible. Chapter 58, Source of Energy, Confrontation with Buren. Tenduo. As night fell and the temperature began to drop, Lin Yuan nestled within a cave, lighting a campfire as usual. The stone egg had absorbed all the spiritual energy, and the purple areas on its surface were increasing in number. The internal fluctuations of life intensified accordingly. According to his estimation, it would take approximately another 10 days for the stone shell to completely vanish. As for when the hatching would be completed, he could not say for the time being. Lin Yuan retracted the stone egg, settling into a meditative posture to rejuvenate his spiritual energy. He chose not to cultivate the blood-burning technique, but instead employed the 9-yin condensation technique. This method allowed his spiritual energy to be imbued with a layer of malevolence, a feature that the blood-burning technique lacked. If he were to continuously practice the blood-burning technique, the malevolent energy within would gradually dissipate. Should this matter be brought up in the future, it would undoubtedly pose a significant inconvenience. Thus, a necessary disguise was warranted. Something felt amiss. The malevolent energy in this area was abnormally dense, even several times more potent than that of the bamboo grove. Suddenly, a flicker of doubt crossed Lin Yuan's eyes. There must be an object of utmost nearby, otherwise such pure malevolent energy could not possibly emanate. He took out a fury pill and consumed it, swiftly restoring his spiritual energy, and then, following his instincts, he headed towards the source of the densest malevolent energy. The closer he approached, the more pronounced the energy became, akin to illuminating a searchlight in the darkness, drawing him in with unrestrained allure. He had found it. This was the tomb of the 8 Kings. Suddenly, a chilling voice pierced the air, sending shivers down Lin Yuan's spine. He quickly composed himself and stealthily concealed himself behind a cluster of bushes. Not far away stood a man and a woman. The man was of short stature, exuding an aura that warned others to keep their distance, accompanied by 4 towering figures clad in black armor. In contrast, the woman wore a broad smile, appearing quite amiable though the seductive glimmer in her gaze indicated that she was far from ordinary. Congratulations, senior brother, on achieving your desires. It is said that the 8 kings were all at the golden core level during their lifetimes. If we could refine them into battle corpses, your strength would undoubtedly surge. Her dulcet tones stirred an inexplicable wickedness within the heart. Lin Yuan's expression shifted slightly as he promptly established a connection with the 2 individuals before him. Selected subject for adverse effects. Yao Buren, Mid-Foundation Establishment, disciple of the Blood Demon Sect, heir of the Corpse Refining Hall, candidate for the Blood Demon Sect's Holy Son. Ranked 78th. Selected subject for adverse effects. Tan Duo, Late Foundation Establishment, disciple of the Blood Demon Sect, heir of the Blood Sea Hall, sister of Qin Shi. Candidate for the Blood Demon Sect's Holy Son. Ranked 24th. Hiss. They were both members of the Blood Demon Sect. One at Mid-Foundation Establishment and the other at Late Foundation Establishment. Wait a moment, the woman named Tan Duo was actually Qin Shi's sister. Did she harbor intentions of revenge on this occasion? Lin Yuan had no interest in why Qin Shi's sister was named Tan Duo, since her identity had been revealed. It was clear that Tan Duo was indeed related to Qin Shi. Lin Yuan contemplated retreating, but was also curious to witness the so-called tomb of the 8 kings. He decided to follow from a distance. If there were indeed valuable treasures, the stored adverse effects could potentially eliminate one. And with the addition of the profound poison heart-corroding pill, none would escape unscathed. Upon witnessing both individuals enter the enigmatic 8 kings' tomb, Lin Yuan followed suit. Before long, a vast entrance materialized, exuding an exceptionally pure, ominous aura. Lin Yuan did not hasten to enter, but instead employed his spiritual energy to meticulously inspect the surroundings. After confirming the absence of any formation traces, he gently leaped down, intent on trailing the 2. Suddenly, a thunderous explosion reverberated in Lin Yuan's ears, akin to a clap of thunder. The overwhelming shock momentarily left him dazed. Additionally, he felt an intense burning sensation enveloping his body, and upon glancing down, he observed ethereal blue flames igniting upon him. He swatted at them a few times, only to realize that these flames clung to him tenaciously, refusing to be extinguished. Due to the explosion of the Yin firebomb, you have acquired the side effect, dizziness and possession by Yin fire. Ha ha ha, my Yin firebomb is purely mechanical, devoid of any spiritual energy fluctuations, rendering it undetectable to ordinary individuals. With this, I have dealt with many who sought to gain the upper hand. Echoed the voice of Yao Buren from a distance. No spiritual energy? How treacherous. Now, let us see how you endure this suffering. Lin Yuan promptly transferred the side effects to Yao Buren. Freed from the debilitating effects, he quickly regained his composure. The flames still burned upon him, yet their potency had significantly diminished. This was not due to a waning effect, but rather because the Yin firebomb contained Yin energy, which was precisely absorbed by the 9 Yin condensation technique. Devoid of Yin energy as fuel, the flames vanished instantaneously. At that moment, a piercing scream suddenly echoed from ahead. I expected a formidable opponent, but it turns out to be merely a fledgling in the Qi refinement stage. Came the voice of Tan Duo. As a luminous talisman ignited, illuminating the faces of the 3, Tan Duo, upon spotting Lin Yuan, licked her lips and exclaimed, I recognize you, Lin Yuan. Tell me, dear brother Lin, have you seen my sibling? I have missed him dearly during our time apart. Lin Yuan nodded and replied with a smile, Indeed, I have seen him. He slaughtered hundreds in Shaoli village, and I managed to carve hundreds of cuts upon him, though he ultimately succumbed. At this revelation, the already chilling atmosphere of the underground tomb grew so silent that even the sound of breathing could be discerned. Despite grimacing in pain, Yao Buren widened his eyes in disbelief as he gazed at Lin Yuan, feeling an urgent need to flee. Yet, it was not Lin Yuan he feared, but the wrath of Tan Duo that was about to erupt. Was Qin Shi's massacre of an entire village, resulting in the deaths of hundreds, truly formidable? No. Compared to the ruthless Tan Duo, Qin Shi's actions paled in comparison. Is that so? How about I enjoy you first, and then carve you up as well? Tan Duo giggled maniacally. Madwoman! Lin Yuan ceased his banter and immediately transferred all accumulated side effects to Yao Buren. Tang Duo possesses superior strength. The Xian poison heart-corroding pill shall be entrusted to her. As a thought stirred within him, Yao Buren's complexion immediately transformed to a ghastly shade of blue and purple, accompanied by an unbearable stench emanating from his body. Poison. When did you administer the toxin? Perceiving the changes occurring within him, Yao Buren's eyelid twitched as he swiftly activated his cultivation technique. Although his appearance was disheveled, he did not succumb to the poison. Youngster, I have long since transformed myself into a being that is half human, half corpse. Though your poison is potent, it is futile against me, he cackled. As the blue and purple hue upon his face rapidly dissipated, Lin Yuan felt a heavy weight in his heart and promptly withdrew. Seizing the opportunity, he produced the Xian poison heart-corroding pill and swallowed it whole. The target, Tang Duo, since Yao Buren was temporarily unable to be poisoned to death. He would first deal with Tang Duo. In an instant, the effects of the Xian poison heart-corroding pill took hold. The smiling Tang Duo's expression abruptly shifted. Blood shadow demon form, she screamed, and a blood shadow, resembling her form, suddenly materialized behind her. In the blink of an eye, the blood shadow exploded. Tang Duo coughed up a mouthful of blood and once more manifested a blood shadow behind her. Chapter 59, Fierce Battle. The repeated defeats of Yao Buren the blood shadow demon form, a signature martial technique of the Blood Sea Hall of the Blood Demon sect. This technique bears some resemblance to Lin Yuan's ability to transfer side effects. Its essence lies in condensing a blood shadow that is of the same root and origin, thereby transferring personal damage onto it. The difference is that Lin Yuan can bind others at will and transfer damage at any moment. However, the cultivation of the blood shadow is exceedingly arduous, with few within the entire Blood Demon sect able to master it. Moreover, Tang Duo had successfully cultivated 2 blood shadows. With merely this skill, it is unsurprising that she could firmly suppress Yao Buren and secure the 24th position as a candidate for the Holy Sun. Realizing that Tang Duo was still struggling, Lin Yuan silently lamented his own carelessness. The Yin Fireball had not contained any spiritual energy fluctuations, inadvertently ensnaring him. Yao Buren, being half human and half corpse, possessed greatly enhanced resistance to toxins. He had assumed that a single Xian poison heart-corroding pill, potent enough to slay a golden core, would easily dispatch Tang Duo. Yet, to his astonishment, she had condensed 2 blood shadows, thereby alleviating a considerable portion of the damage. Fortunately, although neither had perished, both were gravely wounded. Otherwise, today could have posed a significant dilemma. What manner of cultivation technique is this? Why does the poison pill I consumed ultimately manifest its effects upon me? Tang Duo's eyes widened, revealing her first glimpse of panic. Had Lin Yuan fed her the poison pill, it would have been comprehensible. Yet, why did she, after consuming it herself, remain seemingly unscathed, only to bear the consequences? At that moment, Yao Buren also grasped the situation, tremblingly pointing his finger. Could it be that you transferred all the damage from the Yin Fireball to me earlier? It must be said, both were astute, swiftly discerning the crux of the matter. This is the path of curses. A discipline that can only be cultivated by those with special constitutions. Otherwise, death is inevitable. Even if I were to explain it to you, you would likely fail to comprehend. Lin Yuan wore an expression of indifference as he swung his blade toward Yao Buren. Although Tang Duo was formidable, a single poisonous pill had cost him nearly half of his life. In contrast, Yao Buren, despite being slightly weaker, remained in relatively good condition. Naturally, he was the first target. As for the so-called curse, it was entirely a figment of imagination. His candidness served merely to shroud the system in a layer of protection. Boy, surrender the antidote now, and I may spare your life. Otherwise, I shall transform you into a battle corpse, subjecting you to eternal torment. Yao Buren immediately retreated, finding 3 corpses unexpectedly blocking his path. These 3 bodies had once possessed foundational cultivation. Though long deceased, their strength remained undiminished due to the process of refinement. Furthermore, the dense corpse energy in this ancient tomb only augmented their power. Under Yao Buren's control, the 3 corpses lunged at Lin Yuan. Were it not for his own mobility constraints, he could have easily dealt with someone like Lin Yuan by himself. Just in time, Luo Yuan. Lin Yuan unleashed dozens of slashing energies. The blade energies interwove like a blood-red net, firmly ensnaring the 3 animated corpses. He then executed the wave-stacking technique, swiftly delivering a series of strikes. The abundant Yin energy in this place was a great boon for him. Merely activating the 9 Yin condensation formula allowed him to recover a substantial amount of spiritual power, while the might of the 7 killing demon blades surged exponentially. Clang! With one stroke, he severed the head of 1 corpse, and the residual force of the spectral blade continued onward, slicing off half the head of another. At that moment, illusions flickered before Lin Yuan's eyes. A series of naked women appeared, posing seductively, incessantly tempting his senses. Affected by the chaotic lust heart sutra, gained side effect, rampant lust. Mere trifles. Bring me a new batch. Lin Yuan dismissed the side effect without even transferring it. shattering the illusions before him. It was evident that this trick was employed by Tan Duo. However, the quality of her illusions was woefully subpar. The experiences from his previous life while watching movies felt far more vivid than this. With the addition of some props, he could even experience tactile feedback. With a single stroke, Lin Yuan shattered the illusions and swiftly eliminated the final animated corpse. How is this possible? You're not at the chi refinement stage. You're at the foundation establishment stage, aren't you? Xiuxian exclaimed in shock. While these battle corpses were not his trump cards, they were certainly no weaklings. Even a typical foundation establishment cultivator would require considerable time to subdue them. Yet, in Lin Yuan's hands, they fell as effortlessly as chopping vegetables. A slight smirk played on Lin Yuan's lips as he advanced toward Xiuxian. The side effects he bore were now entirely transferred to Xiuxian, significantly diminishing his control over the corpses. Coupled with the enhancement from the 100 Refinements Golden Body technique, the difficulty of executing the wave-stacking technique was greatly reduced. Utilizing the successive momentum of his blade strikes, vanquishing these mindless beings posed no challenge. If he were a true foundational cultivator, he would undoubtedly not grant himself the opportunity to gather momentum. The ease with which this situation was resolved merely indicates that Xiuxian is in utter disarray. What does it matter if he has vanquished my battle corpse? Does he truly believe he can kill me? A flicker of malevolence crossed Xiuxian's face. As he observed Lin Yuan's approach, he unleashed a cloud of grayish-white corpse energy from his mouth. The miasma surged forward, enveloping Lin Yuan in an instant. Haha. This corpse energy has been cultivated over many years. For an ordinary person, it would be lethal, and even for a cultivator, it would significantly diminish their strength. Before he could finish his taunt, Xiuxian's expression shifted to one of horror, his body stiffening suddenly. The entirety of the corpse energy had entered Lin Yuan's body. Rather than exhibiting any signs of weakness, Lin Yuan instead radiated vitality, appearing on the verge of a breakthrough. In truth, this infusion of corpse energy provided substantial benefits, rivaling that of several bottles of explosive essence pills. If he were to receive more, he might even be able to initiate a breakthrough to the 13th layer of chi refinement. Clang! A flash of light from a blade struck Xiuxian, producing a resonant clash akin to metal striking metal. His physical resilience was only marginally inferior to Lin Yuan's. This piqued Lin Yuan's curiosity regarding Xiuxian's corpse refining techniques. While the presence of refined gold was advantageous, Lin Yuan's mastery of the 100 Refinements Golden Body had long since reached an impasse. Acquiring this secret technique could potentially assist in his practice of body refinement martial arts. It is widely acknowledged that I, Xiuxian, possess considerable talent in corpse refinement. What few know is that my proudest creation is none other than myself. Xiuxian grinned maliciously, his right hand forming a claw, reminiscent of a ferocious tiger pouncing upon its prey, as he aimed for Lin Yuan's heart. The thought of plucking out Lin Yuan's heart and savoring it in his hands thrilled him. Clang! Another sharp sound resonated. Xiuxian's claw failed to breach Lin Yuan's bodily defenses, and instead, his fingernail shattered, oozing dark red pus. You are not worthy to contend with me in physical combat. With a forceful palm, Lin Yuan repelled Xiuxian and swung his blade toward his neck. To deal with Xiuxian, a swift resolution was imperative. For the hidden Tan Duo had vanished from sight. Guarding the cave entrance, she could not escape through it, and would have to retreat deeper into the tomb. Should she evade capture, Lin Yuan would find himself in considerable trouble. Chapter 60. Tan Duo's Madness, Refining Corpses After expending considerable effort to eliminate Xiuxian. Lin Yuan had no time to search his corpse and hurried deeper into the tomb. This site was known as the Tomb of the Eight Kings, the final resting place of 8 golden core cultivators. In an era devoid of nascent souls, the golden core represented the pinnacle of martial prowess in this region. Moreover, the burial of 8 golden cores together resulted in an unexpectedly vast tomb. Just as Lin Yuan feared he had lost the chase, a thunderous sound erupted nearby. In every tomb, mechanisms are invariably concealed. With 8 golden cores interred here, the tomb must be laden with numerous lethal formations. That woman must have triggered a certain array. He paused for a moment in contemplation, ultimately deciding to follow and observe. Lin Yuan held no interest in the tomb of the 8th prince. But the thought of returning without witnessing Tan Duo's demise filled him with trepidation. Rather than subject himself to such torment, he resolved to wear her down right here. Meanwhile, Tan Duo, while evading attacks, endured excruciating pain coursing through her body. Having consumed various antidotes and elixirs, she barely managed to suppress her internal injuries. The path of curses, what was it? And as for Lin Yuan, he had initially been merely at the 2nd layer of Qi training. Even if he had fortuitously broken through later, he lacked the capacity to slay the Foundation establishment cultivator, Xiuxian. How could it be that in such a short span of time, he proved to be my equal? How could this be? Had there been a member of the Blood Demon sect present, witnessing Tan Duo in such a state would surely have astonished them. After all, in their minds, she had always been a figure assured of victory. Although her conduct in life was somewhat reckless, her demeanor had always resembled that of a proud peacock. But now, her garments were tattered, blood coughed from her lips, and her injuries were beyond control, resembling a drenched chicken. Ah, how could there be so many formations here? A stone pillar, seemingly from nowhere, struck Tan Duo, sending her flying. The force carried by the pillar was formidable, completely shattering her internal spiritual power. Recovery was impossible without several days' time. Tan Duo drooped her eyelids, and soon a silhouette came into view. Found you. So, you were here all along. Hearing the voice, Tan Duo offered a faint smile. She still possessed an ace up her sleeve. If Lin Yuan thought her powerless, he would soon regret it. Yet, to her dismay, Lin Yuan stood firm 10 zhang away, unwilling to approach any closer. Little brother, are you not coming over? Come, sister has something wonderful to show you. Tan Duo beckoned with a smile. If Lin Yuan approached, she would eliminate him decisively. If he did not, she would seize the opportunity to recover. The power of this curse was so overwhelming that she could not believe Lin Yuan was as nonchalant as he appeared. No, I shall remain right here. Lin Yuan had no desire to engage with this woman, promptly sitting cross-legged. The air was thick with negative energy, and another person nearby could freely bear the side effects of his endeavors. Such an opportunity to break through to the 13th layer of Qi training would be a waste to miss. The 9-yin condensation technique and blood ignition technique operated in tandem, a feat most would dare not attempt. Yet he proceeded nonetheless. In an instant, an endless surge of negative energy mixed with spiritual energy poured into Lin Yuan, swirling like a tempest above his head. Tan Duo was left stunned. She had anticipated Lin Yuan would attempt to exhaust her or attack from a distance. To her astonishment, he simply sat down to cultivate. Suddenly, her complexion shifted dramatically, and she coughed up a mouthful of fresh blood. The injuries that had been suppressed suddenly erupted, becoming uncontrollable. Tan Duo's face turned ashen. She had come to realize her inevitable demise. Her gaze fell upon Lin Yuan, and she was momentarily taken aback. The crimson glow emanating from his body. Was that the third-tier technique of my blood sea hall, the blood ignition technique? You have actually cultivated the blood ignition technique. And to such an extent? Impossible. The lifespan of someone at the Qi refinement stage barely exceeds 120 years, with such exertion. You shall age and perish in no time. Ah, what is happening? Why has my hair turned white? My lifespan is gone. You are siphoning my years for your cultivation. Ha ha ha. A disciple of the celestial sect practicing demonic arts, and even more ruthlessly than us. Xiuxi's downfall at your hands is not unjust at all. The cavern echoed with Tan Duo's frantic wails. However, her cries did not linger for long. Soon, her hair had turned completely gray, her once supple skin vanished, replaced by a visage riddled with age spots, dry and wrinkled like bark. As her vitality dissipated, Tan Duo could no longer hold on, and she succumbed to death. After a moment, Lin Yuan slowly opened his eyes. He still had not broken through to the 13th layer of Qi refinement. If the barrier at the 10th layer could be likened to a wooden plank, then the 13th layer was a brick wall. A wooden plank might still be shattered, but a brick wall requires external force to breach. He felt a pang of dissatisfaction. It was not necessary to reach the 13th layer to establish a foundation. It could be done even now. Yet, lacking that layer of attainment left him feeling as though something was amiss. Once he calmed his mind, Lin Yuan gazed into the depths of the cavern. This should be the main burial chamber, and before him stood a massive door of mysterious iron. Pushing open the grand entrance would lead to the true core of the tomb of the 8 kings. He had intended to depart immediately, but something behind the door seemed to be drawing him in. After a moment's contemplation, Lin Yuan turned back to the corpse of Yaobu Ren. After a brief search, he found a meticulously crafted storage ring in his hand. As he probed within, Lin Yuan soon discovered a jade slip, a smile spreading across his face. The slip was inscribed with the words 5 phases of corpse refinement. The so-called 5 phases refer to the 5 forms of a corpse: the iron corpse, copper corpse, gold corpse, jade corpse, and finally, the holy corpse. Each holy corpse possesses combat prowess equivalent to that of a golden core level. Naturally, Lin Yuan currently had no need for a holy corpse. He did not even require an iron corpse. Once he mastered the basic corpse control technique, He could manipulate Yao Bu Rin's body to open the iron door, thus allowing him to evade any potential troubles in advance. Lin Yuan did not dare to delay and quickly perused the contents of the slip. The basic corpse control technique was not overly complicated. It merely required a strong mental force. His mental acuity was not extraordinary, but he could manage to animate a corpse with some effort. Approximately 3 hours later, the long-dead Yao Bu Rin wobbled to his feet. Fortunately, my final strike penetrated deeply. Had I severed an arm or a leg, manipulation would have proven exceedingly challenging. Bearing the corpse of Yao Buren, Lin Yuan once again approached the door of Xiantai. Go, assist me in opening that grand portal. With a mere thought, Yao Buren slowly advanced forward. Perhaps the formation was triggered by Tan Duo, or perhaps the passage of time had rendered the place decrepit. Yao Buren progressed smoothly and soon arrived at the imposing door, pushing it open with considerable effort. In life, he had been at the mid-stage of foundation establishment, so opening such a door was not overly demanding. Lin Yuan had anticipated a myriad of traps lurking behind the door. Yet he was taken aback to find only an expansive hall. At the center of the hall lay 8 coffins crafted from brass, arranged according to various orientations. The only peculiarity was a small coffin encircled by the 8 larger ones. Chapter 61. Consciousness Assimilation. Calamity for all. Lin Yuan refrained from acting rashly, guiding Yao Buren's corpse forward cautiously. As Yao Buren neared the small coffin, 8 spectral figures abruptly emerged from the different coffins, fixating their malevolent gazes upon Lin Yuan. Who dares to disrupt our endeavors? Seek death. As they spoke, they ignored the swaying Yao Buren, charging directly at Lin Yuan. This is bad. These fellows are not truly dead. To be precise, their existence is not entirely extinguished. Lin Yuan, having some knowledge, recognized that these individuals existed in the form of ethereal souls. However, he possessed no means to restrain such souls, and even if he did, 8 golden core souls could easily obliterate him. I wonder if I can bind these souls. In the midst of his escape, a thought crossed his mind, and he turned to attempt a binding. Binding failed. Please advance to foundation establishment before attempting again. Upon witnessing the words flashing before his eyes, Lin Yuan was not surprised. Indeed, he was temporarily incapable of binding such entities. He required a higher level of power. Ethereal souls are inherently formless and intangible, moving with astonishing speed. Moreover, these 8 were at the golden core level. Lin Yuan had no hope of evading them. Do not flee. Allow us to assimilate you. The 8 golden core souls conjured a chilling wind that surged into Lin Yuan's body. Attacked by golden core soul, acquiring side effect, consciousness assimilation, soul annihilation. Lin Yuan gritted his teeth against the excruciating pain and opened the detailed descriptions of the 2 side effects. Soul annihilation. Upon receiving an attack on your consciousness, your awareness will be utterly obliterated. Consciousness assimilation. A powerful consciousness force invades. You will become a vessel for another's awareness, losing your own identity. If you wish to annihilate and assimilate me, let us see who can endure until the end. He shouted defiantly, activating the side effect storage. In an instant, the progress bar surged dramatically. This consciousness assimilation resembled possession, a contest of the strength of awareness. Although the 8 golden core souls were formidable, they had been dead for centuries. Their latent power had diminished significantly. Moreover, the average cultivator's understanding of spiritual consciousness is rather superficial. It is only the Yuaning masters who delve deeply into this realm. As long as I can withstand this wave of assault, not only will I survive, but I may also absorb their spiritual energy. Before long, the progress bar was filled. Lin Yuan took a deep breath and began to transfer the side effects to others. Meanwhile, at the Immortal Sect, Uncle Lai was glaring at Lyran with a mix of anger for his lack of ambition and pity for his misfortune. Uncle, I truly have not cultivated any demonic arts. Haven't you checked numerous times? Lyran whispered in distress, his demeanor more akin to a bullied wife than a commanding overseer. Upon hearing this, Uncle Lai snorted coldly. It is for the best that you haven't practiced any demonic arts. Otherwise, even I would be unable to protect you. By the way, I hear you have some acquaintance with a disciple named Lin Yuan? Ah, we do share a bit of a connection. Lyran hesitated, stuttering. I suppose animosity can also be considered a form of relationship? Having a connection is sufficient. His talents are remarkable. Not only has he become a disciple under Elder Gu, but he also accomplished great feats just days ago. If you find yourself with idle time, seek him out to strengthen your rapport. Remember, even as a foundation establishment cultivator, you must approach him with respect and humility. Do not flaunt your supervisory status. Upon hearing his uncle's words, Lai Ren discreetly wiped the cold sweat from his brow. Uncle, that boy is merely at the chi refining stage. Is it truly worth our while to act thus? You fool, what do you understand? He has already reached the 10th level of chi refining and will soon establish his foundation. Once this prodigious disciple establishes his foundation, his combat prowess will be unprecedented. Just wait. He will soon make a name for himself within the immortal sect. A sense of discomfort stirred within Lai Ren. He never anticipated that a mere servant disciple would transform into someone he would soon look up to. This stark contrast left him feeling quite unsettled. The more he thought about it, the more distressed he became. Suddenly, Lai Ren clutched his head and began to wail in agony. My head hurts so much. It is unbearable. Uncle Lai, noticing something was amiss with Lai Ren, extended his spiritual consciousness to investigate. The fluctuations of his spirit were erratic. How could this be? Could he be practicing some soul-related demonic arts? Lost in contemplation, Lai Ren could no longer endure the pain and burst through the door, rushing outside. He recalled that whenever he fell ill, plunging into the pond would alleviate his suffering. Without hesitation, he leaped into the water with a splash. The newly arrived servant disciples peered curiously at the plunging overseer, intrigued by his antics. Meanwhile, others remained unfazed, continuing with their tasks. The diving overseer had long been a figure of renown in the servant quarters. They had witnessed this spectacle many times before. The only difference this time was that the splash was minimal, suggesting that the overseer had gained experience in his dives. In the back mountain, He Ping and Wang Lai glared fiercely at a servant disciple. You wretched fool, Wang Dashan, why do you persist in spreading ill rumors about us? Claiming we share a close bond? Wang Dashan carried an axe, his expression one of disdain. Was there any need to say it? Of course. I witnessed it with my own eyes. Every time I came to chop wood, I saw the two of you entangled together, disheveled and intimate. Surely, it was not mere dalliance. Could it be that you were merely resting? A gasp escaped from the nearby servant disciples. Their faces alight with astonishment as they turned to gaze at He Ping and Wang Lai. Their lives were already devoid of amusement, and encountering such an intriguing spectacle naturally compelled them to observe a while longer. I was familiar with these two. They rarely spoke to anyone else. Previously, there had been Lu Songda, and the three were almost inseparable. Indeed, Lu Songda had long been missing, yet they made no effort to search for him. Could it be that love turned to hatred, and they had slain Lu Songda? How revolting! Were they to tread above or below? Perhaps they had traversed both paths? The murmurs of the servant disciples began to rise. You were slandering us. He Ping's fury was palpable, his lungs nearly bursting with indignation. I am a normal man. How could I engage in such impropriety? And as for love turning to hatred, they do not even know where Lu Songda has gone. An explanation is merely a guise. A guise becomes the truth. Do you think you can deceive others? Wang Dashan continued to strike. At that moment, he noticed the features of He Peng and Wang Lai contorting, veins protruding from their foreheads. This is not good. They are losing control. Brothers, you must bear witness for me. I merely pointed out a fact. I did not lay a hand on them. Panic surged within him as he clasped his hands and looked to the others, his eyes filled with desperation. Fear not, we shall testify for you. Even if it costs us our lives, it is their own doing. Indeed, we of the immortal sect cannot harbor such morally corrupt individuals. Even a glance at such people is an affront to the eyes. Rest assured, this matter has nothing to do with you. In the inner disciples' courtyard, Xiuxian had just awakened from his stupor. The severity of his injuries exceeded all expectations. Fortunately, with the aid of medicinal pills, he was already on the path to recovery. It would not be long before he was entirely healed. Lin Yuan, you have delayed me for so long. You truly deserve death. This time, you escaped by the skin of your teeth, but I refuse to believe you can be so fortunate again. Suddenly, a searing pain erupted deep within his mind. Xiuxian coughed up a mouthful of blood, his body crashing to the ground. Chapter 62, The Artificial Nascent Soul. 13th layer of Qi refinement. The devastation was not confined to these few. Everyone on the binding list had experienced the ordeal. Among them, He Ping and Wang Lai suffered the most, reduced to near imbecility. This was partly due to their undercover identities and partly because of Lu Songda. They had killed Lu Songda to obtain the blood-burning technique. This flaw had lingered until now, and with the opportunity presented by this outing, it was time to resolve it. Although the number of people bound to Lin Yuan was not large, their quality was commendable. Among them were the Golden Core elders Xiuxian and Wei Hua. Xiuxian, as an alchemist, possesses a commendable mastery of fire control through spiritual perception, a fundamental skill in his craft. Wei Hua, not to be outdone, is an expert in this realm. given that the techniques of the Nine Evil sect are inherently linked to spiritual awareness. With the two of them present, the 8 golden core malevolent spirits could do nothing to Lin Yuan, ultimately exhausting their own strength and inadvertently merging fragments of their memories into his soul. The exhilaration. As his soul was nourished, Lin Yuan felt a sudden clarity in his mind, and even the surrounding spiritual energy seemed to pulse with renewed vigor. Was this an enhancement of his innate capabilities? A thought flickered in his mind. The changes did not cease there. Almost immediately, Lin Yuan found his consciousness flooded with new memories. He encountered insights into various martial techniques, methods for concocting lost elixirs, secrets of surrounding factions, and even some recollections related to the small coffin. With no time to discern their significance, he turned his attention to the small coffin. In an instant, a multitude of memories surged forth once more. After meticulously organizing them, Lin Yuan was struck with astonishment. Was this a man-made primordial infant? The liquefaction of spiritual energy within signifies the foundational stage, while the solidification of this energy into a pill represents the golden core. When the golden core shatters, the true self is born as the primordial infant. The 8 individuals entombed within the royal tomb had all reached the pinnacle of the golden core realm, merely a step away from birthing their primordial infants, with lifespans extending over a millennium. Regrettably, they had spent their lives without achieving that breakthrough. As their lifespans dwindled, the 8 devised a bold plan to pool their strengths and create an artificial primordial infant, hoping that one among them would possess the capability to inherit it. They had anticipated that at least one of them would be able to claim this primordial infant, yet the formation process exceeded their expectations. All 8 perished without witnessing the maturity of their creation. Thus, could it be that the small coffin contained an artificial primordial infant? Lin Yuan's heart raced with excitement. The object that had required the combined efforts of 8 golden cores could not be trivial. If he were to acquire it, a daring notion sparked within him. If he could utilize this primordial infant as a foundational artifact, not only would he successfully establish his foundation, but the subsequent path of cultivation would also unfold with greater ease. After thoroughly searching through the newly acquired memories and confirming that no formations lay ahead, Lin Yuan approached the small coffin. Measuring approximately half a meter in length, the coffin, devoid of any spiritual energy flow, was constructed primarily from cold copper, with elements of exquisite gold. Such an extravagant craftsmanship was indeed rare, yet the thought of an artificial primordial infant contained within rendered it less surprising. Chanting a specific incantation from his memories, the coffin lid began to open slowly. Without this incantation, the entire coffin would have erupted in an instant. Even though an artificial primordial infant may not rival a true one, its self-detonation would severely injure anyone of comparable cultivation. Regrettably, the 8 golden pills intended to assimilate Lin Yuan failed, becoming nourishment instead. Lin Yuan could only express gratitude for the gifts of nature. Contrary to the anticipated cataclysmic scene, the coffin lid was lifted to reveal a being resembling an infant, akin to the legendary fruit of life, with remarkably distinct facial features. Was this a divine entity? As he extended his hand, the artificial primordial infant swiftly entered his body. In an instant, a brilliant golden light erupted within Lin Yuan's sea of consciousness. Under this radiant illumination, he immediately sensed a profound transformation in the world around him. His aptitude had ascended. This was a genuine elevation of talent. Even though he had previously consumed the Qianlong pill, his abilities had been merely average, comparable at best to that of Zheng Han, a newcomer to the outer sect. However, now he felt his aptitude had increased manifold, at least several dozen times stronger than before. Even without engaging in any cultivation techniques, he could be deemed a genius. The golden light continued to shine, seemingly undiminished in the short term. Lin Yuan decided to sit cross-legged and began to deduce the 13 layers of qi cultivation. Previously constrained by spiritual energy and his own aptitude, he had never truly touched the barrier of that realm. Now, with an abundance of surrounding spiritual power and a significant enhancement in his capabilities, it was the perfect moment to break through. 3 days later, within the 8 Kings tomb, Lin Yuan's hair rose without wind, enveloped by formidable spirals of spiritual energy. At that moment, a tremendous aura surged from his entire being, emanating a sense of intimidation that surpassed that of a true foundation establishment cultivator. Crash, boom, crash, boom. In contrast to the external changes, the transformations within Lin Yuan's body were even more astonishing. Streams of spiritual energy intertwined and expanded within him, resembling relentless waves crashing against an invisible high wall. Once, twice, thrice. Lin Yuan lost count of how many times he had impacted this barrier, but he could feel that the once impenetrable wall now bore faint cracks. With a few more collisions, he might just break through. Break for me. Suddenly, Lin Yuan shouted, channeling all his spiritual energy for another assault. A barely audible sound of fracturing echoed. The noise grew louder, and upon reaching a certain threshold, the pure spiritual energy surged through the wall, joyfully coursing through his meridians. In that instant, an endless torrent of spiritual energy flooded into his body, transformed by the 9-yin condensation technique into spiritual power, nourishing his withered meridians. At last, he reached the 13 layers of qi cultivation. In the darkness, Lin Yuan slowly opened his eyes. A terrifying brilliance shot forth, striking fear into the hearts of those who beheld it. Every member of the Blood Demon sect at the Foundation establishment level and above possessed a life token. Upon death, the sect would immediately sense it. Tan Duo and Yaobu Run had been dead for 3 days. Both were candidates for the Holy Sun, holding esteemed positions. It was only a matter of time before someone from the sect would arrive. Contemplating this, Lin Yuan summoned the lifeless form of Yao Buren, gently tapping it while channeling a stream of spiritual energy. This was the corpse explosion technique, a minor spell mastered by Yao Buren, capable of inciting a self-detonation from a corpse. Although the cultivation difficulty was not high, it required a prodigious talent to grasp. For Lin Yuan, mastering such a minor spell was utterly effortless. Had time permitted, he would have contemplated obliterating the entire tomb of the 8 kings. Rising and surveying his surroundings, he felt no lingering attachment and proceeded towards the exit. The tomb, though seemingly grand, harbored little of value. The entirety of the wealth from the 8 had been squandered on artificial nascent souls, rendering them poorer than even the most average Foundation establishment cultivators. Having acquired an artificial nascent soul, he had already attained the greatest fortune within these confines. Before departing, he also discreetly appropriated the storage ring from Tan Duo. Shortly after Lin Yuan's departure, 2 figures cloaked in black robes arrived. Lord Saint Envoy, the auras of both Holy Sons have vanished from here. Yet I can only see one Holy Son's corpse. A voice, tinged with confusion, echoed through the vast underground crypt. After a brief silence, the individual referred to as the Saint Envoy gestured towards a skeletal corpse, expressing a mix of disappointment and frustration. That one, is it? Is that Tan Duo? How has she come to be in such a state? The earlier speaker gasped, staring incredulously at Tan Duo's remains. Had it not been for the Saint Envoy's revelation, no one would have surmised that the grotesque corpse belonged to the once resplendent Holy Sun candidate of the Blood Demon sect, Tan Duo. He harbored no doubts regarding the Saint Envoy's assessment, for in the Blood Demon sect, only those of the Golden Core realm could attain the title of Saint Envoy. Their stature comparable to that of elders in the upper celestial sections. Poisoned beyond measure, with lifeblood nearly extinguished. How skillful is the hand that wrought this? The Saint Envoy scoffed, discerning the injuries upon Tan Duo's form at a glance, before his gaze shifted to Yao Buren, suddenly filled with suspicion. Is this the corpse refining technique of the corpse refining hall? The process appears recent, and the technique rather crude. It seems the practitioner has only just begun to learn. Were it not for my own eyes, I would have thought myself amidst a den of demons. At the mention of den of demons, the earlier speaker instinctively shuddered. The infamous reputation of the Blood Demon sect's den was well known. He had only ventured there once and had no desire to return. After all, she was a candidate for the Holy Sun. We must provide an explanation to the sect. Bai Chio, retrieve the bodies of both, the Saint Envoy commanded, subsequently approaching the coffins to examine them meticulously. Bai Chio bowed in compliance, first placing Tan Duo's remains into the storage ring, then advancing towards Yao Buren's body. Just as he prepared to utilize spiritual energy to draw it, a tremendous explosion erupted, the violent shockwave propelling him several yards away. Upon hearing a disturbance, the saint turned his head, his already grim visage growing colder, nearly resembling ice. Should I capture you, I shall flay your skin and extract your tendons, relishing in your torment. With that said, he disregarded the fleeing Bai Chio and resumed his inspection of the coffins. The inability to discern the corpse exploding technique merely confirmed the worthlessness of such a failure. It was perhaps better for them to perish. However, given that Yaobu Run had already depleted his spiritual energy and had been dead for several days, any explosion would lack substantial force, thus sparing Bai Chio from worry. His curiosity now lay with the coffins. 8 coffins occupied distinct positions, each employing formations for gathering spiritual energy. Such exquisite craftsmanship raised questions about their true intentions. One small coffin bore a unique restriction, only openable with the correct incantation. Who had unlocked it, and what had been taken? The individual capable of swiftly eliminating Ten Duo and Yaobu Run, even if not of the golden core level, surely approached that caliber. The notion of resurrected ancient beings from centuries past sent a shiver through him, and he suddenly found the atmosphere oppressive. He needed to depart swiftly. The saint waved his hand, enveloping the rather disheveled Baiqiu, and darted out with great urgency. Just as they burst forth, the entire great tomb collapsed with a thunderous roar, reducing it to ruins. This matter was beyond my capability to resolve. It required immediate reporting to the sect leader. With a quick glance at the wreckage, he hastened away with Baiqiu. Meanwhile, Lin Yuan remained unaware of the events that transpired afterward. Nor did he realize a golden core cultivator had been frightfully driven away. He retraced his steps back to the He family. The He family kept several red dragon steeds, which, while not on par with the golden-tailed eagle, were still reasonably swift. Amidst the respectful gazes of the onlookers, he mounted a red dragon steed and galloped towards the direction of the Immortal Gate. At noon the following day, Lin Yuan arrived at the mountain gate, fortuitously encountering the long-absent Izimo. "Greetings, senior brother E," he called out as he approached. Izimo appraised him from head to toe, inquiring with suspicion. "Are you nearing Foundation establishment?" Lin Yuan, feeling a stir within, nodded in affirmation. In truth, he could have established his foundation long ago. However, he had aimed to reach the 13th level of Qi refinement first and subsequently sought the necessary materials for foundation establishment, which had delayed him. Excellent. The materials for foundation establishment are crucial. Should you require assistance, do not hesitate to contact me. If you can successfully establish your foundation within 3 months, I shall present you with a remarkable opportunity. After expressing his gratitude to Izimo, Lin Yuan proceeded to the mission hall to submit his task. He withheld details about the 8 Kings' tomb, merely stating he had encountered corpses crafted by the corpse refining hall. Once all matters were resolved, he chose not to return to his small courtyard, but instead made his way to Long Hua Peak. Long Hua Peak housed a grand formation for gathering spiritual energy, ideal for breakthroughs. However, the cost was somewhat steep, requiring 100 spirit stones for each day of use. With 10,000 spirit stones in hand, supplemented by the reserves from Tan Duo, Yaobu Ren, and He Chi Feng, he could comfortably remain there for a year or two. With 3,000 spirit stones in hand, Lin Yuan entered a small chamber. Beneath the room lay a spirit-gathering array, and such chambers were limited to a mere 100, often in high demand. Had it not been for his status as an inner disciple, he would have faced a lengthy wait for an appointment. The interior of the room was quite austere, furnished only with a row of bookshelves and a meditation mat. The shelves held various texts, along with a few bottles of nourishing elixirs for consumption during cultivation. Seated upon the mat, Lin Yuan began to contemplate. His recent expedition to the Moonlit Valley had yielded significant rewards, the most crucial of which was the nascent soul concealed within his consciousness. The demise of 2 holy sons would undoubtedly provoke a fierce response from the Blood Demon sect, likely leading to considerable upheaval. It was rumored that even the serpentine spirit, Chu Ling, had completed her foundation establishment. His own cultivation pace felt alarmingly sluggish in comparison. With the completion of this task, he could enjoy a few months of respite, allowing him the perfect opportunity to establish his foundation and activate the new functionalities of the side effect transfer system. After mentally reviewing all matters to ensure nothing was overlooked, he assumed a meditative posture, a dense mist of spiritual energy gradually enveloping him. To his astonishment, he discovered that not only was he cultivating, but the nascent soul within his consciousness was also seated in meditation. However, it could not absorb the spiritual energy, all of it was redirected back to him. A doubling of cultivation speed? Lin Yuan's pupils dilated in disbelief. The spirit-gathering array itself provided an abundance of spiritual energy. With his enhanced cultivation talent, his capacity to absorb this energy had significantly improved. Coupled with the assistance of the nascent soul, his rate of absorption was astonishingly rapid. If his previous pace could be likened to a snail's crawl, now he was akin to a cheetah in full sprint. Foundation establishment would take no more than 10 days. Casting aside distractions, he immersed himself entirely in his cultivation. Time flowed like water, and 10 days swiftly passed. Lin Yuan focused intently on the attributes displayed before him. Name: Lin Yuan. Realm: Early Foundation Establishment. Designated targets: 1230. Abilities activated: Temporary Storage 1. Causal Lock 1. Current side effects: 7 kills Demon Blade, Muscle Strain, Nightmares, 100 Refinements Golden Body Technique, Metal Toxins, Indigestion, Blood Burning Technique, Vital Energy Consumption. Celestial Star Bracelet, bone chills. The number of designated targets had increased by 10, affording him additional individuals to share the burden of side effects. What thrilled Lin Yuan most was the newly acquired causal lock ability. With this power, anyone who dared to target him could be directly locked onto. Even if they had never shown themselves, they would then experience firsthand the repercussions of their actions. The two abilities bore level indicators. Yet he remained uncertain as to how to upgrade them. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Yuan yielded to the lack of insight and temporarily set the matter aside. He activated the communication jade slip, which contained a single message from Izimo. Junior brother Lin Yuan, if you can establish your foundation and emerge within 30 days, I shall take you to seek a significant opportunity. With 30 days still ahead, Lin Yuan pondered for a moment and decided to remain for another 10 days. As for the opportunity mentioned by Izimo, it would not hurt to explore it. This elder brother is quite amiable. Chapter 64, Explanation of Realms. The discussion of secret realms 10 days later, Lin Yuan officially emerged from his seclusion and sought out Izimo. At that moment, Izimo was imparting the path of cultivation to a gathering of outer disciples. The disciples listened with rapt attention, their eyes brimming with admiration and reverence for him, as if their emotions could materialize into water. Not only the outer disciples but several foundation establishment elders also lent an ear, occasionally retrieving jade slips to take notes. Despite sharing the same foundation establishment realm, their levels of cultivation and strength paled in comparison to Izimo, making such lectures exceedingly rare for them. At that moment, having just answered a question, Izimo noticed Lin Yuan's arrival and smiled at the crowd, saying, "For the next question, I shall not elaborate further. Instead, let your senior brother Lin Yuan provide the explanation." Senior brother Lin Yuan? The eyes of the crowd turned as one toward Lin Yuan, filled with eager anticipation. Lin Yuan froze, nearly turning to flee. However, with so many gazes upon him, it would be unseemly to leave, so he steeled himself and approached Izimo's side. "I have faith in your abilities." Izimo said no more and had someone bring over a mat. "Well then, since I am here, I shall make myself comfortable." Lin Yuan settled cross-legged and began to organize his thoughts in his mind. Answering questions about cultivation was a first for him. Had this been before his experience in the Wangwei Valley, he would have undoubtedly been flustered. Yet now, with fragments of memories from 8 golden core cultivators stored in his mind, he merely needed to summon them briefly. Senior brother Lin. While practicing the Xian Yuan breathing technique, I often feel that the spiritual energy in my dantian dissipates like mist, making it difficult to solidify. May I ask what the cause of this is, and if there is a solution? A disciple inquired directly. This question was not difficult. The path of cultivation encompasses the 3 treasures of essence, qi, and spirit. If your body is frail and you forcefully practice the Xian Yuan breathing technique, your meridians will be harmed by the spiritual energy, hence the difficulty in solidifying it. You may take medicinal pills to strengthen your constitution, among various other methods. Lin Yuan answered after a brief contemplation, even referencing the principles of essence, qi, and spirit from his past life. In his previous existence, the unity of essence, qi, and spirit was paramount in cultivation. However, here, most practitioners focus solely on qi, with few attending to essence or spirit. When these 3 aspects are not in harmony, it is not uncommon for practitioners to go astray and injure themselves. Having just resolved one query, another disciple posed a question. Lin Yuan addressed each one in turn, swiftly answering 7 or 8 inquiries. Those foundation establishment elders, who had initially held him in disdain, found their expressions increasingly awry as they listened. Eventually, they even adopted the same respectful demeanor they had shown to Izimo when addressing him. Izimo himself was equally astonished. His original intention was to challenge Lin Yuan. Yet he was taken aback by Lin Yuan's profound insights into cultivation. The discourse on essence, spirit, and vitality proved to be immensely enlightening for him. Once the explanation concluded, many disciples lingered, savoring Lin Yuan's recent responses, reluctant to depart. Izimo smiled faintly and led Lin Yuan away. They arrived at a serene pavilion. The disciples' elucidation was both profound and accessible, leaving a lasting impression on me. The world often claims you possess a dull aptitude, attributing your progress solely to a few discarded pills and some texts on cultivation. However, in my view, even without these, your brilliance cannot be concealed. A moment of resplendence is inevitable. After settling down, Izimo could not help but extol Lin Yuan's virtues. Knowledge acquired from texts is ultimately superficial. He had previously believed Lin Yuan's achievements were merely the result of luck and a resilience surpassing that of ordinary individuals. Yet today's discourse completely overturned all his preconceived notions. Lin Yuan is undoubtedly a genius, albeit one who had never revealed his potential until now. At this very moment of unveiling, contemplating this, he clasped his hands together, sincerity evident in his demeanor. Congratulations, junior brother, on successfully establishing your foundation, taking a significant step on the path to immortality. Senior brother is too kind. The path of cultivation only grows more arduous. If I were to reach your level, I couldn't even fathom when that would happen. Lin Yuan replied, offering a courteous remark before inquiring about opportunities. Upon hearing this, Izimo immediately surveyed the surroundings and lowered his voice. Speaking of opportunities, I actually seek your assistance. Not long ago, I unexpectedly discovered the precise location of a secret realm. According to records, it houses a medicinal king, a plant that can only earn such a title after a millennium of growth. A single medicinal king can produce a plethora of elixirs, and it is even possible to concoct fourth-grade pills. Not to mention Lin Yuan, even Elder Sangmo has encountered but a fragment of a medicinal king in his lifetime. Moreover, he noticed that Izimo had mentioned a term seldom heard before. May I inquire, senior brother, what constitutes a secret realm? A secret realm, you ask? In discussing this, Izimo did not provide a direct answer but instead posed a question in return. Are you aware of the classifications of realms? I know a little. Chi refinement, foundation establishment, golden core, nascent soul, and beyond that, I am quite uncertain. Izimo chuckled softly and began to elaborate. Above the nascent soul is the out-of-body stage, where the nascent soul can detach from the physical form, traversing vast distances in a single day. Should misfortune befall the physical body, as long as the nascent soul survives, it can seize a new vessel and be reborn. Beyond out-of-body lies the cave heaven, where one can establish a miniature world within their being, leveraging its power for unparalleled combat prowess. Should a great cultivator of the cave heaven perish, their world may either dissipate or merge with another space, forming a secret realm. The Upper Immortal sect is aware of several secret realm locations, the largest of which is the Tianyuan secret realm. However, this realm is so expansive that our sect cannot claim it entirely. Every 5 years, the Upper Immortal sect, Bihai Pavilion, Wenyang Sword sect, and Huangjua Temple organize a martial assembly to determine who may enter the Tianyuan secret realm. Lin Yuan was astonished, realizing that there were such intricate tales behind it all. He was not surprised by the existence of the secret realm and accepted it with composure, then inquired, Senior brother, your desire to obtain the Medicine King is likely in preparation for this martial gathering, is it not? Indeed, should there be one more victor, our celestial sect would gain additional resources, and the benefits within are enough to entice anyone. However, I have discovered that the entry requirements for the secret realm are exceedingly stringent. Only those who have completed their foundation establishment within 3 months may enter. Thus, I find myself seeking your assistance, junior brother. Rest assured, this opportunity is not without reward. Everything within the secret realm will belong solely to you, and I shall not interfere. If you yield no gains, I will compensate you upon your return. The terms proposed by Izimo were indeed generous, and Lin Yuan could not feign indifference. Moreover, he was keen to witness the nature of this secret realm. Am I the only one apart from you? Lin Yuan asked curiously. Naturally, there are others, and they are all acquaintances of yours, Ma Suan, Lu Chanfan, and Chu Lingxi. Upon hearing these names, Lin Yuan's smile abruptly froze. Indeed, they were all familiar faces. Chapter 65. A newly inducted servant. Another candidate for the Holy Sun having agreed on a time, the two bid each other farewell. On his way back, Lin Yuan noticed a commotion at the servant quarters. After inquiring, he learned that a new batch of servants had arrived, and the steward, Lai Renjung, was assigning them tasks. The replenishment of servants generally occurs under 2 circumstances. Either the celestial sect recruits outer disciples, and those who do not pass may choose to leave or become sect servants. Lin Yuan himself had become a servant after failing the outer disciple examination. The second scenario involves small-scale recruitment. If someone wishes to become a servant, they may request a contact to inform Lyran. Once the number reaches a certain threshold, Lyran will organize a return for them. At present, as it was not yet the time for outer disciple recruitment, these servants belong to the latter category. Look, ISNT that Lin Yuan? How dare you call him casually? Now you should address him as Senior Brother Lin. Yes, I have met Senior Brother Lin. A group of servant disciples approached to greet him, even those with whom he had no prior acquaintance now eager to make an impression before him. Poverty brings no neighbors, while wealth attracts distant kin. Lin Yuan understood this principle well. He nodded slightly in acknowledgement of their goodwill, refraining from displaying excessive excitement. Amidst this, the foul-mouthed Lyran emerged from a small servant courtyard. Upon seeing Lin Yuan, his expression stiffened. Lin Yuan regarded him with keen interest. This steward had borne much of the side effects on his behalf, and it would be disingenuous to say he felt no gratitude, now that he had established his foundation. Though the news had yet to spread, he was curious to observe Lyran's demeanor. I have met Lin Daoist. I hear you are preparing for foundation establishment. Please accept this humble gift of elixirs. Lyran took a deep breath, slightly cupping his hands in respect toward Lin Yuan, before producing a storage ring. Once a mere errand boy, now transformed into a companion on his journey, he felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. However, managing affairs required a certain level of acumen. And Lyran was not genuinely foolish. While he could not provide assistance in times of dire need, he could certainly mend some frayed connections. After completing his foundation establishment, Lin Yuan's spiritual awareness had significantly heightened. With no restrictions on his storage ring, he was able to discern its contents with ease. Lyran was indeed wealthy. Lin Yuan estimated the value of the storage ring to be no less than 5,000 spirit stones. For a steward at the foundation stage, this was no trifling sum. Steward Lai, let us support one another as we both hail from the errand department, he said courteously. Upon hearing this, Lyran's spirit soared. Rest assured, my friend. If you have any requests in the future, do not hesitate to ask, and I shall see them fulfilled. Though he referred to Lin Yuan as a friend, he had already begun to regard him as a superior. Lin Yuan nodded lightly, preparing to depart, when suddenly he felt an impulse to glance at the errand courtyard. Are these all new errand workers? He inquired. Indeed, I just brought them back. They are all mere mortals without much cultivation and can only handle menial tasks for now. Would you like me to send a few your way? Lyran asked tentatively. Lin Yuan did not respond and strode directly into the courtyard. Gather them all. I wish to see. If anyone else had uttered those words, Lyran would have undoubtedly expelled them, perhaps spitting in disdain. Yet Lin Yuan was different. He was a presence that his uncle had urged him to befriend. Everyone come out, he bellowed, summoning all his strength. In the next moment, several individuals opened their doors and hurriedly emerged. Soon, 50 or 60 people assembled before the two men like a swarm of ants. Among them were both men and women. None particularly old. Lin Yuan scanned the crowd, attempting to initiate a binding. Selected subject for adverse effects, Qian Wang, mortal. Newly appointed errand worker of the Xianmen. Selected subject for adverse effects, Xiuxian, mortal. Newly appointed errand worker of the Xianmen. Selected subject for adverse effects, Muze, Qi refining 10th layer, newly appointed errand worker of the Xianmen. Disciple of the Blood Demon sect's Bone Hall. His gaze halted upon a rather disheveled young man, whose face bore an innocent expression, albeit with a hint of snot. You look untidy. Should there be a next time, I shall deduct a month's salary from you, Lyran exclaimed, his eyes darting. Lin Yuan withdrew his gaze and regarded him briefly. Lyran felt a shiver run down his spine and cautiously asked, Is there an issue with this reprimand? There is a slight issue. Rather than waiting for a next time, let us deduct this month's salary instead. Upon hearing that his pay would be docked, Muze, who had previously been indifferent, suddenly felt a surge of faint murderous intent. While he did not care for the errand worker's salary, the blatant humiliation he faced was truly intolerable. Although the fleeting intent dissipated quickly, Lin Yuan nonetheless caught a glimpse of it, and a cold smile crept into his heart. He still yearned to take matters into his own hands, and soon he would ascend the ranks. Subsequently, his gaze shifted towards the others. To his astonishment, among the 56 individuals present, 10 hailed from the Blood Demon sect, and one stood out as particularly formidable. Selected subject for side effect endurance, Fang Chuchu, mid-foundation establishment. Newly appointed servant in the miscellaneous division of the Immortal sect, one of the 42 candidates for the sacred son of the Blood Demon sect. Daughter of the Saint Envoy Fong Han Hai. Upon reading the lengthy titles following the name, even Lin Yuan felt a twinge of shock. He was uncertain whether this was a consequence of his slaying of Tan Duo and Yao Buren, or if it was part of the Blood Demon sect's original scheme. Nonetheless, it was evident that leisurely days ahead would be scarce. After a moment of contemplation, he suddenly pointed towards Fong Chu within the crowd. Inner disciples are permitted to select 2 servant disciples to attend to them. I shall choose her. This privilege was indeed one of the benefits of being an inner disciple. However, the service rendered was limited to menial tasks such as cleaning rooms or running errands, not extending to other domains. Lyran glanced over and noticed that Fong Chu possessed a modest beauty, which made her selection by Lin Yuan seem less surprising, so he dismissed it from his mind. This matter is straightforward. My friend may take her directly, and I will handle the remaining formalities for you. I appreciate your assistance, Lai. Do come and visit the miscellaneous division often. After a brief exchange, Lin Yuan departed with Fang Qiuqiu. At this moment, she remained in a state of bewilderment. Her intention had merely been to infiltrate the immortal sect and bide her time for an opportunity. How had she transformed into a servant? My lord, I am but a simple village girl, lacking in the skills of servitude. Perhaps you should consider someone else? Fang Qiuqiu sniffled, wiping her nose on her shoe. Attempting to feign an ignorant and crude demeanor in hopes of inciting Lin Yuan's disdain. Lin Yuan waved his hand with a chuckle. No matter, with my guidance. Even the most unrefined will learn the proper etiquette. How could he possibly allow Fang Qiuqiu to depart? She was an exceptional candidate for enduring side effects. Furthermore, his small courtyard indeed required someone to maintain it. Upon returning to his exclusive courtyard, Lin Yuan handed Fang Qiuqiu a pair of large shears. First, go and prune these plants, then clean up thoroughly. I will only instruct you once. Remember to do it yourself next time. Should you fail to complete the task, I shall impose a punishment. With that, he stepped into his room and activated the formation. After successfully establishing his foundation, Lin Yuan discovered that the artificial nascent soul could unleash a more potent force, even granting him temporary combat capabilities equivalent to the golden core level. However, he was currently at a loss as to how to harness this power. Chapter 66. Fang Qiuqiu's True Intentions. Sword Control Technique. Outside, Fang Qiuqiu stood with the shears, momentarily at a loss for words. As a candidate for the sacred son of the sect, she had never been subjected to such treatment. Strangely, she began to feel regret. If the immortal sect were not temporarily halting the recruitment of disciples, she would never have entered as a servant disciple. To command me, one must first prove their worth. Seeing that no one was around, she began to prune the flowers while moving beneath the peach tree in the courtyard. She then threw down a black orb and kicked some soil over it to conceal it. Chanting softly, a faint crimson aura emanated from the location of the orb, drifting directly into the room. Affected by the war demon variant, she acquired a side effect. Demonic thoughts entered her body, resulting in a gradual and profound change in temperament, slow, long-term. At that moment, Lin Yuan was engrossed in studying the methods of the nascent soul when he suddenly noticed the characters that appeared before his eyes, sneering coldly. Since she was being disobedient, it was time for her to endure some hardship first. He increased the proportion of side effects that Fang Qiuqiu would bear. In an instant, a startled exclamation erupted from outside. Ignoring the commotion caused by Fang Qiuqiu, Lin Yuan continued to immerse himself in his thoughts, focusing on the nascent soul. If he could harness even a fraction of its power, he would be capable of escaping even if the blood demon sect declared war on the immortal sect. Unbeknownst to Fang Qiuqiu outside, she was unwittingly helping Lin Yuan endure the side effects. All she felt was unbearable pain, as if countless ants were scuttling across her body. The side effects of the War Demon Heart Sutra Shunti have manifested at this moment. How could they suddenly erupt? Unable to comprehend the underlying reason and lacking the mental space to ponder, she could only silently circulate her cultivation technique to suppress the sudden onslaught of pain. The agony persisted for 3 days before it slightly abated. Just as Fang Qiuqiu was about to feel relieved, she saw Lin Yuan emerge from the room. Observing the neatly pruned flowers and the tidy courtyard, Lin Yuan felt quite pleased. After a moment's thought, he produced a clear spirit pill and levitated it before Fang Qiuqiu with his spiritual energy. Well done. This is a clear spirit pill, quite beneficial for your cultivation. Accept it. Fang Qiuqiu couldn't help but sneer inwardly. Wasn't this the cheapest clear spirit pill? Why boast so much? She wouldn't even use such a worthless item to replenish her spiritual energy. However, as she was playing the role of a mortal, she could only feign delight as she accepted it. Thank you for the gift, my lord. Good. I need to step out for a while. Ensure that both the courtyard and my room are thoroughly cleaned, and do not be lazy. The sight of a prospective saint pleading so pathetically before him thrilled Lin Yuan. Fang Qiuqiu believed she was at the pinnacle, unaware that the true apex was right before her. Watching Lin Yuan's figure gradually fade from view, she crushed the clear spirit pill in her hand, her teeth grinding in frustration. How infuriating. You better perish out there this time, otherwise I will make you experience the utmost agony this world can offer. Cursing silently, she turned her gaze towards Longhua Peak. The sect master, along with numerous holy envoys, was poised to strike. Long Yaohua, you shall either be gravely injured or perish this time. However, I wonder how long the protective array can shield you. At that moment, a figure suddenly appeared in the courtyard as if it had been waiting there all along. I have met the holy envoy. A sudden shock coursed through Fang Chuchu's heart as she hastily bowed. What saint emissary? Have I not instructed you to call me Uncle Shin from now on? A familiar voice resonated, and the figure revealed was none other than the elder of Danxiang Pavilion, Xiuxian. Xiuxian, not dwelling on the matter, swiftly shifted the topic, inquiring, how could that old fellow Fang Hanhai allow you to come here? I sneaked out, she admitted. Sneaked out? Ha ha. That old man will surely go mad once he finds out. But what is your purpose for being here? At this question, Fang Chuchu's expression shifted, and she spoke softly. The Xiuxian sect was once a Yuanying sect, its strength rivaling that of the Demon Abyss Alliance. Though Ling Qingzhen has perished, his legacy remains intact. Xiuxian furrowed his brows. That may be true, but I have investigated for years without any leads. Do you know where this legacy lies? I have gleaned some clues from ancient texts. My infiltration into the Xiuxian sect is to investigate personally. Fang Chuchu refrained from elaborating further. Even in the presence of a sect emissary. Haha, indeed. Xiuxian chuckled, not pressing further. He then added, I shall not pry into your intentions. But the owner of this courtyard, Lin Yuan, has already consumed the blood puppet pill I concocted. He is crucial to the next phase of our plan. And you must not harm him. It is too late. I have already planted a battle demon variant. He will not survive much longer. Yu Xiuxian's aura surged, clearly contemplating a confrontation. What? Does the saint emissary intend to engage me here? Fang Chuchu cast a sidelong glance at him, undeterred. If her identity were exposed, her fate was uncertain, but Xiuxian's demise was inevitable. The Xiuxian sect would not tolerate him, and as for returning to the blood demon sect, did he truly think his father was an easy target? Xiuxian quickly regained his composure and spoke softly. Since you have already planted the variant, let it be. I will find a way to prolong his life. I only hope you refrain from further actions against him. I cannot guarantee that. But as long as he does not provoke me, I will not act against him. Rather than engage in idle chatter, it would be prudent to change our location. Rest assured, I shall resolve this matter immediately. With that, Xiuxian's figure gradually vanished, as if he had never been there. What a coincidence! I did not expect everyone to be here. Chu Ling, she narrowed her eyes, surveying the group with an audacious grin. Yet, when her gaze fell upon Lin Yuan, a hint of trepidation flickered within her. Months had passed, and her aura had intensified exponentially. However, she was not the only one to have grown. The strength of Ma Suan and Lu Changfan was equally formidable. Casting a fleeting glance at Chu Lingxi, Ma Suan's attention shifted to Lin Yuan, her beautiful eyes betraying a hint of curiosity. The fact that Lin Yuan had been summoned by Yi Zimo indicated that he had established his foundation. Now, she was intrigued to see if Lin Yuan, after forming his foundation, remained her match. Lu Changfan's gaze towards Lin Yuan was similarly charged with eagerness. The brilliance of his selection as the foremost disciple of the inner sect was entirely overshadowed by Lin Yuan. Although he bore no ill will, a sense of dissatisfaction lingered within him, observing that neither of the two acknowledged him. Chu Ling, she found herself at a loss for words and chose to stand quietly to the side. Very well, we are all the elite of the sect. So I shall refrain from unnecessary chatter. Yi Zimo's voice resonated. The most formidable creatures within that secret realm will not exceed the foundation establishment stage. As long as we exercise caution, our lives should remain secure. Your task is to procure the Medicine King. Any additional gains will be for you to distribute among yourselves. There are no objections, I trust? The conditions had been clearly laid out before their arrival, and naturally, there were no dissenting voices. Yi Zimo wasted no further time. He extended his finger, summoning a radiant azure flying sword. The sword grew larger, ultimately measuring over 10 feet in width, providing ample space for several individuals to stand upon it. It is said that one at the foundation establishment stage can manipulate objects to ascend, though it demands considerable energy, making it uncommon for ordinary cultivators. Yi Zimo, however, showed no such reservations, a testament to his extraordinary prowess. Lin Yuan watched enviously. Sword mastery. Upon his return, he would select a tome from the martial pavilion on how to wield objects, and he too would soar through the skies. Chapter 67, Boundless Heavenly Barriers. Entering the secret realm, the flying sword sliced through the air with a resounding whoosh. Yet, those seated upon its blade felt no discomfort. Rather, they were enveloped in a sense of ease. Xiuxian, I presume this is your autumn water sword? Truly remarkable. Chu Lingxi inquired, her gaze wandering as she sought to alleviate her boredom. The autumn water sword belonged to Yi Zimo, not only due to his esteemed reputation but also because of this exquisite spiritual weapon in his possession. It was rare for even the typical Foundation establishment cultivator to possess such a treasure. Even some Golden Core elders in the sect only wielded mid-grade spiritual tools. While she had only heard of it before, this was her first opportunity to behold it up close. Had it not been for this secret realm expedition, it would have been unlikely for her to observe it from such proximity in her lifetime. Indeed, this is my treasured sword, the Autumn Water, Xiuxian replied, playfully teasing the golden eagle nestled in his arms. The Autumn Water sword was indeed a sight to behold, yet it consumed one's own spiritual energy. If he could nurture the golden eagle, not only would it significantly reduce the energy expended during travel, but it would also provide him with a companion. Aside from Lin Yuan, the other three had long taken note of the small eagle in his embrace, their eyes filled with envy. That creature could cultivate to the Golden Core stage, a truly exceptional pet. It was said that another true disciple had painstakingly acquired it, only to lose it to Xiuxian, a wager that was fortuitously linked to Lin Yuan. As this thought crossed their minds, they gazed at Lin Yuan, as if attempting to scrutinize him from head to toe. Sensing the complexity in their gazes, Lin Yuan remained unperturbed. He had already gleaned some insights on how to harness the power of the nascent soul and would seek a suitable place to experiment once they entered the secret realm. The journey continued in silence as they swiftly flew beyond the control of the Celestial Gate, traveling for over 10 days with intermittent stops. Gradually, the sunlight in the sky began to fade away, replaced by an unending expanse of shadow. Where was this? Lu Changfan's voice trembled with apprehension. Were it not for his position upon the flying sword, he might have instinctively fled. A colossal mountain range emerged within his view, seemingly reaching toward the heavens. Standing before this towering edifice, he felt as insignificant as an ant. Ma Suan and Chu Ling's expressions mirrored his astonishment, rendering them speechless. It was difficult to fathom the existence of such a vast mountain range, as though it severed the world itself. They suddenly yearned to venture beyond the mountains, to discover what lay beyond their formidable barriers. Lin Yuan, too, found himself opening his eyes, his breath catching momentarily. He was certain that this mountain range was the largest he had ever encountered. At this moment, the flying sword hovered approximately 8,000 meters above the ground, nearly equivalent to the altitude of a commercial airliner in his previous life. Logically, such an elevation should allow them to surpass most mountain ranges. Yet, the stark reality was that they could not even glimpse the peak of this majestic formation. Half of the mountain was shrouded in dense mist, obscuring their understanding. This place was known as Tianzhong, its height and length unfathomable. The sect's records merely stated, Golden Elixir cannot traverse, Yuaning finds it difficult to cross. The four felt their hearts tremble at these words. If even the Golden Elixir could not surmount it, and the Yuaning struggled to cross, it would be no exaggeration to deem this a place of despair. Noticing their worried expressions, Xiuxian laughed heartily. Do not fret. I do not require you to cross over. The vicinity of Tianzhong is fraught with peril, teeming with Golden Elixir beasts. We shall merely operate on the periphery. With that, he gradually lowered the flying sword's altitude. They were now encroaching upon territories dominated by flying beasts, and for the sake of safety, it was prudent to proceed on foot. He added an explanation. Once the sword had fully descended, the overwhelming pressure gradually dissipated. Xiuxian did not rush forward. Instead, he sat down to restore his spiritual energy, simultaneously producing a protective formation disc to safeguard the group. Unlike the rudimentary alerting formation that Lin Yuan possessed, he employed a second-tier defensive formation, the rock formation. This formation could withstand a strike from a Golden Elixir cultivator, and was not only costly, but also challenging to craft. However, in comparison to the value of his own life, such an expenditure was trivial. After fully replenishing his spiritual energy, Xiuxian led the four onward once more. Contrary to the anticipated spectacle of a true disciple vanquishing all foes, he advanced with utmost caution, bordering on clumsiness, revealing no semblance of a true disciple. Lin Yuan silently observed his every action, melding it with the Golden Elixir memories stored within his mind, gradually absorbing their merits. While martial techniques were vital, such experiential wisdom was equally indispensable. Without this knowledge, he would likely face numerous tribulations in the future. As in previous lives, acquiring professional knowledge serves merely as a foundation. One must also learn the intricacies of human interaction and social etiquette to thrive in the workplace. Along the journey, they occasionally encountered malevolent beasts. Some at the Qi refining stage, others at the Foundation establishment stage. To expedite their travels, Xiuxian personally dealt with the Foundation establishment monsters, while the Qi refining beasts were entrusted to the others. After 5 more days of progress, they arrived before a colossal tree. This magnificent tree not only towered impressively, but also bore a deep brown bark that was distinctly textured, reminiscent of a suit of scales, akin to Misuan's wooden armor. This marked the entrance to the secret realm. Once you enter, exercise utmost caution. Your safety must take precedence above all. Do not act recklessly. I shall wait here for no more than 10 days. Should you fail to return by then, it will be assumed that you have perished. Hence, regardless of whether you locate the Medicine King, you must return within 10 days, Izimo emphasized. Pointing at a massive piece of tree bark that stood taller than a person, the four nodded in understanding and proceeded to pass through the bark in succession. A slight sense of dizziness washed over them, and the scene before them suddenly opened up. It appeared that this place bore no significant difference from the outside world. Xiuxian surveyed the surroundings and frowned, remarking, "The Cave Heaven's secret realm is indeed constructed as a reflection of the external world, so this is quite normal." The previously silent Misuan finally spoke up, extending his index and middle fingers to cast a spell. "I possess a secret technique known as spirit seeking. Given that we are in search of the Medicine King, who surely thrives in areas rich in spiritual energy, this technique may assist us in our quest. The wood spirit physique holds a unique advantage in locating spiritual herbs, and this endeavor to find the Medicine King will primarily rely on her." The others nodded in agreement, silently trailing behind Misuan. Not far along their path, Lin Yuan spotted several spiritual herbs documented in the herbal compendium. Unfortunately, these herbs were not particularly mature, rendering them of little use if harvested now. He merely plucked a few for familiarity and refrained from further action. "Lin Daoyu, do you have knowledge of spiritual herbs?" Misuan inquired curiously upon witnessing his actions. "I learned a bit about identifying spiritual herbs at Danxiang Pavilion. It's hardly worth mentioning," Lin Yuan replied with a chuckle. In truth, he had not only mastered herb identification but had also integrated the previously acquired Heartfire alchemy technique. The only thing lacking now was the actual crafting of a batch of elixirs. "Impressive," Xiuxian praised, scratching his neck absent-mindedly. Chapter 68, Bone-Eating Rat, 9 Dragon Willow. We are nearing our destination. Ahead lies a convergence of spiritual energy. Everyone, be cautious, for there may be beasts guarding it. After an indeterminate distance, Misuan's calm voice suddenly echoed. The other three immediately felt a surge of alertness, their gazes warily fixed upon the expansive sea of red flowers before them. This appeared to be the Tianhong flower, rumored to bloom eternally, exuding a delightful fragrance, and serving as an excellent material for crafting rejuvenating elixirs. After so many days of encountering the crimson flowers, if we could refine them into anti-aging elixirs, we would deem our journey worthwhile. Chu Ling Snake exclaimed in astonishment after surveying the surroundings. Lin Yuan recognized the origin of these flowers and felt a slight sense of relief. The crimson flower is non-toxic and harmless. Its inherent fragrance even repels mosquitoes, making it an exceptionally beneficial herb. If only seeds were available, it would be delightful to cultivate some in the courtyard. We must not let down our guard. My instincts tell me that this place is extraordinary. Xiuxian interjected at this moment, scratching his neck. The others nodded in agreement and cautiously approached the center of the flower sea. Here, even without Masuan's words, they could sense the area with the most concentrated spiritual energy, evident from the growth of the crimson flowers. The flowers at the edges only reached knee height, with slender stems that seemed precarious in the wind. As they ventured deeper, the crimson flowers grew robust, towering even above them. The group had no choice but to draw their weapons to forge a path ahead. Suddenly, a peculiar squeaking sound erupted. Before they could react, a swarm of large black rats burrowed from the ground, rushing towards them with their short limbs. These black rats were nearly the size of 2 palms, their fur glossy and their prominent incisors gleaming. If there were only a few, they might appear quite adorable, resembling little black gophers. However, with their numbers exceeding 100, such thoughts quickly dissipated. The black rat horde squeaked and surged forward like a relentless tide, leaving behind only barren patches where all vegetation had been devoured. The bone-eating rats typically feasted on meat and the bones of various demonic beasts. They would only resort to grazing when food was scarce. Clearly, this horde of bone-eating rats was so famished that they even devoured the roots of grass. Bone-eating rats run if they ensnare us. Even those who have established their foundation will not escape. Xiuxian's complexion changed dramatically as he shouted and turned to flee. His survival thus far had relied on his keen perception and caution. A single bone-eating rat posed little threat, easily crushed underfoot. Yet, when their numbers swelled to the hundreds, it was prudent to flee as far as possible. Moreover, the terrain here was treacherous. They needed to clear a path with their weapons. while the bone-eating rats could scurry freely beneath their feet. In an instant, Ma Suan and Chu Ling's snake darted away, their speed indicating they had trained in agility techniques. 3 of the 4 fled, leaving Lin Yuan behind. As he beheld the relentless tide of bone-eating rats, Lin Yuan felt a chill run down his spine. At that moment, a memory from the remnants of a golden core-S spirit surfaced in his mind. Among the bone-eating rats, there was a rat king. If he could capture the rat king, he could command the entire horde. His gaze swept back and forth, quickly spotting a particularly robust bone-eating rat with 2 tails. You must be the rat king. With a swift stroke, he cleaved through the bone-eating rats obstructing his path and strode purposefully towards the rat king. These bone-eating rats were merely at the chi refinement stage, with some being nothing more than ordinary rodents, incapable of withstanding his strike. Within moments, Lin Yuan found himself before the rat king, seizing its tail and lifting it into the air. The once restless swarm of rats fell silent at the sight of their captured leader, while those surrounding Lin Yuan chattered anxiously. Are you all right? Lu Changfan's voice called from a distance, not too far away. Lin Yuan paid little mind to the others' retreat. After all, it is said that birds of a feather flock together, yet when disaster strikes, they scatter, with their bond being shallow. He too would abandon them to save himself if danger arose. Fortunately, he had captured the Rat King, and the immediate danger had passed. After a few moments, the nearby cluster of heavenly red flowers began to tremble. Lu Changfan, Ma Suan, and Chu Lingxi emerged from the foliage. Upon seeing the frenzied bone-eating rats scurrying about, some even bowing in deference, yet refraining from attacking, Lu Changfan was astonished. How did you know that capturing the Rat King would prevent them from attacking? Well, one simply needs to read more. Lin Yuan replied casually before instructing the captured Rat King to gnaw at the roots of the heavenly red flowers, encouraging the other rats to follow suit. Before long, the bone-eating rats understood his intent and eagerly began to feast, clearing a path for the group. This unconventional tactic left Lu Changfan utterly speechless. With the assistance of the rat swarm, their pace significantly quickened. After a brief respite, an oddly shaped ancient tree with 9 branches appeared before them. What is this? It can actively gather spiritual energy from the air? Lu Changfan inquired once more. Little did he know, upon seeing the tree, Chu Lingxi's eyes sparkled with excitement. This is the 9-dragon willow. Legend has it that it was once an ordinary willow tree. But after bathing in dragon's blood, it retained 9 immortal branches, hence its name. The branches can be integrated into whip-like weapons to enhance their power. And the tree produces 9 dragon willow hearts, which can boost one's physique and improve one's foundational abilities. Upon hearing Chu Lingxi's explanation, joy illuminated the faces of the 3 companions. They had scarcely entered the secret realm when they stumbled upon such a treasure. Indeed, they had not come in vain. Suddenly, one of the branches of the 9-dragon willow shot up high, aiming directly at Lu Changfan. He took a slight step back to evade the attack, the mist branch carving a long trench in the ground. Be careful. The attack power of this 9-dragon willow is no less than that of a mid-stage foundation establishment cultivator. Seeing its formidable strength, he quickly retrieved a long staff to warn his companions. Before he could finish speaking, the remaining 8 branches surged forth, colliding with several individuals. Lin Yuan noticed branches descending from above and promptly hurled the Rat King from his grasp. At the instant of their contact, a sudden explosion of crimson mist erupted. My apologies, it was unintentional, he muttered, drawing the ghostly blade to confront 2 of the branches. The branches of the 9-dragon willow were remarkably resilient and swift, ensnaring the group with little effort. As for the bone-eating mice, they scattered and vanished without a trace, having lost their leader. Chapter 69, Spirit Soaring Technique. Unusual actions. The branches danced through the air, creating fleeting phantoms. The assault of the 9-dragon willow was not in the slightest inferior to the serpent whip technique of the curved spirit snake. It was no wonder that among the group, she exhibited the greatest enthusiasm. Lin Yuan, however, held no interest in the branches. His desire lay in the heart of the 9-dragon willow. With a whoosh, a branch pierced the air, reverberating ominously by Lin Yuan's ear, akin to a tremendous explosion. He pivoted and swung his blade, a fierce gleam emanating from the ghostly blade. Clang! In the next moment, the blade clashed with the branch, producing a crisp metallic sound. The 9-dragon willow not only possessed formidable offensive capabilities, but its defenses were equally formidable. Given this, Lin Yuan decided to test a particular technique. He exhaled sharply, his eyes transforming from a dark brown to a brilliant gold. Previously, in the realm of the nascent soul inheritance, he had acquired 3 rewards. The first, the potential dragon pill, had already been consumed. The second, the Heartfire alchemy technique, had been thoroughly comprehended, awaiting only practical application. The final one was the spirit soaring technique, designed to unleash all spiritual power instantaneously, suitable for offense or retreat. Since mastering this technique, he had yet to employ it, but the moment seemed ripe. Swish. Two branches lunged simultaneously. Lin Yuan, suddenly inspired, darted forward, leaving only an afterimage in his wake. The afterimage was subsequently shattered by the incoming branches. The other three, initially believing Lin Yuan had sustained serious injury, soon realized it was merely an illusion, deepening their apprehension regarding him. Lin Yuan had no time to concern himself with their thoughts. As the spirit soaring technique activated, the spiritual energy within him continuously surged outward. After establishing his foundation, the rate at which he absorbed spiritual energy had significantly accelerated, especially as he was at the 13th layer of Qi training foundation. Such profound reserves allowed him to maintain the spirit-soaring technique for half a stick of incense's duration. Though brief, it sufficed to eliminate the 9-dragon willow. With the aid of the perfected cicada shedding technique, Lin Yuan left multiple afterimages in his stead while rapidly advancing towards the core of the 9-dragon willow. At that moment, the 9-dragon willow sensed the threat posed by Lin Yuan and retracted all 9 branches, launching a collective strike. Chasing shadows, a flurry of blade light sliced through the air, ruthlessly severing all branches in its path. After a brief moment of contemplation, Lin Yuan stood before the majestic body of the 9-dragon willow and unleashed a flurry of strikes. In the astonished gazes of the 3 onlookers, he delivered 20 swift blows in the blink of an eye. Chu Ling's snake's complexion paled at the sight. Prior to establishing her foundation, she had been confident in her ability to withstand 12 or 13 blows. After establishing her foundation, she believed enduring 17 or 18 strikes would pose little challenge. But what was happening now? Lin Yuan was capable of unleashing 20 strikes instantaneously, and still had strength to spare. If she were in the position of the 9-dragon willow, she would undoubtedly face death. She covertly glanced at Ma Suan and Lu Changfan. Sensing her gaze, Ma Suan gently shook his head. The sheer power displayed was beyond even his capacity to endure. Was this truly the strength of someone in the early stages of foundation establishment? She suspected Lin Yuan's actual combat prowess might even surpass that of someone in the mid-foundation stage. Even the inner disciples of the previous generation would not stand a chance against Lin Yuan. If they felt this way, how could Lu Changfan possibly fare any better? Witnessing Lin Yuan's formidable display, he suddenly felt a premonition. The notion of defeating Lin Yuan seemed to be the most significant boast of his life. Meanwhile, Lin Yuan had already executed 23 strikes. The 9-dragon willow was quite substantial, large enough for 10 men to embrace, making it quite laborious to chop. However, he had no intention of felling the tree. Sensing that the 9-dragon willow had lost its will to resist, Lin Yuan immediately ceased his assault and turned his gaze to the crystalline root nodules on the tree, which resembled amber. If all went as expected, these should be the heart of the 9-dragon willow. The nodules were few in number, and upon collecting them all, he had only obtained a little over 2 pounds. Such root nodules had appeared in the memories of a golden elixir-ine soul. They could be consumed directly or used as alchemical materials. However, the 9-dragon willow was exceedingly rare. That golden elixir-ine soul had only encountered them in the sect's records and had never seen a physical specimen. This was indeed the heart of the 9-dragon willow, which could be bitten open for consumption. It was rumored to be filled with juice akin to honey, and he truly longed to taste it. Chu Ling Snake's voice, tinged with envy, broke the silence. She too desired the heart of the 9-dragon willow. But according to the rules, since Lin Yuan had dealt with the 9-dragon willow, this most precious item rightfully belonged to him. Even disregarding the rules, she knew she could not contend with him. Lin Yuan cast a sidelong glance at Chu Ling Snake, casually stowing the heart of the 9-dragon willow into his storage ring. Then, with a slight shift of his form, his complexion turned somewhat pale. The after-effects of the spirit surge technique exceeded his expectations. The sensation of weakness felt as if it emanated from his very bones, utterly insurmountable. You have used a forbidden technique. You should recuperate as soon as possible. Ma Suan approached, immediately discerning Lin Yuan's condition. No wonder he had previously seemed so formidable. It turned out he had employed a forbidden technique. Such techniques wield immense power, but their side effects are equally severe. It appeared that even after becoming an inner disciple, Lin Yuan's character remained unchanged. He still favored techniques and martial arts with detrimental effects. I am perfectly fine, merely a bit fatigued. Lin Yuan swiftly transferred the side effects elsewhere and activated the blood-burning technique to rapidly restore his spiritual energy. In the blink of an eye, fueled by an unrestrained consumption of his lifespan. His internal spiritual energy surged once more. However, the cost was that each individual he was bound to lost at least 10 days of their life. After extracting all of the willow heart and severing a branch, Lin Yuan stepped aside. The three companions understood his intent and quietly began to allocate the spoils. Ultimately, Chu Lingxi claimed 4 branches for herself, while Ma Suan and Lu Chongfan each took 2. Judging by their expressions, both parties seemed quite satisfied with this distribution. Besides the 9-dragon willow, the surrounding Tianhong flowers were also treasures. Alas, their market value was modest, and they consumed considerable space. The 4 casually harvested a few before continuing deeper into the secret realm. After 2 days of travel, a thin layer of mist began to envelop the air, providing a cool caress against their faces. Noticing that the mist bore no adverse effects, Lin Yuan paid it no mind. What expression is that? Suddenly, Lin Yuan halted, turning to Chu Lingxi, who appeared momentarily taken aback. What do you mean? She retorted, her eyes wide with confusion. Ma Suan and Lu Chongfan exchanged peculiar glances upon hearing her. At that moment, Chu Lingxi had one eye straining to widen while the other squinted tightly, creating a rather bizarre sight. Yet, she remained oblivious to her own oddity, which was somewhat unsettling. I feel perfectly normal. It's just that Sister Ma's complexion seems rather flushed. What are you thinking? Ma Suan merely huffed in response, diverting her gaze to Lu Chongfan. Is your neck itchy? Why do you keep scratching it? Lu Chongfan scratched his neck once more, mumbling, Is it? I don't feel anything. Observing the peculiar behavior of the three, Lin Yuan's heart filled with foreboding. Something was amiss. They were not right, or rather, this secret realm was not right. Chapter 70. The Venom of Confusion. Who can refine elixirs? Lin Yuan was certain that the three were under some form of influence. At present, he was the only one who remained unaffected. To entertain the worst-case scenario, even if he were affected, he could still transfer it to others. The three exchanged wary glances, and an icy chill crept into their hearts. They were indeed unaware of their own conditions, yet the behaviors of the others provided some insight. Without further ado, they sat cross-legged and promptly took out detoxification pills and other medicinal elixirs to consume. After a quarter of an hour, their pallor had not improved. Rather, it had grown increasingly ghastly. The symptoms afflicting them had not abated. Meanwhile, Lin Yuan continued to observe the trio. All were at the foundation establishment stage. There was no reason they would be affected while he remained unscathed. The 13th layer of qi training merely allowed him to contain more spiritual energy without any fundamental change. If there were a distinction, it could only stem from 2 factors, the 100 refinements golden body technique and that artificial nascent soul. Lin Yuan secretly severed his connection with the artificial nascent soul. However, nothing occurred, and he experienced no adverse effects. If it was not the artificial nascent soul, it must be the body of refined gold technique. Perhaps his formidable physique inadvertently shielded him from certain toxins? Contemplating this, Lin Yuan began to ignite the vital blood flowing within him. This was not akin to the blood-burning technique. Rather, it was a conscious act of consuming the old blood to facilitate the rebirth of new blood. The so-called mercury blood essentially refers to the continuous process of generating new blood. He was merely accelerating this process intentionally, as a significant amount of old blood was consumed. Lin Yuan's once taut, radiant skin began to lose its hue and sagged. The lack of blood supply rendered his once sturdy bones brittle, resembling a wafer cookie poised to crumble at any moment. At that moment, Lin Yuan felt overwhelmingly weak. A mere passerby could easily subdue him. Yet, this was merely a fleeting illusion resulting from the rapid decline of his constitution. The powerful new blood was swiftly remodeling his entire body, and it would not be long before this period of weakness passed. His physique would emerge even stronger than before, due to the influence of the secret realm's illusions. Adverse effect acquired. Poison of illusion, long-term, erupts every 5 days. Familiar words flashed before Lin Yuan's eyes, startling him. After the enhancement of his power, the adverse effect transfer system provided a more detailed description of the side effects. For instance, the term long-term regarding the poison of illusion indicated sustained impact, while erupts every 5 days meant precisely that. Recalling the first time Lu Chongfan scratched his neck, he couldn't help but gasp. Perhaps by the time they entered the secret realm, they had already been affected by this poison of illusion. I understand the reason now. This secret realm is toxic, and you have already been infected with the poison. Lin Yuan slowly revealed, conveying the worst-case scenario to them. The secret realm is toxic? Could it be the poison of illusion? Ma Suan's expression changed dramatically, her usually indifferent tone now filled with terror. Do you know this poison? All eyes turned to her. Ma Suan managed a bitter smile. Her voice laced with sorrow. It's over. The poison of illusion requires an antidote to be found before the first eruption, or it will accompany you for life. This poison penetrates the soul, and even golden core cultivators cannot dispel it. Only a nascent soul expert can resolve it completely. Nascent soul? Both Lu Chanfan and Chu Lingxi turned pale, their composure faltering, nearly succumbing to panic. Not to mention that there are no nascent soul experts nearby, even if there were. What merit do we possess to request the assistance of such beings? The poison of illusion is born from the secret realm. We likely became poisoned the moment we first stepped in. Ma Suan added. Then what are we waiting for? Let us hasten back to find the antidote. I do not wish to die. Chu Ling's snake, overwhelmed by a fit of rage, let out a furious roar. Time was of the essence. Returning to the entrance of the secret realm would take 3 days, and seeking help from the sect would require at least another fortnight. In such a prolonged span, we would have already suffered 2 rounds of poisoning. Moreover, the antidote to the poison that ensnared us was located within the secret realm itself. Who could venture in to gather and refine the special antidote pill? Ma Suan's words struck Chu Ling's snake and Lu Chanfan like a heavy hammer to the chest. Lin Yuan, however, remained unfazed. He could easily find someone to transfer away, as the poisonous miasma posed less of a threat to him than a whip from Chu Ling's snake. Yet, upon observing the despondent expressions of the others, he paused in contemplation and spoke. Since time is of the essence, let me give it a try. What are the characteristics of the antidote? The 3 turned to him in unison. Although the chances of salvation seemed exceedingly slim, they were still inclined to give it a shot. The antidote was not difficult to locate. It required a portion of soil, a plant, a drop of dew, and a strand of spiritual energy, all to be blended into an ordinary detoxification pill. However, though the materials were easy to find, the absence of an alchemical furnace and an alchemist left them at a loss. Ma Suan hesitated before slowly responding. Upon hearing such stringent conditions, the flickering hope of Chu Ling's snake and Lu Chanfan was once again extinguished. The detoxification pill was already challenging to refine, let alone with the addition of those ingredients. They had little faith in Lin Yuan's ability to concoct such a pill, especially without an alchemical furnace. A spark of realization flickered in Lin Yuan's mind. The heart, associated with the element of fire, was capable of refining pills without the need for a furnace through the heart-fire alchemy technique. Though he had never crafted a detoxification pill, he had absorbed the essence of a true alchemist from a golden core spirit. By integrating that skill into his heart-fire alchemy, he believed he could successfully create this unique antidote. You all wait here. I shall return swiftly. The materials required for the detoxification pill were not hard to find, as the secret realm was abundant with them. The only point of concern was the 4 auxiliary ingredients. Among them, the most challenging to gather was the dew, which could only be acquired the following day. Before that, Lin Yuan aimed to collect the other auxiliary materials. Despite Ma Suan's seemingly simple instructions, the soil and plants needed to be compatible with the medicinal properties. The nature of the soil varied within the same region, affecting the efficacy of the refined pill. Armed with the memories of a golden core practitioner, Lin Yuan was particularly discerning in his choice of materials. After a full day of diligent effort, he finally amassed enough ingredients to refine 13 detoxification pills. With such a bounty, he was bound to succeed in crafting a few. Murmuring to himself, Lin Yuan extended both palms, channeling his heart fire to converge above his hands. In an instant, a plume of pale yellow flames surged forth from his palms. The initial invocation of the heart fire proceeded even more smoothly than he had anticipated. Next, he freed his left palm, enveloping the spiritual herbs with his spiritual energy and placing them atop the heart fire. As the flames relentlessly scorched, a drop of essence was gradually extracted. He then proceeded to replicate the process, extracting the essence of other medicinal herbs. Excellent. Now add pure water. A jade vial slowly ascended, and a stream of pristine water flowed forth, forming a silvery thread. With a sizzling sound, the thread collided with the heart's flame. Instantly, a milky white steam enveloped Lin Yuan's entire field of vision. With a jolt of his spirit, the freshly extracted essence was reduced to ashes by the heart's fire. I refuse to believe this. Once more, Lin Yuan gritted his teeth and wrapped another batch of materials. Chapter 71. The Future Alchemist. The mysterious dense fog. The extraction of the medicinal essence was unsuccessful. Failure. The pure water was not added. Failure. The most disastrous failure was the explosion upon introducing spiritual energy. Truly a failure among failures. After numerous attempts, The refinement of the specially formulated detoxification pill finally reached its final step. Beads of sweat the size of beans trickled down Lin Yuan's forehead. Yet he dared not divert his attention to wipe them away. With only this one batch of materials remaining, should he fail again, the three would be utterly doomed. After various preparations, the raw materials had transformed into a powdery state, gradually solidifying. This was the most crucial step, the formation of the pill. The so-called formation of a pill was not merely about kneading the raw materials together. It involved guiding the internal medicinal properties with spiritual force to ensure a perfect integration. This step directly influenced the quality of the pill. It could be said that transitioning from powder to pill was an endeavor that ordinary individuals could not accomplish without a decade or more of experience. Perhaps due to the accumulation of knowledge from the previous failures, this step proceeded remarkably smoothly. Before long, 3 pills with somewhat uneven surfaces appeared in Lin Yuan's palm. Although they did not possess an appealing appearance, their efficacy was undoubtedly substantial. Exhaling, he thought, this should suffice. Dispelling the heart's fire. Lin Yuan immediately returned to his original position. Ma Suin and the others were still waiting in place, not having moved an inch. After a day's absence, Lu Changfan had developed water blisters the size of soybeans on his neck. Each rupture released a trickle of yellow fluid. The pain rendered him speechless. Chu Ling's eyes appeared even more exaggerated, her mouth crooked, and her limbs involuntarily twitched. Ma Suin was no better off, her face flushed, radiating an astonishing heat that had already dried and cracked the surrounding flora. What a tragedy, Lin Yuan murmured to himself as he approached the 3. Upon seeing him return, a glimmer of hope ignited in their eyes. Although they understood that Lin Yuan might not succeed, what if he could successfully concoct the detoxification pill? Lin Yuan wasted no time and directly produced 3 detoxification pills. Without royal jelly, you'll have to make do. With a swish. Before the words had fully left his lips, the detoxification pills vanished from his hands. The 3 individuals harbored no doubts regarding the toxicity of the elixir. After all, the circumstances could scarcely be worse than they already were. As for the royal jelly, even if Lin Yuan were to present them with a basin of refuse, proclaiming it as an antidote, they would consume it without hesitation. As cultivators, we thrive on disregarding trifles. The elixir was exceptionally bitter upon consumption, yet its efficacy was undeniable. As the medicinal properties coursed through their bodies, the symptoms they bore began to alleviate gradually. Before long, their ailments had vanished entirely. Truly, it was a miraculous remedy. Lu Changfan, feeling a twinge of gratitude, produced a small gourd of crimson and violet hues. This object, known as the fire-swallowing gourd, could store flames within. When invoked with a silent incantation, it could be used for cooking or as a weapon against foes. Lu Changfan, unable to repay the favor in any other manner, humbly offered this gift, hoping it would not be met with disdain. There is no act of kindness without motive. Lin Yuan's arduous efforts in concocting the elixir warranted some form of gratitude. Furthermore, the ability to craft an antidote indicated Lin Yuan's commendable alchemical prowess. Establishing a rapport with a skilled alchemist could greatly benefit their future cultivation. Chu Lingxi and Ma Suan also presented their tokens of appreciation, sharing sentiments akin to Lu Changfan's, all in hopes of befriending Lin Yuan, the prospective alchemist. Moreover, this gesture would offset the debt of gratitude for the life-saving act. A truly fortuitous exchange. Lin Yuan accepted their offerings without reluctance, and after a brief respite, the quartet continued their journey towards the next spiritual convergence site. At that moment, the mist thickened considerably. In the span of mere moments, the white fog enveloped each individual entirely. This peculiar fog prompted caution as Lu Changfan instinctively urged, "Let us draw closer together and proceed with care." Yet, when he turned to look, the figures around him had vanished without a trace. Just as he prepared to call for help, he spotted Ma Suan emerging from the swirling mist. "Where are Chu Lingxi and Lin Yuan?" he inquired. Ma Suan replied with a faint smile, "I am uncertain. Perhaps they have ventured to another location?" Lu Changfan murmured to himself, refraining from further comment. Meanwhile, Chu Lingxi, having noticed the absence of her companions, grew quietly vigilant. When Lin Yuan's silhouette came into view, she felt a silent wave of relief. Although not intimately acquainted with Lin Yuan, they were, after all, fellow disciples, and that was far preferable to the unknown dangers lurking within this secret realm. Regret began to settle in. Had she known, she would never have agreed to accompany Izimo here. What if she left empty-handed and lost herself in the process? To be honest, had it not been for the quest for the 9-dragon willow, she would have long sought to depart. Where are the others? Lin Yuan casually inquired upon materializing, then drew forth the shadow blade. The underbrush within this secret realm was as abundant as it was dense, with many strands being remarkably tough, necessitating the use of metal transformation techniques to clear a path. Those unfamiliar with such techniques would need to rely on their weapons. This was precisely how the group had previously advanced, taking turns to forge a way forward. Given the heaviness of the mist, who could ascertain where their companions had fled? Xiuxian Snake shook her head, poised to approach, but suddenly her gaze sharpened, and her right hand slowly moved towards her waist. The mist thickened, and as Lin Yuan lost sight of the other three, he realized that they had fallen into another trap. The peril of this secret realm exceeded their imaginations. Danger lurked at every moment. Just then, he noticed three figures emerging from the fog, unmistakably Lu Chanfan and the others. "Where have you been, Lin Yuan? We've been searching for you for ages," Lu Chanfan exclaimed, unable to contain his frustration upon their reunion. "I haven't gone far. I might have just walked a bit too quickly, my apologies," Lin Yuan replied with a faint smile, moving towards the trio. However, just as he was nearly upon them, the ghostly blade appeared, cleaving directly at Lu Chanfan. With a sickening thud, Lu Chanfan was instantly split in two, spilling a gruesome array of organs onto the ground. "Lin Yuan, what are you doing?" Ma Suan and Xiuxian Snake gasped in shock, swiftly drawing their weapons to point at Lin Yuan. Unfazed, Lin Yuan flicked the residual blood from the blade and addressed the two. "In this world, there exists a peculiar beast known as Ruo Ren, resembling neither human nor beast. Born of imitation. I had thought such creatures were mere fables, yet here they are in reality." When the thick fog had risen, he had been vigilant, finding the side effects to the trio well in advance. Thus, when they appeared, he had discreetly transferred a portion of those effects onto them, unnoticed. The earlier strike was merely a test, while Lu Chanfan's strength paled in comparison to his own. He was not so weak as to be dispatched in a single blow. Taking into account these factors, along with certain memories of the golden Corzine soul, Lin Yuan finally discerned the true identities of these individuals. As they realized their cover was blown, Ma Suan and Xiuxian Snake's faces twitched, transforming into the likeness of Lu Chanfan. Their clothing altered to match as well. "Die! Die!" The two Lu Chanfans roared, brandishing long rods as they charged at Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan responded with a chilling smile, unleashing a flurry of strikes in an instant. The fierce blade energy intersected with precision, ensnaring the two within its lethal embrace. Chapter 72. Reunion. The location of the Medicine King. Though these Ruorin were strange, their true strength was not formidable, barely reaching the chi refinement stage. One strike apiece sufficed for Lin Yuan, who expended little effort in dispatching them. As he concluded this, Lu Chanfan emerged once more from the thick fog. In contrast to before, his features twitched slightly, as though he was enduring some form of pain. "Lin Yuan, could you check if the lingering poison has been fully purged? I keep feeling a dull ache throughout my body." Upon hearing this, Lin Yuan chuckled lightly. "It's nothing to worry about. It's likely just a result of insufficient rest. You should return and recuperate properly." "That's a relief." Lu Chanfan sighed, then glanced at the corpse on the ground. "I encountered one earlier. It disguised itself as Ma Suan, but I spotted its flaw immediately." "Oh? What gave it away?" Lin Yuan inquired with raised brows, intrigued. The young individuals disguised themselves quite adeptly, had one not observed closely. They could easily have been deceived. With his own system, what grounds did Lu Chanfan have? Noticing the absence of others, Lu Chanfan leaned closer and whispered in his ear. "Ma Suan's scent is quite enchanting." Instantly, Lin Yuan understood. No wonder Lu Chanfan could discern the truth. It was due to this reason. At that moment, Xiuxian emerged from the dense fog. Seeing the exchanged glances between the two, her heart lightened. "It seems you are indeed genuine." Lin Yuan nodded. "It appears you have encountered me. How did you recognize that?" Xiuxian pointed to the Yuming blade behind Lin Yuan, proudly declaring, "His blade does not make a sound." So that was it. With the trio assembled, only Ma Suan remained unaccounted for. However, if even Xiuxian could detect the flaws in the disguises, Ma Suan should certainly be able to as well. Yet, after a lengthy wait, Ma Suan did not return. Could something have gone awry? Lu Chanfan murmured. At this moment, the surrounding mist began to dissipate, revealing clarity. Lin Yuan decided not to wait any longer and took the initiative to search for Ma Suan's whereabouts. The three split up and soon discovered a wooden fragment resembling an inner disciple's token nearby. A tree trunk beside it was engraved with an arrow pointing eastward. It was evident that this was a mark left by Ma Suan. After a brief discussion, they resolved to follow the direction indicated by the arrow. Ma Suan must have stumbled upon something significant. Otherwise, he would not have departed so urgently, leaving behind such a trace. Before long, the trio found a second mark, followed by a third and fourth, continuing their pursuit into the early hours of the next day. Suddenly, sounds emerged ahead. The three lowered their footsteps and peered forward. A fox stood upright, one hand on its hip, while the other gestured toward the beasts before it. Hurry up. Delay the king's banquet for the demon lords, and I'll have you for dinner. Hey, what about that pig demon? If you don't exert yourself soon, I'll have you served on the king's dining table. Ugh. What is this? Sour and unappetizing. The king desires fresh greens. Do you comprehend what fresh means? Do you think you can feast on that 5-colored celestial ginseng? That is the herb king. Do you know what the herb king is? A single herb king requires at least a millennium to grow. By that time, your great-great-great-grandfather hadn't even been born. Herb king? Lin Yuan and his companions trembled with excitement. The pursuit had led them here effortlessly, unexpectedly uncovering the whereabouts of the herb king. But wait, had they mentioned a banquet for the demon lords? At that moment, Xiuxian interjected. In the realm of Qi training, one is deemed a minor demon. In the foundation establishment stage, a major demon. Only those in the golden core stage can be called demon lords. Although this is not a strict classification of realms, it does indicate the strength of the demon beasts. Elder E once remarked that the most formidable beings within this secret realm are but those of the foundation establishment stage. The emergence of a golden core demon king is implausible. In my opinion, it is likely that a few major demons are merely boasting amongst themselves. Lu Changfan wore an expression of indifference. The two exchanged glances before turning their attention to Lin Yuan. Ma Suan is also within. Let us follow and take a look. Lin Yuan pondered for a moment before responding. Izima would not deceive himself regarding this matter. Even if a demon king exists, I can harness the power of the nascent soul and need not be overly concerned. The two remained silent, silently choosing to follow Lin Yuan, evidently regarding him as their leader. Accompanied by a multitude of minor demons, the trio arrived at a narrow canyon. This canyon was not spacious. The summit nearly formed a continuous canopy, allowing only scant sunlight to filter through, barely illuminating the canyon floor. What was truly astonishing was that this place teemed with numerous demon beasts, both large and small, numbering over 100. Fortunately, most of these beasts were at the Qi refinement stage, and they had yet to encounter even a single foundation establishment demon beast. It seems I was correct. Those so-called demon kings are merely greater demons of the foundation establishment stage. If a mere foundation establishment demon can ascend to the status of a demon king, then we can simply charge in and slay them at will, Lu Changfan whispered. Lin Yuan paid him no heed. His gaze fixed intently on the procession of demon beasts delivering provisions. I have located Ma Suan. She has disguised herself as a peach tree demon. Regardless of whether they are animal or plant, all can absorb the essence of heaven and earth to transform into demons. However, the transformation of plants into demons is notably more arduous than that of animals. Presently, within the demon beast convoy, there existed a peach tree demon, a transformation executed by Ma Suan herself. As a being of wood spirit, her transformation into such a demon was effortless, allowing her to conceal her true identity seamlessly. It was precisely for this reason that she could infiltrate the ranks of the demon beasts. Having found Ma Suan, the path forward became clearer. You have indeed discovered the whereabouts of the medicine king? Lin Yuan's voice resonated within Ma Suan's mind. This was a form of spiritual communication, a skill possessed by nearly every foundation establishment cultivator, limited only by the necessity of identifying the intended recipient. Ma Suan was not taken aback by Lin Yuan's voice. Having left numerous markers, it would have been truly odd if Lin Yuan and the others had failed to find them. Indeed, this medicine king is known as the 5-colored immortal ginseng, which has reached maturity. 3 foundation establishment great demons have set their sights upon it, intending to utilize its medicinal power to ascend to the golden core stage. This is our sole opportunity, she conveyed with a sense of urgency. Should they fail to achieve the golden core, it would not be a grave issue. However, if a foundation establishment great demon were to succeed, the 4 of them would find themselves pursued by golden core demon beasts. To take a step back, even if they do not achieve the golden core, failing to acquire the medicine king would render their mission a failure. What are your plans? Lin Yuan inquired succinctly, given Ma Suan's assertive tone. It was clear she had devised a strategy, and all he needed to do was cooperate with her. I possess a set of incomplete 3rd-grade formation plates, barely capable of ensnaring those at the pinnacle of the foundation establishment stage. When the 5-colored immortal ginseng makes its appearance, you shall create a commotion outside, ideally to distract those 3 formidable foundation establishment demons, facilitating my arrangement of the grand formation. Ah, Third-grade formation plates, truly a treasure. Lin Yuan murmured affirmatively, refraining from further discussion. As long as those 3 Foundation establishment demons are ensnared, the remaining chi-refining realm beasts pose no threat to them. Although this plan cannot be deemed perfect, it suffices given the urgency. He communicated Ma Suan's strategy to Lu Chongfan and Chu Lingxi, and the trio then dispersed to execute their tasks. Soon, the 3 Foundation establishment demons appeared, casually draped over one another, engaged in jovial banter. They were the Green Bull Demon, the Black Fox Demon, and a Pig Demon. Chapter 73. The Grand Formation meets another Grand Formation. Foundation establishment demon beasts can shed their bony protrusions and articulate human speech. Should they condense their golden core, human traits would manifest upon them. Humans, being the spirit of all beings, possess a short lifespan, yet are imbued with profound intelligence. Thus, all things gravitate towards the human form. Naturally, some demon beasts opt not to transform, steadfastly maintaining their original appearances. Once one attains the nascent soul stage and reconstructs their soul, with the exception of certain ancient races, the cultivation speed of other beings becomes relatively comparable. These 3 demon beasts merely articulated human speech and could stand upright, although their bodies brimmed with demonic energy. They had not yet transcended to the Golden Core stage. This revelation brought relief to the group. If a Golden Core Demon King truly existed, even if just one, they would not hesitate to flee. Perhaps only with Izimo's direct presence would they dare to act recklessly. Each of the 7 true disciples possesses combat prowess at the Golden Core level. Children, bring forth the 5-colored immortal ginseng, commanded the Green Bull Demon, gesturing for his subordinates to retrieve the Demon King. Before long, 2 monkey demons shakily approached, carrying a massive stone basin. Within it lay a plant the size of a thumb, surrounded by a swirling mist of spiritual energy, obscuring its true appearance. Lin Yuan's heart raced upon seeing this. Indeed, it is a medicinal king, already capable of autonomously absorbing and exuding spiritual energy. If allowed to cultivate for several centuries, it may very well take on a form. Once this spirit herb transforms, its cultivation potential would be astonishing. Alas, the probability of such a transformation is exceedingly low. Should it fail, all accumulated progress would vanish in an instant, which is why major sects are reluctant to gamble on it. Smaller sects cannot afford the risk, while larger sects find little use for it, as they possess countless talented disciples. For them, spirit herbs are far better suited for alchemy. Lost in thought, the 3 Foundation establishment demons had already gathered around the 5-colored immortal ginseng, producing a bone knife as translucent as jade, beginning to delicately remove the soil from the stone basin. Despite their robust appearances, their movements were remarkably gentle. In no time, all the soil was cleared away, and a radiant 5-colored glow emerged, illuminating the dimly lit valley floor with a touch of brilliance. It is time to act. As soon as the thought flickered through Lin Yuan's mind, a vast dark blue magical array materialized in midair. The intricate patterns of the array were layered and intertwined, resembling a series of the most exquisitely crafted gears. Although he lacked comprehension of such formations, he understood that all arrays evolved from fundamental ones. The more complex an array was, the greater the multitude of foundational arrays nested within it. It was akin to a mathematical problem. The simplest could be solved with mere addition or subtraction, while more intricate equations involved a combination of operations, parentheses, and brackets. The former yielded immediate answers, while the latter often sparked heated debates over the order of operations. Arrays represented a sophisticated and advanced version of arithmetic. Lin Yuan had once attempted to study these formations, but he found himself unable to grasp even the most basic constructs, ultimately resigning to defeat. With the emergence of the dark blue array, robust vines surged from the ground, striking towards the 3 foundational stage demons. Was that the skyward vine? Lin Yuan's eyes narrowed. The growth of the skyward vine necessitated both water and nutrients. Previously, in the arena, with nothing around, Ma Suan had to employ hand seals to summon vapor for its growth, severely limiting its power. Now, in this valley, not only was there an abundance of moisture, but the soil was also exceptionally fertile. The moment the seeds of the skyward vine touched the ground, they burst forth, exhibiting a terrifying growth rate. Within mere moments, they soared to dozens of feet in height. The fully grown vines began to lash at the beasts below. Each strike from the resilient branches was capable of crushing numerous creatures. Boom! Simultaneously, a thunderous explosion resonated nearby. A colossal boulder, weighing 1,000 pounds, plummeted from above the canyon. Witnessing such a terrifying spectacle, many of the beasts fled in panic. Lin Yuan looked up to see Lu Chongfan, having somehow reached the top, using a magical staff to lever the enormous stone. Meanwhile, Xiuxian's snake also commenced her assault. Her whip-like strikes danced through the air. Although they did not physically strike the beasts, they seemed to suffer grievous injuries, collapsing instantly. Poisonous, perhaps? Observing both allies springing into action, Lin Yuan wasted no further time. Brandishing his ghostly bright blade and charging forth. Shadow pursuit. His figure moved like a specter, and coupled with the shock of the cicada, the other beasts found it nearly impossible to counter or even perceive his presence. In the blink of an eye, dozens of beasts lay lifeless. "Ah, my five-colored immortal ginseng." At that moment, the azure bull demon let out a thunderous roar. Lin Yuan glanced over to see the five-colored immortal ginseng and the stone basin had vanished. Clearly a sign that Ma Suan had succeeded. "Run." At the same time, Ma Suan's voice echoed in the minds of the three. Upon hearing this, they immediately retreated. "A mere array dares to ensnare us? It is seeking death." Just as the black fox demon prepared to pursue, it suddenly felt a force emanating from the dark blue array above, binding it tightly. In a fit of rage, it laughed maniacally, its claws moving rapidly. In an instant, the entire terrain of the canyon began to shift, just as Lin Yuan and his companions were preparing to rush out. They were unexpectedly trapped as the canyon walls rapidly converged, enclosing them within. "This is bad. This canyon is also a formidable formation. We must break free quickly. I can't hold on much longer," Ma Suan said, her voice low as she manipulated the array. Observing the situation, Xiuxian's snake immediately enveloped her in protective spiritual energy. Although she felt a twinge of jealousy towards Ma Suan, survival took precedence at this moment. If Ma Suan were to be harmed, the formation would collapse, sealing their fate. When it comes to life and death, she could discern right from wrong. "The top hasn't been sealed yet. We must ascend." Lin Yuan glanced upwards and, taking advantage of the protrusions on either side of the canyon, began to climb. The others followed suit. The canyon was only a few hundred meters high, and with several leaps, they reached the top. At that moment, Lu Chongfan also sensed something amiss. Seeing the entrance of the canyon close, he returned to the upper section. 3 foundational stage demonic beasts were still struggling against the constraints of the formation, while some flying demonic beasts pursued Lin Yuan and his companions. He flicked his fingers, unleashing a series of light blades in an attempt to eliminate the flying beasts. However, the blades traveled only a few meters before being repelled. Witnessing this, his expression changed drastically. "There's a defensive shield above. It cannot be breached in a short time." The trio, who had just leaped up, were startled to learn that there was indeed a protective shield overhead. With a shield in front and foundational stage beasts behind, their situation had become utterly dire. "This is hopeless," Xiuxian's snake lamented. Ma Suan coughed up blood, the patterns of the formation flickering ominously beneath her. Clearly, she was on the verge of collapse. Unable to endure for much longer, Lin Yuan furrowed his brow and stepped forward. "Let me see if I can create an opening. You must seize the opportunity to escape immediately if one appears." With that, he exerted all his strength to propel the cascading waves. In just a few breaths, Lin Yuan unleashed over 20 strikes. Yet, the defensive shield remained unyielding. Undeterred, he took a deep breath, and his skin transformed to a silvery gray hue. Beneath the surface, his blood surged like a roaring river. Ma Suan and Xiuxian's snake looked at Lin Yuan in astonishment. In that moment, they felt an overwhelming surge of vitality. As fierce as the scorching sun and as unbreakable as refined gold. Could such a formidable physique truly be cultivated by a newly established foundational stage practitioner? Chapter 74. Trapped in the Great Formation, the guiding toad demon with copper skin, iron bones, and mercury blood. Lin Yuan felt an unprecedented surge of physical power that could sweep away all Qi refinement stage practitioners. Under the enhancement of such a terrifying physique, the number of cascading waves surged, reaching the 30th strike. Although the cascading waves had no limit, the requirements for physical constitution increased with each successive strike. While the potency of the technique diminished, meaning efficiency would decrease. Upon preliminary estimation, the limit should be around 40 strikes. Nearly capable of inflicting damage at the pinnacle of foundation establishment, any further accumulation would be a futile endeavor. As Lin Yuan wielded his blade, a moment of clarity surged within him. This was only natural, if one could indeed continue to stack indefinitely. The 7-kill demon blade would not merely be classified as second tier. Channeling all his spiritual energy, Lin Yuan boldly swung his sword once more. This time, a small gap appeared in the defensive shield, roughly the size of an adult's arm. Seeing a genuine possibility of breach, he retrieved a vial of fury pills and consumed it entirely. with the sudden surge of spiritual energy coursing through him. Lin Yuan gritted his teeth and swung his blade again. Crack! The defensive shield instantly cracked open. Ma Suan and Chu Ling Snake seized the moment, swiftly escaping through the fissure. Ah, you wish to flee? Leave me behind. The black fox demon below opened its mouth, unleashing a whirlwind of darkness that rapidly enveloped Lin Yuan. In the blink of an eye, the black whirlwind had ensnared him completely. Just that brief delay allowed the defensive shield to reconstitute, showing no signs of having been breached. Lin Yuan, the three cried out in unison, attacking the protective barrier. Yet the shield seemed to have fortified, their strikes landing without even causing a ripple. At that moment, the three Foundation Establishment demons finally broke free, disregarding Lin Yuan, who remained trapped within the Grand Formation and headed straight for Ma Suan. Run! Get the Medicine King out! Lin Yuan bellowed, breaking free from the black whirlwind and turning to face the three Foundation Establishment demons. Lu Fan, Ma Suan, and Chu Ling Snake were all taken aback by the sight. They could hardly believe that, even at such a critical juncture, Lin Yuan was still striving to secure their chance of escape. Lin Yuan, what do you enjoy eating? When I visit your grave in the future, I shall bring offerings. Lu Fan's voice echoed from afar. Lin Yuan stumbled, nearly losing his footing. Did this fool truly wish for his demise? In that moment of distraction, a pig demon charged, forcefully knocking him into the heart of the mountain. In an instant, Lin Yuan felt as though his entire body was fracturing. No, it was already shattering. Subjected to a violent impact, suffering the side effects, shattered bones, internal bleeding, and chaotic spiritual energy. The pig demon, inherently robust, was now at the pinnacle of Foundation Establishment, on the verge of condensing its core. In its furious charge, the force was overwhelming, even for Lin Yuan to endure. Had it been the other three, they would undoubtedly have been reduced to mere pulp. Without hesitation, Lin Yuan redirected the adverse effects onto the pig demon. In midair, the pig demon staggered, its expression one of astonishment as it glanced at the large hole Lin Yuan had been thrust out of, seemingly incredulous. This kid's body is so resilient. Even I have been injured. Fool, is this truly the time for daydreaming? Hurry and pursue. The black fox demon's voice resonated from behind. For this Medicine King, it had waited 200 years. As the end of their lifespan approached, the hope of prolonging it seemed futile. Should they be captured, they would simply await their demise. Beside them, the Azure Bull demon seethed with rage. Despite its lengthy existence, the five-colored immortal ginseng represented its sole hope of condensing a golden core. Should it succeed, it would escape this secret realm and enter the outside world, where true freedom awaited, vast seas for fish to leap and abundant grass for cattle to graze. As a demon with grand aspirations, it could not afford to remain trapped here. Observing the urgency of the two, the pig demon grimaced, suppressing its injuries to pursue them. The departure of all foundational demons brought a sense of relief to Lin Yuan. I hope the three of you can escape, he chuckled softly, reclining in the cave he had recently created, reluctant to move. Before long, two avian demons arrived, their eyes gleaming greedily at his unguarded form. However, in an instant, a flash of blades severed their heads cleanly from their bodies. What realm dares to covet my attention? Lin Yuan murmured as he rose and stepped out of the cave. Upon witnessing his unscathed emergence, a throng of chi-refining beasts scattered in terror, wishing they could sprout additional legs to flee. Ignoring their panic, Lin Yuan ambled through the canyon with his hands behind his back. Although the Grand Formation sealed the entire gorge, it remained exceedingly secure within. After wandering for a while, he noticed a foundational-level beast attempting to blend in with ordinary beasts, hoping to exploit the chaos. He swiftly seized it. Oh dear, please spare me, Great One. Have mercy. The toad demon, realizing it had been discovered, hastily discarded its pitchfork and fell to its knees in supplication. I will ask, and you shall answer. Refusal means death. Do you understand? Yes, I understand. Please, speak, Great One. The toad demon, fully compliant, exhibited no resistance, almost eager to prostrate itself at Lin Yuan's feet. Lin Yuan kicked it away, demanding it maintain a respectful distance before inquiring, what is the relationship among those three powerful demons? Are there many such formidable beings? Great One, you may not be aware, but this secret realm has suffered severe damage. All ancestors above foundational level have perished, leaving only us lesser demons. Those three lords, or rather, those three beasts, boast illustrious ancestry, said to be descendants of nascent soul powers. It is through their bloodline advantage that they completed the foundational stage first and now command this place. Lin Yuan, upon hearing this, understood. So, they are the strongest within this secret realm? The toad demon immediately shook its head. There are many dangers here. Even they do not dare to tread into certain areas. They always send us lesser demons to scout ahead. Though I have fortuitously reached the foundational stage, it won't be long before I become mere fodder for their exploration. Its voice dripped with resentment, clearly dissatisfied with the domination of the foundational demons. Great one. I know where the Azure Bowl Demon-esque treasures are hidden. Would you be interested? Oh. Lin Yuan chuckled, flicking a spirit pill into existence. Let me there, and this shall be your reward. The toad demon, without the slightest hesitation, swallowed the spirit pill whole, savoring the lingering taste on its lips. Though the secret realm is abundant in spiritual herbs, they cannot be refined into pills and must be consumed raw, rendering their effectiveness quite limited. It was the first time since its birth that it had tasted the essence of a pill. Thank you, grandfather. Please follow me. The toad demon promptly led Lin Yuan to a secluded location. Meanwhile, Lu Changfan and his companions were fleeing at breakneck speed. Earlier, their pace had been rather slow as they explored the secret realm. Now, with the medicinal treasure in hand and a formidable foundation-building demon in pursuit, the trio exerted every ounce of their strength to escape, even resorting to perilous secret techniques. After a half-day of frantic running, the exit of the secret realm loomed before them. Hey, you thieving little rascal, where do you think you're going? The Black Fox demon appeared behind them, closing the distance to less than 100 miles. Realizing that the trio was on the verge of escape, the Black Fox demon accelerated its pace, swiftly appearing right behind them. Die. A massive purple claw manifestation materialized in mid-air, reaching out towards the three. Just then, a flash of sword light erupted from the exit of the secret realm, colliding with the purple claw. The formidable purple claw shattered instantly, and the residual energy of the sword light surged forth, striking the Black Fox King and severing one of its arms. Seizing the opportunity, the three hastily made their way to the exit. After a brief moment of dizziness, Izimo's figure came into view. Upon seeing the pale and disheveled faces of the trio, his brow furrowed. Where is Lin Yuan? Lin Yuan is trapped inside, trying to save us. Lu Changsheng replied in a low voice. For a long time, he had been the subject of others' discussions due to Lin Yuan, and not in a flattering light. Although he bore no hatred towards Lin Yuan, he felt a certain discomfort. However, that discomfort dissipated entirely in the face of Lin Yuan's actions. No matter what, Lin Yuan exhibited far more courage than he did. In such a situation, he believed he could not have performed better than Lin Yuan. Upon hearing that Lin Yuan was trapped, Izimo's expression tightened. Just now, I sensed 3 powerful demonic auras rushing towards the exit, which prompted me to strike with a sword from afar. Could they be related to Lin Yuan's predicament? At the mention of that sword strike, astonishment flickered across Lu Changfan and the others' faces. One soared into the secret realm, and another severing an arm of a foundation-building demon. Was this the prowess of a true disciple of the current generation? Indeed formidable. It was noteworthy that this was not a direct confrontation but merely a release of sword energy. Senior brother, you are correct. Those 3 demonic auras are indeed connected to Lin Yuan's entrapment. Ma Suan recounted the events that transpired after entering the secret realm. When it was revealed that Lin Yuan had concocted an antidote pill without the aid of a pill furnace, dispelling the toxins that had plagued them, even Izimo displayed a hint of admiration. Finding a 3-legged monk is relatively easy, yet 2-legged alchemists are exceedingly rare. Moreover, individuals like Lin Yuan, who can devise alchemical formulas without the aid of a furnace in a remarkably short span of time, are truly exceptional. Later, upon learning of the whereabouts of the Medicine King, his excitement surged once more. Have you found the Medicine King? He inquired eagerly. In response, Ma Suan produced a 5-colored celestial ginseng. In an instant, the intertwining hues of red, orange, yellow, green, and purple created a breathtaking spectacle. Izimo, after a moment of exhilaration, regained his composure and asked, Is this the reason you have attracted the attention of those 3 foundation-building great demons? Lin Yuan must have been trapped in there while trying to save you, correct? Indeed. Ma Suan nodded, though a hint of hesitation crossed his face. Whether the sect can dispatch someone? No, I understand your implication, but this secret realm has suffered severe damage. Its entrance is exceedingly fragile, accessible only to those who have just completed their foundation or are in the chi refining stage. You are already the elite of this generation's inner disciples, and if you cannot handle it, others would only meet their demise inside. Izimo declared resolutely. Then we shall enter once more and seek to rescue Brother Lin. Lu Changfan clenched his fists, his gaze unwavering. That is also out of the question. The secret realm embodies the will of the cave-dwelling cultivators. Thus it possesses various peculiar rules. The rule of this realm is that one may enter only once. A second entry would result in eternal entrapment. Hearing this, the momentum Liu Changfan had just summoned dissipated instantly. We can't do this, we can't do that. Are we to simply return? Izimo shook his head in response. I promise to wait for you here for 10 days, and I shall fulfill that promise. For now, we can only hope that Lin Yuan is fortunate enough to escape from within. Meanwhile, Lin Yuan, under the guidance of the Toad Demon, had arrived at the dwelling of the Green Ox Demon. Before he could even gaze upon the treasures, he was already dazzled by a plethora of spiritual herbs. These herbs were at least a century old and of exceptional quality, boasting remarkable efficacy. Without hesitation, Lin Yuan harvested all the ripe specimens and stored them in his storage ring. The beasts within the secret realm do not practice alchemy. Allowing them to go to waste would be a travesty. Better to utilize them himself. Seeing his storage ring filled to the brim with spiritual herbs, Lin Yuan felt an immense satisfaction. The mere acquisition of these herbs rendered this venture worthwhile. Just as the man and the demon prepared to advance further, 3 ominous clouds suddenly gathered on the horizon. No, they were not clouds, but the terrifying demonic aura emanating from 3 foundation-building great demons. The fact that these beasts could achieve foundation building indicates the extraordinary lineage of their ancestors. Now, as they approached in unison, even Lin Yuan felt a twinge of apprehension. You dare to touch my spiritual herbs? The Green Ox Demon bellowed, enraged at the destruction of its herb field, and immediately brandished a pair of horn-like weapons to attack. Lin Yuan smiled faintly, extending a finger to lightly point into the void. The once menacing Green Ox Demon suddenly let out a cry and plummeted from the sky. Upon closer inspection, it was evident that blood flowed from all 7 orifices, and the individual bore grievous wounds. A single finger strike from a peak foundation establishment practitioner could hardly be as effortless as the formation of a golden core, could it? The Dark Fox Demon and the Pig Demon, witnessing such a horrifying scene, were instantly struck with terror and fled in haste. Lin Yuan observed their departure without making any move. With the other 3 absent, he could finally reveal his full strength. The previous strike had merely utilized the stored side effects. If he were to employ the power of his nascent soul, a single finger would suffice to obliterate them entirely. Ah, my esteemed grandfather, how magnificent you are. The Toad Demon seized the moment to flatter. Lin Yuan withdrew his gaze and turned towards the reverent Toad Demon, suddenly inquiring, what is your true intention behind such fervent flattery, even at the expense of betraying the Azure Bull Demon? Are you not concerned that the Azure Bull Demon will seek retribution against you? The Toad Demon's expression faltered, and after a moment of hesitation, it softly explained. Our clan is known as the Moon-Eating Toads, possessing a faint ability to perceive the fortunes of others. Although your fortune is predominantly dark, it contains a hint of gold, signifying a transition from adversity to prosperity. Therefore, you are destined not to be trapped here, and those 3 formidable demons are certainly not your match. I merely wish to forge a contract with you, so that you may lead me out of the secret realm. To outsiders, this secret realm is a treasure trove of immense value. Yet for the creatures within, it is a cage from which they may never escape. If the Toad Demon had not inherited the legacy of its ancestors, remaining at the foundation establishment would be bearable. However, having glimpsed the vastness of the outside world through the bloodline of its forebears, how could it possibly resign itself to remain here? Lin Yuan sensed the sincerity in its words. The Toad Demon indeed yearned for freedom. Coincidentally, he also possessed knowledge on how to forge contracts with demon beasts. I can lead you away, but I shall only forge a servant contract with you. Can you accept this? Contracts in this world are manifold. Yet their essence revolves around a few forms: recognition of the master, equality, and enslavement. He could not acknowledge the Toad Demon as his master, nor did he wish to enter into an equal agreement. If the Toad Demon truly wished to escape, it could only sign a servant contract with him. Oh, I am willing. The Toad Demon immediately nodded in agreement. Even if it remained in the secret realm, it would merely be a dog to the 3 foundation establishment demons. Either way, it would be enslaved. Why could it not venture out to explore the world? Furthermore, the illustrious fortune of Lin Yuan was beyond compare. Forging a connection with such a powerful figure might prove to be the wisest choice of its life. Without further ado, Lin Yuan utilized his spiritual power to inscribe a unique symbol, embedding it into the Toad Demon's soul. Instantly, he perceived a small dot materializing in his mind. As long as he wished, he could destroy it at any moment. Thus, the Toad Demon's life and death were entirely under his control. By the way, do you have a name? Lin Yuan inquired casually after the contract was finalized. I have never had one. I humbly ask you to bestow a name upon me. Esteemed grandfather, since you are the moon-eating toad, I shall henceforth call you Lin Tunyu. Thank you, grandfather, for bestowing this name. Now, lead me to seek the treasure of the Azure Bull Demon, and afterward, accompany me to explore the territories of the other two demon kings. Chapter 76, The Stone Forest. Essence Seed. How can one claim to be a demon king, yet be so impoverished? Lin Yuan gazed incredulously at the fragments of spiritual artifacts in his hand. After all, he was a Peak Foundation establishment great demon, yet he lacked even a storage ring, with his weapon merely transformed from his own essence. As for the treasures, it was even more absurd, merely a few shards of spiritual artifacts. He anticipated the desolation of this secret realm, but he never imagined it would be this destitute. It seems that the medicinal king must be the most precious entity in this entire realm. No wonder they all went mad after seizing it. Such is the plight of poverty. Upon reflection, the corpse of the Azure Bull demon proved to be more valuable. Fortunately, his storage ring was sufficiently spacious. Otherwise, he would truly struggle to accommodate such a large creature. Having confirmed that there were no other valuable items, Lin Yuan, under Lin Tunyu's guidance, ventured into the territory of the pig demon. Strangely, an eerie silence enveloped the area, devoid even of a single chi refinement demon beast. Ah, they must be terrified of grandfather, hiding in the stone forest. Lin Tunyu's eyes sparkled with a sudden thought. The stone forest? What significance does it hold? Lin Yuan was skeptical that the pig demon and the black fox demon would conceal themselves in an unguarded location. That stone forest must possess distinct characteristics compared to other areas. This could pose a bit of trouble. Lin Tunyu's expression shifted slightly. The stone forest was the embodiment of that being, allowing any creature within the secret realm to enter, but outsiders would be met with aggression, and the further one ventured, the more intense the attacks would become. So that is it. Lin Yuan nodded, though he did not take it to heart. He had already bound the pig demon and the black fox demon to him. Even if there were attacks, they would bear the brunt first. He strode forward, with Lin Tunyu trailing behind, occasionally offering guidance. The stone forest was not particularly distant, fortunately situated closer to the entrance of the secret realm. Once he dealt with the two Foundation establishment great demons, he might even encounter Ezmo and the other three upon exiting. The following day, a woodland constructed of piled stones abruptly appeared before him. Even from a distance, Lin Yuan could sense the sharpness emanating from the stones. You wait here. I shall enter and take a look. After a brief admonition, Lin Yuan stepped confidently into the stone forest. As soon as he entered, an attack hurtled toward him. Clang! The assault struck him, merely ripping a tear in his clothing, leaving not even a mark upon his skin. The power of a chi refinement attack was commendable, yet it could no longer inflict any harm upon him. Lin Yuan pressed onward. The further he advanced, the more ferocious the incoming assaults became. After traversing merely a few hundred meters, the intensity of the attacks escalated to that of the Foundation establishment realm. Swish! Once again, a blade of light struck forth. Lin Yuan raised his hand to defend, and an unexpected hue flickered across his face. What astonishing sword energy! This sensation was reminiscent of his encounter with Xiuxian. He paused momentarily, discerning something unique within this wave of sword energy. Could it be an artistic conception? Moreover, the conception of the sword? Lin Yuan chose not to advance. Instead, he circled around, evading the relentless onslaught of attacks that offered him no respite. Before long, the spiritual energy within him was nearly depleted. Yet, rather than displaying any sign of distress, Lin Yuan's countenance radiated vitality. Indeed, each incoming wave of sword energy was imbued with a profound artistic conception, one of extraordinary potency. At the very least, it possessed the completeness of sword intent. If he could grasp even a fragment of it, he would undoubtedly circumvent many obstacles in the future. Even if he could not cultivate his own conception, he ceased his defenses, settling into a cross-legged position and allowing the sword energy to wash over him. With a swift slice, his garments were shredded, and a deep laceration marred his resilient arm. In the next moment, the muscles surrounding the wound began to writhe and converge toward a single point. Before the injury could fully heal, another blade of energy struck, carving a long gash across his abdomen. Lin Yuan stifled a grunt, deliberately transferring all the adverse effects to the pig demon and the black fox demon he had previously selected. Freed from the distractions of pain, he could finally delve into the essence of this conception. Meanwhile, the pig demon lay amidst a heap of fruits, indulging heartily, while the black fox demon sat nearby, perusing a jade slip in its hands. Suddenly, it set the slip down and rubbed its temples, feeling an inexplicable sense of impending misfortune. Humph. Even if he truly is at the Golden Core stage, he cannot breach the stone forest. You're simply overthinking it, the pig demon remarked. Gaping wide as a smaller demon fed it fruits, which it began to devour voraciously. The black fox demon, upon reflection, felt its anxiety ease somewhat. However, at that moment, an intense pain surged through its right arm, compelling it to discard the jade slip. The pig demon was equally distressed, clutching its belly and wailing, "Ah, it hurts." "What is happening?" The black fox demon snapped back. "How should I know?" No sooner had it spoken than another wave of agony struck, causing it to grimace in pain. Ignoring the need for words, it hastily summoned its bloodline power in an attempt to withstand the torment. The pig demon, meanwhile, vented its frustrations upon the fruits beneath it, suspecting it had suffered from a bad stomach, with the heap of fruits as the culprit. The comprehension of the artistic conception proved to be far more time-consuming than Lin Yuan had anticipated. When he finally emerged from his meditative state, he could no longer ascertain how many days had passed, although he had not fully realized his own artistic conception during this session of cultivation. He had at least sown the seed of an artistic conception. Once the seed took root and sprouted, he would naturally progress to a level of minor achievement. Lin Yuan slowly rose to his feet, casting a glance at the crisscrossing scars adorning his body, his expression darkening slightly. He retrieved a water-gathering talisman, conjuring a mirror of water in midair. The visage reflected therein was grotesque, marred by an abundance of scars, exuding an aura of ferocity. Is this truly still me? Upon witnessing his own dismal appearance, Lin Yuan's spirits plummeted to an abyss. The side effects could be alleviated, yet these scars remained an insurmountable dilemma. To restore himself to his former state, he would either need some elixirs to erase the scars or a way to break through in his golden body technique. Alas, both conditions were exceedingly difficult to fulfill. The ingredients for the former were scarce, and the crafting methods extraordinarily complex. In contrast, the latter seemed a more attainable goal. Choosing not to advance further, Lin Yuan promptly exited the stone forest and sought out Lin Tunyu. "How long have I been inside?" he pondered. "Oh dear, grandfather. You have been within for over a month." Lin Tunyu gasped in astonishment upon seeing the scars on Lin Yuan's face. Without the connection of spiritual awareness, he might have scarcely recognized the man before him. Just how harrowing were Lin Yuan's experiences within that place? "It's merely a scar. It's nothing to fret over." Lin Yuan felt a slight headache coming on. EZMO had previously mentioned he would only wait outside for 10 days. Now that he had been absent for a month, his companions were likely long gone. This meant he would have to return alone? Contemplating this, he opened his status bar, examining the avatars of the pig demon and the black fox demon. After enduring a relentless barrage of sword chi attacks for an entire month, their health bars had plummeted by nearly 90%, sustained only by sheer will. Chapter 77, Departing the Secret Realm. Qing Stone Workshop, did they truly believe that hiding within would spare them from my retribution? Lin Yuan steadied his mind, sitting cross-legged and fervently activating the blood ignition technique. Before long, the avatar of the black fox demon suddenly shifted from vibrant hues to a dull gray, indicating its logout. The pig demon followed suit, its avatar dimming as well. These two foundational demons had not significantly contributed to Lin Yuan's cultivation. On one hand, the blood ignition technique lacked comprehensive content, leading to inefficiency in refining. On the other, his foundational level of 13 layers of qi cultivation required exponentially more spiritual energy for further advancement. The lifespan gained from their defeat yielded minimal results. At the very least, should he encounter 10 more foundational demons of their ilk, perhaps his cultivation could ascend to the mid-foundational stage. Lin Yuan murmured to himself, suddenly bursting into laughter. Here he was, a righteous figure. Yet his thoughts wandered to the deeds of demonic cultivators. No wonder it was said in his past life that if one could cultivate immortality, there would be at least one. For billion demonic cultivators worldwide, each bearing the banner of the human emperor, rising to adjust his robes, Lin Yuan turned towards the exit of the secret realm. He had already secured the valuable treasures within. What remained was either refuse or beyond his current capabilities to obtain. Rather than lingering in this place, it would be wise to depart sooner rather than later. Lin Tunyu was not merely a solitary cultivator without a sect. Joining the immortal sect was a significant achievement, as it was a force of the Golden Core stage, boasting even the inheritance of the nascent soul. There was no need to squander time here. "Grandfather, have they abandoned them?" Lin Tunyu inquired, pointing at the stone forest in confusion. "Let us depart. They're already dead." "Dead?" Upon hearing this, Lin Tunyu was struck with alarm. What sort of background did this master possess? Despite being merely at the initial stage of foundation establishment, he exuded an aura that was undeniably formidable. He had not only gravely injured the Green Bull demon with a mere gesture, but even the Black Fox demon and the Pig demon lurking within the stone forest had met their demise. Such prowess was nothing short of miraculous. An inexplicable sense of awe began to blossom within Lin Tunyu towards Lin Yuan. Amidst this reverence, a sense of joy also stirred within. Lin Yuan's fortunes were a blend of darkness and gold, heralding auspicious omens. Moreover, each time he averted disaster, his own strength surged considerably, following such a potential master. Perhaps one day, he too could solidify his golden core and enjoy a life spanning a millennium. The path of cultivation was arduous for demon beasts. Yet they possessed a distinct advantage in longevity. A golden core demon beast could rival the lifespan of a human in the nascent soul stage. Lin Tunyu's ambitions were modest. He merely wished to condense his golden core and play the part of an ancient patriarch. Many years later, as Lin Tunyu, now a formidable being capable of devouring the heavens, reminisced about this experience, he could not help but chuckle. He had simply aimed to solidify his golden core, yet somehow found himself as the progenitor of myriad demons. Upon emerging into the external world, Lin Yuan was immediately struck by a profound sense of disconnection, as if he had stepped into another realm. He considered himself relatively composed, yet Lin Tunyu knelt on the ground, voraciously gnawing at the weeds. Stop right there. You are a great demon of foundation establishment. Do not behave as if you have never seen the world. That is not a spiritual herb, merely weeds. Lin Yuan could no longer bear to witness this and promptly halted his actions. Oh, grandfather, you do not comprehend the plight of the hungry. Do you know how delectable the grass of the outside world is? Do you know how fresh the air is? Lin Tunyu was extolling the virtues of the grass. Yet in the next moment, he immediately spat it out. Lin Yuan glanced over and chuckled. This grass is known as Stinky Granny. Should it come into contact with any moisture, its foul odor will linger for 3 days and nights. How could you have eaten it? His knowledge stemmed from his previous experiences as a lowly disciple, often tasked with dealing with such weeds. Stinky Granny thrived in abundance, creeping into every crevice. During that time, he had endured considerable hardship to eradicate it. No wonder it tastes so dreadful. Lin Tunyu's expression shifted, his already bumpy face contorting further. Enough. You may cease your chatter. That stench is approaching. Lin Yuan stepped back a couple of paces, distancing himself from Lin Tunyu. Realizing he was being scorned, Lin Tunyu fell silent, trailing behind Lin Yuan quietly. At that moment, Lin Yuan suddenly detected a familiar fluctuation of spiritual energy. Following the direction of the disturbance, he discovered a familiar mark on a tree. As he peeled back the bark, a piece of paper fell to the ground. It bore a few lines of small script indicating that if he managed to survive, he should contact the Yang family and gather everyone. If he did not make it out, a tombstone would be erected in his memory, with annual offerings made in his honor. The elegant and flowing handwriting at the top was undoubtedly penned by Ma Suan, while the subsequent script bore a hint of cursive, unmistakably left by Lu Chongfan. The reverse side of the paper featured a meticulously drawn map, detailing nearby hazardous areas and locations where cultivators congregated, rich in detail. It was clear that none of the others possessed the skill to create such a map, indicating it was left by Izimo. It seemed this senior brother had not yet relinquished hope. Lin Yuan had been troubled about how to return to the immortal sect, but now, with this map in hand, the task appeared considerably simpler. He examined the map closely. The nearest location was a cultivator marketplace called Qingstone Square. Qingstone Square it would be. 3 days later, Lin Yuan finally arrived at Qingstone Square. This marketplace was established atop a massive piece of blue stone, hence its name. The marketplace's owner was at the mid-stage of foundation building. Although his cultivation was not particularly high, he was quite respectable among the many loose cultivators. Even within the immortal sect, he could easily be appointed as a steward to manage a small market. As Lin Yuan approached the marketplace, a cacophony of bustling sounds reached his ears. It felt less like a marketplace and more like a grand gathering of mortals. Considering that those entering and exiting were merely qi refinement practitioners, such an impression was not surprising. Upon entering the marketplace, Lin Yuan immediately drew considerable attention, though it was not directed at him, but rather at Lin Tunyu by his side. Who would keep a toad as a pet in this day and age? A young man clad in brocade garments passed by Lin Yuan, disdainfully remarking, "Did your elders not teach you that one must be humble and discreet when venturing outside?" Lin Yuan sighed. The world had changed considerably. Even those at the second level of Qi refinement dared to be so arrogant. When he had possessed such cultivation, he had merely been a menial laborer at the immortal sect, summoned at others' whims. He could not comprehend what gave this young man such confidence. It was one thing to lack discernment and fail to recognize that Lin Tunyu was a formidable foundation-building demon. But to possess such an ostentatious temperament was quite another. Humble and discreet? You should inquire who does not know the illustrious name of Xiuxian, Master Xin. I have a beautiful lady waiting for me today, so I cannot waste time with you. Xiuxian remarked nonchalantly, departing without a backward glance. Grandfather, should I devour him? Lin Tunyu's voice echoed in Lin Yuan's mind. No need, he is but a minor character, Lin Yuan replied. Though internally he had already placed Xiuxian on his list of grievances, he had never been one to overlook such matters. Chapter 78. The Sword Sect of Asking Heaven. The beasts speak. On the other side, in front of the treasure pavilion, Xiuxian caught sight of a girl clad in a striking crimson gown approaching, instantly illuminating his surroundings. He elegantly unfurled the paper fan in his hand, greeting her with a warm smile. This young lady, Xiuxian, was the esteemed daughter of a prominent cultivation family. Not only was she remarkably beautiful, but her cultivation was also commendable. After a decade of training, she had subtly reached the third level of Qi refinement. Her father was a ninth-level Qi refinement master, renowned in the region. Forming a partnership with this lady would undoubtedly be advantageous for Xiuxian's future cultivation endeavors. Miss Jiang, what brings you to the treasure pavilion today? Are you in search of any treasures? Xiuxian inquired, gesturing for Jiang Xiuxian to enter the pavilion, showcasing an entirely different demeanor from his previous harshness. Thank you. Brother Shun, I have heard that the treasure pavilion recently acquired a batch of thundercloud grass, and I intend to take a look, Jiang Xiuxian replied, graciously accepting Xiuxian's invitation. After all, every young woman must consider marriage, and while Xiuxian's qualifications were not the most outstanding, they were far from lacking. From a matrimonial perspective, he was indeed a worthy candidate. The thundercloud grass, once consumed, could enhance one's comprehension of thunder-based martial techniques. It appeared that Miss Jiang was on the brink of a breakthrough. As they conversed, Xiuxian led Jiang Xiuxian into the pavilion. Strangely, the establishment was particularly crowded today. Jiang Xiuxian frowned slightly, seemingly displeased with the bustling atmosphere. Noticing her discomfort, Xiuxian promptly summoned a maid and inquired aloud, "Why are there so many people today?" Were they unaware that Miss Jiang and I would be visiting? The maid appeared somewhat distressed. Glancing at the guests in the main hall, she whispered, "Today, the treasure pavilion has acquired the corpse of a foundational-level great demon. These patrons have come specifically for that. Young Master Xin, I kindly urge you to tread carefully. Those individuals are quite formidable." Fearing Xiuxian's impulsive behavior, the maid subtly gestured to introduce the identities of the prominent figures present. That gentleman is Master Yubao, who was already at the 7th level of Qi refinement in his youth and may have since advanced further. The one over there is Master Sanjia. Despite being at the 7th level, his physical cultivation allows him to withstand blades and swords. And that esteemed lady, Lord Zhou Wanqin, though a female cultivator, is likely a match even for Master Yubao in terms of cultivation prowess. Upon hearing the names of such distinguished figures, Xiuxian's expression shifted slightly, and he no longer dared to display his previous arrogance. He chuckled awkwardly and turned to Jiang Xiuxian, saying, "The corpse of a foundational-level great demon is indeed a rarity. Shall we go take a look together?" "Certainly." Jiang Xiuxian nodded in agreement, then turned to the maid and asked, "How could a foundational-level great demon's corpse be found lying about?" The maid lowered her voice once more. "Are you aware that a few days ago, disciples from the upper immortal sect passed through here? I have heard that the party was led by a true disciple of the sect, a significant figure at the pinnacle of foundational cultivation." Jiang Xiuxian had already learned of this matter from her father, so it did not come as a surprise to her. The esteemed guest is aware of only one facet, oblivious to the other. It appears that the distinguished individual has encountered some troubling matter, as their countenance is far from pleasant. Along the way, they have vanquished all ferocious beasts that dared obstruct their path, and the corpse of the foundational-level great demon collected by the treasure pavilion was effortlessly slain by this very individual. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiuxian's eyes widened in astonishment. To casually slay a foundational-level great demon, disregarding even its corpse, such as the arrogance of the immortal sects? Alas, her own lack of talent renders her unable to seek admission to their ranks. At this moment, Xiuxian also expressed a tone of envy. "We are near the Wenyang sword sect, whose power rivals that of the esteemed immortal section. I once participated in the selection for outer disciples, but regrettably, I was not even deemed worthy to remain at the sect's gates. With a mutual sigh, the two refrained from further discussion on the topic. Soon, a corpse of a demon beast, sealed within a crystal case, was brought forth. Even in death, an intimidating aura emanated from the body, sending chills through the onlookers. Xiuxian turned pale with fear. This presence far surpassed that of her father, who was at the 9th level of Qi refinement. Indeed, foundational level great demons are as terrifying as rumored. And this was merely a foundational level early stage. What horrors would the mid-stage, late stage, or peak foundational level demons entail? The value of the foundational level great demon's corpse is considerable, and it is to be auctioned, albeit not as a whole, but in parts. Instantly, the hall of the treasure pavilion erupted in a cacophony of voices. At that moment, the eager bidders were suddenly struck silent. Approaching the entrance was a young man accompanied by a toad nearly as tall as a person. Xiuxian detected the foul odor emanating from Lin Tunyu. Covering her nose and stepping back, Xinyun quickly raised a paper fan to shield his nostrils, exclaiming, "What is that stench? Do you even realize where you are? Hurry and leave." Observing this commotion, the steward of the treasure pavilion rushed out to position himself in front of Lin Yuan. "If the guests have any needs, please allow me to discuss them in detail," he said, attempting to escort Lin Yuan away. Indeed, he is quite the oblivious fellow. Lin Yuan ignored him. His gaze fixated on the corpse of the demon beast within the crystal case. "The autumn water sword. It seems senior brother is quite furious," he murmured, a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth. As all eyes turned towards Lin Yuan, Xinyun felt his composure waver, shouting, "Hey, you there. Did you hear me? This is not a place for you. Fong, don't you hurry and remove this person? Don't delay our auction." The steward turned to the crowd with a forced smile, but just as he was about to dismiss Lin Yuan, a sharp voice interrupted. "Wait." As the voice fell, a woman clad in black, with piercing eyes, gracefully approached Lin Yuan and bowed respectfully. "I am Zhou Wanxin, an outer disciple of the Wenyang Sword sect. It is an honor to meet you, esteemed fellow." Her words conveyed a sense of reverence, clearly indicating that she regarded Lin Yuan's status as far superior to her own. At this declaration, an audible gasp rippled through the hall, leaving all present in stunned silence. The Wenyang Sword sect is a renowned cultivation sect in the vicinity. Even a mere disciple from this sect would be treated as an esteemed guest in the outside world. They initially believed that Zhou Wanxin was simply a formidable rogue cultivator, not realizing her remarkable background. However, the moment she addressed another as Dao brother, it raised questions about the latter's true identity. "Please, ascend to the Celestial Gate, Lu Changfan." Lin Yuan chose not to reveal his true name, instead adopting Lu Changfan's identity. After all, this individual had been persistently plotting against him, and he felt justified in using his name for his own purposes. "Is Dao brother Lu here for the corpse of the Fire Dan Lion?" The Celestial Gate's power is on par with that of the Wenyang Sword sect, and sensing the formidable aura emanating from the other, Zhou Wanxin's demeanor became exceedingly cordial. "Not at all. I am here for other matters." Lin Yuan cast a disinterested glance at the Fire Dan Lion's corpse. He possessed a peak foundation establishment beast corpse within his storage ring, which would undoubtedly frighten many. Having answered Zhou Wanxin, Lin Yuan turned to the visibly distressed manager Fong. "You should be grateful that you refrained from speaking recklessly earlier. Now, go and prepare 10 portions of odor-repelling powder." The odor-repelling powder, while also a type of elixir, was considered inferior, akin to a mere bulk powder rather than a refined pill, though seemingly inconspicuous. It was the best choice for dispelling unpleasant odors. "Oh dear, Grandpa, I desire a set of human clothing." Suddenly, Lin Tunyu interjected. In an instant, the entire hall of the Duobao Pavilion erupted in commotion. The beast had spoken. Chapter 79, The Black Market. Xinyun's terror. It is not uncommon for individuals to raise spirit beasts. What is truly astonishing is that the beast can articulate speech. Many were momentarily taken aback, and once they regained their composure, they immediately bowed in respect. "We have encountered a foundation establishment true person." This was directed at Lin Yuan. Their discerning eyes recognized him as the true authority in the room. It had been previously mentioned that a foundation establishment beast could speak human words once it shed its fangs. To subdue such a formidable creature, Lin Yuan's cultivation must be at least at the foundation establishment stage, making the title of true person quite fitting. "Too polite," Lin Yuan replied casually. All present were at the Qi refinement stage, and he felt no need to be overly cordial. A demeanor that was neither too distant nor too close would inspire greater awe. The crowd chuckled awkwardly, their smiles laced with flattery. "Manager Fong, please assist my Dao brother in preparing the odor-repelling powder and also procure several fine garments." Zhou Wanchuan produced a spirit stone. It was more than sufficient for such purchases. However, no one bothered to dwell on the matter, as their attention was entirely focused on Lin Yuan. A foundation establishment cultivator of such youth was a rarity for them. Zhou Wanchuan had seen a few, but they were typically lofty inner sect disciples, far beyond reach in ordinary circumstances. Thank you, my friend. Lin Yuan vaguely discerned her thoughts and did not refuse. As Steward Feng busied himself with preparations, Zhou Wanqin sought Lin Yuan's guidance on her cultivation dilemmas. Lin Yuan, without reservation, provided thorough explanations. I am truly grateful, my brother. Otherwise, I would have wandered for many more years. In conclusion, Zhou Wanqin rose and bowed deeply to Lin Yuan. To impart teachings, disseminate knowledge, and resolve doubts, one could indeed be considered a master. The answers Lin Yuan offered proved immensely beneficial to her, and she sensed that within a few years, she might attain the pinnacle of qi cultivation and establish her foundation. The two then exchanged introductions about their respective sects, thereby sharing their knowledge. In truth, while Lin Yuan was aware of the Winting Sword sect, he was not intimately familiar with it. He could only glean fragments of information from the sect scriptures. To his former self, the Winting Sword sect felt like a creation from another realm. Similarly, for Zhou Wanqin, the Upper Immortal sect was an enigma. As an outer disciple, she dared not venture far from her sect. Only inner disciples or those of the esteemed sword-washing disciples could roam freely. Noticing their lively conversation, Xiuxian contemplated slipping away unnoticed. With one being a foundational cultivator and the other a formidable foundational demon, even if the entirety of Xiuxian family were to unite, they would be insufficient to contend with such power. It is worth noting that a single foundational cultivator could elevate a family to the status of a true cultivation lineage, enjoying offerings within a radius of 100 miles. Though the Shin family was strong, their patriarch was merely at the 10th level of qi cultivation. Lin Yuan had long observed Xiuxian's desire to escape but chose to ignore him, shifting his gaze to a display cabinet in the hall. Inside the cabinet lay what resembled a tangle of weeds, distinguished by its leaves, which bore rows of golden spots. This herb, known as golden grass, could be brewed into tea and possessed a mild calming and restorative effect. Its name was striking, yet its price was modest due to a severe side effect. Excessive consumption could lead to impotence. Just then, Steward Feng returned with odor-eliminating powder and garments. Lin Yuan casually pointed to the golden grass, requesting some to be packed. Without a second thought, Steward Feng filled his bag with all the golden grass from the cabinet. Observing the substantial amount, Lin Yuan silently felt a pang of sympathy for Xiuxian. I merely intended a slight reprimand. After all, this was offered to you. If you find yourself unable to perform in the future, do not come seeking me. The items for sale here are of little value. If you wish to seek something of greater worth, I happen to know of a place, Zhou Wanqin suddenly interjected. Oh, do enlighten me, Lin Yuan responded with growing intrigue. The corpse of the Qing Niu demon still resided within his storage ring, and if he could swiftly exchange it for cultivation resources, it would be most fortuitous. He had no intentions of presenting it to the Upper Immortal sect. Having survived the secret realm was already a rare occurrence. Should he produce the Qing Niu demon's corpse, the Upper Immortal sect would undoubtedly investigate him thoroughly. Moreover, due to the scarcity of the venomous elixir, the cultivation of the 1,000 Venoms palm has nearly reached a standstill. Perhaps this opportunity could be seized to supplement one's resources. Zhou Wanchuan glanced around, falling silent thereafter. Lin Yuan comprehended her implication. The two exited the treasure pavilion, making their way to a secluded spot outside the market. In the realm of cultivators, there are always some matters that are best left unspoken. This place serves as one of the channels for resolution. Though safety cannot be guaranteed, it is said that rare treasures abound within. There are tales of individuals who have procured a low-grade spiritual artifact for merely 100 spirit stones. Zhou Wanchuan spoke slowly, her tone tinged with envy. The most inexpensive spiritual artifacts typically cost thousands, if not tens of thousands of spirit stones. To acquire one for just 100 spirit stones is an incredible bargain. Lin Yuan was momentarily taken aback. Is this not the black market? If you are inclined, you may use this jade slip to gain entry. The method of access is inscribed within. Noticing Lin Yuan's interest, Zhou Wanchuan produced a jade slip. My gratitude extends to you, then. After accepting the jade slip, the two parted ways. The location of the black market recorded within the slip deviated slightly from Lin Yuan's route, but not excessively so. A journey there would entail an additional 4 to 5 days. For the sake of selling the Azure Bolt demon, such a delay is entirely acceptable. In the dead of night, with a cool breeze wafting through and the moonlight just right, Lin Yuan grasped the handle of the teapot with one hand while holding a teacup in the other, pouring himself a cup of golden tea. The brew was clear and fragrant. A gentle sip revealed a delightful taste that invigorated his entire being. After consuming several cups, a line of small text suddenly appeared before his eyes. Drinking golden grass tea results in the side effect of diminished libido, were it not for such a drawback. This golden grass would undoubtedly be in high demand. Upon reading the words diminished libido, Lin Yuan chuckled and casually passed the cup to Xiuxian. Observing Lin Tunyu's eager desire for a taste, he poured another cup and handed it over. "Oh, thank you, grandfather, for this tea. Indeed, your brewing is extraordinary. Even before tasting, one can detect its aromatic allure." Lin Tunyu accepted it with both hands, immediately extolling its virtues. "Enough with the flattery. This tea is not so miraculous, and you cannot indulge excessively, lest you find yourself unable to procreate, potentially leading to the extinction of the Tunyu frog lineage with your generation." At this, Lin Tunyu's hands began to tremble. Having thought it a fine elixir, he was dismayed to discover it was a brew that could lead to a legacy's end. He looked at Lin Yuan with a bitter expression. "Grandfather, must I drink it? Just one cup won't tea harm you." Meanwhile, at the Xin residence, Xiuxian's face flushed, reeking of alcohol. Is it merely a minor foundation establishment? What is there to be so proud of? Once I condense my golden core, I shall deal with all of you. He staggered back to his room, aided by a maid. Just as he lay upon the bed, he noticed the maid's bashful demeanor and was suddenly filled with interest. "Come, assist me with my garments." The maid nodded, hastening forward, yet before she could act, Xiuxian had already enveloped her in his embrace. "Jiang Xiangxue, you audacious vixen, how dare you entice me? Let me show you how I shall deal with you." "Young master, I am not Jiang Xiangxue. I am Xiaozue." "Silence. I declare you to be who I say you are, and should you utter another word, I shall sell you to a brothel." The sound of tearing fabric echoed through the air. A short while later, Xiuxian hastily donned his trousers. A look of terror etched upon his face as he fled the room. Behind him, a maid adjusted her attire, muttering under her breath, "All that boasting. Yet in reality so diminutive and incompetent. What a waste." Chapter 80. Yinyang Harmony. Baisher commercial firm set aside Xiuxian's affair. Elsewhere, Lin Yuan was savoring golden tea when he suddenly sensed an extraordinarily potent wave of spiritual energy surging overhead. A sensation that made my heart race. Such power must belong to one at the pinnacle of the foundation establishment stage, he mused inwardly. However, the wave dissipated swiftly, tinged with a hint of bloodshed, indicating that its source was severely injured, either desperately seeking medical aid or hastily fleeing. Shaking his head, Lin Yuan chose to disregard the matter. One must first attend to their own affairs in these tumultuous times. After another sip of golden tea, Lin Yuan retrieved a jade slip. Within it lay the alchemical insights left by Elder Sangmu, though encompassing a wealth of knowledge. The lack of structure made it laborious to organize. Reading and practical application are both essential. Merely studying the theories of alchemy pales in comparison to first-hand experience. It seems that once I return to the sect, I must commence my own alchemical endeavors. Lost in thought, another wave of spiritual energy manifested. By mere instinct, Lin Yuan discerned that this individual possessed significantly greater strength than the previous one, in a place where even those at the second layer of qi could be so brazen. The sudden appearance of two foundation establishment experts was decidedly anomalous. This person must be pursuing the one who had fled. A curious notion crossed Lin Yuan's mind. He had not even encountered the earlier individual. Surely the pursuer would not target him. Is this tea fragrant and rich? Does it possess a name? A voice? Indistinguishable in gender, inquired. The ingredient is golden grass, hence I named it golden tea, Lin Yuan replied, his demeanor unruffled. Though he outwardly appeared to be at the initial stage of foundation establishment, his true combat prowess rivaled that of an intermediate stage practitioner. Bolstered further by the power of the nascent soul, even reaching the level of golden core. As long as no golden core elders intervened, he felt no fear. Splendid. Might I trouble you for a cup? I have pressing matters to attend to thereafter. A shadow silently materialized before Lin Yuan. How formidable! Lin Yuan's heart tightened. Such stealth techniques eluded even his keen senses, indicating the individual as profound cultivation and formidable strength. Very well, but be warned, this tea will render you impotent after consumption. Do you still wish to partake? The atmosphere suddenly thickened with tension. After a brief pause, the shadow burst into laughter, the sound clear and resonant, likely feminine. How intriguing! If you harbor no fear, then neither shall I. Bring it forth. Upon hearing this, Lin Yuan ceased his hesitation, raised his hand, and poured a cup, employing his spiritual energy to send it forth. Seizing this moment, he hastily initiated a binding with the individual before him, eager to unveil their true identity. Bound subject of side effects. Xiuxian, pinnacle of foundation establishment, false Dan realm, true disciple of the upper immortal sect, true disciple of the Demon Abyss Alliance. Daughter of Xiuxian, master of the Yin-Yang Harmonization Hall. Upon seeing the first name, Lin Yuan maintained a calm demeanor, as the pinnacle of foundation establishment was well within his expectations. However, as he delved further, his astonishment grew. The true disciple, Lu Er, was revealed to be a pseudonym. Her actual name was Xiuxian, and she was also a true disciple of the Demon Abyss Alliance, notably the daughter of the Hall Master of the Yin-Yang Harmonization Hall. The Demon Abyss Alliance comprised 13 halls, and it was evident that the Yin-Yang Harmonization Hall was among them. Yin-Yang Harmonization, a concept of drawing from the Yin to supplement the Yang? It was whispered that Lu Er was as pure as jade, possessing impeccable morals. Yet this revelation was utterly unexpected. Despite his profound astonishment, Lin Yuan exhibited no outward signs of his inner turmoil. Since departing the secret realm, he had donned a human skin mask, rendering him unrecognizable to Lu Er. Should she truly identify him, it would spell disaster. On one hand, she was affiliated with the Demon Abyss Alliance, which would offer him no semblance of righteous consideration. On the other, he was the one responsible for her losing a golden eagle, a treasure that would be rare even within the ranks of the Demon Abyss Alliance. Weighing these two factors, it was prudent for him to remain inconspicuous. Alas, had it been another true disciple, he might have seized the opportunity to return to the upper immortal sect with ease. Unbeknownst to Lu Er, Lin Yuan's thoughts were racing, nor was she aware that her identity had been unveiled. Her purpose for being here was primarily for reconnaissance, and the act of drinking tea was merely incidental. Little did she anticipate that the tea would be unexpectedly delightful. As for any potential impotence resulting from consumption, she was a woman, and such concerns did not apply. Even if it were true, she could simply replenish her vitality. A loss and a gain. Yin and Yang, this was the essence of the Tao. Having finished her tea and completed her exploration of the surroundings, it became clear that the individual had neither concealed themselves nearby nor lingered, but rather had departed in haste. With this realization, she deemed it unnecessary to waste any more time. Casting aside her teacup, she stepped onto a length of white silk and gracefully departed. How rude it was not to even utter a simple thank you after sharing a cup of tea. Lin Yuan shook his head, setting up a defensive array before commencing his cultivation. The blood-burning technique was merely a fragment, significantly diminishing his training efficiency. Even less effective than the 9-yin condensation technique he had chosen at random. This prompted thoughts of switching his cultivation method. He found himself at a crossroads. Either he timely adopted a higher-grade technique or sought the remaining content of the blood-burning technique. Both avenues presented their own challenges. Muttering to himself, he resolved to think no more of it. 3 days later, in the nameless black market. Unlike ordinary markets, the nameless black market was shrouded in a grand array, with tumultuous seas of clouds surrounding it. One had to employ the correct incantation to gain entry. This posed no difficulty for Lin Yuan, as the jade slip provided by Zhou Wanqin had already elucidated the necessary details. He swiftly moved his hands, casting a series of mystical energy seals. Before long, the sea of clouds before him parted, revealing a narrow path for passage. As he stepped cautiously into it, he soon beheld a magnificent cluster of exquisite architecture. The guests halted, for entry required the payment of 10 spirit stones. At the entrance stood 2 guards clad in dark armor, who, upon noticing Lin Yuan's arrival, one of them remarked, "Ah, if I merely wish to enter and observe without trading, it still necessitates 10 spirit stones. All who pass through here must pay." The dark-armored guard replied patiently. Lin Yuan nodded inwardly, noting that even the guards were at the 10th level of qi refinement, indicating the high standards of this black market. 10 spirit stones were not a significant amount, and he casually tossed them aside. "Please, go ahead." The 2 guards promptly stepped aside, inviting Lin Yuan to enter. This black market exuded a tranquility that contrasted with the bustling Qing Stone Square. One resembled a grand bazaar, while the other felt akin to an upscale club, each offering its distinct advantages and charms. After a brief stroll, Lin Yuan silently contemplated his purpose. At that moment, he spotted his target, the Whitestone Trading Company. Its scale was evidently larger than that of the other establishments, clearly indicating a more substantial financial backing. An auspicious destination indeed. "Welcome, esteemed guest. Please feel free to browse." And should you require assistance, do not hesitate to call upon me. A charmingly attractive maid approached him. Lin Yuan acknowledged her with a slight nod and began to survey his surroundings. Other patrons were also engaged in selecting items, each accompanied by a maid. Notably, these maids were no ordinary beings. Each possessed their own cultivation, some even reaching the 4th or 5th level of qi refinement. Such prowess, in the Qingstone Square, would astonish many, yet here they were merely attendants. Truly, differing realms breed differing perspectives. Regaining his focus, Lin Yuan scanned the vicinity with his spiritual sense and furrowed his brow. Is there nothing here but qi refinement level goods? The maid, taken aback yet elated by his inquiry, stepped forward with a smile. If you seek items of the Foundation Establishment realm, please follow me to the 2nd floor. Let us proceed then. As they approached the staircase, all eyes on the 1st floor turned toward them, filled with envy. A Foundation Establishment cultivator. If only I could reach that level one day. Chapter 81. Auction of the Blue Bull Demon Corpse. Xiuxian, in shock, the 2nd floor offered a plethora of goods. However, after a cursory glance, Lin Yuan found nothing worthy of acquisition. It was not that the items were lacking in quality, but rather that he sought treasures with significant adverse effects yet equally substantial rewards. Noticing the hint of disappointment on his face, the maid hastily remarked, "If you are dissatisfied, in 2 hours we will hold an auction. There may be items that pique your interest. I have an item I wish to inquire about for the auction. Would it be possible to include it?" Lin Yuan inquired. "We must assess the value of the item. Only those of considerable worth may be included in the auction. Rest assured, what I wish to present holds immense value. Please summon the responsible party." The attendant, however, did not respond directly. If she were to call the supervisor and Lin Yuan's offering proved to be worthless, the one to suffer would undoubtedly be herself. As a practitioner of the 4th layer of qi refinement and a long-time employee at the Baisha Trading Company, she prided herself on possessing a discerning eye. If she could not appraise its worth, there would be no harm in summoning the supervisor later. "Oh, can you take charge of a corpse of a Peak Foundation Establishment demon beast, one on the verge of forming its core?" Lin Yuan discerned her cautious thoughts and chuckled softly. "What?" The attendant was taken aback, her complexion draining of color. "Esteemed guest, are you speaking the truth?" "Of course. I would not deceive you." "If that is the case, esteemed guest, please wait a moment while I report to the supervisor." The attendant was now visibly flustered. A corpse of a Peak Foundation Establishment demon beast was a rarity, even in the black market. Should Lin Yuan be lying, his fate would surely be grim. Conversely, if he spoke the truth, the commission from this transaction would equate to years of her labor. Before long, a lean old man clad in leather arrived. He first glanced at Lin Tunyu, who followed Lin Yuan, and was taken aback. With his keen eyesight, he quickly recognized Lin Tunyu as a demon beast at the Foundation Establishment level. However, he was astonished to realize it was an ancient variant. If its bloodline potential could be awakened, it would undoubtedly achieve greatness in the future. Then he turned his gaze to Lin Yuan, his brow furrowing. He could not discern him, although this person appeared to be at the initial stage of Foundation Establishment. He emanated an imposing aura that was not inferior to those at the mid-stage. If that were the case, it could be excused. There are always prodigies capable of battling above their rank. Yet, he suddenly felt a sense of trepidation, as if engaging this individual would lead to his immediate demise. Even as a late-stage Foundation Establishment practitioner, this sense of crisis caused every hair on his body to stand on end uncontrollably. Suppressing his astonishment, he immediately greeted. "Old man Xiuxian, at your service." "Young master, your presence is truly extraordinary, akin to that of a divine being. Flattery is always a safe bet. I have heard that you wish to auction a corpse of a Peak Foundation Establishment demon beast. Shall we discuss this in detail in a private chamber?" Following Xiuxian, Lin Yuan entered a private chamber. Although termed a private chamber, the space was far from confined. In fact, it was remarkably spacious. Incense that calmed the spirit burned within, each piece costing a spiritual stone, an incredibly precious commodity. Lin Yuan could not help but marvel. The affluence of the Baisha Trading Company exceeded his expectations, suggesting that this venture might yield significant rewards. "Please, young master, present the demon beast's corpse for my assessment." Xiuxian continued to smile warmly. In the next moment, a corpse of a blue bull, resembling a small mountain, materialized in the chamber. The once airy space became instantly constricted. This is truly the pinnacle of foundational cultivation. Xiuxian was taken aback, retreating several steps before regaining his composure. Even among those at the pinnacle of foundational cultivation, the disparity is immense. He had assumed that Lin Yuan had exaggerated the quality of the beast's corpse he was selling, believing it to merely represent a recent entry into the foundational peak. To his astonishment, this beast was indeed at the zenith of foundational cultivation, merely a step away from forming its core and becoming a golden core realm demon king. Upon closer examination, the astonishment in his eyes deepened. The Azure Bolt demon bore only a single wound, and with his keen perception, he could ascertain that it had been killed with a mere finger strike. Who could possibly possess the ability to slay such a formidable foundational demon with a single gesture? Could it be the leaders of those sects, or perhaps an unparalleled golden core elder? May I inquire, esteemed sir, who was responsible for slaying this Azure Bolt demon? Xiuxian asked cautiously, swallowing hard. This Azure Bolt demon attempted to ambush me and was slain by my master with a single finger. My master, being unimpressed, discarded the corpse and left it to me, Lin Yuan replied, his demeanor unwavering, having concocted an excuse well in advance, while simultaneously crafting a persona for his master that was both powerful and protective of his disciples. Indeed, upon hearing this, the glimmer of greed in Xiuxian's eyes quickly faded. They were in the black market, and the adherence to rules was only in place when there was nothing of value to pursue. The corpse of this foundational demon was more than sufficient to incite a breach of decorum. However, after Lin Yuan's explanation, Xiuxian found himself devoid of ulterior motives. It was not worth the risk of incurring the wrath of a golden core elder over such a corpse. Your master truly possesses a noble character. Rest assured, esteemed sir, I shall include this demon beast's corpse in the auction, with a base price set at 30,000 spirit stones. How does that sound? Though this price seems somewhat low, the final auction price was what truly mattered, and Lin Yuan had no choice but to nod in agreement. Very well, esteemed sir. Please rest here for a moment as I attend to some other guests. Should you require anything, simply communicate through this communication jade stone. Xiuxian hastily bid farewell before descending to notify others. Such a prized treasure would naturally attract more visitors, thus enhancing its value. Leveraging his trained communication birds, he soon disseminated the news of the auction for the corpse of a foundational peak demon beast far and wide. Reputable forces in the vicinity quickly took action, rushing to participate. Even if they failed to secure the beast, the opportunity to witness such a high-level auction was rare. Within the secret chamber, Lin Yuan did not engage in cultivation. Instead, he retrieved the war ant egg and began to gently infuse it with spiritual energy. After such an extended period of nurturing, the previous gray mottling had completely vanished, replaced by stunning strands of purple radiance. The life fluctuations grew increasingly intense. The hatching should occur within a few days. Warrant, why have I never heard of this demon beast before? Lin Yuan sensed that this demonic beast was indeed extraordinary. Otherwise, it would not have been able to revive even after transforming into a stone egg. It seemed that he ought to spend more time studying the miscellaneous texts at the martial arts pavilion. 2 hours later, the auction commenced. Xiuxian returned, guiding Lin Yuan into a premium box labeled A. The auction hall featured 12 boxes, categorized into 4 levels, A, B, C, and D, each further divided into 3 sections. Before entering the box, Lin Yuan took a moment to glance around, confirming that he had entered box A2. In front of the box was a magical mirror that projected the external scene, providing great convenience. Incense was burning within the room, and a low table was adorned with some exquisite spiritual wines and fruits. Chapter 82, Cold Essence Poison Crystal, starting bid of 100,000 spirit stones. I, Xiuxian, am delighted that all of you could attend this auction. Without further ado, let us present the first item of the day, a supreme magical artifact. The mention of the supreme magical artifact instantly ignited the atmosphere in the room. Such high-tier artifacts, upon nurturing even a hint of sentience, could potentially evolve into spiritual weapons. The enhancement in combat capabilities that comes from sentient weapons is self-evident. The starting price of 5,000 spirit stones for this supreme artifact quickly escalated to over 10,000. And ultimately, someone successfully acquired it for 12,000. The crafting profession is indeed a lucrative one. The myriad arts of cultivation offer numerous profitable avenues. However, some items are easily replaceable, such as spirit talismans, which can be somewhat lackluster. Those without money cannot afford them, while those with wealth often disdain them. Comparatively, the most lucrative professions are undoubtedly alchemists, blacksmiths, and unscrupulous array masters. Regardless of how arduous cultivation may be, one must consume elixirs, right? And when it comes to enhancing combat power, weapons and equipment are essential purchases. As for array masters, they cater specifically to the wealthy. Setting up an array incurs substantial costs, and the ongoing maintenance expenses are typically beyond the means of small sections. Even for large immortal sects, the protective array of the sect is only activated in dire situations, as maintaining it consumes a vast amount of spirit stones. Following a few more auction items. Despite their rarity, Lin Yuan remained uninterested. The next item up for bidding was the Cold Essence Poison Crystal. Some of you may be unfamiliar with this item, so let me provide a brief introduction, Qin Yang leisurely stated. You need not elaborate unnecessarily, just tell us its usefulness. A voice echoed from the hall. Upon hearing this, Qin Yang remained unperturbed, responding with a smile. This item can be used to nourish battle pets. It not only enhances their resistance to toxins, but may also awaken their innate talent for poison usage. If anyone is interested, feel free to place your bids. As his words fell, the hall fell into a profound silence. However, someone from the box on the left did place a bid, albeit with little enthusiasm. It was uncertain whether it could be utilized for the battle sky ant, but even if it couldn't, it should prove useful for cultivating the Thousand Poisons palm. Lin Yuan made his first bid. The previously tranquil hall erupted into a frenzy. To everyone's astonishment, there was indeed someone in box 8 too. Hush, let us be discreet. If that individual inside decides to pursue the matter, neither you nor I could bear the consequences. As far as I know, box A has rarely been opened. Who could possibly occupy such a premier space? It is rumored that the auction features the corpse of a Peak Foundation establishment beast, perhaps even commissioned by that very individual. This speculation raises the possibility that a Golden Core Master is seated within. The crowd buzzed with conjecture regarding Lin Yuan's identity. Their voices, amplified by the magical mirror, reached the confines of the box. Lin Yuan remained composed, seemingly unfazed by the commotion. The use of the Cold Bone Poison Crystal is not as versatile as that of a magical artifact, thus attracting few bidders, coupled with the bidding from Box A2. A tacit agreement formed among the attendees to refrain from competing. With a mere expenditure of 5,000 spirit stones, Lin Yuan successfully secured the item. Subsequently, several more lots were presented, yet the audience exhibited little enthusiasm, all awaiting the final auction of the beast corpse. As the auction neared its conclusion, the last item was unveiled, the corpse of a Peak Foundation establishment demon. The elderly auctioneer proclaimed that he had examined it closely, confirming its status as a Peak Foundation establishment specimen, and it was on the verge of forming a Dan. Remarkably, it was an ancient variant, imbued with exceptionally potent bloodline power. The starting bid was set at 30,000 spirit stones, and the floor was opened for offers. The words Peak Foundation establishment, on the verge of forming Dan, and ancient variant left the audience in a state of bewilderment. They had anticipated the auction of a Foundation establishment beast corpse, but never expected it to be so valuable. In an instant, leaders from various factions dispatched their subordinates to retrieve spirit stones. Such a beast's corpse, if utilized wisely, could establish a formidable cultivation family, potentially elevating them to a minor sect. How could they possibly overlook such a rare opportunity? Inside the box, Lin Yuan noticed the stir within the hall and felt a deep sense of satisfaction. Alas, had it not been for Xiuxian's inability to enter, he would have insisted on bringing forth the Black Fox Demon and the Pig Demon as well. Should these three be sold, the spirit stones garnered would suffice for an extended period of cultivation. Such treasures, priced at a mere 30,000, were woefully undervalued. I shall raise the stakes, 100,000. A voice resonated from box C1. Hiss, a direct increase of 70,000. How extravagant. Those who have been somewhat excited in the hall now fell silent. 30,000 spirit stones might be pooled together with great effort, but 100,000? Better to invest that sum in more spirit pills. In truth, everyone understood that they had no place in this auction. The real contest lay among the titans and the boxes. Even Lin Yuan was momentarily taken aback by the staggering bid of 100,000. The price is indeed considerable. One must recall that the exquisite artifact previously sold for merely over 10,000 spirit stones. A single beast carcass can rival dozens of such premium artifacts. The depth of these individuals' resources is truly remarkable. If they possess such wealth, it is evident that the cultivation sect's accumulation must be substantial. This is merely the aftermath of the defeated sect. Had it been several centuries ago, the extravagance would have reached the level of utilizing premium spirit stones to animate cheap puppets. Reflecting upon the premium spirit stone nestled within a storage ring, Lin Yuan could not help but feel a sense of astonishment. Previously, after a year of arduous labor, he had barely managed to gather a few spirit stones. Yet now, in the blink of an eye, a staggering sum of 100,000 spirit stones has arrived. It is undeniable that possessing strength brings its own advantages. The price of the Azure Bowl Demon continued to soar rapidly, now reaching 150,000. The sheer volume of spirit stones in circulation left the onlookers astounded. My goodness, such a quantity of spirit stones could likely fill an entire room. Not just that, it could fill several rooms, and even if offered to you, you would be unable to carry them all away. Nonsense, I still have my storage ring. Do not speak of that worthless ring. The concept of over 100,000 spirit stones is beyond what you could even afford in spatial storage artifacts. The crowd buzzed with discussion. At this moment, within the private box, a maid entered, elegantly carrying a finely crafted wooden tray. Lord Liu, this is the cold essence poison crystal you bid on. Steward Chun has instructed me to deliver it to you. Lin Yuan nodded slightly. Good, place it down. Once the maid departed, he turned his gaze to the cold essence poison crystal. Its exterior resembled an irregular hexagonal prism, glimmering with a greenish hue, emanating a chilling aura. Upon lifting it, he could observe a flowing substance within. This was the most precious cold essence. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Yuan took out the battle ant egg and positioned it alongside the cold essence poison crystal. In the next instant, a brilliant purple light erupted from the egg, enveloping the cold essence poison crystal entirely. It can absorb. His expression sharpened as he meticulously observed the transformation of the egg. Chapter 83. Third-grade star-breaking pill, a heist? The purple radiance emanating from the egg grew ever more intense. After several breaths, fine cracks appeared on the smooth surface of the shell. Is it about to hatch? Lin Yuan's heart soared, his gaze fixed unwaveringly, disregarding the ongoing auction outside. The cracks multiplied until, with a sharp sound, a small fissure emerged on the surface of the shell. A pair of black and purple antennae cautiously probed out from within. Sensing no danger outside, a tiny head emerged. This diminutive head bore little resemblance to that of a typical ant. Rather, it resembled a unique species Lin Yuan had once encountered, known as the shield ant. These ants possess an exceptionally flat head, akin to a shield. In the face of peril, they retreat into their nests, using their shield-like heads to barricade the entrance, serving as a defense. The head of the battle ant is strikingly similar to that of the shield ant. Merely atop its flattened head, numerous sharp protrusions adorned its surface, exuding an aura of both offense and defense. Upon its emergence, the war ant circled around Lin Yuan's finger twice, seemingly recording some form of information. Subsequently, it scurried to the frigid venom crystal, its robust mandibles clamping down with fervor. With a resounding crunch, the exceptionally hard frigid venom crystal was breached, releasing a trickle of highly toxic frigid venom. The war ant nestled beside it, incessantly siphoning the venom. The more it consumed, the more potent its aura became. In mere moments, the energy radiating from the war ant rivaled that of Lin Yuan himself at his peak, stirring a sense of envy within him. Despite his arduous years of cultivation, this diminutive creature had surpassed him with alarming swiftness, verging on the extraordinary. Before long, the toxic essence within the frigid venom crystal was entirely consumed by the war ant. It lifted its forelimbs, delicately cleaned its antennae, then leapt into Lin Yuan's palm, settling into a comfortable position and drifting into slumber. After feasting, the little creature appeared more at ease than he himself. Following its hatching, the war ant could not be stored in a spatial ring, compelling Lin Yuan to tuck it into his sleeve. Fortunately, despite its remarkable nature, the war ant was not large, measuring only the length of a thumb, fitting snugly within his attire. To master beast taming, a bond with the spirit beast must be established, a skill at which the Spirit Beast Academy excelled. Upon returning to the celestial sect, he resolved to seek some insights into beast taming. As this thought flickered through his mind, a gasp echoed from the grand hall outside the private room. Could it be a third-tier star-shattering pill? Such a concoction still existed? The star-shattering pill? Lin Yuan's mind stirred, dredging up fragments of memory. May I inquire? Esteemed friend, what is the star-shattering pill? A voice rang out, seeking clarity. The star-shattering pill is a third-tier elixir, rumored to possess extraordinary effects. Consuming it in the early stages of foundation establishment can elevate one immediately to the mid-foundation stage. If taken in the mid-foundation stage, there is a 30% chance of advancing to the late foundation stage, and for those in the late foundation stage, it may even propel them to the pinnacle of foundation establishment. A collective intake of breath resonated among the crowd upon hearing the effects of the star-shattering pill. With such a remedy, one could potentially forego decades of laborious cultivation. No wonder that individual was so astonished. Within the private room, Lin Yuan shook his head in silence. Although the star-shattering pill's efficacy was formidable, it was not as preposterous as claimed. However, the individual was correct in stating that if consumed during the early stages of foundation establishment, there was indeed a significant likelihood of advancing to the mid-foundation stage. It appeared that the value of this beast's carcass exceeded his expectations, compelling someone to produce such a pill. After consumption of the star-shattering pill, the body would endure excruciating pain. Should one faint from the agony, the potency of the pill would be greatly diminished. This, however, would not hinder him, allowing him to fully harness the potential of the star-shattering pill. With this elixir, the mid-foundation stage was within reach. A single broken star pill left countless individuals in sheer astonishment, especially considering it was accompanied by an additional 50,000 spirit stones. Such financial prowess deterred anyone from daring to compete. Is there anyone else willing to bid? Xiuxian inquired around, and upon receiving no further offers, he forcefully brought down his wooden hammer. One third-tier pill, the broken star pill, along with 50,000 spirit stones. Congratulations to the guest of room B1 for acquiring this beast's corpse. With the conclusion of this auction, if anyone seeks protection, feel free to consult Xiuxian Trading Company. Given the nature of the black market, competition is inevitable. Xiuxian Trading Company had previously held an auction where items were resold within an hour. To enhance the purchasing experience for customers, they introduced a bodyguard service. People departed in small groups. Some walked together, others concealed their presence, while a few returned directly to Xiuxian Trading Company, seemingly intending to hire bodyguards. Before long, Xiuxian arrived carrying a tray. Young Master Liu, here is the broken star pill and 50,000 spirit stones. Since this is our first transaction, the handling fee is waived. What do you think? Typically, Xiuxian Trading Company charges a 10% handling fee on the auction price. The beast's corpse had sold for no less than 100,000 spirit stones, meaning the company would normally pocket at least 10,000. Waiving the fee saved him that amount, which was certainly a cause for delight. Thank you. Lin Yuan accepted the pill and spirit stones, preparing to leave. Please wait. The guest from room B1 wishes to meet you, Xiuxian suddenly interjected. No need. I am not acquainted with them. With the pill and stones in hand, Lin Yuan was eager to depart. Riches could tempt the heart, especially such a sizable sum. But young master intends to hire a bodyguard? Xiuxian's eyes flickered as he inquired again. Huh, my master has come to fetch me. Lin Yuan glanced at him, a smile playing on his lips. Then all is well. I shall take my leave with peace of mind. Should there be similar matters in the future, please entrust them to Xiuxian Trading Company. Agreed. No sooner had Lin Yuan exited Xiuxian Trading Company than he sensed 7 or 8 gazes fixated upon him. How dare Mirchi refining practitioners spy on me? A glint of cold light flashed in his eyes as he detonated his meridians. Boom, boom, boom. A series of explosive sounds resonated. Reverse cultivation technique. Side effect. Severed meridians. Upon seeing the small characters pop up before him, Lin Yuan's face initially paled, but soon regained its color. While this action offered little benefit to himself, he was currently inclined to engage in actions that harmed others without aiding himself. Just as the side effects took hold, a figure shot out from a narrow alley and collapsed to the ground, rolling back and forth, immediately capturing the attention of many. After a few moments, the individual ceased rolling, lying on the ground with their head resting backward, face up, body twitching slightly, resembling a lifeless fish. The one-eyed bandit. Wang Jiao, known for robbing foundation establishment cultivators. How had he ended up in such a state? A bold individual stepped forward to take a glance, recognizing the person rolling on the ground, and could not help but express his bewilderment. It was he, the one responsible for my brother's demise. Witnessing this scoundrel meet such a fate finally alleviated the pent-up anger within me. Clearly, Wang Jiao had fallen victim to treachery. Yet one could only wonder who possessed the audacity to ensnare him. Wang Jiao is no weakling. His movements were typically erratic, and he wielded a mid-grade magical artifact. The one capable of orchestrating such a silent ambush must surely be at least a mid-stage foundation establishment cultivator, or perhaps even a formidable practitioner at the late stage. Seizing the opportunity while the crowd was captivated, Lin Yuan discreetly departed from the nameless black market. However, he had not ventured far when 5 individuals pursued him from behind. Hand over the broken star pill and all your spirit stones, and we may spare your life. The leader of the group uttered in a grim tone. Men die for wealth, birds perish for sustenance. The ancients do not deceive me. Lin Yuan slowly turned his head, summoning his nascent soul, which transformed into a luminous orb, merging into his dantian. In an instant, his aura surged to astonishing heights. Golden core. Not good run. The leader was instantly struck with terror and turned to flee. Chapter 84. A blade that shakes the heavens, Yang Chaowei's awakening. Golden core cultivators can directly harness the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, wielding destructive power far beyond that of Foundation establishment practitioners. Not to mention that these individuals were merely ordinary Foundation establishment cultivators. Even the 7 true disciples of the celestial sect would not dare claim they could easily triumph over a golden core cultivator. Lu Yuan. Drawing upon the power of the artificial nascent soul, Lin Yuan felt as though he were connected to the very fabric of the cosmos. Torrents of spiritual energy cascading down into his sword technique. A massive crimson blade net materialized midair. The 5 individuals, in a state of panic, collided with the blade net, their bodies shattering into countless fragments. What was initially intended to ensnare foes unleashed a power of astonishing magnitude when fueled by pure spiritual energy. In the distance, at the nameless black market, Chen Yang stood upon a jade rui, suspended in midair, and gazed in astonishment at the scene unfolding before him. Indeed, a golden core cultivator. Based on the sword technique, it appeared to bear traces of demonic influence. Fortuitously, I did not provoke him. Otherwise, today's market might have seen its end. Not just him. The others who had contemplated action were equally horrified, their hearts gripped by fear. No wonder there were corpses of Foundation establishment demons for sale. It turned out that a golden core powerhouse stood behind it. Who would dare to provoke such a figure? In an era where nascent souls do not manifest, the golden core is the sovereign of this realm. Even a novice golden core cultivator should not be trifled with. Should one fail to eliminate them and they escape, the ensuing troubles would be immeasurable. Not far from Lin Yuan, hidden in the shadows, Lu Yi raised an eyebrow, a flicker of astonishment flashing in her beautiful eyes. Where did this golden core elder emerge from? It seems the broken star pill cannot be reclaimed. However, exchanging it for this corpse is not a loss. She murmured to herself and quietly withdrew, having entirely relinquished any ambition to intervene. This single strike had utterly extinguished all her covetous desires. On the other side, noticing that no one was fixated on him any longer, Lin Yuan retracted his primordial spirit and slowly twisted his neck. Although it seemed as if he had merely struck once, that single blow had nearly exhausted all the spiritual energy within him. The tremendous power was matched by an equally significant consumption of energy. While he could draw upon the ethereal energies of heaven and earth, Lin Yuan felt more like a lever. The greater the spiritual energy he expended, the more terrifying the resulting ethereal force he could manipulate. Just moments ago, he had drawn upon an astonishing amount of ethereal energy, far exceeding 100-fold of what he had consumed, enabling him to unleash such a formidable strike. Now, with his leverage diminished, he had reverted to his original state. As the blood-burning art surged wildly, Lin Yuan's spiritual energy swiftly returned to its zenith. Merely from this exertion, an unfortunate soul had inexplicably lost a year of their lifespan. However, since the energy consumed was not his own, what was there to worry about? Following the map provided by Izimo, he made his way directly toward the celestial gate. He needed to find a secure location to safely consume the star-shattering pill and facilitate his cultivation advancement. After a moment's contemplation, a somewhat familiar locale suddenly sprang to mind: the Yang family forge, overseen by Yang Chaowei. It was said that this young man had once extended an invitation for Lin Yuan to become an honorary steward, promising a monthly stipend of 100 spirit stones. At that time, such a sum had been considerable for someone at the 9th level of Qi refinement, but now it seemed rather trivial. Nevertheless, passing the Yang family would bring him closer to the celestial gate, so he quickened his pace. The Yang family forge was alive with the incessant clanging of hammers. The establishment was divided into 2 primary sections, one dedicated to crafting weapons for mortals, with even the simplest weapon fetching thousands or even tens of thousands of silver taels, and the other focused on forging low-grade magical artifacts. It could be said that nearly half of the low-end magical artifacts in the vicinity originated from here, and even those sold at the Celestial Gate were supplied by the Yang family. Among the 3 major cultivation families, the Yang family stood as the most formidable. With such a lucrative enterprise, Yang Chaowei's arrogance was somewhat understandable. Neither outer disciples nor even ordinary inner disciples dared to provoke him. What? Another mine has been destroyed. Have the reasons been ascertained? The voice of Yang Daowei, the head of the Yang family, echoed ominously within the hall. The members of the Yang family below displayed expressions of fear, trembling in silence, too frightened to speak. Before the word investigate had fully left his lips, they all rushed out as if granted a reprieve, moving with remarkable agility. Witnessing this, Yang Daohui's frustration intensified. Fools! Each of you, well-fed and plump, cannot even manage such a trivial matter. Fifth brother, what are you doing lurking outside? Get in here. Upon hearing this, Yang Chaowei immediately prostrated himself before rolling into the hall. Yang Daohui, already in a foul mood, turned an even deeper shade of anger upon witnessing the scene before him. Just as he was about to erupt, Yang Chaowei slowly rose, his expression calm as he proclaimed, "Father, I have ascended to the 8th level of qi refinement." Upon hearing this, Yang Daohui's countenance softened somewhat. At the 8th level of qi refinement, one should comport oneself accordingly. One cannot continually engage in such reckless antics. Yang Chaowei chuckled. "Father, I am not only at the 8th level of qi refinement, but also an inner disciple of the upper immortal sect." Oh, Yang Daohui was taken aback. He had yet to deliver gifts of courtesy. Who could have brought this boy into the inner sect? You can hardly guess who facilitated my entry into the inner sect, can you? It was senior sister Xiuxian. Xiuxian? Is she not the eldest disciple of Elder Gu? How could she possibly know you? Heh, you are unaware of this, but I have met senior brother Lin Yuan. And I even wish to invite him to serve as our mine's honorary steward, although he has not yet agreed. It is still a gesture of goodwill from the Yang family. I see. In the future, if you encounter Lin Yuan, you must show him proper respect and refrain from your usual mischievous demeanor. I understand. Yang Chaowei then inquired. I heard the mine was destroyed. Why did we not contact the upper immortal sect to postpone our tribute or seek assistance directly? Yang Daohui replied. The Yang family has diligently fulfilled its obligations for decades, and postponing the tribute even by a few days should not pose a problem. Moreover, our connections are not lacking, with substantial incentives. We could likely summon several foundation-building cultivators to aid us. Resolving the mine's dilemma should be a trivial matter. It is not as simple as you think. There are numerous individuals within the upper immortal sect who covet these mines. Should they seize the opportunity to strike, these mines may very well change hands. Furthermore, who knows if there are any hidden influences from the upper immortal sect at play? The Yang family must not show weakness. We must exhibit strength to instill fear in those who would oppose us. Very well, you may leave now. Remember to devote yourself to your cultivation. My lifespan is limited. And ultimately, the Yang family will be entrusted to your hands. Yang Daohui coughed twice and gestured for Yang Chaowei to withdraw. As Yang Chaowei exited the hall, a shadow of melancholy crept into his heart. The mine's environment was intricately complex, filled with various toxic minerals. In his youth, his father had labored within the mines for the sake of acquiring spirit stones, which had left him with lasting ailments and significantly shortened his lifespan. While an ordinary foundation-building cultivator might expect a lifespan of at least 100 to 130 years, his father had only about 60 years remaining. Indeed, as he reflected, time was not on their side. The mine has been destroyed. I must uncover what transpired. Unbeknownst to him, Yang Chaowei felt a burgeoning desire to alleviate his father's burdens. Chapter 85. Trapped. The Savior arrives at the entrance of mine number 6, a sealing talisman barred entry, strictly prohibiting anyone from entering. However, this posed no challenge for Yang Chaowei. With a few casual strikes of his spiritual energy, the talisman was reduced to ashes. The Yang family possessed 10 mines. Though they appeared numerous, they were merely slender veins branching from a singular main artery. Recently, for reasons unknown, a series of explosions have occurred within the mine, leaving only 2 operational. I am determined to uncover the cause of the mine's destruction, though the world perceives me. Yang Chaowei, as a frivolous scion, I am capable of handling serious matters. After silently bolstering my resolve, I cautiously ventured into the depths of the mine. Shortly thereafter, I arrived at the site of the explosions. The powerful shockwaves had sent debris cascading around me, obstructing my path. Without hesitation, I began to clear the rubble. Unbeknownst to me, a pair of faint red glimmers began to materialize behind me. Alongside these ominous lights, a puddle of viscous substance erupted, swiftly transforming into a vast net that ensnared me completely. What on earth is this? Alarmed, I struggled to free myself, only to find the net remarkably resilient, rendering my efforts futile. At this moment, I also took notice of the red glimmers drawing nearer, illuminated by the faint glow of other minerals. I soon recognized the source. It was a spider demon beast. Jia, the sin of a human cultivator. Upon hearing the spider demon's voice, a chill coursed through my veins. A foundational demon? Oh no, please don't eat me. Jia, I shall not consume you just yet. Such delectable flesh must be nurtured for a time to rid it of its gamey taste before it is suitable for consumption. My little ones, carry him back. With that, from the shadows emerged one spider demon after another, weaving their webs to envelop me completely, leaving only my head exposed to prevent suffocation. They swiftly lifted me and began to slither deeper into the darkness. This is the end, I thought, despair settling in my heart. Perhaps it was the toxin in the web, but soon I felt a wave of dizziness wash over me, and everything faded to black. I do not know how long I slept, but I was roused by the sound of clattering and the feral growls of beasts. Slowly, I opened my eyes. The webbing still clung to me, hardened into an impenetrable shell. Before I could examine my surroundings in detail, a peculiar ant, no larger than my palm, appeared before me. It was a deep purple with azure stripes. What is happening? Why does this ant seem stronger than me? After all, I am a cultivator of the 8th layer of Qi. Is it possible that this ant intends to devour me as well? Just as my heart raced with terror, I witnessed the ant leap onto one of the spider demon beasts, fiercely tearing into it. The spider demon attempted to retaliate, but it was no match for the ant, whose defenses were impenetrable even to its venomous fangs. In the blink of an eye, the spider demon was consumed entirely. Excellent, once it has feasted upon that creature, it cannot eat me, I thought to myself, but suddenly, a voice thundered in my ears. Jia, I will have your life. Is that the foundational demon? A flicker of emotion surged within him as he exerted effort to turn around and gaze back. Not far ahead, the formidable spider demon emanated an overwhelming aura. Its appearance exceedingly fierce, though it bore an air of bluster masking its underlying fear. Who could instill such terror in a foundational demon? Could it be that his father had intervened? Curiosity piqued. Yang Chaowei tilted his head, and there stood the young man confronting the spider demon. Brother Lin Yuan? Lin Yuan gently waved his hand, smiling as he said, awake at last? Just wait a moment. I will take you back shortly. Yang Chaowei felt a sense of bewilderment. Why was Lin Yuan here? Furthermore, when had he completed his foundation establishment to confront such a powerful beast? No, it seemed less a confrontation and more an execution. He observed that the spider demon's 8 long legs now numbered only 4, the remaining limbs scattered about, evidently severed by someone's hand. You wish for my demise? You lack the capability, Lin Yuan declared resolutely. Let me test my new technique on you. 7 kills, heart-burning. Gripping the shadowlight blade, he delicately traced a line upon the cavern wall. A peculiar black flame surged forth. The essence of heart-burning lay in its searing heat that consumed the bones and ignited the heart's demons. The blade itself bore a black flame. Once it made contact, it would erode flesh to the marrow, causing the victim's blood to boil, akin to 1,000 ants gnawing at their heart, inducing excruciating madness. There was also a chance of awakening one's inner demons. Should the enemy show even the slightest negligence, they would be reduced to ashes in the blink of an eye. This technique was notoriously difficult to master, requiring daily blood offerings to the blade. The average individual could scarcely hope to learn it. Utilizing the technique of the startling cicada's molt, Lin Yuan moved with astonishing swiftness, leaving only an afterimage in his wake. Within mere moments, he stood before the spider demon. How could he move so quickly? The spider demon momentarily froze, then expelled a cloud of toxic smoke. Its reaction was remarkably swift. Had Lin Yuan wished to avoid the poison, he would have needed to abandon his attack. Yet, contrary to its expectations, Lin Yuan charged directly into the poisonous haze. The shadowlight blade, imbued with black flames, struck the demon, eliciting a pained roar as its massive form crashed against the walls of the cavern. Fortunately, the cavern had been reinforced, sparing them the worry of a collapse. The mournful howl subsided within half a minute, and silence enveloped the cavern. Lin Yuan approached Yang Chaowei, slicing through the spider-webbed armor encasing him, and remarked with a smile, "You mustn't act so recklessly next time. Fortunately, I arrived in time, or you would have perished." Had Yang Chaowei met his end, he would have lost yet another subject capable of bearing the side effects. Unaware of Lin Yuan's inner thoughts, Yang Chaowei suddenly dropped to his knees, clinging to Lin Yuan's leg and crying out, "Brother Lin Yuan, I am so frightened." "Not a problem, rise up." Lin Yuan exerted a slight force with his leg, attempting to shake him off, but Yang Chaowei resolutely clung on. "No, I am scared." Hearing this, Lin Yuan could only exclaim in exasperation, "If you do not get up, I will let those spider demons devour you." "Brother, how could you say such a thing? You would never allow it." Yang Chaowei swiftly rose to his feet, casually adjusting his attire. "Is this perhaps your battle pet?" he inquired, astonishment evident in his voice as he observed the ant he had previously encountered slowly creeping into Lin Yuan's sleeve. Lin Yuan nodded slightly. The growth of the battle ant had surpassed his expectations. In such a short time, it had acquired the capability to contend with numerous Qi refinement realm beasts. Showcasing extraordinary potential, Yang Shui suddenly understood. No wonder it seemed more formidable than him. It was Lin Yuan's battle pet. He wondered why Lin Yuan had appeared in this place. The Yang family was situated a considerable distance from the Immortal Gate, and thus he was unaware that Lin Yuan had ventured into the secret realm and had been missing for over a month. We should leave at once. Your father must be anxious, he urged. Without further delay, the two made their way to the entrance of the mine. Outside the mine, the area was ablaze with light, and Yang Daohui awaited them with a multitude of clan members. His concerns extended beyond just Yang Chaowei. He was deeply troubled about the mine that sustained their family and Lin Yuan's safety. Should anything go awry, they would not be able to bear Elder Gu's wrath. Fortunately, all had proceeded smoothly, and upon seeing the two return safely, a chorus of cheers erupted from the gathered crowd. Chapter 86. The Ascension of the Ghostly Blade. Kneel before me indeed. It was a fine blade, yet the haunting resonance proved difficult to eliminate. Recklessly attempting to elevate its grade could exacerbate the side effects, or even introduce new ones. Within the Yang family's reception hall, an elder scrutinized the long blade in his grasp, a look of indecision crossing his features. Upon hearing the elder's intent to remove the haunting resonance, Lin Yuan quickly interjected. The haunting resonance is the very essence of this blade. It must not be eradicated. As for the side effects, I trust the master craftsman to do his utmost. After returning from the mine yesterday, Lin Yuan had contemplated leveraging the Yang family's resources to enhance the grade of the ghostly blade. Forging a magical artifact from scratch was arduous, yet upgrading its grade merely required the infusion of superior materials. This principle applied solely to artifacts. The Yang family, having mined for many years, was replete with fine ores. Yang Daohui readily agreed to the enhancement of the ghostly blade, leading to the previous exchange. The master craftsman found the removal of the haunting resonance challenging, while Lin Yuan precisely needed that very resonance and even wished for the master to amplify the side effects. However, he could not express this openly. He silently hoped for a mishap during the forging process. Since the principal was unafraid, the master craftsman had no objections and took the ghostly blade to commence forging. Once he departed, Lin Yuan turned to Yang Daohui. I kindly request you to prepare a secluded chamber for me. I wish to enter seclusion for cultivation, and no outsiders should disturb me during this time. Of course. I shall take you there at once. Yang Daohui replied, his eyes crinkling with a smile. The two ventured into the mine, and after navigating a series of winding paths, Lin Yuan suddenly sensed a substantial increase in the spiritual energy ahead. This place was a vein of spiritual stones. Although the spiritual stones have long been exhausted, it still has the capacity to absorb the surrounding spiritual energy. Perhaps, thousands of years hence, a new vein of spiritual stones may once again form here, Yang Daohui elucidated. Lin Yuan nodded, a realization dawning upon him. No wonder the spiritual energy here is more abundant than in other locales. It is akin to a rudimentary, natural gathering array. Even underground, there are still a dozen or so chambers, seemingly the cultivation quarters of the Yang family. I have dismissed the others. Brother Lin may cultivate here at his leisure. In the realm of cultivation, strength is paramount. Despite Yang Daohui's greater age, he still employed a respectful title. Thank you, Master Yang, Lin Yuan responded. Sensing the aura of the chambers, he chose the one radiating the most abundant spiritual energy and set up a protective array at the entrance. A day later, his vitality reached its zenith. Seizing the moment, he took out a star-breaking pill and swallowed it whole. Consumption of the star-breaking pill results in side effects, mental turbulence, and excruciating pain. In an instant, the searing agony surged from his bones and his soul, causing Lin Yuan's face to pale, beads of cold sweat cascading down like a torrential spring rain, wave after wave. Transfer it, quickly transfer it. A single thought propelled all the side effects away, and he let out a long sigh. This is unbearable. I cannot withstand it. Someone else shall bear this for me. Meanwhile, returning to the celestial gate, Lu Yi's suddenly changed countenance, nearly plummeting from the sky. Detecting the intense pain surging within her, her exquisite features contorted in distress. What is happening? Why this sudden agony? She quickly dismissed the notion that it stemmed from her cultivation method. The yin-yang harmonization demon art she practiced only brought increasing comfort. Never such torment. If it was not due to her cultivation turning malicious, it could only be a nefarious plot against her. Could it be that golden core elder she encountered earlier? A chill gripped Lu Yi's heart. the terrifying Golden Core Elder, whose hidden ploy had only now erupted. Thankfully, she was not engaged in cultivation or battle. Otherwise, this could have cost her half her life. She hastily descended to the ground, sitting cross-legged to suppress her injuries. At the same time, at the Celestial Gate, Fang Chuchu was trimming the plants in the courtyard. How infuriating. They dare to make me do such menial labor. When you return, I shall torment you with the Battle Demon essence. Moreover, that old fellow Xiuxian, did he not say he would transfer me from this place? Why has there been no word? How vexing, truly vexing. They all deserve to die? Fang Chuchu's eyes gradually turned crimson, a fierce aura emanating from her. Just then, blood-red markings appeared on her face. As the markings flickered, her emotions slowly calmed. Not good. The Battle Demon Heart Sutra is about to erupt. I must hurry. A muffled groan was heard. Fang Chuchu felt as though her entire body, along with her very soul, had been shattered into countless pieces, leaving her gasping in pain. No longer daring to entertain further thoughts, she dragged her agonized form into her room and promptly sat cross-legged to suppress her suffering. Yet, amidst her efforts, a flicker of doubt arose within her. Why did the moment she unleashed her murderous intent towards Lin Yuan, the Battle Demon Heart Sutra, react with such ferocity? It was rumored that the Battle Demon Heart Sutra was an unparalleled secret technique, and every practitioner was destined to face a calamity. Could it be that Lin Yuan was her calamity? Similarly, Xiuxian and Wei Hua were not spared from this ordeal, each enduring the torment to the point of questioning their very existence. While everyone was caught in this exquisite agony, Yang Chaowei entered the scorching forge, clutching a piece of ore, and sought out the master blacksmith. Upon hearing that senior brother Lin Yuan intended to elevate his weapons rank, he presented a piece of Tianya stone, a cherished gift from his father during his childhood, believing it would be of assistance. The master blacksmith took a glance at the stone and nodded, acknowledging the properties of ores vary, hence the effects of the crafted artifacts differ as well. The most remarkable aspect of Tianya stone is its harmonious nature, which can seamlessly blend with any ore. Young master, you have a keen eye. Yang Chaowei felt a surge of satisfaction, realizing that he was not devoid of talent. This blade will require 3 days to forge. Given the heat of the forge, it would be best for young master to return home in the meantime. Accepting the Tianya stone, the master began to usher him out. While he appreciated the praise, he feared that should Yang Chaowei act recklessly, it could lead to significant trouble. Yang Chaowei wished to linger, but the thought that this weapon belonged to Lin Yuan made him anxious about potentially ruining it, prompting him to leave in silence. 3 days later, Lin Yuan emerged from his seclusion. The effects of the broken star pill exceeded his expectations, allowing him to smoothly advance to the mid-stage of foundation establishment. Not only had his strength significantly improved, but he had also unlocked a new ability. Side effect absorption. You may actively absorb the side effects of any living creature into your body. This ability, while seemingly self-destructive, was a miraculous healing technique. By transferring the side effects to another, one could achieve absolute safety. With this capacity, he could even play the role of a healer. In the reception hall, Lin Yuan and Yang Daohui were savoring tea made from golden grass. Years of mining had nearly ravaged Yang Daohui's health, rendering him incapable of intimacy for many years. Thus, the side effects of golden grass were of no concern to him. This very indulgence had spoiled his son, Yang Chaowei, leading to his arrogant demeanor. As the two enjoyed their tea, the master blacksmith stormed into the reception hall, one hand holding a blade and the other gripping Yang Chaowei's ear, filled with rage. "Kneel," he bellowed, and Yang Chaowei immediately complied, dropping to his knees. What is the meaning of this? Yang Daohui rose to inquire. The esteemed master craftsman is indeed a venerable figure within the Yang family, and even he does not dare to treat matters lightly. This young lad has taken a piece of Tianya stone, claiming he wishes to incorporate it into the blade forging materials. The master craftsman, in a fit of anger, exclaimed, "Tianya stone possesses a gentle nature. Its inclusion will not pose any issues." Yang Daohui, perplexed, remarked that this type of ore is essentially harmless, which is precisely why he had gifted it to Yang Chaowei. If it were ordinary Tianya stone, that would suffice, but do inquire where this lad had previously placed it. Upon hearing this, Yang Daohui immediately turned a stern gaze towards Yang Chaowei, demanding, "Where did you put it? I found this stone rather aesthetically pleasing, so I tossed it into the fish tank in the courtyard." The revelation left Yang Daohui staggering, nearly choking on his indignation as he bellowed, "Wretched child! How long has it been there? It was thrown in the very next day after you gifted it to me. Good heavens! Has it truly sat there for over a decade?" At this moment, The master craftsman looked at Lin Yuan with a face full of remorse, saying, "I beg your forgiveness. Lord Lin, while Tianya stone is ordinarily harmless, its prolonged immersion in the fish tank has transformed its properties to a chilling state. I failed to discern this before incorporating it into the blade, and I take full responsibility. Please do not hold Xiuxian or the Yang family accountable. I can only atone with my life." With that, he prepared to self-destruct his spiritual energy. Lin Yuan hurriedly restrained him, glancing at the Yuming blade in his possession. "So, is it true that the Yuming blade has failed to ascend?" The master craftsman lowered his head in silence, acknowledging the Yuming blade is now a superior magical artifact. However, the haunting resonance within has not diminished. In fact, due to the chilling aura, its power has multiplied several times. Moreover, the consumption of spiritual energy has increased significantly. Yet its might remains unchanged. What appears to be a success is, in truth, a failure. This is entirely my fault. I implore you, Lord Lin, to punish only me. At this juncture, Yang Daohui could scarcely contain his desire to reprimand Yang Xiaowei. Such a fine superior artifact has been squandered, and having previously expended so many precious materials was already a considerable burden. Now, he must also compensate Lin Yuan for the loss. The cost of this mishap is one that even the Yang family cannot bear. Wretched child, why do you not properly apologize to Brother Lin? He shot a piercing glare at Yang Xiaowei, who, with head bowed, dared not utter a word. What splendid news! A hint of delight flickered across Lin Yuan's face, leaving Yang Daohui momentarily taken aback. Brother Lin, what do you mean? I mean, ahem, it is nothing to fret over. It is merely a weapon. As long as it serves its purpose, why be so harsh on them? Lin Yuan stepped forward to assist both the master craftsman and Yang Xiaowei. You need not dwell on this. In fact, when viewed from another perspective, this may be fortuitous. The haunting resonance can temper my spirit, and the increased energy consumption may enhance my refinement. Furthermore, should I ever find myself in peril, I would not wish for anyone to wield my weapon against me. The three pondered this reasoning, yet the more they contemplated, the stranger it seemed. Since the blade has already been successfully forged, I shall not impose further. Master of the Yang family, we shall meet again. After bidding farewell to the others, Lin Yuan's figure gradually faded from view. As he watched him gradually fade from sight, Yang Daohui couldn't help but exclaim, such humility and courtesy, combined with exceptional talent and an approachable demeanor, truly exemplifies the essence of a genius. After uttering these words, he turned his attention to the still-dazed Yang Xiaowei. You foolish child. How can you be so ignorant as to not know that the Tianya stone can change its properties under extreme conditions? Truly, you are a simpleton. From this moment on, you shall apprentice under the master craftsman in the art of forging. Only when you can independently create a magical artifact shall you return to the immortal sect. Yang Xiaowei's face turned ashen. Father, please, no? Suddenly, he exclaimed, Grandfather, I just remembered that there is a sacred place in my inheritance memory that is particularly suitable for our moon-eating frog clan's cultivation. As they walked, Lin Tunyu hesitantly spoke up. You wish to go there for training? Lin Yuan was not surprised, recognizing that his desire to leave the secret realm was not entirely pure. I beg for your forgiveness for my concealment, Grandfather. I have been cultivating for nearly a century and have only reached the foundation establishment stage. Given your impressive cultivation at such a young age, if I do not seize the time to advance, I fear I will soon become ineffective. The fate of an ineffective servant is often tragic. For both my sake and yours, it is necessary for me to depart. His heartfelt words hung in the air, and after a brief silence, Lin Yuan nodded. As Lin Tunyu stated, his current strength would not contribute significantly to Lin Yuan's endeavors. Rather than keeping him tethered, it might be more beneficial to allow him to leave, as he could potentially bring unexpected blessings in the future. Thank you, Grandfather. Lin Tunyu bowed deeply, and then a sphere of light emerged from his brow. This is the bloodline inheritance of our moon-eating frog clan, known as the Moon-Eating Sutra. By cultivating this technique, one's power is greatly amplified in the presence of moonlight. Should I meet an untimely demise in my departure, I implore you to find a gifted member of the Frog Demon Clan to pass this on to them. Lin Yuan accepted the glowing sphere and suddenly felt a surge of curiosity. Can humans cultivate this technique? It is indeed possible. But while our frog clan can transform into human form and reshape our appearance upon reaching the golden core stage, if a human were to practice it, they would only grow increasingly unattractive, ultimately becoming a true frog. I speak no falsehoods. It would be wise for you, Grandfather, to refrain from attempting this. Do not try. Do not try. Do not try. Lin Tunyu insisted earnestly. However, Seeing the smile on Lin Yuan's face, a sense of foreboding crept into his heart. Oh dear. Grandfather wouldn't genuinely wish to cultivate the moon-eating sutra, would he? If he were to turn into a frog, it would indeed make him my true grandfather. Not long after Lin Tunyu departed, Lin Yuan spotted two familiar figures rushing towards him. Greetings, brother E, sister Tao. He offered a slight bow. It was evident that the two had hurried over upon hearing news of his return. Upon seeing Lin Yuan unscathed, Izimo let out a relieved sigh. His determination to find Lin Yuan stemmed not only from his admiration for him, but also from Elder Gu's influence. Gu Tingshun is renowned for his protective nature within the ranks of the immortal sect. Even aside from him, his disciples are not to be trifled with. Xiuxian, a fellow true disciple, and Tao Shan, who has remained unseen in combat in recent years, boast an impressive track record from earlier in her career. Long before I achieved the status of a true disciple, she had already carved out a formidable reputation. Had she not been slightly older, the position of true disciple would undoubtedly have been hers. Curiously, Tao Shan shares Gu Tingshun's penchant for protection, and in certain respects, she is even more fervent. Offending these individuals would undoubtedly place considerable pressure upon me. Junior brother, I am relieved to see you unharmed. Come, let us return and discuss. Tao Shan cast a sidelong glance at Izimo, remaining silent. The latter, understanding the unspoken cue, promptly summoned the Autumn Water Sword, facilitating their ascent. With the aid of the Autumn Water Sword, their speed was remarkable. 2 days later, the mountain gate came into view. Along the way, Izimo and Tao Shan listened as Lin Yuan recounted the events that transpired within the secret realm, feeling a surge of relief. Fortuitously, had you not discovered that stone forest and taken refuge within, you might have perished at the hands of those 3 foundational-level demons. They exclaimed in unison. Chapter 88. The Third Order Poison Pill, the Divine Pill of Battle Ants, and the Green Ripple. Indeed, Lin Yuan had woven a tale. Originally, it was 2 foundational-level demons that had frightened him into hiding within the stone forest. However, through embellishment, it became a narrative of his own evasion. The duo found Lin Yuan's account compelling and bore no doubt regarding its authenticity. Upon learning that Lin Yuan had comprehended the seed of intent, they were further astounded. Even they had only just reached this level of understanding. The 5-colored immortal ginseng had already been entrusted to Elder Sangmu for refinement. Once completed, a portion would surely be allocated to Junior Brother. Acknowledging his own shortcomings, Izimo proposed to share the spoils of a pill. Lin Yuan, recognizing his senior sister's lack of opposition and understanding the sincerity of the compensation, promptly bowed in gratitude. Before long, the group arrived at the mountain gate. Upon seeing the disciples stationed at the entrance, Lin Yuan remarked with a hint of surprise, "It seems the guards today are considerably more vigilant than usual." Indeed. The sect leader recently led the disciples to the Bai Hai Pavilion to discuss important matters. On their return journey, they were ambushed by the Blood Demon sect. Although the leader fought valiantly and vanquished several fiends, numerous disciples were forcefully abducted by the demons. Izimo replied, his tone lowered and somewhat vague. Lin Yuan's heart sank upon hearing this. Could it be that the sect leader, Long Yaohua, had sustained injuries? It seemed likely, otherwise the guards would not have suddenly intensified their vigilance. By the way, among those abducted, 2 have some connection to you, Tao Shan added. They are Xiuxian and Zhang Han. Lin Yuan was momentarily taken aback. Xiuxian was of little consequence, merely a source of experience. But Zhang Han had previously assisted him significantly. He had intended to elevate him, yet never anticipated that he too had fallen into the clutches of the demon sect. Upon entering the mountain gate, he gazed at the hurried disciples and suddenly felt a sense of foreboding. Indeed, the atmosphere within the sect had changed, permeated by a palpable tension. Yet, upon returning to his small courtyard, he discovered it meticulously tidy. Fang Chuchu was humming a tune while digging into the ground with a spade. "What are you excavating?" The unexpected voice startled Fang Chuchu, nearly causing her to drop the spade. When she turned to see Lin Yuan, her smile vanished, and she greeted him with a blank expression. "Greetings, my lord. Why do you seem so displeased to see me? How could that be? I am exceedingly happy to see you, my lord." "Oh, if you are truly happy, then show me a smile." Upon seeing Fang Chuchu force out a smile that was more akin to a grimace, Lin Yuan chuckled softly and shifted the focus away from the adverse effects of the heavenly star bracelet. At that moment, Fang Chuchu's expression genuinely soured. Yet she could not afford to reveal her discomfort, desperately maintaining her facade before Lin Yuan, fearing he might probe into her condition. "If you truly have nothing to do, go fetch something to eat. I cannot abide those fasting pills." With that, Lin Yuan turned and retreated into the room, watching his departing figure. A fierce anger ignited within Fang Qiuqiu. Eat, eat, eat. Might as well eat yourself to death. Since the war demon variant seemed temporarily unaffected by her, she resolved to poison him, albeit with caution. Potent toxins would not suffice. She would have to be methodical. The following morning, she procured a selection of delicacies and delivered them to his room. Consuming dishes infused with the powder of the absolute God pill results in the side effect, soul confusion, long-term, chronic. As Lin Yuan savored the meal, a line of text flickered in his vision. Ignoring the warning, he continued to relish the food until the table was cleared, at which point a slight smile graced his lips. The absolute God pill was a third-tier poison pill of immense value. It appeared that arranging for Fang Qiuqiu to stay here in advance was indeed a prudent decision. Had he not prepared, Xiuxian would have transferred her elsewhere long ago. The reason Xiuxian had hesitated to relocate Fang Qiuqiu lay primarily with Xiuxian, who had expressly demanded that Fang Qiuqiu remain in the small courtyard with Lin Yuan. Who would dare oppose such a request? Xiuxian wished to intervene. Yet Fang Qiuqiu had no ties to him. On what grounds could he enact a transfer? Would he wish to pursue a relationship with someone so much younger? Thus, the matter of her transfer dragged on until Lin Yuan's return, having deftly shifted the ramifications of the absolute God pill onto Fang Qiuqiu. Lin Yuan exited the room and made his way to the Spirit Beast courtyard on Lingyan Peak. Izimo resided at Lingyan Peak, and with this connection, he effortlessly acquired a piece of the highest grade contract jade. Enshrined within it was a binding spell. By utilizing this jade to establish a connection with the Spirit Beast companion, he could attain perfect mastery over it. Considering the potential inconvenience of bringing along the battle ant, he further expended 10,000 spirit stones to purchase a beast master bag. The beast taming bag contains a unique space, serving as a dwelling for spirit beasts and battle pets, allowing for their convenient entry and exit. Having acquired these two items, Lin Yuan sought out a secluded spot and released the battle ant from his sleeve. To his surprise, the little creature seemed to have grown considerably. When the battle ant had first hatched, it was no larger than the palm of his hand, yet now it had nearly doubled in size. Fortunately, he had purchased a beast taming bag. If it continued to grow at this rate, it would soon outgrow the confines of his sleeve. As the battle ant landed on the ground, its antennae swayed back and forth, seemingly probing its surroundings. Suddenly, it leaped high on its forelimbs and raised its abdomen. With a soft hiss, a dark green liquid surged forth from the markings on its abdomen, striking a large black stone before them. In an instant, a plume of white smoke rose, mingled with a pungent odor. Such potent corrosiveness? A newfound toxic ability? Lin Yuan's eyes brightened. After consuming the frost essence poison crystal, there was a chance to awaken a talent for toxicity, and he had previously noted the markings on the battle ant's abdomen without much thought. He never expected it would indeed awaken such a gift. Gently, he stroked the battle ant's shield-like head and spoke softly. Be good and stay still while I bind our contract. The battle ant seemed to comprehend his words, immediately lying down quietly. Lin Yuan took out a jade stone and infused it with spiritual energy. Instantly, 2 threads of silk emerged from the stone. One slowly entered the battle ant's body, while the other connected to him. As the thread entered, he realized his control over the battle ant had significantly increased, allowing for communication through his consciousness. Greetings, Master. The battle ant's voice rang out, tinged with a hint of naivety. Green Ripple? Is that the name you've chosen for yourself? Lin Yuan was taken aback. The battle ant, now merely at the chi refinement stage, possessed such intelligence that it could name itself, and the name was quite melodious. Yes, I adore this name, Green Ripple quickly responded, fearing Lin Yuan might consider renaming it. Then you shall be called by that name. By the way, you've been in slumber up until now, and I am unaware of your dietary preferences. Now is the perfect time for you to share your needs. Thank you for your concern, Master. Our kind is not particular. Anything imbued with spiritual energy can serve as our sustenance. Does that mean spirit stones are acceptable? Lin Yuan inquired. Green Ripple nodded, its antennae quivering slightly. Very well, then. You may consume this 10,000 spirit stones for now, and let me know when you require more. With a grand gesture, Lin Yuan placed 10,000 spirit stones into the beast taming bag, much to Green Ripple's delight, who exclaimed how formidable its master was. Chapter 89. An invitation from Lu Ear, truly enigmatic. Having settled Green Ripple, Lin Yuan hastened to the martial arts pavilion. Coincidentally, the duty officer today was still Elder Song. Greetings, Elder Song. Lin Yuan approached and bowed respectfully. As Song, the steward, was engrossed